Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. The Unusual Universe. Death had existed since time immemorial, sitting on the same throne in a huge and empty room, where black clouds swirled in the distance and no signs of life could be found anywhere. Her residence looked like the end of everything, with her throne seemingly put together with bones of every species in the universe. Everything was quiet here except for the fading whispers of inevitable death. Such a life was bound to grow monotonous. It led death to often seek entertainment through mortals. Today, too, was another dull day of death looking through the multiverse for some amusement. A glint flashed in her endlessly black eyes. A sense of familiarity beyond the universe disturbed her senses. It was death in another universe, and the death of another universe. She lightly swung her hand to reveal a rift. Within it, whole galaxies twisted, stars exploded and disappeared. The death of a universe didn't happen with a loud bang. No, it felt as if time itself seemed to freeze and shatter into pieces. Death sat perfectly still, one leg crossed, her dark dress hanging like a shadow around her. Not a single emotion showed on her face in the face of such destruction. She had seen this so many times before. Universes died constantly, but one small spark caught her attention in all this emptiness. It was the soul of someone who didn't want to let go, who tried to hold on by some miracle. It shouldn't have been possible. Death smiled, not a cruel smile, but the kind someone would make when coming across something interesting. For all her endless ages, Death had grown numb to novelty. She blinked through the rift and arrived at the collapsing universe. Her focus was only on the flickering soul. To Death, he was nothing special. Barely stronger than the average mortal, he had some martial arts and miscellaneous skills to his name. All of his strength amounted to nothing in the face of a mutant, much less the heroes who would soon emerge in her current favorite universe, Earth 169699. Normally, she would have ignored such a being, let him drift away like all the rest. But the peculiar situation was one that she couldn't wrap her head around. Why was this man chosen as the nexus of his universe? And how did his death destroy the reality at such a pace? Every nexus was of utmost importance since every one of them acted as the keystones of the multiverse and were crucial to its ultimate coherence and stability. As such, the Timekeepers and Time Variance Authority kept a close eye on Nexus as their actions could lead to big changes within the multiverse. Somehow, this man slipped past their gaze. He isn't summoned by the Queen of Nevers upon his death either. What could be the cause of this variability within this universe? Tapping into her cosmic powers, she peered into the secrets of this world and found her answer in an instant. This was a normal world. The discovery only puzzled her even more. Among the hundreds and thousands of universes, none was free from the conflict of superheroes and villains. Even the most mundane verse had clashes between the good and evil. Infinite realities exist within the multiverse, but how could it be this isolated from the rest? Does this world exist outside the multiverse? That's not possible. She turned her attention to the dying soul. The shell of mediocrity had an undeniably strong destiny to cling to life in such a form. She reached into his fractured mind and immediately felt as though she had hit a wall. His mind was inaccessible. What? She felt a pulse beneath the soul, a tremor of dormant power. A power so deep and vast that it made her shiver. It can't be. Is this universe devoid of heroes and villains because of him? The power of an entire universe and all of its beings focused into one person. The thought rattled Death's mind. Not even she could grasp the totality of power within this man, as it contained every ounce of talent countless heroes and villains were supposed to share. At its peak it would be vastly above hers, only matched by no more than 5 entities across the multiverse. Such a power existed harmoniously with one mortal soul. Her sense of logic slipped away momentarily in the face of such a hypothetical. Then a slow, ecstatic smile touched her lips. It would be a waste to let you perish here. Reaching forward, she slipped her pale fingers through his immaterial chest. Flesh and bone meant nothing to her. She touched the core of him and shivered in the face of his restless power. Black runes flowed from her fingertips and coiled across him like serpents. They twisted and sank into every part of him, sealing the power so it wouldn't randomly explode. She would not let it run free and claim every soul in the universe she was about to drag him into. She caressed his featureless face. Your universe is gone. Your life is over. And you belong to me now. 2. The situation. Dante woke up with a gasp. It was as if someone had squeezed every breath out of his lungs. His heart was pounding hard, each beat drumming in his ears. After several deep breaths, he collected himself. The last thing he remembered was playing Marvel Rivals after a day of boring corporate work. Nothing unusual. A figure began to form in his vision, a person that should not be present in his apartment. More shadow than flesh, pale face glowing like moonlight, yet somehow brighter than anything he'd seen. She sat nonchalantly on a throne of bones, exuding the aura of a queen as she silently judged or rather appraised him with those calm eyes. This wasn't his apartment. This vessel is quite sturdy for 1 week of incubation, she said, speaking to herself more than to him. A speck of my cosmic powers should ease his burden. This where am I? His throat was dry, making his voice barely audible. Who are you? Despite never meeting her in his life, he felt a strange connection with her. The thought nearly made him burst into laughter. He was definitely having the strangest lucid dream, probably the result of not having sex for nearly a year. In his defense, he was too busy working his ass off. He was wealthy enough to live a fulfilling, but he lived the life of a workaholic anyway. A faint smile curved the woman's lips. I rarely intervene in mortal affairs, and when I do, it is to ferry a very special soul. Tell me, do you still wish to know my name? The combination of her ethereal beauty and strange obsession with death invoked a name in his mind. A name that should only exist as a character name within the pages of comic books. He truly didn't want to believe it, yet something told him he was right. That the beauty before him was one of cosmic beings and the very personification of death. Lady Death. Her expression shifted almost imperceptibly. How is it that you recognized my identity? Is that source of power aiding you? Dante ignored her questions and pinched his cheek. Instead of familiar roughness, his fingers touched supple, unnervingly smooth skin. He looked down at his hands, finding them pale and untainted just like the lady before him. They weren't his hands. Your body was destroyed in the aftermath of a calamity. This flesh and blood vessel you're occupying is created as per my standard. She spoke with a strange hint of pride in her voice. Check it for yourself. The ground wriggled and rose in the form of a vast mirror. On it was a pale-skinned man with black pupils, the same color as his messy hair. The face bore a resemblance to his, yet it looked foreign at the same time. Before, his jawline wasn't as chiseled nor was his build this athletic. He wasn't bad-looking before, but right now he was attractive enough to pass off as this lady's older brother. Gazing into the mirror, he touched his face, neck, chest, and even his little brother. No way, this is real. I'm in the Marvel Universe. The feeling of pain as he bit his tongue forced him to accept his new reality. It was too real to be a dream. Death stared at him with a curious smile. What is this Marvel Universe you speak of? It was his turn to stare at her. Lady Death was supposed to be a cosmic being, someone with the ability to manipulate reality, time, space, matter, energy, or magic for any purpose. Reading a human's mind should be effortless for her. No, maybe, she can't read mine. He thought back to the words she greeted him with. Death had created his new body and imbued it with a speck of her cosmic power. She wouldn't do that if he wasn't special in the first place. Alas, he couldn't sense anything new in himself other than this strange connection with death. He cleared his throat loudly. Can I ask why Lady Death summoned me to her personal realm? And am I actually dead? Death lazily swept her hand, which opened a massive rift in the endless sky above. The scene within was of a starry galaxy. Cool scenery, I guess. What you see is your universe, which met an unfortunate end. You are the sole survivor. Her words wiped every ounce of happiness from his face. His love for his parents and younger brother was only second to his love for himself. They were his people. How did it happen? More importantly, did they suffer? No, it could not have been painful for anyone. She crossed her legs, her gaze sharp. I can't reveal more since I'm in the dark myself. Dante couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The very embodiment of death can't understand why a universe perished. The irony. She closed the rift with a smile. You're the key to understanding it. Is that why you resurrected me? My creed is to never interfere with the balance. Reviving you will go against the natural order of the universe. Propping her right elbow on the throne's armrest, she looked at him with a smile. A very gentle smile. But this very smile sent a shiver down his spine. Why must I defy the natural order I have upheld for eons? What makes you worthy of death personally overruling your annihilation? He clenched his fists. There was a very good chance death was simply toying with him. She was patient enough to create a body for him and even give him some of her power. It wouldn't make any sense for her to kill him after all that effort. But there was still a chance she would. He wasn't facing a normal being, after all. Her mind worked differently. The very personification of death wasn't someone a human could comprehend. However, he had a secret weapon to turn the situation around, the knowledge from his previous world. He closed his eyes and sank into thoughts. There was no reason to rush an answer since death had set no time limit. Suddenly, golden and blue letters surfaced in his mind. Accessing Universe XS Null Repository. Searching for data related to death. Search complete. Transferring information to administrator. A flood of information smashed through his mind. He saw the birth of the multiverse, death's own beginning, and how the first life came to be. Her loneliness stretched across eons caused by the universal fear of death, despite the necessity of her existence for the birth of new life. Information that shouldn't be known to a human continued flowing in him. His mind buckled under the weight. The pain was like someone stabbed needles directly in his brain. He felt like his head would explode. Warm blood began flowing from his nose. A cold hand touched his temple, and the storm of information inside him calmed instantly. He slumped to the ground and clutched his head. Everything he witnessed just now made him feel so small and insignificant. His mind would have snapped for sure without Death's intervention. He continued lying there for what felt like hours but was probably minutes. The pain somewhat faded, but his mind he would never recover after being exposed to that maelstrom of knowledge. Thanks for that. He got up while rubbing his aching temple. His existential dread became less severe at the realization that Death, a cosmic being, barely reached his shoulder. What just happened? Why did I suddenly get visions? You used it just now, Death said, gazing at him, or rather, his chest. The power within you. 3. The Accord. As Dante processed Death's words, new prompts showed up in his vision. Character, Death, data resonation has reached 1%. Achieved level 1 resonance with character, Death. New abilities can be acquired through resonance link, 9. Would you like to establish a resonance link? He blinked once, twice. Was he actually getting a portion of Death's power through this system, a null repository? And it seemed related to his understanding of Death through those visions. That's just busted. Just a % of Death's power could annihilate nearly everyone in the MCU. It would put him at a respectable level on Earth, 616. This was too great of a starting gift. Death noticed his dazed expression. Did you feel something? He unconsciously nodded at her somewhat concerned question. The easy lie no sat on his tongue, but it felt wrong. She would have never revived him if she wanted to seize his ability. The reality was that she gave him a body, even a hint of her cosmic power, and just saved him from torment. From his comics knowledge, he knew Death didn't typically crave power, nor did she have any ambitions. She was a sucker for maintaining the cosmic balance. As such, Dante decided to be honest with her and himself. Well, you see, there is something called a null repository inside my mind. It shows me things. He described his very little experience with the null repository to the best of his ability. Death's eyes shimmered with a hint of intrigue. The null repository, such an unfathomable power. It's very unexpected that this has some means to communicate with you. Dante didn't agree with her since he had grown accustomed to reading such stories. It was quite an experience to be part of one. I'm not part of some story, right? Death touched his chest, only for her hand to phase through him. Whoa, what the? Sure. Close your eyes and feel it. He might have blushed if not for the sensation in his chest. Something rippled, quite foreign yet familiar to his senses. What you felt is the cosmic energy I used to bridge you and the null repository. It acts as a limiter to stop you from overdrawing strength in your fragile body. I used it to save your mind earlier. Thanks for that. His mind might have collapsed without her help. He was a bit grateful for her help. Do you want to see how the link works? What I gave is not enough to bring out its full power. Still, I'd love to see what it can do with what it's been given. Would you show me? He cleared his throat, averting his eyes from the childlike anticipation on her face. Death manifested differently for everyone. That was what he had learned from comics. For Deadpool, Death appeared as a playful lover, always teasing him for what he could never have. For Thanos, Death took on the form of an untouchable queen, one who made him worship her. The Death in front of him was curious and supportive. He didn't understand her enough to pinpoint her personality yet. Promise to save me if something goes wrong. Death giggled softly. I promise. He took a deep breath and focused, the way he usually did before a heavy lift. Null repo, I'll just call you Null, he thought out loud. Establish resonance link with Death. Permission acquired. Level 1 resonance link created. New abilities added to Administrator's Archive, 9. The change rolled over him in an absolute manner. His senses opened to a new level. He could see subtle textures on the bones. He could hear a faint hum in the air he hadn't noticed before. His heartbeat slowed in a steady but powerful rhythm. His arms felt full of power, like he could double or triple all of his personal bests. Wow, I feel different. Death stepped closer and touched his cheek. Her skin wasn't warm, but the gesture was. It is real, she said softly. Your existence has completely shifted at its base. In the Prime Universe you might be mistaken for a minor death god. Prime Universe. He already knew what she meant, and he wasn't ready to admit it. She might not believe it even if he told her. Another universe, she said dismissively. I'll have you know that a single % of my strength is enough to annihilate stars. You clearly can't achieve that in this state, which indicates that this vessel can't handle your power. That's fair, he said. Can't be too greedy for power, or it'll bite me in the ass. Dante was plenty thankful for being the sole survivor, which still made his heart ache. Moving forward, he just had to put in the effort to reach Null Repository's maximum potential. Null, can you analyze my current status and quantify it? The answer arrived in neat rows of text. Core attributes under Resonance Link, Death. Intelligence, 25. Class, Gifted. Effects, above average in creativity, adaptability, and applying knowledge between fields with insight. Able to intuitively comprehend knowledge related to death manipulation. The mind operates at accelerated rates. Vitality, cannot be measured. Class, unknown. Effects, body sustains existence state rather than life state. Unable to perish without death's permission. Strength, varies from 12 to 75. Class, normal to mid-class superhuman. Effects, normal, can be enhanced by death aura to higher tiers. Agility varies from 10 to 50. Class, normal to peak speed of sound. Effects, normal, can be enhanced by death aura, and can reach extreme levels under the effect of death denial. Endurance, 100. Class, virtually indestructible. Effects, you will endlessly regenerate until death denial ability continues working. This allows you to function in extreme environments. Willpower, 25. Class, Iron Will. Effects, as a byproduct of glimpsing what mortals should never, your willpower has reached greater heights. You can stare down terror, fight through severe pain and exhaustion, shrug off standard fear/compulsion effects, and resist mind corruption. Energy capacity, 35. Class, Advanced. Effects, you can unleash a large amount of death aura. Abilities acquired through resonance. Physical resistance. Abnormal resistance. Death Arbiter. Universal Terror. Death Denial. Borrowed Scythe. Death Aura. Soothing Visage. Transcend. Dante scanned the status report, trying not to laugh. Am I a raid boss or what? It felt hard to believe these crazy stats and seemingly powerful abilities belonged to him. The gap between numbers and reality would take time to bridge. Null, he said. Can you provide details on abilities? Death's smile returned, small and polite. You still owe me an answer. There will be no point to it if I don't find your answer satisfactory. He silently looked up at her. The safe route would be to bargain, to offer his service, to promise her entertainment, essentially serving as her dog. But the images from the repository still remained bright in his mind. He remembered the loneliness in her memories, the emptiness that stretched longer than stars, her love for life, and most importantly, the responsibility of being necessary but never wanted by anyone. Taking a deep breath, he made a bold decision. You should let me live, he said, and then stepped forward. He placed one hand behind his back and gave a small bow, extending his other hand to her, as if requesting a dance. Because I'll be your companion. Death's only companion. Was it reckless? Of course. Foolish, even. It could be read as a joke, or it could get him erased from existence. The choice was reckless. But it was honest. He knew Death needed something else more than entertainment. A companion. Someone who understood her without fearing her on an instinctive level. Could he look Death in the eye and say he wasn't afraid of it? The answer would have been a deafening no, until yesterday. But not today, not in his current form at least. The resonance link made him unafraid of Death. Death kept her gaze on his hand. The anticipation wasn't any different from what he felt after his terrible confession in high school, except his very life hinged on nailing this performance. There was no fear on his face, however. Only calm. Death covered her mouth and laughed as her fingers rested in his open palm. Not the answer I expected, but an answer I'm willing to accept. He breathed out a deep sigh before revealing a smile. I won't let you down. You certainly have the qualifications to walk by my side. Death nodded slowly. There was a distinct glow in his eyes as she gazed at their clasped hands. Then we have an accord. Yeah, Dante replied, still unsure about what he had signed up for. Do you want to dance? We'll save that for another day, she said with a soft smile. You don't have much time, I'm afraid. Resonance link severed due to an external factor. He suddenly felt lightheaded, strength draining from his body like a torrent. Barely holding onto her hand, he finally fell forward in Death's embrace. What's going on? She lowered him to the ground and let him lay on her lap. Her left hand reached for his chest, caressing it with a gentle touch. Your vessel is still weak to hold my power. Shit. He recalled seeing abnormal resistance under his abilities section. The ability completely warped his mind into believing that everything was right, when in reality, his strength was rapidly being drained. His body wasn't strong enough to hold Death's powers. Lady Death caressed his face. I regret spending very little time on your vessel. Then again, you're the man who glimpsed at the primordial chaos and lived. You'll surpass your limits and reach my level even in this weak vessel. Receiving a lap pillow and hearing such encouraging words from Death herself wasn't on his wish list, but he wasn't complaining. It might be the greatest moment of his life. Have some rest. You'll be in a new world when you wake up with a new identity. Those were the last words he heard before losing consciousness. 4. The new identity. Dante's eyes snapped open to a sprawling city blanketed in a layer of snow. Some surfaces glistened faintly as the pale winter sun rose. Plumes of steam rose steadily from rooftop vents and heating systems. Down on the streets, the avenues remained quiet. Early delivery trucks and crowds made their way through freshly plowed roads. Sitting on the edge of a 40-floor commercial building, Dante clearly felt the biting wind and the terrifying drop beneath his feet. Jumping down was a certain death for any human. Death had begun his new life in her own twisted fashion. Still, he felt no rush of panic. Witnessing Death's memories had changed something. He brushed the snow off his jeans and gave the city another look. Lady Death certainly has a taste. This view is phenomenal. Her chuckle echoed in his mind. I knew my companion would appreciate my small gift. He blankly stared at, well, nothing in particular. He was being sarcastic, but she seemed genuine in her intentions with the gift. I always wanted to visit New York someday, he muttered. Never thought it'd happen under these circumstances. Anyway, why did you bring me here? Is it to deliver a certain amount of deaths to you, or kill someone? Touring a strange realm in the company of a beautiful yet dangerous cosmic being was as great a vacation as any. His intentions might not have been completely pure, but he was truly serious about becoming her companion if only to repay her good grace. Being friends or something more with a neutral cosmic being would never be a bad thing in the Marvel Universe. But she denied him the chance to spend any time with her. "There is no goal," Death said after a moment of silence. "Now is your time to enjoy mortal life. After all, you're still very young. Live a fulfilling life before joining my seat at the edge of time." He snorted. The youngest to embrace death in history. It was a nice feeling though. It was an accident. He couldn't help but smirk at her tiny voice. Surely an accident. "Well, do you mind telling me what year it is? Death is not your personal assistant." Dante rubbed the back of his head. He may have ticked Death off with a little tease. He got up and stretched his limbs, which were sore from staying still for way too long. As he was getting the soreness out of his system, a massive billboard across the street caught his eye. Smiling nurses and laughing children were shown in the ad, their faces illuminated in clean hospital corridors. Below the images, bold text read, "Oscorp Community Wellness Centers now open and a healthier tomorrow for everyone." He blinked in stupor. Oscorp, Norman Osborn. Another glance over led him to the infamous Oscorp Tower in the distance. I'll be damned. Norman's presence shed light on two things: she wasn't in the original MCU and this city wasn't safe for him. Fortunately, he had a clear path to grow strong. First and foremost, he had to strengthen his body and achieve more resonance links by learning more about the Null repository. He'd keep the Death resonance link as a last resort. Is the charity work real, or just a facade to fulfill his schemes? Death's surprised voice sounded in his ears. Is companion acquainted with Norman Osborn from your universe? A little bit. He lied with a straight face, hoping that Death couldn't discern it. Before he could think more, his stomach growled, as if he hadn't eaten for days. What's worse, he had no wallet or cash on him, only a key to some place. This might be bothersome. Death laughed in the face of his troubles. Don't worry, companion. I inserted you in this person's place. Everything that belongs to him is now yours. That includes his troubles as well, right? As my companion, it's your responsibility to entertain me every now and then, she said in a teasing voice. His identity is a bit special, giving you many chances to indulge me and yourself in some pleasure. He could only assume the worst kind of pleasure when coming from Death herself. What was he even doing up here? He wasn't here to take a breather or appreciate the view. Dante could only shake his head at her explanation. Probably too many bad days in a row. Does he have a place to live? Yes. Allow me to guide you there. He pulled his coat tighter and walked down the stairs. Let's see what kind of mess you got me into. Lady Death, Dante muttered. What did I do to piss you off? What do you mean, companion? Death's voice arrived with a hint of innocence. I have no animosity for you. Why would I wish ill for my only companion? This. He stared up at a modest brick apartment building that looked like it had given up on life sometime in the early 2000s. Windows were covered with mismatched curtains or foil and a faded "for rent" sign that had probably been there since the dawn of mankind. The address Death had planted in his mind led Dante to Chelsea, specifically 315 West 22nd Street. Could you please clarify the meaning of this? He couldn't help but sigh. She was getting a kick out of his suffering, so he put on a stoic face and stepped inside. The lobby smelled like cigarette smoke. A notice on the wall warned residents that the elevator was temporarily out of service. The date on the notice was from 8 months ago. Stairs it is. Dante took the stairs to reach the 5th floor. He wasn't out of breath at all. Death's created vessel wasn't high-spec, but it was still better than his previous body. He stopped at Unit 5C. The door was dented near the bottom but still surprisingly sturdy for a place like this. Just standing there he could hear the next-door couple screaming at each other and the right neighbor vibing to a pleasant classic score. He pulled out the key he'd found in his jacket pocket and unlocked the door. The apartment did nothing to brighten his stoic expression. The front door opened directly into a narrow living area where an old couch faced a coffee table covered with takeout containers, mugs, alcohol bottles, and a dirty ashtray. A small kitchenette occupied the left wall. A single window overlooked an air shaft, letting in a sliver of gray daylight that only added a more depressing feeling to the space. He took the doorway to the left and found a cramped room barely large enough for a twin bed and a dresser. The mattress sagged and the middle sheets were tangled and messy. A closet with a broken door revealed a sparse collection of clothes. But what really caught his attention was the wall. A large corkboard covered nearly the entire surface, crammed with papers, photographs, maps, and colored strings connecting various points. It looked like something out of a crime thriller, a detective's board when hunting serial killers. He scanned the contents. Printed photos of gang members, some with names and some with aliases. Maps of Queens and Manhattan, certain blocks circled or marked with symbols. A few newspaper clippings about crimes, thefts, important bases, and territory wars. Lastly, a separate section featuring well-dressed men and women at galas, corporate events, or enjoying life in expensive cars. He pulled a folded piece of paper from the board's edge. Inside was a handwritten price list: surveillance work, bodyguard gigs, retrieval services, and information brokering. The rates were nothing mind-blowing for the risk involved. There was a business card attached with Red Eye, alias, a phone number, and email address. An information specialist. A rather thorough one, Death said. He gathered intelligence and connected people who needed things with those who could provide them. Not very skilled in combat, however. Nothing a gun can't make up for. Still, I see nothing special about his identity. You'll understand it later. He tucked back the paper and continued searching, finally finding what he needed in the messy bedsheets wallet. Inside was a New York driver's license with his new face staring back at him. He flipped through the rest of the wallet. A debit card, some transaction receipts, $43 in cash, and a faded photo of a brunette woman and old man with slick white hair. Their faces were too blurred to make out clearly. Those people were probably part of the original Dante's life. Found anything interesting, companion? No, but here's the thing, Dante said, putting the wallet in his pocket. I don't have his memories. I don't know these people, so I'm washing my hands of it. Before Dante could finish, the phone in the living room rang. It was an old touchscreen phone, and the caller ID read unknown number. He hesitated, then swiped to answer. Hello. Is this Mr. Red-Eye? The voice on the other end was pleasant with a soft accent he couldn't quite place. Eastern European, perhaps. Yes. Who am I speaking to? Dante nearly responded with the whimsy, depends on who's asking, but it'd only waste both of their time. I'm Silver Sable. She revealed a familiar name from the comics. I was told you specialize in intelligence regarding Manhattan and nearby areas of New York. Are you available for a contract? Dante's brain went into overdrive. Silver Sable. Mercenary, national hero, or criminal hunter, private military contractor. A hero in some stories, morally gray in others, and quite often on the opposite side of heroes such as Peter Parker. She operated on a completely different level than street thugs and small-time mercs. This woman called to hire him. Death's delighted laughter rang in his mind. Not even a day passed before trouble found you. Mr. Red-Eye, are you still there? Yeah, sorry. Just woke up after a long night. He rubbed his face, buying time to think. What are the terms? Simple to a fault. You must provide intelligence on neighborhoods and individuals in Queens and Manhattan, and assist with logistical planning. Compensation is very good compared to the standard. Getting involved with her meant stepping into the trouble that attracted heroes and supervillains. However, two things pushed him toward acceptance. First, he needed money. Desperately. He had maybe a few $100s to his name, maximum, if he was being generous about his estimation. There wasn't enough to pay for his rent, much less buy food. Second, he needed information. Something was always happening in New York in the comics. He'd rather be proactive and know what was coming than get blindsided and killed by some megalomaniac's master plan. Death might have taken him as her companion, but she wouldn't break her creed to revive him again. He was on his own. Being with Silver Sable would also give him experience in real combat, something he couldn't obtain in his comfort zone. I'm interested, Dante said. Let's meet first. There was a brief pause on her end. Acceptable. I'm currently in Midtown. Where would you suggest? His gaze darted toward the map pinned to the wall. How about Smokies in Midtown? I will find it. When? In an hour. Noted. Do not be late, Mr. Red-Eye. As the beep sounded, he lowered the phone. That escalated quickly. You accepted, Death said, her tone still amused. Despite your concerns. He patted his clothes and fixed his hair. Guess I'm walking there. No vehicle keys were found in the apartment or on his person. The old Dante lacked any means of transportation. Start from the bottom with nothing and climb all the way up. The struggle makes the eventual power and riches that much sweeter. Are those your honest thoughts? My honest thoughts. Death replied softly. The null repository. It will grant you immense power that could easily corrupt you. You might turn into a supervillain drunk on strength. I thought starting from nothing with nothing will keep you from such a fate. He paused, surprised by her straightforward concern. Why would Death care about morals? I don't care much for it. She humphed. I don't want you to change. She wanted him to stay as the man who had honestly asked to her companion. And if I still end up corrupted? You won't, she answered with certainty. As long as I keep you company, you'll never change. But if it does happen, I won't complain. That's touching, Dante muttered with a smile before checking his phone. Today was January 2, 2008, which surprised him since his phone looked as modern as a 2020 device. He could only attribute it to geniuses like Tony Stark pushing technology standards on their own. Let's see the distances hit. 2 miles. Should have asked to meet somewhere closer. Death giggled. Try not to die on the way. It would be embarrassing for my companion to starve to death. He had time to grab something on the way, but he'd rather get a free treat from Silver Sable at the restaurant. 5. Meeting Silver Sable. Author's note, change the title to Death Dealer since you know. Smokies was a mid-sized barbecue restaurant tucked between a boutique and a coffee shop in Midtown. The interior was well lit and decorated nicely with New Year greetings. The smell of smoked meat, spices, sauces, and charcoal hit Dante the moment he walked in, and his stomach immediately reminded him that he hadn't eaten since he had died. Silver Sable sat in a corner booth with her back against the wall, a military-grade tablet in her hands and a sleek leather briefcase on the seat beside her. She wore a dark gray jacket over black pants and sturdy boots. Her silver hair was pulled back in a sleek ponytail. On the table in front of her sat a cup of coffee which had gone cold ages ago. She was beautiful in the way a blade was beautiful, sharp and dangerous. Despite everyone eyeing her for obvious reasons, she kept a calm expression. Symkaria's national hero was quite used to being the center of attention. The same level of attention shifted to Dante the moment he stepped inside, and for a good reason. Death had given him pale skin and sharpened his features to the point of perfection, that combined with his towering, muscular figure easily made him eye-catching. Even Silver Sable held an appreciative gaze for a moment. "Do I need to remind you," Death teased, "that I do not perform half-heartedly?" Dante smiled faintly and walked over, sliding into the seat across from her. "Ms. Sable." Her expression was perfectly neutral as she observed him, clearly not expecting her information broker to be an attractive man, much less being the most attractive man in the whole world, debatably. He might have stretched logic on the last part. Red eye. He gave a small nod. "Am I too late?" "You are right on time." Her Eastern European accent was much more noticeable in person. She set her tablet aside with a quiet thunk. "Do you want to order a drink?" "Yes." He called down a server and ordered a couple of chicken sandwiches, soft drinks, steak, and some fries on the side, probably the most American order he could have made. "Do you want anything?" "I'm fine. Let's discuss business." He leaned back, matching her calm demeanor 1-to-1. "So what intel do you require?" "I need to be informed about the area I'm working in," she said and lowered her voice. "I need insight into gang territories and key players in the underground of Queens and Manhattan." Dante kept his expression neutral, but internally he was working his mind. He did have that information pinned to his bedroom wall. The more important part was why she required it in the first place. "I can provide that. Is this your first time in New York?" "Yes," she replied curtly, tapping the table. "I want it to be as detailed as possible. The compensation is 50,000. Dante stared with a blank expression, both elated and deeply aware of his own ignorance. 50 grand, nothing for her, everything for him. Her client must have paid her generously for her to overspend on intel. "All right, you'll get everything once I'm back home. Do you want physical or digital?" "Both, if possible," she said, fetching the briefcase by her side and passing it to him. "Your payment and my contact are both inside." Dante took the briefcase and opened it on the spot. The sight of stacks upon stacks of bills earned a half-hearted nod from him. There was also a small phone, probably a burner with necessary details. Of all the outcomes he had imagined for this meeting, walking away 50 grand richer wasn't on the list. The pressure of starting from zero considerably lightened with the briefcase. "Were you from a wealthy family?" Death asked curiously. "I grasped everything in that mysterious world except you. Your background remains mostly a mystery." He heavily doubted her words. She would know about Marvel Comics if she truly understood the world he came from. As Dante was about to close the briefcase, the server arrived with the order. The young man's eyes flickered between the silver-haired beauty, him, and the briefcase, mouth opening as if to say something, but closing again when he saw Dante's calm expression. Dante closed the briefcase before accepting the order. "Thank you." He looked at Sable as the server left. "Are you sure you want to offer payment in advance? What if I ran away with it?" "You didn't arrive by car or cab as you were a bit out of breath and dehydrated. Your base of operation must be within 3 or 4 miles, she said without blinking. "Tracking you will only take an hour." Her tone barely changed even when sending out threats. Dante shook his head. His apartment was only a temporary place to stay. At least it was different from his previous life and wouldn't bring out the memories associated with his family. Biting into the sandwich, flavors exploded in his mouth, amplified amply by his hunger and the enhanced senses of his new body. It took him a few moments to devour everything. He washed it all down with the soft drink. "I feel alive again." Sable dabbed her hands with a napkin while staring at him like he was some rare zoo animal. He gently wiped his mouth, showing manners that were nowhere present a minute ago. "Give me some time to organize everything. He'd rather not send a bunch of messy files for a deal this generous." "You are an interesting man." He agreed to her wholeheartedly. Death wouldn't agree to be his companion if he wasn't an interesting person. "I don't think you mean that in a typical woman fashion. Realistically, it almost doesn't make sense for you to be in this field." Dante couldn't help but feel surprised. She was sharp, too sharp. Whoever informed her about him must have also relayed the suicidal, depressed disposition of previous Dante, who was ready to end it all today. The current him couldn't be further apart from that suicidal man. "About business, are you in New York for your mercenary work?" He swerved the topic, trying to probe some information. "I am." "Is it related to Oscorp?" Her eyes widened, just enough for Dante to notice before her business mask took over. "I'm not allowed to reveal any details." This confirmed Dante's suspicion that Oscorp was conspiring a wicked plot, which could range from turning himself into Green Goblin through Goblin Serum to world domination. Unfortunately, he wouldn't get any more out of Silver Sable. He had to find another way to gain information about the events around him. "Null might be able to help me out with this." She regarded him for a moment, as if weighing judgment against amusement. "You should be less apparent with your intentions." I'll go out of business if I don't stay well informed. He held her gaze, matching her seriousness with something softer. Besides, it's easier to be honest. No lies means no guilty conscience. I never have trouble sleeping at night. For the faintest instant, a glimmer of approval flickered across Silver Sable's face. She didn't respond, much to his amusement. Her gaze flicked away, toward the people at the restaurant who were pretending not to stare at the two of them. She had dealt with politicians, mercenaries, arms dealers, warlords, but not many men sat across from her in a restaurant and prodded her about honesty. Contact me as soon as the intel is ready. Goodbye, Mr. Red-Eye. She got up and left with heavy strides. Dante's gaze lingered on her back, then returned his attention onto the steak. It was juicy, its flavor only enhanced by the company of a silver-haired beauty. Not a bad job dealing with an experienced mercenary, companion, Death praised him subtly. Now, where will you spend this fortune? He was already picturing better bedding, decent coffee, a better bed, and perhaps a secure window to keep anyone from jumping him at night. Though he didn't have time to find a new place, he could make his current stay comfortable. And he had the money to invest fully in his goal. I wish I could go shopping with you. It'd be quite fun shopping. Who says I can't come over? He nearly choked on his drink at her eager answer. Death appeared across from him in her elegant form, her elbow propped on the table and her chin leaned in her palms. She was taking pure delight in his shock. Somehow, nobody in the restaurant reacted to her sudden appearance. Don't worry. They can't see me unless they are close to death. He wiped his face with a napkin and shifted the clutter to the side. Well, I'm not close to death, I'm close to the death. You very much are, companion. This was going to be, by far, the most fun shopping day he's ever had. Before he left, he pulled out the handy device in his pocket to look up Stark Industries. What showed up was Tony Stark's image plastered all over headlines after a recent interview regarding his ongoing deal with the US military. The strangest part was that Tony Stark matched one-to-one with the one in MCU aka Robert Downey Jr. He also looked through rumors of a flying tin can just in case but found nothing. He is just Tony Stark right now, which adds up with the MCU timeline. No, there is Silver Sable and Norman Osborn. The CEO of Oscorp was next on his Google search. Surprisingly, Norman Osborn had the same face in his viral "I'm something of a scientist myself" meme. The beloved William Dafoe. After some furious typing over the internet, he was left more confused than he had ever been in his entire life. Baxter Building also existed in this universe, and so did Rockcon Energy Corporation and Frost International. What in this fucked up timeline? 6. Felicia's encounter. The day after 2008 started, Felicia Hardy stood before a flower shop in the bustling mall. Her striking green eyes were locked onto clusters of roses, the black ones in particular had a hypnotizing effect on her. The velvety petals seemed to absorb light. The soft yet lingering fragrance layered with a subtle scent of damp soil stirred memories she'd nearly forgotten. Dear me, I didn't skip lectures to admire roses. Dragging herself back from the distraction, she weaved through the crowded mall, her leather jacket brushing past holiday shoppers and their hefty bags. Her eyes flickered from one storefront to another as she scanned their window displays. She wasn't here to buy anything, not in the traditional sense. She needed inspiration, a spark to nail the design of her black cat suit. A real, professional attire needed visually pleasing aesthetics, proper function and utility while still being a disguise to hide her identity. And it had to be a bold design. A movie poster outside the theater caught her attention mid-stride. It was first in the Matrix trilogy, re-releasing for the New Year occasion. She wasn't drawn to the movie but the suit worn by one of the female actors. Bingo. The classics never gave up on Felicia, they never let her down. She slipped into a nearby CAF, the warmth wrapping her like a blanket as the door chimed shut behind her. She claimed a corner table near the window, pulled out her notebook, and sketched furiously. The side of her notebook had a few labels pinned: lightweight, sleek, stylish, masked, black, tight but flexible enough for acrobatics. After minutes, she lifted the notebook into light. Parfait. Perfect. Heads turned instantly. Only now she realized that she was still in a cafe, where conversations were in whispers and peace was preserved. The crowd of 10 or so plus the barista glared her way. She gave a small bow. Sorry. Lowering the notebook, she sat back down as if nothing happened. This much attention was barely anything compared to what she got during her gymnastics and swimming classes, and absolutely nothing against the attention her night career's accomplishments got from news outlets and NYPD. The heists, as small as they may be, put her second identity in the spotlight. She never stole for money. No, such pedestrian reasons tainted her craft. Yes, craft. She was an artist, sharpening her craft so that one day she would free her father from prison. So that one day the father and daughter could make every rich, loathsome fellow shiver. Have patience, dearie me. That day will come soon. A confident smirk tugged at her lips. Very soon. As she tucked away her notebook, her focus turned to a couple entering the cafe. The surroundings seemed to freeze over in that second. Her eyes were drawn first to the woman, whose black dress trailed the floor yet remained completely free of dust. Long raven hair framed features that seemed timeless, snow-pale skin, dark eyes, and an expression of serene detachment. She looked like she'd stepped out of a fairy tale. The man beside her matched her in his own jaw, perfectly sculpted features, a lean, muscular build beneath a dark coat, and posture oozing calm confidence. Together, they looked unreal. Picture perfect. Too perfect. That raised every red flag Felicia had. A movie shoot. She quickly scanned outside through the glass panels. No crew. No cameras. No lights or equipment. Yet the odd prickling didn't go away. Something was off about the couple. Something she couldn't put into words, but her sharp senses felt it vividly. Then the man's gaze swept the CAF and landed on her. That alone wouldn't trigger any red flag, as men tend to check her out quite often. But the raw surprise in his eyes was hard to ignore, as though he recognized her. What's with that look? She was certain she'd never met him before. He was too old to be a fellow student, too young to be a professor. There was no trace of either of them anywhere in her life. She couldn't understand them, and that bothered her. Like cats, she, too, was a curious creature. A stubborn one at that. She wouldn't let this go until she understood what made them so unnervingly strange. Her design was finished. She had time to observe and figure them out. By luck or fate's design, the couple took the table directly beside hers. Sipping her caramel-iced macchiato, she listened in while pretending to read a magazine. Fancy anything? The man asked. Whispers rippled through the CAF as the odd three women shot him lingering looks. Nothing. The lady in black shook her head gently. Mortal drinks don't suit me, but I'll have whatever you offer. The theatrical way of speech felt bizarre, to say the least. The man gave her a self-assured smile. All right, wait here. As he left for the counter, the woman stood. Felicia's heart leaped as the woman crossed the short distance and took the empty seat directly across from her. Hello there, Felicia greeted without missing a beat, despite her growing unease. How can I help you? The lady acknowledged with a gentle nod. Would you mind if I sit here until my companion comes back? Would I mind sharing a table with a drop-dead gorgeous stranger? Not a chance. Felicia laughed. I'm Felicia Hardy. A faint, imperceptible smile touched the lady's lips. Thank you, Felicia. You may call me Death. Felicia wanted to brush it off as a joke, but the lady's tone was utterly serious. Death is a pretty death metal name. Felicia forced a grin. Are you part of a band? Her common sense dictated that no one would actually be named Death, or proud of having such a name. The bullying alone at schools would break them. Death tilted her head innocently. No, it is my name, my title, my very reason for existence. Shame you seem like you'd make some killer tracks. Felicia shook her head in exaggerated disappointment. But I still gotta ask, why that name? Why Death? Death crossed her arms as her face revealed an annoyed frown. Do you ever question why the sun and moon are called such? No, you simply accept. In the same vein, death is death, the inevitable end of all living beings. Felicia stared, momentarily stunned speechless. This woman was either too deep in fantasy or completely serious, and something deep in Felicia's gut told her that it was the latter. Lady, do you need therapy? I can recommend someone good. Death could only sigh as though fed up with her foolishness. Turning her head, Death looked at her approaching partner. Companion, you're here. The black-haired man glanced between them with a puzzled look. He put down the tray and dragged a chair to sit beside Death. Everyone stared at him weirdly, even those girls who were sending him starry-eyed looks before. They looked disturbed, as if they were looking at someone who'd lost his mind. Death accepted the offered drink and took a small sip. Her expression softened immediately. Sweet. I like it. The man nodded, satisfied, and looked at Felicia with an awkward smile. I hope Death didn't bother you much. Felicia raised a brow. Is her name really Death? It bothered her. It bothered her too much that this ethereal beauty had a couple screws loose. It bothered her that she couldn't shake off the strange feeling of inferiority before Death. Not the better face, body, or smarts type of inferiority, but a primal kind. It was as if standing before someone vast and immeasurable, someone so significant that Felicia was barely worth noticing. And it really ticked her off. Cats were petty by and curious nature, and so was Felicia Hardy. Yes, Dante replied, sipping through his straw, his calm gaze never leaving hers. Would you trust me if I told you she's really the living embodiment of death? Felicia stared at Death, who was happily sipping on her drink with the happiness of a child. Would you if you were me? I wouldn't either, he said, pausing as a grave expression appeared on his face. But do you know what it means to see her? Now you're making it all weird. Felicia leaned back and crossed her arms, looking a bit fed up. You tell me what it means, handsome. Death patted Dante's shoulder. Companion, you shouldn't change. Fate. Dante chuckled, though his eyes remained serious. My presence alone changes everything. What difference would one life make? What you speak of is different from reversing an inevitable death. It will have rippling effects across this universe. He revealed a calm smile. It's not that important. Death looked ready to argue, but he reached over and gently took her hand. The lady sighed as if it couldn't be helped, and returned to her drink with quiet acceptance. Felicia listened to the exchange, but every word and meaning flew over her head. Nothing made sense. Are you one of those fortune tellers with arcana cards? Because miss me with that mystical. Felicia Hardy, be quiet for a second. Her eyes widened. How do you know my name? She'd only introduced herself to Death when Dante was at the counter, well outside range of hearing their conversation. Even her sharper-than-average hearing wouldn't have caught a word they were saying. I know more than your name. I know about your dual identities, your father, and what you do at night. He paused, took a long sip of his drink, then put the cup away. You might think I'm here to blackmail you or manipulate you. Let me be clear. I'm not. Felicia's composure nearly fell away as her fingers tightened around her cup. Dual identities. Not a single person was made aware of this truth yet except for the man who trained her. And as annoying as Black Fox could be, she knew he'd never betray her. Why do you know that? That's not important right now, Dante said, leaning forward with a serious expression. What's important is that you're about to die. 7. Two uninvited guests. Felicia sat in the cafe, staring at the magazine. Dante's words echoed in her mind like a favorite song on repeat even after the couple departed. Were they con artists? No, they knew too much for that. They couldn't be undercover cops as they'd just throw her in prison without any of these mind games. Maybe death is what she claims, Felicia. What if the greatest heist you've prepared for years will kill you? But Felicia slapped her cheeks to shake off the thought. Get your head out of there. She'd worked too hard to stop now. She had to see this through, even if there was a chance of death. The barista arrived at her table. She was no longer in her uniform, which signified the end of her shift. Hey, were you and that guy, acquainted? Felicia noticed a great deal of adoration in the young barista's eyes, probably a university student like herself. What baffled Felicia was the eagerness, as though the girl didn't see the gorgeous woman at the guy's side. Although the barista was pretty, she couldn't match Death. We're acquaintances, kind of. The barista girl's eyes lit up. Oh, do you have his contact? Nope. All her excitement deflated away. She scratched her head. Please tell me if you meet again. He was, wow, so fine. But kinda, out of his head. What do you mean, out of his head? He looked normal enough. The barista gasped. How did you not see him talking to himself? He was right beside you. No, wait. Felicia jumped up in shock. He was talking to a woman in black. The question earned a puzzled and rather concerned look from the barista. Are you sure you didn't party too hard last night? Agitated, Felicia scanned the cafe and questioned those who'd been around since her arrival. The barista wasn't lying. Nobody saw Death. Nobody except herself. It'd be one thing if Death was invisible to everyone, but Death showed up to her and Dante. I have to get to the bottom of this. With heart pounding, she dashed out as fast as an Olympic sprinter. The mall was crowded, but finding those two shouldn't be too hard. Felicia put on her charming smile and asked around. The leads took her around the mall and then through other shopping centers in Manhattan until the sky turned orange. Shit, I fumbled my chance at something insane. She clutched her hair, her left fist clenched. How do I find them? Wait. She took out her phone and sent a text to an acquaintance. Someone who dealt in murky dealings around the area. Get me information brokers around Manhattan. Soon, a list of contact cards arrived in her inbox. Sleep peacefully tonight. Bad luck will knock at your door tomorrow. She took a cab to her dorm before the curfew started. Voices drifted from inside, which was odd since the room belonged to Felicia alone. Intruders? Her curiosity wrestled with caution until curiosity won. She pressed her ear to the door to eavesdrop. Say, Sai, did you attend university? No, the hand never let me. I feel for you. You know, I was a top student, thanks to telepathy, the confident voice continued. Back then, I may have been a dumb girl humiliating others for pleasure. It was fun though, it always is. As if you don't do it now, the other voice replied dryly. How long will we wait here? We don't have to, anymore. Felicia, you don't need permission to enter your own room. Felicia's heart slammed against her ribs. That last line was heard directly in her mind, or was it just her imagination? Regardless, her cover was blown. She had the skill to wipe the floor with two ordinary women. Things might get tricky if they carried firearms. As quick and agile as she was, bullets moved faster than her reflexes. She was at a complete disadvantage. The calm voice whispered again, your fears are useless. We didn't bring any guns. Did she read my mind? Felicia shook her head. No, just a lucky guess. It's not a lucky guess. Felicia, be a good girl and greet us. The correct move would be to bolt the hell away from the university and never turn back. She wasn't trained to fight psychic mind readers who could worm their way into her mind. Hell, she didn't even know such powers could exist outside of books and movies. Finding 3 people with supernatural powers in one day. Classic Felicia luck. Run, and the NYPD gets all your recent evidence by morning. By all, I mean all of the crimes you committed last year. Faced with such a threat, Felicia had no choice but to open the door even if it meant walking into a trap. Inside, the luxury incarnate herself sat on a chair like a queen. Her face was gorgeous, enhanced by dramatic makeup. Blonde hair spilled over her white fur coat. The expensive jewels around her neck winked at Felicia. She exuded wealth and luxury. So much wealth that Felicia's fingers tingled with greed even in this situation. The blonde wasn't alone, however. A black-haired woman stood guard right next to the blonde, wearing a sleek deep navy bodysuit with a high-cut leotard-style bottom. The red flowy sash around her waist nicely contrasted with her black. A similar sash was wrapping the sword's hilt on her back. A high-class blonde and a Japanese bodyguard with a katana. Who did you piss off this time, Felicia? Felicia twirled a lock of her hair. Why would a rich lady invade my dorm room? The blonde's lips painted in rusty red showed a confident smile. Composed and a sharp thinker. As expected from Manhattan's rising star. Heartbeat rising swiftly, Felicia barely kept her poker face on. Listen, I've had a long day today, and I'm not in the mood to entertain some weirdos. Why don't you get the hell out before I call the cops? A thief calling the cops, the blonde remarked sharply. Do you see the irony in that, daughter of Walter Hardy? The words slammed into Felicia hard. In one day, no less than half a day, two people spat her secret to her face. The first person was mysterious but still friendly, and the second person had an unknown background and a mysterious bodyguard by her side. Even so, she was so ready to reveal her claws, or she would have if a certain someone's warning wasn't still fresh on her mind. The two intruders didn't come in peace. He warned me. Now, she was half assured that she would die here as there was no beating someone who could read minds and a swordsman whose gaze alone sent shivers down her spine. Felicia plopped down on her bed and crossed her arms. Who are you? What do you want? The situation might be salvageable. They came with a purpose. Otherwise, they'd have struck already. If her death was set in stone, she'd just have to steal it back from the god of death. Emma Frost. Emma introduced herself with a businesslike smile. Before we talk business, do something for me, darling. Think back to your meeting with Dante. Think clearly. I may be able to find them. Felicia thought twice before focusing her mind on the scene. As scary as Emma Frost was, she held no candle to the mystery couple of Death and Dante. The best case scenario would be that Emma bothers them and gets taken down. Oh, I won't, darling. I fear what you met isn't the manifestation of death but a mutant like us. A mutant. I'll tell you more later. Emma crossed her legs and rested her chin on her palm. Listen, Felicia. Walter Hardy has been diagnosed with ALS. Felicia froze for a good moment, reasonably so. No, how could it be? Tragic, I know. I'm afraid your father will be celebrating the next new year in the afterlife. Emma shook her head, showing a look of sadness, which was clearly fake. You can't cure him, but you can do one favor for him, still let him pass away at home with his loved ones by his side. Felicia clenched her fists, eyes blazing with resolve. Consequences be damned. Death be damned. She'd get her father out at any cost. Emma shared a glance with Psylocke, who returned a nod. The good news is, you don't have to scheme a prison break for him. I'll bring him out. You'll do something for me in return. A fair trade for both parties, right? Felicia took a deep breath and pushed down the wreck of emotions. Why not use your mind-reading powers? Telepathy isn't unbeatable. There are powers above monitoring my movements, Emma said with a sigh. You have to do it for me. Death, mutants, telepathy, and greater powers above. The black cat realized she'd stumbled into a dangerous new world. Despite the dangers, she felt her heart beating excitedly. The cat loved a thrill. Fine, I'll do your dirty work, Felicia said, spreading her arms. Don't make it too dangerous. I'm just a small-time burglar with no superpowers. A radiant smile bloomed on Emma Frost's face. The job is well within your expertise, darling. 8. Upset. Unleashing 15 grand in a single shopping spree for a small apartment looked simpler than you'd expect. Boxes upon boxes filled the apartment, fresh clothes, cookware, essential gadgets, and even a sleek espresso machine for his caffeine needs. And loads of bubble wrap. Where the hell do I start? Dante muttered, scratching his head as he glanced around. The apartment was a mess before he came here, and it was a bigger mess now. He caught Death lounging quietly on the brand new couch, her long legs stretched across the cushions. It was a sight to see Death completely at home in his apartment, bobbing her head to the screeching death metal blasting from his new television. Death and death metal. That's just poetic. She glanced at him, sensing his gaze, then turned away. She'd been distant since their run-in with Felicia, the class cold shoulder treatment. The ordeal with Felicia upsetted her, though she was more upset that he had taken Felicia's side despite knowing how much she cherished the cosmic balance. He would have ignored anyone else. But Felicia. She wasn't just anyone. Black Cat had always been one of Dante's favorites, and it only took a few minutes to change her fate. He'd given her enough hints to prove that Death wasn't just some woman in black. What she did with that knowledge was her choice. His help started and ended with that simple advice. Everything else depended on her own effort. Black Cat is here, but Spider-Man won't be for 7 years. Maybe this world's Spidey isn't the MCU version. He took out his phone and searched for any superhero-related news and rumors. Nothing came up. It doesn't matter. Superheroes like Iron Man and Captain America would soon take the stage to deal with worldly and otherworldly troubles. He'd be here, enjoying a cozy life with Death while doing the side quest of becoming stronger through the Null Repository. Dante turned back to the apartment. The bedroom was first on his list. He ripped off the old wrinkled sheets and tossed away the dusty pillows. New, clean sheets covered the bed in no time. He opened the windows to let in the winter breeze and moved from room to room, dusting, vacuuming, mopping, and organizing everything. Hours slipped away, and only around 9 p.m. did Dante finally stretch, muscles sore but heart satisfied with the results. His apartment looked cleaner, smelled better, and felt like a comfortable place to live. A place to be called home. Home sweet home. After a quick shower and change of clothes, he dropped onto the couch beside Death, who hadn't moved an inch. Still mad at me? She sighed and finally turned her gaze down toward him. Companion, I am not mad. I am disappointed. Disappointed? He asked in surprise, never expecting such words to be directed at him. What did I do? Ever since we met, I have been straightforward with you. I kept nothing to myself. But you've kept secrets. Many, many secrets. He stared, realizing she was right. Maybe he'd hurt her trust without meaning to. This is about Felicia, isn't it? Yes, she said with a slow nod. You acted like you knew her. But you don't, not really. You also know more about me and Norman Osborn than you should. Companion, what are you hiding from me? He knew he couldn't dodge the question forever. Rubbing his cheek, he hesitated, then said, You won't believe it even if I told you. The truth is just that absurd. She showed a serious expression. I trust you. Say the words that can shake the heart of Death. After a long pause, he did. How is that even possible? Death's eyes, which had always been calm, carried a look of shock. Where does it put your null repository? What exactly is it? He shook his head. I have no idea, but I have a feeling the answer will be revealed in the future. Death gazed at him for a long moment before some calmness returned to her face. This will not change anything, companion. It matters not who my creator is. I am Death, and I will continue to carry out my purpose. For me, this multiverse is real. He rested his head carefully on her lap. Her thighs were warm, comforting beneath him, a strange yet welcome change from the cold body he felt in her realm. Now, she was as warm as a normal person. What about me, then? Am I real, or just a fabrication? She placed her hand over his chest. Despite your artificial vessel, you are as real as this world you're breathing in, which will make your soul all the more satisfying to claim. What? A cold shiver went down his spine. He felt like he did something to piss her off again. Otherwise, she wouldn't say such words with a scary face. They were way past the stage of Death wanting to kill him. If I upset you, tell me, Death. I'd rather we scream at each other than complete silence. She seemed surprised at the request. Then her gaze softened, and she smiled, drawing a circle over his heart. The smile was a sign he had survived a disaster. Dante, you can sleep with whoever you wish, love them, even impregnate them. But you are never to put anyone over me. You're my companion first, even if you were reluctant. I was reluctant. She poked his nose, pouting. My senses don't work on your emotions and thoughts, but even I can tell your offer was an attempt to save your skin. Death is not that stupid. He never thought he'd see Death pout over a trivial matter, yet here he was, watching her pout over a trivial matter. I was a bit unwilling at first, but now, I like spending time with my beautiful companion. Wouldn't give it up for anything. He took her hand, kissed it softly. You know, jealous Death is just so cute. You're the first man to call Death cute. I wonder if you would feel the same when I come to claim your life. He winked. You can check it now. You have yet fulfilled your responsibilities as my companion. She crossed her arms and looked out the window. That said, I hope that moment doesn't come anytime soon. I'd rather not die if living is an option. He stretched his legs and made himself comfortable. I'm going to sleep now, and you'll stay like this all night. This is my reward for doing everything while you were lazing on the couch. She arched her brow, but a soft laugh escaped her. Rest to your heart's content. This vessel is more than prepared for such hardship. A few minutes after he closed his eyes, he felt something soft and wet pressing against his lips. He had a tiny bit of impulse to tease her for sneaking a kiss when he was sleeping and calling her the shyest cosmic being. She's got a human side. It relieved him to see that she wasn't immune to desire. She got jealous and cared. But he couldn't rush the relationship. Death wasn't someone you pushed. One wrong step, and he might vanish, erased from existence. Besides, there were other desirable women in this world. The first one to cross his mind was Sable, and the second was Felicia Hardy. One with a steady and mature mindset about life and responsibilities, and the other whimsical and chaotic. Mingling with them was inviting trouble. Sable had the burden of a whole nation as its sovereign, and Felicia had her fated Death to defy. Let's stick with Death for now. But Dante woke to the quietest morning he'd ever known in this world. The clock on the wall had ticked a little after 5. He shifted and realized his head still rested on Death's lap. She leaned back against the cushions, eyes closed with a peaceful expression. Her breathing was so soft it almost disappeared. He found himself watching her for a long while. The embodiment of Death had no business being this beautiful. Is she actually sleeping? His fingers brushed his lips, recalling her gentle kiss. He eased up, careful not to disturb Death's sleep, and pecked her lips. A faint blush colored her cheeks. She woke up. He couldn't help himself with a second kiss, then a third, each one longer than the last. That was enough teasing to make her beet red. Peeking out the window, Dante saw the city wrapped in the stillness of early morning. He still found it hard to believe that this world, these people, everything came from the pages of comic books and movies. Grabbing a towel, he headed for the shower. The cold water pelted his skin like needles, waking every sense and clearing the leftover sleep from his system. Back in the bedroom, he unpacked the laptop Sable had paid for. She had made good on her payment, so it was time to deliver. He scanned the files and sorted everything into neat folders. It took nearly 3 hours, but by the end, the information was packaged just the way a professional like Sable would prefer. When Dante returned to the living room, Death was gone. The only sign she'd been there was the impression on the cushions. Death. Her voice reached him like a distant echo. I'm still here, just not by your side. What happened? A minor disturbance in another universe. He rubbed the back of his neck. Anything I can help with? It's a mad titan. He is obsessed with me and wants to impress me, to make me his. He is claiming lives to do so, which is ruining the balance here, she explained. You are still too weak to interfere. Dante arched a brow. He knew that story. The universe where Thanos claimed the heart of universe and wiped every life to impress Death. Without life, Death lost her purpose and the reason for existence. In the end, Thanos became the most powerful, but he couldn't get the only thing in his heart. But it should be an alternate reality, not an actual universe. You seem to know about him, she murmured. I do. This world's Thanos will be a big problem too. You can overpower him once you reach a higher link with me. Don't neglect your body or your study of the null repository while I'm not there. Don't be gone for too long. You'll miss out on a lot of fun. I'll be back soon. Be safe, Dante. And just like that, she was gone. Dante stood a moment longer, then shook his head. Worrying about her safety was pointless. Only cosmic beings of her level could challenge her. As for killing her, only a few beings could achieve it. He could better use that energy on finding the immediate threats in the surroundings. First of all, he texted Sable to get her business out of the way. Dante, packages ready. When do you want it? Sable, 2 p.m. Same place. Dante, got it. After having a quick breakfast, he sat cross-legged on the floor. Null, are you there? A familiar prompt appeared inside his mind. Null repository status, active. All centralized data is properly secured and connected to the main core. Death or Null talking to both made him seem like a lunatic since the world couldn't see either. Neural status, stable. No abnormality detected. I know I'm mentally stable. Null, when can I use those powers without a link? Administrator needs to achieve 100% resonance with a character to make use of Nexus feature. It will allow you to use one of their abilities outside of resonance link. Only one. The number will increase as you finish more resonance links. And what's my current progress with Death? Resonance link, Death 1.9%. He groaned. It's going to take forever. Understanding a cosmic being, especially one like Death, was beyond difficult. Having a romantic connection with her would ease the difficulty since it'd let him see many sides of her. How do I progress faster? 2 requirements must be met for a complete resonance. 1. Understand your target's psyche in full. 2. Logically analyze and comprehend their abilities. The second requirement was new, but it made sense since a target's abilities were also a part of them. The less complex they are, the easier it is to complete their resonance link, right? Correct. Dante crossed his arms, thinking through possibilities. It was impossible to 100% Death's link anytime soon. He needed another target. Captain America was an easier link to reach completion as his psyche could be summed up with a few words: selfless, brave, loyal, and heroic. Then a slow grin spread across his face. Why would he settle for Cap's superhuman strength when he could resonate with someone who was millions of times stronger with just as easy a psyche to comprehend? Null, search Hyperion in your database. 9. Mutant Awakening. Sable sat at Smokey's, eyes fixed locked on the door as her fingers tapped the table. Every coming customer shuddered under her cold, murderous gaze. Many turned around, lacking the courage to step inside. Of course, some brave souls called her out on her unnecessary hostility. She silenced them by placing a cold sniper rifle on the table. As Symkaria's sovereign, she operated beyond most laws here. A stunt like this might earn a warning, maybe a fine. Even if it didn't, frankly, she couldn't care about it at the moment. 4 p.m. 92 minutes past her assigned meeting with Red-Eye. The man himself had yet to arrive or send an update via text. She paid him upfront on professional trust. Now, she looked like a fool. Her wild pack, her nation looked like a fool. She clenched her fist. I will carve into his bones the ruthlessness of my wild pack. Without hesitation, she dialed the one man who could track Red-Eye within seconds. Phil Coulson speaking. I handed you that abomination in Symkaria. Do you still remember that? Yes, I do. You must also remember my words from that time then. There was a brief pause from the other side. You will owe me the wild pack a favor for this. Correct, she said with a satisfied nod. I'm cashing half of it now. I need every detail on a merc in Manhattan. Codename Red-Eye. Black eyes, black hair, around 6 in height, and a sharp face. Did he dump? One more word, and I will make sure Symkaria never cooperates with your organization in the future, Sable warned. Send me the intel ASAP. Using the favor on a low-level merc, Phil's response came, skeptical and somewhat annoyed. It doesn't seem like a smart move, Sovereign of Symkaria. I will still keep half the favor in my pocket. This wasn't about her and Red Eye anymore. She had to send a clear message that Symcaria and her wild packs were not to be played for fools under any circumstances. Is this because of your new client? He doesn't seem like the nicest guy to cooperate with. Again, it's not your concern, she said flatly before ending the call. She stared at her tablet until it finally pinged. Dante. He wasn't seen leaving his apartment today. She brushed a strand of her hair back and picked up her rifle before heading out. The cold rage she'd held in her chest vanished the moment she broke into Dante's apartment. The target of her vengeance lay motionless on the floor, shirtless, and his jeans a bunch of rags clinging to his legs. His breathing was so shallow he might as well have been dead. What the hell? She crouched beside him and reached out carefully to check his pulse, only to jerk back. His skin burned with heat far beyond fever. The intense heat had melted most of his clothes into tattered, barely recognizable rags. A mutant awakening. Her hand hovered over her phone to summon her team. Immediately her rational mind quickly shook off that impulse. None of her mercenaries had any knowledge about mutants. She, however, possessed at least some knowledge passed down through her heritage and her father's teachings about mutants. Technically speaking, this marked her second time encountering a mutant in the flesh, and she genuinely wished she hadn't been forced to witness the first one. Green Moon, that grotesque abomination who had once run rampant through Symcaria's outskirts. He was barely any stronger than average humans, and his power was an ugly third eye on his chest, capable of shooting Chinook beams. The impact was barely stronger than a Nerf gun. Useless, absolutely and utterly useless was the only way to accurately describe Green Moon's pathetic abilities. Although she wasn't a mutant expert, Dante's powers seemed to be on an entirely different level judging from the ruckus he caused in his unconscious state. Any power related to extreme heat or flames would be made useful in combat. I should kill him. Save him from the inevitable trouble of being hunted and save the world from a potential supervillain. A clean solution made even easier by the fact that this man had no family to speak of. However, it wasn't a choice Sylvvaja Sablenova would make. He hadn't hurt her. Rather, the laptop on the couch and the bundled files stacked on top of it showed his diligence in accomplishing his work. I can walk away, not be a part of this. Her intel sat right there waiting for her to collect it, and absolutely nothing would stop her from leaving with both the laptop and the files. Nothing except her own morals and her greed. Where others saw endless future troubles and complications, Silver Sable's eye recognized an opportunity. The opportunity to increase her wild pack's overall firepower while simultaneously scoring a skilled intel operative. She rubbed the back of her head before muttering aloud, how exactly do I help him then? Water might work, I suppose. Scanning the apartment quickly, she located a bucket and filled it to the brim with cold water before dumping it over his overheated body. Steam immediately hissed upward as the water made contact with his burning skin, vaporizing almost instantly. Oh come on. She repeated the process again and again. 5 trips, 5 buckets, and nearly 100-liter water to settle him back in a reasonable temperature. Now his body seemed pleasantly warm to the touch rather than dangerously scorching, which she took as a positive sign of improvement. She carried him to the bed and tucked him under a blanket. Now what do I do? She'd fought warlords, mercenaries, and many other dangerous monsters lurking in Symcaria, yet this particular situation represented new territory that her training hadn't fully prepared her to handle. One thing is certain. I can't let S.H.I.E.L.D. discover his existence. As the sovereign of Symcaria, she possessed enough power and influence to protect him from almost everyone. The one glaring exception to that rule was S.H.I.E.L.D. The superorganization had an insatiable hunger for acquiring and controlling mutants from the information her wild pack had acquired. They wouldn't strike openly, but would instead quietly extract him from right under her watchful eyes. They had the skilled agents and resources to do so. She planted a small surveillance camera in the corner of the bedroom where it would capture everything, then returned to the living room and dropped down onto the couch. Her sharp nose caught a feminine scent that didn't belong to either her or Dante, but she couldn't particularly care about it. Not the worst place to live. The apartment wasn't particularly large, but he had clearly taken excellent care of it recently, and judging by the sheer quantity of shiny new purchases scattered throughout the space, she could easily calculate exactly how much of her $50,000 Dante had enthusiastically spent upgrading his living conditions. He is different from what my security consultant told me. Alcoholic, depressed, and suicidal, those had been the exact terms her street-level informant had used to describe Red Eye's mental state and lifestyle. None had turned out to be even remotely accurate. No alcohol bottles or smell around the apartment. No obvious signs of depression in him during their brief face-to-face meeting at the restaurant. As for the suicidal claims, she simply couldn't comprehend how any genuinely suicidal person would spend this much money and effort upgrading their lifestyle and investing in their own comfort and future. Growing bored with speculation, she decided to read through Dante's meticulously prepared files in detail. Not bad. She grabbed his laptop and connected it directly to the surveillance camera feed, leaving a small window open in the corner of the screen so she'd be immediately informed of any abnormal changes in his condition. Afterward, she carefully examined his intelligence work and found herself genuinely impressed by both the thoroughness and the presentation quality. There are too many underground powers in this area. Norman Osborn and his Oscorp Corporation represented her current contract and her primary concern. The real threat, though, came from these numerous underground powers because any rival organization with sufficient resources could easily hire them to sabotage or steal Oscorp's operations. 2 active Maggia families, several dangerous gangs and crews and the Hand, a global cult with history dating back to the 1800s and before. She suddenly understood why Oscorp had offered her such an unexpectedly generous contract for what should have been relatively straightforward security work. They were being pinched from multiple sides simultaneously, with everyone eyeing apparently wanting whatever secrets Oscorp's research facility was hiding behind its walls. A small smile curved her lips. Easy jobs aren't for my wild pack. She glanced at the small video window showing Dante sleeping peacefully in the bedroom. Her primary objective of protecting Oscorp's interests would become significantly easier with another superpowered individual fighting at her side, provided his abilities lived up to her hopes. She still felt her ace was stronger than him. Time passed slowly as she alternated between watching the city through the window and occasionally communicating via encrypted messages with her mercenary team to ensure they continued their regular patrols around the research facility's perimeter. Around 5:30 p.m., her stomach rumbled loudly to remind her that she hadn't consumed a single bite of food since early morning. She'd originally planned to share a meal with Red Eye at their scheduled meeting as a courtesy gesture between comrades. Her plan had completely fallen apart when he never showed up at the restaurant. She rose from the couch and moved into the kitchen, where nearly everything appeared to have been purchased brand new quite recently. Even the shiny refrigerator looked fully stocked with a wide variety of fresh supplies. Chicken, turkey, bacon, more chicken, steak. This man is obsessed with meat. She couldn't help but smile in amusement. His single-minded protein focus might also explain his impressively muscular physique, which she'd noticed immediately during their first meeting. He honestly could have made a career in supermodeling. She found herself craving chicken as well today, so she chose to prepare a relatively simple but flavorful chicken dish learned from a distant German relative. He'd better appreciate my work. 10. Mutate. Dante woke with a groan, his entire body protesting the simple act of staying alive. His new body had never felt this exhausted. On top of that, he felt an odd pulsing warmth in his chest. Not painful. Not annoying. Just comfortable. Clarifying administrator's confusion. You have developed new physical characteristics through mutagenic cellular adaptation triggered by sustained exposure to extreme solar radiation. Classification: Mutate type enhancement. His brows furrowed as fragmented memories surfaced. Then it all came back to him the moment everything went catastrophically wrong. 6 hours earlier. The apartment was filled with cold air, yet sweat cascaded down Dante's face, dripping from his jaw onto already soaked clothing. Images steadily poured into his consciousness, memories from a past that had never belonged to him, memories of flying through skies, of feeling the godlike strength given by solar radiation, of loneliness that stretched across decades. Hyperion's memory tour was far less strenuous than death. No pain didn't mean an easy ride. Hyperion's century-plus of experiences tested him differently. Without his prior experience to strengthen his willpower, he'd have been changed forever into Hyperion. After an hour, his eyes opened with a strange sense of clarity. I feel old. Character Hyperion data resonation has reached 51.5%. Achieved level 4 resonance with character Hyperion. New abilities can be acquired through Resonance Link 3. Would you like to establish a resonance link? He wiped the sweat from his eyes to clear his vision. Barely past half. The progress wouldn't be smooth sailing until he figured out Hyperion's hyperintelligence aspect. Marvel Superman's mind operated on a different spectrum than Dante. Worse, the man himself hadn't fully grasped his atomic vision and solar energy absorption abilities on a fundamental level. He was born with the instinct to use them. Still incredible progress. Heist's gaze lingered on the percentage. Null. How long can I endure Hyperion Resonance Link? Insufficient data for accurate calculation. What happens if I die during it? Resonance Link would be forcefully terminated if it poses a risk to administrator's life. Reassuring. He laughed. What happens if I actually die? Would you choose a new admin? The null repository transferal would require administrator's authorization. The straightforward answer came as a surprise since he expected Null to reply with something like, answer not found, or worse, yes. Then fuck it. He pushed himself to his feet and rolled his shoulders. Hit me with 50% of Marvel's Superman. It can't be worse than 1% of my dead girlfriend. Permission acquired. Level 4 resonance link created. New abilities added to Administrator's Archive 3. The sensation hit him like a nuke going off inside his skull. Pure, overwhelming, all-consuming heat that was solar radiation, the raw energy from the sun, coursed through every cell simultaneously. His mouth opened in a scream that never emerged. His body was unprepared to handle half of Hyperion's solar energy. He'd made a catastrophic miscalculation in the resonance's requirements. Death's power was authority over the concept of death itself. Her abilities didn't demand physical endurance, existing on a conceptual level that his vessel could accommodate with relative ease. But Hyperion was the extreme opposite. The man was a living weapon, an alien whose entire cellular structure had evolved specifically to absorb and manipulate solar radiation, to achieve feats that violated every physics itself. Null forcibly terminated the link in 5 seconds. The damage in that small span of time had been catastrophic. Critical warning. As this prompt surfaced, darkness took over his consciousness. Null really saved me, he muttered. How did a mutation occur if the link was severed quickly? The Null repository channeled excess solar radiation into Universe X to cellular breakdown of Administrator's body. However, recognizing Administrator's goal, Null repository initiated controlled exposure. Administrator's body was gradually saturated with manageable levels of solar radiation over 5 hours, triggering its adaptive evolution mechanisms. Result: creation of a semi-stable bioreactor capable of generating, storing, and regulating solar radiation independently. This thing in my chest is the solar radiation core. Affirmative. Preliminary designation for the solar radiation core, helioreactor. Currently advised to avoid extreme environmental conditions and high-level energy sources, as Administrator's current vessel demonstrates high susceptibility to mutate. He thought back to Death's claim of creating his body in a week, then imbuing it with a speck of her cosmic power. Could that cosmic energy be the reason he could adapt to extreme conditions? I'll admit it was stupid to try without Death, but I can't rely on her for everything. He trailed off, feeling a sudden hollowness in his chest. He already missed Death. Wait, did Death bring me to the bedroom? A smile formed, then vanished. Death wouldn't do such a sloppy job. She would have dressed him properly and then stayed by his side. She'd been meticulous about everything, perhaps because she'd lived for such a long time. Someone else tucked him under the bed. Dante selected fresh clothes, jeans and a simple white shirt. As he dressed, a savory, rich aroma hit him. Then came the soft clatter of cookware, the gentle sizzle of something in a pan, and the faint humming of a familiar feminine voice. He froze just as he stepped out of the bedroom. Nothing could have prepared him for Sable in his kitchen. Her silver hair had been pulled back in a loose ponytail, swaying captivatingly to her cheerful steps. She looked less like the ruthless sovereign of Simcaria and more like a mother preparing a family meal. She had lived up to her promise of tracking him down if he tried to run away, except she had found him sprawled on the floor, adapting to solar radiation. Instead of abandoning him, she had stayed to protect him, even cooking a meal for him. How sweet. Sable must have sensed his presence because she turned, a smile brightening her usually stern features. The moon shone only for a moment. Her eyes widened as that sweet smile disappeared. She cleared her throat and assumed her dignified posture. Wait, over there. I'll serve you when it's prepared. Dante moved toward the refrigerator, retrieving a bottle of chilled water. You should stay like that. It was cute. Sable's hand flinched visibly at his words. Don't drink cold water in winter. You will. Dante looked at her, one eyebrow arched. I will. She blinked as her expression became that of pure embarrassment. I forgot you're a walking furnace. That, I am, he said softly. I don't know why you're doing this, but thank you for staying around. She stared at him for a long moment, clearly taken aback by his straightforward honesty. I didn't do it out of kindness, she said finally, though her voice lacked its cold edge. There were strategic considerations. I'll explain later. Dante ignored her cold front and moved closer, drawn by the rich aroma wafting from the stove. Creamy sauce-coated tender chicken, the scent of herbs and citrus made his stomach growl with fierce hunger. This looks incredible. She seemed to shrink next to him, his broad shoulders and height making the already petite woman appear almost delicate. She squared up immediately and nudged him firmly with her elbow. Move. I still need to prepare side dishes. Dante laughed and retreated to the couch. Null, show me my current attributes. The familiar display materialized in his mind, and his eyes widened slightly at the changes. Core attributes, non-resonant state. Intelligence, 27, +2. Class, gifted. Effects, above average creativity and adaptability. Intuitively comprehends death manipulation and solar energy mechanics. Accelerated pattern recognition and strategic planning. Vitality, 16, +5. Class, near peak human. Effects, sustained activity for 2 to 3 hours without fatigue. Accelerated recovery. Minor injuries heal in half normal time. Helioreactor passively supplements cellular energy, extending endurance thresholds. Strength, 15, +3. Class, near peak human. Effects, maximum lifting capacity of 600 pounds under optimal conditions. Speed, 12, +2. Class, peak normal. Effects, speed is amplified to near the highest human potential. Able to sprint at 24 miles per hour for extended periods. Capable of complex parkour maneuvers. Coordination equivalent to trained acrobats. Durability, 19, +7. Class, enhanced. Effects, skin and bone density 40% above human baseline. Helioreactor reinforces cellular integrity, granting resistance to physical attacks. Body structure neutralizes toxins and poisons at a quicker rate. The body can withstand up to 75 C without impairment. Willpower, 26, +1. Class, iron will. Effects, as a byproduct. Energy capacity, cannot be measured. Class, unknown. Effects, helioreactor can store and metabolize solar radiation in theoretically limitless quantities. Safe absorption rate undetermined. Excess energy is automatically expelled to Universe X to prevent damage. All physical attributes can be further amplified through solar radiation. Maximum enhancement potential unknown. Core abilities. Solar radiation absorption. Helioreactor. No pain, no gain, Dante whispered to himself, suppressing a shudder at the memory of that soul-tearing pain. The power had nearly destroyed him, and might have succeeded if not for Null's emergency protocols. It's insane I'm nearing peak human stats. He might reach superhuman class using solar radiation. However, he was missing one crucial ability: solar energy manipulation, which he could siphon from Hyperion's experience. Though, he was too starved to take up the challenge at the moment. Lounging on the couch, he turned on the television to pass time. After a few minutes, Silver Sable emerged from the kitchen carrying a large tray loaded with multiple dishes. She set everything on the glass table before him. Wow, this is a feast. She slapped his wrist sharply before he could grab anything. Settling onto the couch beside him, she gave him the "don't you dare disobey me" look. Satisfied with his reaction, she picked up a plate and began serving him properly. This is Hmchin in Zitron dill sauce, MIT gherkin, dill reis, and gherkin salad. Lemon dill chicken with cucumber rice and salad for you Americans. Her German pronunciation was flawless and natural. He scratched his cheek. Can I eat now? Pfft, she burst into unexpected laughter. Go ahead. Dante took his first bite. The savory lemon dill sauce exploded across his tongue. The mix of tanginess and creaminess made him close his eyes in appreciation. Wow. Sable nodded heavily, clearly satisfied by his reaction, and prepared her own plate. They ate in silence for several minutes, or so it should have been. Dante loved a good meal, and he never not showed his genuine appreciation for it. Well, he did it too enthusiastically, prompting Sable to shove a chicken breast in his mouth. Her annoyance turned into pure surprise as she watched him demolish not just his generous portion but 3 additional servings, then move on to the extra chicken specifically saved for his dinner later. What a beast. Dante chuckled, unbothered, and helped her gather the empty dishes to carry them back to the kitchen. They worked with the efficiency of people accustomed to taking care of themselves. When they finally returned to the living room and settled back onto the couch, the atmosphere shifted noticeably. Sable untied her ponytail and set her hair back to the usual loose style. Oozing the dignified air of a queen and a leader, she shifted her posture. Dante's expression, likewise, turned serious. Neither resembled the relaxed friends, who had shared a meal moments before. So, Dante said, breaking the ice in a calm voice. What's your strategy? Sable didn't answer directly. Do you understand the situation you're in? He shook his head slowly. Special humans called mutants exist, born with extraordinary abilities. It usually manifests during adolescence. There are only a small number of mutants across the globe, she said, dropping her voice to an ominous low. And they're hunted. Dante's expression remained neutral as if he didn't get her warning. Internally, though, he was debating how much of Mutant's influence would change the timeline. The biggest influence would be the presence of X-Men. They would thoroughly derail every event once they came out from the hiding. Of course, he didn't correct her that he wasn't a mutant but a mutate. Who hunts them? S.H.I.E.L.D. They operate as a global peacekeeping force, but their treatment of mutants is, she paused, choosing her words carefully, inhumane. Because of S.H.I.E.L.D., mutants hide their abilities, blend into society, and never reveal their nature. Those who expose themselves publicly disappear into S.H.I.E.L.D. custody, detained indefinitely for assessment and rehabilitation. Cruel, he whispered. Do you have evidence? They have done this in the past. To them, you're a potential threat that needs to be contained and controlled. Silver Sable's lips curved into a slight smile. This is where I come in. You're offering protection. More than that, I'm offering you a legitimate platform where your powers become assets, not liabilities. Join my wild pack. I can provide international protection and stop S.H.I.E.L.D. from touching you. They will think twice about creating a diplomatic incident for one mutant. What if they don't care about your protection? She thrust a clenched fist forward, eyes blazing. Silver Sable International will stir a storm so big they'll regret laying a hand on you. I'll haunt them until either of us are finished. Her fighting spirit nearly swept him in its currents. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his rapid heartbeat. You don't even know if my abilities are good for combat. For all you know, I glow in the dark. Who said I'm betting on your abilities? She smirked slightly. I'm betting on you, Dante. You gave me a strong impression during our first meeting. Professional, intelligent, resourceful, honest. Those qualities matter as much as superhuman powers. I want you as my comrade regardless of what your body is capable of. I want to train you as my second in command. You might have the potential. Since she revealed her true ambition without concealing anything, he also decided to be honest. I have conditions. First, I won't move to Symkaria. To protect you, I'll need to change your citizenship to Symkaria on paper. Fine by me. Second is, I won't leave New York for more than a week. She gave him a blank stare. What's next? I won't leave the apartment for work. I was about to add that. He chuckled. No, seriously. Reserve me for high firepower missions. I'll kill whoever you want on my own. He was Death's companion. Killing normal humans with Death's resonance only required a thought. He could maintain that form long enough to eliminate a squadron with his current endurance. Bold words for a broke intel seller. She crossed her arms, studying him with a sharp gaze. Prove your strength, and I'll agree to your extravagant conditions. He thought for a moment before agreeing. His heart was itching to test his martial skills with this new, improved body. Be confident, not arrogant, she remarked. Come, we'll test you at my NYC base. You can read 20 more chappies on Patreon. Patreon.com/imperfect1. 11. Dating. Author's note, you can read 20 more chapters on Patreon.com/imperfect1. Dante watched the streets blur past in the seat next to Silver Sable. The mercenary lady drove a sleek black 2008 Mercedes-Benz G55 AMG, the kind of armored beast that suited Silver Sable's wealth and mercenary roots. They pulled up to a newly constructed 5-story building in Midtown. Glass and steel exterior, clean lines, and an illuminated sign that read, Silver Sable International. This is impressive, Dante remarked as they descended into the underground parking garage. It has to be, Sable replied, killing the engine. All our contracts in NYC are handled here. First impressions matter in our line of work. Clients need to see competence, not sloppy work. How long have you been operating here? First year. Norman is our third contract in New York, she said, guiding him to an elevator and pressing the third-floor button. I know you're dying to hear more. We'll talk later, I promise. I'm blessed with an understanding boss. He grinned. When do I meet my team? With all the surprises this world gave him till now, he half expected some recognizable character among her wild pack. Mutants or maybe Asgardians. They're currently on the assignment, she said with a groan. I'd be there myself if I wasn't swept up by my blasted emotions. For all that trouble, you got rewarded with a competent and reliable merc with the most charming face in NYC. She snorted. We'll see how reliable you are in the arena. The elevator opened to a lobby with polished marble floors so clean he could see his own face. Modern furniture that probably cost more than his whole apartment. Everything created a professional atmosphere, nothing like bloody, violent transactions conducted within these walls. A reception desk stood at the center, staffed by a young woman with cherry brown hair styled into a neat bun. Ms. Sablinova. The receptionist's greeting with a smile, not the fake corporate cheer Dante had grown to hate. Welcome back. Anna Keller, a sort of secretary. Sable introduced him to the receptionist before gesturing to his face. Meet Dante, the newest member of Wild Pack. Anna's attention shifted to him, her professional mask melting into something warmer, hungrier. Her eyes lingered on his face before traveling down the lines of his body with barely disguised appreciation. He felt like he was in danger. Welcome to Silver Sable International, Dante. If you need anything, and I mean anything, don't hesitate to ask. The poorly disguised invitation made the air awkward. Shadow crossed Sable's features. Anna. Dante seized the opportunity to rile her up even more. I appreciate that, Anna. You know, we should hang out sometime. You can teach me the rules around here, and I will teach you. He winked. How I got into your boss' good graces. Red bloomed across Anna's cheeks. She fumbled her pen around before writing on a business card and sliding across with trembling fingers. I'd love to show you around. Dante pocketed the card. Thanks. Sable's expression died completely, her eyes going flat and lifeless, the kind of dead stare that gives people's chills. You animal, how many girls have you ruined with that face? Dante raised both hands innocently, still grinning. None, I swear. I've been busy keeping my boat afloat. Her eyebrow raised, skepticism written all across her face. She said nothing, just turned and strode toward the corridor. As they walked, Sable couldn't help but ask, do you know about the rumors floating around regarding you? What rumors? The lie came easily. He knew the rumors referred to the previous owner of this body and whatever deeds he had done in this city. At this moment, he, too, was curious about his own past. It had to be interesting, otherwise, Death wouldn't have used reality warp to remove this poor bloke. Her silver eyes searched his face for lies, then she shook her head. You don't need to know. You had your dragon nirvana through flames today. You'll be a new man from now on. Phoenix, Dante corrected gently, unable to help himself. Phoenix goes through nirvana. Dragons just hoard gold and terrorize villages, or just sleep in a cave. He was living like a dragon himself, in a sense. She sighed and waved her hand dismissively. I'm not well versed in mythologies. Never had time for it. He winked. Why don't I teach you sometime? She gave him a blank stare. They arrived at a set of double doors reinforced with steel. Sable pushed them open and strode inside. Thousands of square feet of high-density foam mats, designed to handle impacts. The surface was segmented into distinct training zones, a sparring circle in the center marked with tape, weapons racks on one wall, holding everything from knives to swords to a variety of weapons. An upper level loomed overhead, accessible by metal stairs. It housed strength training equipment, far more advanced than the ones Dante trained with. These weight machines were built to handle tons of force, pull-up bars thick as wrists, and free weights designed for freaks who could bench press cars. Still in development, Sable said, glancing at the upper level. Don't mind that. It's just for one man. If you want specific equipment like that, let me know. I'll have it installed here. A warm feeling rose in his chest. You're spoiling me. Consider it an investment. She crossed her arms, expression serious. I expect you to repay it with hard work. He dodged her gaze, suddenly finding the mats fascinating. Not a bad place to train. She grabbed his bicep, squeezing it little by little to get to attention. You will work hard, right? I'll be honest, Sable. I'm a lazy fuck by nature. Dante. But, he continued, I'll put in enough work to make Silver Sable International rival Frost International. That's a promise. The look on her face said she didn't believe in his promise. He didn't try to convince her either. Words were cheap. Results mattered. With Null's potential, becoming one of this world's strongest was just a matter of time. So how do I prove it? Sable walked to the center of the lower area, her fingers working at the buttons of her white suit jacket. She shrugged it off, revealing a form-fitting gray tank top underneath that highlighted every line of lean muscle earned through decades of brutal training. She tossed the jacket aside and beckoned him with a hand. By defeating me. Dante didn't make the mistake of underestimating the 5 feet 5 inches warrior before him. She looked deceptively small but could probably kill him 100 different ways. Such was the power of peak human condition. Not just fit, not just athletic, but pushed to the absolute pinnacle of what human physiology could achieve without crossing into superhuman territory. She was a master martial artist, an accomplished gymnast, and a veteran with a great deal of experience against some of the most dangerous people out there. His own accomplishments felt embarrassing by comparison. First-degree black belt in Taekwondo at 16, blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu at 23, and some fundamental Muay Thai training picked up at gyms between college classes. Hyperion's decades of experience floated somewhere in his mind, but useless right now. Marvel's Superman fought by trading blows with his opponents. That experience would come in handy later, when he could channel Hyperion's resonance link without dying. For now, he had to rely only on himself. I need to play it smart. As much as he respected Silver Sable's skills and tenacity, his pride wouldn't let him lose to her. Not when he held the absolute advantage in weight class, reach, and physical power. Give me 10 minutes, he said, turning toward the stairs leading to the upper floor. Her gaze prickled his back, but he ignored it. He needed to acclimate to his new strength, both to improve his coordination and, more importantly, to avoid accidentally delivering a lethal blow. Accidents happened in fights. Better safe than sorry. In the upper area, he approached a heavy punching bag, the leather scarred from countless hits. He took a familiar Taekwondo stance. It felt natural, comfortable, until he threw a basic front kick. Enhanced speed blurred his movement. The bag ruptured with a thunderous BOMPH, and sand spilled out. Damn, you've trained before. Sable's voice came from behind him as she climbed the stairs and leaned on the railing nearby. It's not mentioned anywhere in your bio. A man needs trump cards to survive, he said with a shrug. The real question is, why do you have my bio? The shield happily sent to me when I cashed in a favor. Her smile took on a dangerous edge. I was prepared to kill you for tricking me. The thought crossed my mind even after finding you sprawled like a half-cooked piece of meat. Dante moved to the next bag, this time focusing on controlling his power. Because I'm a mutant. That's half of it, she admitted. People like you are more inclined to become villains and abuse their powers. You should be grateful you spoke those words at Smokey's. About living honestly. They saved your life. The next bag survived his kick, swaying heavily on its chain. Speaking of Smokey's, he said between kicks. Wanna go out for a drink to celebrate my reunion properly? Only if it's as colleagues, she replied flatly. I'm not interested in starting a dating life. He laughed. I'm way too poor and low-class for Simcaria's queen anyway. That earned him a genuine giggle. What happened to the ambitious men promising to escalate my company to Frost International's level? Where did that confidence go? When did I promise that? She was speechless momentarily, then shook her head in pure exasperation, muttering something in German that probably wasn't very flattering. 12. Fight. 10 minutes and over a dozen exploded sandbags later, they stood face to face in the center of the sparring circle. Feeling jittery. Sable stretched one arm across her body, using the other to push at the elbow. It's fine if you wanna be a sucker, bitch, and quit. I won't shame you for it. Dante smiled, feeling that familiar competitive fire ignite in his chest. Feeling cocky, are we? Then how about another condition for my victory? What more do you want from me, you greedy animal? But she was smiling, enjoying this. A kiss. She blinked in surprise before she chuckled low in her throat, genuinely amused. Can you make up your mind? I don't like indecisive men who can't commit to their goals. I'll need a taste to make my decision. Good, she said with a snort. Let's see if you can back up that mouth. She exploded into motion, testing his reactions with a quick hook. He slipped it, stepping back to maintain distance. She pursued immediately, throwing a flurry of punches. He blocked the first two, the rest landed on his chest and bicep. The impact stung despite his enhanced durability. He threw a probing jab. Sable avoided it with no wasted motion, her eyes never leaving his. She countered with a low kick to his right leg before she sent a spinning kick at his belly. Unwilling to take an early risk, he blocked it with crossed arms over catching it. She stepped back, signaling a reset. You gonna stand there and take a beating? He grinned. Don't want to end the fun early. She snorted, fainting high with a jab before going low with a sweeping leg kick. He read it half a second before impact, lifting his foot to avoid the sweep that would have taken his legs out from under him. She flowed seamlessly into a spinning back fist that whistled through the air where his head had been a moment before. He ducked under it and responded with a taekwondo side kick aimed at her midsection. The kick was a blur to his own eyes, yet she caught his ankle between her forearm and bicep in a textbook hold with her sheer experience. He retracted before she could secure it and drag him into submission. "Good reflexes," she said with approval in her voice. "You aren't a greenhorn. You're still better." He meant it. Despite her obvious advantage, she continued trading strikes with him. His powerful but comparatively strikes met her lightning-fast combinations. His kicks were either blocked with her own, or whistled through empty air as she evaded. She moved like water, exploiting her small size and speed with techniques to redirect force rather than absorbing it. And once she saw a slight opening, her counters came from unpredictable angles. A straight punch landed on his ribs as she dodged his hook, followed with an elbow to his solar plexus, driving air from his lungs in a whoosh. He barely blocked the knee at his midsection, which could have ended the fight right there. Can't keep this up. But he was stronger, his enhanced muscles generating force that would break bones. Had better endurance, his enhanced durability letting him absorb punishment that would hospitalize normal humans. But she had experience, and experience triumphed over raw attributes when the gap wasn't astronomical. Then Sable changed tactics in the middle of his recovery. She rushed in close, catching his right hand with both arms in a grip and sweeping a low kick at his shin. Dropping him down and locking his arm into a submission. Dante saw through her intention and planted his feet immediately. In response, she lifted both legs and wrapped them around his neck without hesitation. It almost felt like, no, she purposefully baited a firm stance to set up a triangle choke. Her entire weight pulled him down as she pressured the back of his neck with right thigh, locking her left leg over it. A firm pressure covered his neck, restricting blood flow to his brain. He had no choice but to lift her off the mat, slam her down hard enough to break the submission. But Sable improvised. She twisted midair like a cat, landing on his shoulders instead. Her thighs clamped around his neck in a standing triangle choke. The softness of her thighs distracted him for half a second, then the suffocating pressure enveloped him. It was even harder to break free from it. Sweat dripped down as he felt his vision darken at the edge. His survival instinct kicked in hard, flooding his system with adrenaline. She gritted her teeth, leaning forward to increase leverage, using her body weight and core strength to multiply the pressure. "Surrender. Don't be too prideful. You're losing to one of the best in the business. No shame in tapping out." Pride was exactly what kept him conscious and let him pry her thighs apart through sheer power. She fought to keep control, but he simply overpowered her and hurled her. Silver Sable rotated mid-air, landing in a crouch, right hand on the floor. Giving him no time to breathe, she rushed him again, pressing her advantage to end the fight. This time she didn't engage directly in striking exchanges where his reach and power favored him. She circled around him instead, using her superior agility to dance around him, striking from his blind spots. A kick to the back of his knee made his leg buckle. She slipped under his reckless back elbow and delivered a punch to his ribs, followed with a quick palm strike on his chest. He tumbled backward, barely keeping balance. She was toying with him now, laughing, enjoying herself. Closing in again, she ducked under a wild swing and kicked him in the back. "Big boy, you've got big ambitions." Circling him, she tapped his butt. "But you need to work hard for them. Let me school you properly after this." Frustration showed on his face. His swings grew wilder, telegraphed and obvious. Every time he tried to grab her, she slipped away like water through his fingers. Every time he kicked, she was already moving, already somewhere else, reading him effortlessly. Her small size disadvantaged raw exchanges where strength and reach mattered, but granted supreme advantage in mobility and evasion. She fit spaces he couldn't occupy, moved ways his larger frame couldn't replicate, exploited angles he couldn't defend. Dante continued his reckless way of combat, pushing her confidence higher. She was too preoccupied with her dominance to see the calmness in his eyes, like a hunter waiting for its prey to walk into the trap. Walking into the trap she did. Sable rushed at his back with a powerful high kick, meant to knock him down on his face and end the fight. But Dante turned around. His hands shot out and caught the kick, yanking her hard to use her own momentum against her. She fell, hitting the mat with a hard thud. Sable tried to get up, but Dante had her leg in control. He was on top of her in an instant, catching both her wrists and pinning them above her head with one hand, the other wrapping firmly around her slender neck. Their faces hovered just inches apart, silence broken only by their ragged breaths. Her silver hair had come partially loose, strands clinging to her face in disarray. Despite their ambiguous position, her wide eyes stayed on him. Her mind still processed the sudden reversal of power. One moment, she was dominating. The next moment, she was pinned under him. Dante couldn't help but steel her lips while they were still parted in surprise. For a moment, the world narrowed to the warmth of her mouth, the rapid pulse under his fingers, and the way her body tensed beneath him. The kiss was brief yet electric, more of a statement and a reward than for his own pleasure. He didn't want to push her further, not for a victory he wasn't quite proud of. A fluke resulting from exploiting emotions rather than defeating her through pure skill. He'd be long dead if it was a real fight to death. Still, not bad for my second day here. He released her and collapsed on the mat beside her. "My victory tastes like mint." Sable laid there, emotions flickering across her face too fast to track. Then, slowly, a smile spread across her face. Not the professional one she wore for him during their first meeting, but the genuine one she showed in his apartment. "Duh, you win," she said softly before bursting into laughter. "I feel stupid falling for your trick. Seriously, good job." He shook his head. "Do you mind training me while you're here?" "Sylvvaja," she said in a firm voice before turning to him. "Only if you call me Sylvvaja from now on." Sylvvaja is pronounced as Sylvvaja. Author's note: you can read 20 more chapters on patreon.com/imperfect1. 13. Hellmoon Club. Dante eyed Sylvvaja with a soft smile. "Falling for me already?" Sylvvaja stayed silent, too proud to lie, and too honest to deny. She pushed herself off the mat, collected her jacket, and slipped it over her shoulders. Waving her hand, she approached the door as if walking off into the sunset. Then the door closed with a soft click. Dante scratched his head. He felt like he was cheating on death, despite the fact she had given him the green light to love anyone as long as he prioritized her first. He would have been attracted to Sylvvaja Sablenova even if death had denied him. The lady was a cold mercenary queen, but underneath that exterior was a straightforward woman with plenty of care. A real sweetheart for her people and the embodiment of vengeance for her enemies. Still, he couldn't help but think it was all happening too fast, especially when Sylvvaja wasn't the type to fall for good looks. Sylvvaja preferred someone bold, ambitious, yet honest and genuine. On the other side, Death preferred someone who saw her for who she was without fearing her. Two extraordinary women. Two completely different flavors of beauty. He ticked all of their desired qualities one way or another. Am I really building a harem here? The thought struck him as absurd, but he couldn't deny its appeal. It would be troublesome managing multiple extraordinary women who could each kill him in creative ways if they felt sufficiently motivated. The danger of dating such women was a thrill in itself. All will be solved with time. The immediate problem was Norman Osborn. No caped crusaders or masked vigilantes had emerged. The age of heroes like the Avengers and X-Men had yet to arrive, which meant if Osborn's plans threatened Sylvvaja or anyone else, Dante would need to handle it. Not that he minded ruining a billionaire's schemes. He had nothing else to do besides training the resonance or messing around with Sylvvaja. Rising from the mat, he felt his muscles still sore from the sparring session, a reminder of how much punishment Sylvvaja had inflicted on his body. I won't lose next time. With a conviction of his own, he made his way back to the reception area. Anna sat behind her desk, typing away at her computer. He tapped the desk lightly. Hey, Anna. Any chance you could give me a ride back to my apartment? The receptionist bit her lower lip. Boss just messaged me. She said, and I'm quoting directly here, he is not allowed to leave until I return. Dante stared at her, momentarily speechless. What the hell am I now? Her mistress on standby. Anna burst into laughter. Honestly, I never thought I'd see the day Madame Sablenova would act this way about a man. She's always been so focused on the business. You're quite a special man. The last words came with an upturned glance that would tug at any man's heart. A depressed sigh escaped him. She shot me down earlier. Do you know what that means? She wants me to be her side piece. This earned another laugh from the receptionist. Men will kill to be Miss Sablenova's side piece. Not me. I'm the type to make her my side piece. Anna looked at him in disbelief. You're insane. I'm normal. Dante shrugged, suddenly feeling cold from his drenched shirt. By any chance, do we have a shower here? Of course. Anna nodded, leaving the desk and giving him directions to the bathhouse on the second floor. But we don't keep spare clothes for your size. If you give me your measurements and preferences, I can run out and grab something suitable. You're an angel descended from heaven. He pressed his palms together in a prayer. May God always shine brightly on this angel. Anna waved off the praise, though her pleased smile remained. Miss informed me that she might assign you as the CEO of our New York branch. Keep it between us. The revelation stopped him cold. CEO. He had been one before. He had no desire to take up the mantle again. At least not for a traditional corporation. He wouldn't mind managing a mercenary enterprise. It could be fun. She has too much trust in me. The shower facilities were down on the second floor, where mercenaries also had their own rooms. By the time he finished cleaning up, Anna had placed his new clothes outside. A dress shirt in charcoal gray, tailored slacks fit for his frame, and a fitted vest. If it looked too formal for his taste. But right now he had no choice but to wear them since his own clothes were torn at places from overstretching. After putting on the clothes, he barely recognized the man in the mirror, as if he'd stepped into someone else's life entirely. He styled his hair and put a hand on the mirror. Is it gay to like myself? With such a deep question on his mind, he returned to the lobby, only to freeze at the sight. Sylvvaja stood near the reception, discussing something with Anna. She looked completely different from the cold queen he'd met at the Smokies. Her styled loose hair cascaded on her shiny fur coat, both classy and luxurious. Underneath the fancy coat, a pristine black dress hugged her athletic figure, flaring off at hips. The attire was practical enough for combat yet dazzling enough to steal hearts. As she turned toward him, he noticed subtle makeup adorning her features. He knew Sylvvaja wouldn't look lovely for a man she had known for only a day. It's for work. Her lips curved slightly. Dante, you're here. Damn, he said. Sylvvaja, you look stunning. Meanwhile, I look like some snobby millionaire's kid. She approached him with confident strides. Her fingers went to his collar, adjusting it with the smoothness of someone who'd done this 1,000 times before or someone who wanted the excuse to touch him. You look dashing, she whispered. Exactly my type. The attraction wasn't even subtle anymore, not with the way her gaze lingered on him, or how her touch remained even after his collar was perfectly straight. Anna cleared her throat. Boss, I reserved a table at that place. Thank you, Anna. Sylvvaja gave some tasks to her secretary before she extended her hand toward Dante. Shall we? He took it, feeling the callous spots of her palm. Where to? A surprise date. Dante once again found himself gazing at the city while Sylvvaja drove her favorite tank of a SUV. He was out cold till 5, yet today turned out to be one of the most memorable days of his new life. Dante, she called without taking her eyes from the road. Not going to say something romantic. He considered several teasing responses before settling on honesty. I mean, we just met today. Properly, anyway. I'll need to learn more about you first. Otherwise, it'll all be fake. Her tense brows loosened. I appreciate your honesty. I want everyone in my wild pack to be like you. No schemers, no manipulators, just real people trying to make a living. Her fingers gripped the steering wheel with just a bit more force. I hate traitors most of all. He felt like it was a warning specifically for him, that she'd haunt him to the end of time for betraying him. Speaking of traitors, Dante said. Norman Osborn is exactly the type who'd sell out his own mother for the right price. Heh, my clients can be the most vile creatures walking this earth for all I care. Money is money. Does that mean you take a contract to nuke a city for money? There's still a line in our work. She glanced at him briefly like he was an idiot. I won't cross into truly heinous territory. Better. Anyway, what is this contract about? I fear that dumbass is scheming something evil. I know nothing about it. I'm contracted to guard a research facility. Whatever happens inside those walls is his headache, not mine. She stopped the car on the side and faced him, solemn. But I've seen many groups eyeing that place like hyenas. It won't be long before they get impatient. He felt an ominous chill. The crisis might be it definitely was on a bigger scale. A scale where his non-resonance form would be mowed down in an instant. He had to learn how to control the helio-reactor as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might perish in his first week here. A war is coming. She gave him a heavy nod. Only Wild Pack are standing between them and Norman's research facility. Will be the first priority to be removed. He couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid? Every major contract is a tug-of-war with death itself. If I win, my company and country prosper. If I lose, I'm probably returning to my homeland in a coffin. She was still grinning like her death was just another business risk to calculate and manage. Are you having second thoughts? He leaned back comfortably, revealing a confident smirk. Those small fries can't even force out my trump card. Her blue eyes gleamed with interest, the calculating kind. Now I'm really curious what your trump cards are. Is it related to your mutant power? Not now, but I can promise one thing: I won't let you die. I'll fight death herself to bring you back if I have to. She was his employer, after all. Sylvvaja unbuckled her seatbelt. Before he could ask what she was doing, she shifted onto his lap in one smooth motion, bringing the subtle scent of expensive perfume with her. She gripped his collars and kissed him before he could respond. Despite her forceful approach, her kiss was tame. After a moment of surprise, his hands found her waist finely toned but, pulling her closer as he pried open her mouth. Sylvvaja pulled back as if struck by electricity, a trail of saliva forming an intimate connection between their mouths. Her breathing was uneven, cheeks flushed beneath her makeup. Noticing people's strange glances, he reluctantly shifted his hands to her waist. Sylvvaja had yet to notice they were in the middle of a street, where everybody saw them through the windshield and front side windows. She wiped her lips and fixed his collars. Fighting death for me, it's the most romantic thing any man has ever said to me. You know it could have been a lie. To impress you and lower your guard around me. I have seen enough of the world to know when someone lies. She found a comfortable spot on his lap rather than going back to the driver's seat. Then there is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s report, which depicts you as a completely different man. All this weirdness makes me question, who exactly are you? Was this a honey trap to bait out my secrets? She pressed her hands against his chest and drew closer to his ears, whispering, what if it was? I'd gladly fall for it. He gently kissed her neck, making her tremble. The queen is irresistible. Sylvvaja swallowed hard. As he drew back, he saw something heated flared in her gaze, a look of raw lust he'd seen many times before. His heartbeat still jumped by dozens. Just as he touched her face, she pressed both hands against his chest and scampered back into the driver's seat. Dante sat frozen, hands still outstretched, finally understanding the phrase, blueballed, in its full, agonizing glory. He would expect such an action from death, not Sylvvaja. She was too bold and fearless to be backing out on him like this. No, not here, she muttered, smoothing her dress. I don't want my first in a car. Cold realization poured over his burning lust. Sorry, it's on me. I shouldn't have pushed it. She fixed the seatbelt and put on a relaxing score before starting the engine. This time, she drove slowly to avoid crashing in her distracted state. Dante, why didn't you use your powers during our fight? He welcomed the change of topic because he knew he wasn't getting laid tonight. It felt unfair to use abilities you couldn't counter. She snorted. Right. Acting like a wolf in sheep's clothing was very honorable. How does it feel to be outplayed by a rookie? He snorted right back. I wouldn't have done it if someone wasn't bullying me relentlessly. There was also a kiss on the line. She shot him a reproaching glare. Well, Mr. Wolf, did you enjoy stealing my first kiss? Very much. I liked the second one more. The revenge kiss, she said with a chuckle. Main shots, we're here. He was absolutely not embarrassed by her cheeky German nickname that roughly translated to my darling. It was only curiosity that made him look outside. What he saw stunned him. A posh mansion sprawled in the distance, separated by gardens and tons of open space. Except it wasn't a mansion but a clubhouse, all glass and steel, offering a glimpse of opulence inside. The illuminated pale blue sign read the Hellmoon Club in elegant script. Hellmoon Club. Hellfire Club, same shit with a different label. It couldn't be a coincidence, not when he knew Emma Frost existed in this universe. He really wanted to palm his face, or better yet, book a cab back to his apartment. Of all the places for a surprise date, Sylvvaja brought him to the place with the most dangerous mutants on this planet. Author's notes, I know it might not look it, but there's a reason Sylvvaja is acting so affectionate. It'll be explained in next couple of chapters. 14. Gwen Stacy. Apologies for the delayed upload. Sylvvaja stepped out of the car and then circled around to open his door, offering him a hand. The gesture would have been chivalrous, but he couldn't shake off the feeling that he was being escorted to his execution. Not happy with my reservation. He accepted her hand, his expression flat. Lady, are you trying to get us killed? A flicker of surprise crossed her features before melting into something more calculating. You even know about Emma Frost's secret property. As expected of Manhattan's best intel broker. She seemed to be genuinely admiring his resourcefulness. He yanked her hand, snatching the car keys from her grip with his other. I'm not hungry anymore. Let's go home. She just stood there and studied him with those piercing blue eyes that had probably intimidated many across the world. He firmly held her hand. I'm serious. You don't want to mess with her. I'm almost certain Frost International is after Norman's research. She finally broke her silence. We wait for Emma to strike first, or we put the fear of death in her. Make her think twice about crossing the wild pack. He couldn't decide whether to applaud her audacity or call her stupid for her apparent suicide wish. If Emma wants that research, she will walk in through the front door and take it. She has almost invincible mutant powers. Telepathy and diamond form made her physically and mentally invulnerable, one of the toughest mutants to fight. Her telepathy alone solo Sylvvaja and wild pack. Sylvvaja lowered her head, one hand rising to cup her chin in that contemplative gesture. The queen wasn't giving up even after knowing Emma's strength. The silence stretched between them, filled only by the distant hum of New York's traffic and the muffled bass from inside the club. After what felt like an eternity but was probably closer to a minute, she lifted her gaze to meet his directly. If Emma is as strong as you described, she should have taken the high-value asset already. Yup. He couldn't argue with that logic. But she hasn't, which means she doesn't want it, or, Sylvvaja paused deliberately, showing that calculative, businesswoman smile. She can't make a move herself. The implication made him stop for a moment. You're saying S.H.I.E.L.D. Exactly. She patted his chest with obvious satisfaction, then turned to open the back seat, retrieving her luxurious fur coat. The garments settled over her shoulder, transforming her into an aristocrat lady in seconds. We'll have a fine meal together, and then politely ask Emma if she is after Norman's research. Her plan had so many flaws that he didn't know where to start criticizing it. She offered her hand with the etiquette of European nobility. We'll change her mind. She also wouldn't want the world to learn about her mutant identity. Threatening Emma Frost, one of the strongest mutants, should be a terrible idea by every conceivable metric, and it absolutely was. This was also one of the most daring moves a man could make, the kind of bold move that led to glorious victory or glorious death, with no middle ground. What's a life without some insanity? He took her hand, resigned to accompanying this impossibly stubborn mercenary queen straight through the gates of hell itself. Best case scenario, they get Emma to back off and also learn what actually was going on with Norman's research. Worst case scenario, he'd activate Death's resonance link and kill Emma. Only on one condition. I'll handle the talk with Emma Frost. Death's cosmic powers failed to penetrate his mind. Emma's telepathy, formidable as it was, shouldn't fare any better. Revealing his immunity to her mutant abilities was a double-edged sword. It'd put him on Emma's radar and also make her cautious. I thought you were scared of her. I'm not scared, I'm terrified of the White Queen. You'd be too if you knew half as much as me, he thought to himself. Just let me do it, okay? Only on one condition. She threw his words right back at him, though her expression was more chilling than the wintry gale. You are not to seduce her. Sylvvaja smoothly extracted her hand from his grasp and hooked her arm through his instead, like they were attending some high society gala. The position pressed her against his side, and he became acutely aware of softness wrapping him, partially from her fur coat, and mostly from exceptionally soft breasts beneath it. Big, fluffy, and warm. The bouncers stationed at the entrance were exactly what he'd expected, mountains of muscle fitted into expensive black suits. Currently, they were discussing something with a group of young people, 6 or 7 of them, all dressed in clothes suited for parties. Dante approached just enough to see if the commotion was teenagers partying or something else. The young man at the front of the group, the leader among them, had a nasty bruise on his face. "Listen, can we check out faster? We've been here since morning." "It's fine, Harry," said a stunning redhead beside him, touching his arm with familiarity. "It was our fault for bumping into those guys." He glared at Mary Jane. "They were making vulgar comments about you and Gwen. They got what was coming for them." The bouncer eyed the young man with a sharp gaze. "Boss has forgiven you on account of your father. However, this will be your last offense. One more, and your membership will be revoked." Harry let out a sigh of relief. Putting his hand around the redhead's shoulder, he smiled. "We're clear, then. Let's leave, guys. I don't want to get another handful from my dad." Dante's luck was something else to run into Norman's son, Harry Osborn, and his girlfriend Mary Jane Watson. To be real, his attention wasn't on either of the two. The blonde girl at the very back gave him a strange feeling. Dark circles shadowed her eyes despite carefully applied makeup. She swayed slightly on her feet, looking like she was struggling to stay conscious. The others showed various stages of post-party exhaustion. However, she was way worse, looking like she'd fall unconscious any second. Then she missed the first step down and stumbled and fell on her ass. For a split second, though, her eyes had sharpened, a sense of clarity where others would have panicked. Even he nearly missed with his enhanced reflexes. "There's something going on with her. Gwen." Mary Jane broke away from Harry and rushed to her, helping her up. "I'm not letting you drink like that again." The blonde, Gwen, rubbed her but with an awkward smile. "Sorry. Wasn't paying attention." Dante narrowed his eyes in thoughts. Gwen Stacy, huh. Either she had been bitten by the radioactive spider or something else had happened. Because one thing was certain, she had some type of superpower. Sylvvaja pinched his waist, revealing a forced smile. "It's getting a little late, isn't it?" He almost groaned. She clearly misunderstood that he was interested in Gwen, which, given his lingering stare, was understandable. The lead bouncer, who previously held back Harry, suddenly spoke, "Ms. Sablenova." Harry turned at the name, and his eyes widened in surprise. His gaze traveled to Dante, taking in his complete profile, especially the arm linked with Sylvvaja. His expression shifted from surprise to something between curiosity and disbelief. "Ms. Sablenova." "Mr. Osborn," Sylvvaja acknowledged with professional courtesy. "What a coincidence running into you here." I mean, we were just leaving. We've been here since noon. Amazing place." Something about Sylvvaja had clearly loosened Harry's normally careful social controls. Harry gestured to his group to leave, which they did. Only Mary Jane remained stuck to Gwen, eyes locked on Sylvvaja and Dante. Harry could only shake his head. "Ms. Sablenova, he is my boyfriend," Sylvvaja said with an amused smile. "We only met recently." "Wow, I didn't think you would." Mary Jane slapped Harry's back while holding back a chuckle at her boyfriend's behavior. "What he means is, it's nice to see you here." Sylvvaja nodded politely. "And you are?" Mary Jane stepped forward and offered her hand. "I'm Mary Jane Watson. MJ is fine." Sylvvaja Sablenova. "Most people call me Sable," Sylvvaja said courteously before glancing at Dante. "This is Dante." Dante nodded back in greeting, ignoring the way Mary Jane's eyes lingered on his face for perhaps a beat longer than strictly necessary. "You must be Harry." "It's nice to meet you, Sir Dante," Harry said, recovering his composure slightly. He gestured to Gwen in the back. "That's Gwen Stacy. You probably know her father, Captain Stacy of the NYPD. "Oh, of course. He is a fine officer." Gwen offered a tired nod, as though operating on autopilot and barely present. Mary Jane returned to Gwen's side and whispered just loud enough for Dante's enhanced hearing to catch. "Okay, seriously, isn't that man's face too perfect to be real?" Gwen mumbled something incoherent with a nod. "Gwen, you're never like this." Mary Jane frowned, concerned. "You look like you haven't slept in a week." Gwen stifled a small yawn. "Had a new project." Harry rubbed the back of his neck, looking uncomfortable. "We should get going. Gwen really needs some rest. I'll meet you later." Dante smiled faintly. "You absolutely will. I just joined Silver Sable International. That makes you my employer's son." He had to make a good impression. How else will he get this poor, unloved son to gather clear information on Norman's research project? A look of resentment flickered across Harry's face, the alcohol making his emotions more transparent than they'd normally be. Yeah, Dad's new project, he is really passionate about it. More than usual, which is saying something. The pain in those words was obvious to Dante. Harry was someone desperate for his father's attention, getting none of it because Norman Osborn was too busy. Dante made a quick decision. "Harry, you should stop by our office tomorrow. It'll be good for both sides to stay connected." Harry looked genuinely surprised and then pleased. "That'd be great, actually. Dad is usually very busy. I can watch out for small stuff in his place." They exchanged contact information before they bade goodbyes. Mary Jane was already helping prop up Gwen, who looked like she might fall asleep standing up. "Come on, Gwen. Let's get you home before you actually pass out." "Fine," Gwen mumbled unconvincingly. Dante watched them go with mixed feelings. Harry Osborn seemed like a decent kid who had drawn the short straw in the father lottery. What Dante was planning to do would probably make Harry's life more complicated. "Sorry, Harry. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong father." Sylvvaja tugged at his arm for attention. "You're scheming devious things. Don't deny it. I'll tell you later." She gave him a skeptical look but said nothing, signaling to the bouncer instead. The heavy doors swung inward for them. The interior was quite fitting for the Hellmoon Club's name, as they had spent an obscene amount of money on lunar-themed decor, chandeliers as crystallized phases of the moon, tables curved in elegant crescents, and the lighting itself managed to capture the dreamlike silver of moonlight. A hostess in an elegant black dress walked up to them, her smile professionally welcoming. "Ms. Sablinova, Mr. Dante. Your private room is ready. Please, follow me." They were led through the open bar side of the clubhouse. Dante's eyes swept across the clientele. As expected, none of these were street-level criminals or mid-tier smugglers. The Hellmoon Club catered to an entirely different class of patron. The rich and influential. He recognized a few faces from his bedroom intel board. He whispered a brief introduction to Sylvvaja, since any one of them might end up as their client or enemy in NYC. What benefits could have brought them here? Finally, they arrived at their private dining room. The space was intimate without feeling cramped, decorated in the same lunar theme. A single crescent-shaped table dominated the center, already set with fine glassware. "Your server will be with you momentarily," the hostess said, withdrawing with a slight bow. Sylvvaja settled into her seat with natural grace and gestured to him to sit across. "Don't let my money go to waste." The order arrived soon. Top-tier presentation and taste. Objectively speaking, it was some of the best he'd ever had. With fine delicacies and a surprisingly quiet beauty, he found himself relaxing slightly, enjoying the moment. "This is incredible," Sylvvaja commented, savoring the steak. "Is this up to your standards, Mr. Meat Lover?" "Good, honestly, I'd be happier eating your German chicken every day over this." Even in his previous life, he wasn't too fond of having meals outside his apartment. The compliment clearly caught her off guard. Her fork paused halfway to her mouth, and something warm flickered in those ice-blue eyes. "You're dangerously good at saying exactly what a woman wants to hear." He shrugged. "Only when it's true. Anyway, how will we meet the Princess of Frost International?" Sylvvaja gave him that calculating smile, the one that meant she'd already considered everything. Patience, main shots. He was about to protest the nickname when a polite knock echoed from the door. Once Sylvvaja gave the go-ahead, the door opened to reveal a gentleman in an impeccable black suit, white gloves, silver hair swept back with perfection. With a straight posture, the butler carried a wicker basket draped with cloth. "Good evening, Madame Sablinova, Monsieur Dante." His accent was unmistakably French. "Please forgive the intrusion. I brought a gift from Madame." Dante noticed Sylvvaja's cheeky smile and sighed. "Of course it's like this." Without waiting for approval, the butler set the basket on the table and carefully removed the cloth covering to reveal an extraordinarily expensive bottle of wine. "Madame hopes you will enjoy this selection from her personal collection." He gave a small bow. "She wishes you a pleasant evening." Sylvvaja thanked him. Once he left, she lifted the decorative lining inside the basket to reveal a sleek communication device, disguised to look like a high-end walkie-talkie. Obviously it was much more sophisticated. She pressed the button. Static crackled for a moment before a voice emerged, "Sylvvaja Sablinova." Smooth, confident, wrapped in honeyed tones that could seduce men. That was the voice of Emma Frost. Emma Frost. Sylvvaja's tone remained neutral, professional. "I thought you'd give me enough respect to meet face to face." A low laugh came through the speaker. "Another time, darling. Now, how can I help you tonight?" Sylvvaja's gaze became cold. "Drag your ass over here, Emma Frost, or I'll go public with your mutant identity. Every major news outlet will know exactly what you are." No sugar-coating, no diplomatic phrasing. Just a raw, brutal threat delivered with even more brutal directness. "Wait for me." Emma left 3 words without a trace of warmth before cutting the line. Dante stared at the device, then at Sylvvaja. "You know, you could have been nicer." She tossed the device back in the basket and picked up the wine glass as though she hadn't just threatened one of the most dangerous mutants in existence. "My life won't be in danger," she said calmly, taking a sip, showing a delighted expression at the taste. "She isn't stupid enough to hurt me in her establishment. I'm a foreign queen, here to bolster relationships between nations. But you piss her off on purpose, so she takes it out on me." One of the few times he wanted to give someone the middle finger, surprisingly, she was the woman he almost fucked in public earlier. "You're unbelievably petty." He could think of 3 reasons for her pettiness: payback for leading her about his secrets without revealing anything, taking the lead in negotiations with Emma, or the misunderstanding with Gwen. "Fret not, lover." The affectionate word off Sylvvaja's tongue with ease. "Should something happen to you, I will mourn you properly and live as your widow. No other man will touch me." She had unbelievable loyalty for her line of work, hence her title, mercenary with a heart of gold. Or she was just too smooth at lying. "I'm willing to fight death for you, and you're sending me to my grave," he said dramatically. "Is this the trial a commoner must go through to date a queen?" She planted a kiss on the edge of her glass. "Since the dawn of time, men have died for beauty and glory. Where is this beauty you mentioned?" Sylvvaja put down the glass and took the steak knife, and in a gesture that was simultaneously seductive and menacing, she slowly licked the blade clean. "There is one right here, a proud daughter of Symcaria." Author's note: next is Emma Frost's arrival. You can read 20 more chapters on patreon.com/imperfect1. 15. Emma Frost, the White Queen. A sleek white Maserati Quattroporte screeched to a halt directly in front of Hellmoon Club's entrance. Emma Frost wasn't in the mood to be a well-mannered citizen. She didn't have to either. The establishment was hers, at least 60% of it. The guards nodded respectfully as she passed. "Forget me." One single command removed the last 30 seconds from their minds. At this point, wiping memories had become as natural as breathing. She strode through the main club area without acknowledging anyone. Patrons glanced her way like they always did. However, she had no time for her admirers tonight. The door to her private room opened before she reached it. Her personal residence here was spacious and elegant, dominated by white and silver tones, the superior colors. Her French maid, Blanche, took off her coat, while her French butler, Blanc, held a silver tray bearing a cappuccino cup prepared exactly to Emma's taste. Emma accepted the cappuccino from Blanc and settled into her chair. A large display on the wall showed multiple camera feeds from throughout the club. Focus on Silver Sable's room. She nearly spat out her coffee. The table had been pushed aside to make room, and soft music played from speakers. And there they were, moving together with surprising grace. Dante was leading with subtle confidence, his hand firm on Sylvvaja's lower back. The perfect synchronization of their slow waltz deserved to be in the center of a high-class ballroom. "To have the audacity," Emma muttered, setting down her cup with an audible clank. "She threatens me, and then enjoys a moment with her lover." Silver Sable's sheer boldness was almost admirable. Wait, he is him. She had seen him in Felicia's memories. The man who told Felicia about her fated death. Dante and Death, both of whom were most likely mutants. Blanc cleared his throat softly. "Madam, shall I brief you on the guests?" Emma waved her hand dismissively, eyes on the screen. "Go ahead." Sylvvaja Sablenova. Age 27. Sovereign of Symcaria and CEO of Silver Sable International. Impeccable reputation in the mercenary circle. Nothing new here. Blanc paused, consulting his tablet. However, her companion is interesting. Interesting how? Although she knew about his mutant identity, she didn't think Blanc would be aware of this fact. His name is Dante. No last name on record. He operates under the alias Red Eye as a mid-level intelligence broker in Manhattan. Multiple witnesses report he entered Ms. Sablenova's New York office with her and left together. Emma's eyebrow arched. Love at first sight. How quaint. He was handsome, devastatingly so. The kind of face that could make a product campaign successful or break hearts. But that alone wouldn't have captured Sylvvaja Sablenova's interest. The mercenary queen had probably encountered countless attractive men in her line of work. What else? Blanc's expression remained neutral. Mr. Dante's financial records show he was practically destitute until very recently. Yet yesterday, he spent over $15,000 upgrading his apartment. Silver Sable is financing him. Most likely. She paid him a big amount up front for intelligence services. Blanc paused, then added carefully, "There is something I have observed." Emma glanced at her butler. The mutant butler was rarely this cryptic with his words. "Explain." "The confidence he displays. The dignity in his bearing." Blanc pointed to the screen. "That is not a man who has spent his life scraping by in the underworld. His posture, his movements, the way he carries himself. He seems someone far more significant." Emma focused on the man. His movements showed no hesitation or nervousness as he led Silver Sable, as if he had practiced it countless times. And the look in Sylvvaja's eyes. Emma had seen lust, affection, even blind love in her decades of reading minds and studying human behavior. What she saw on Sylvvaja Sablenova's face now was adoration of a maiden in love, blatantly showing such weakness. "Is she not afraid I'll threaten her with his life?" Emma finished her cappuccino and set the cup down. "Blanche." The maid arrived swiftly, holding a different coat. White fur to suit her dress, impossibly soft. Time to see for myself who gave Silver Sable her information. When she reached Sable's private dining room, she simply pushed the door open with no regards to their privacy. The couple glanced at her before completely disregarding her. Their performance had become more important than whatever they came here to accomplish. Emma leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, and watched. The look in Sylvvaja's eyes definitely wasn't faked. Emma had witnessed enough deception to recognize the real thing. The mercenary queen was genuinely, thoroughly smitten. Emma reached out with her telepathy, slipping into Sylvvaja's mind easily. Immediately, she was bombarded with very vivid and wholly lewd thoughts on Sylvvaja's mind, what exactly she wanted to do with Dante after they left this place to make him hers. Emma felt heat rise to her own cheeks. Before she could withdraw, Dante leaned down and kissed Sylvvaja. The mercenary's mind exploded with lust so intense that the White Queen nearly staggered. Enough, Emma muttered, severing the connection. She wouldn't dirty her own mind with Sable's fantasies, though she was curious if the man reciprocated such passionate feelings. As she reached for his mind, her telepathy encountered nothing as it phased through him. Complete, absolute emptiness. As if his mind simply didn't exist. Her telepathy classified her as an Omega-level mutant, capable of touching any mind on the planet except 2 mutants. Her gaze sharpened instantly, every sense going on high alert. Sable didn't bring the man here without a purpose. He was here exactly to counter her telepathy. He was either another Omega-level telepath powerful enough to hide his thoughts completely, or someone with abilities specifically designed to counter mental intrusion. The kiss ended. Dante pulled back slightly and smiled at Sylvvaja. Then he turned, and his dark eyes fixed directly on Emma. Don't read Sylvvaja's mind. His tone was pleasant and friendly, yet the look in her eyes was anything but that. It's not your private playground. Emma's lips curved into a professional smile. I'm free to do whatever I want and go wherever I please. Are you? Dante's smile matched hers, pleasant, polite, and utterly insincere. Seems to me you're just a child who can't hold conversations without using your telepathy as a crutch. The insult landed like a slap. Emma felt her jaw tighten. She would have smashed any man with telepathy. Unfortunately, it was useless against him. Sable stared at Dante with surprise. I didn't know you had a venomous tongue. You've seen nothing. Dante released Sable and looked at Emma. Surprised someone saw through you without telepathy. Emma chuckled. Cheeky little insults won't win you the world. Sable, I'm guessing he'll be the one negotiating terms for the blackmail. Dante snorted. Blackmail is such an ugly word, don't you think? I prefer mutually beneficial arrangement, as it saves plenty of inconvenience for both parties. Sylvvaja adjusted Dante's collar with the casual intimacy of longtime lovers rather than people who had met recently. Be careful. I'll be really sad if something happens to you. He laughed at her concern. Taking her hand, he kissed her knuckles. You should worry about Emma more. Sylvvaja held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded. She turned to Emma as she walked past, and her expression shifted into something cold and satisfied. I pity you for pissing off someone even I can't fathom. The word sent alarms ringing in Emma's head. She'd known Sylvvaja Sablenova for years, not personally but by reputation. Emma read with her telepathy that the mercenary queen wasn't exaggerating, believing every word she said. Emma watched the door close behind Sable, then turned her attention back to Dante. He'd already made himself comfortable, settling into a chair and propping his feet up on the table with utter disrespect. You should sit, he said casually, though I really don't care if you keep standing. Emma remained standing, unwilling to sit across from someone's shoes. Do you think you're invulnerable just because you're immune to my telepathy? Dante looked a lot stronger and faster than ordinary people. He probably was. However, it meant nothing. She had Hellions, a group of young mutants who could kill normal people in an instant. He set his feet down and sat properly. What I'm capable of is irrelevant. I'll make it simple. You stop going after Norman Osborn's research. In exchange, we bury your mutant identity. Everyone's happy. Emma laughed. She couldn't help it. How would you even prove I'm a mutant? I'm sure Sylvvaja can think of something creative. Please. Emma waved dismissively. I have lawyers and enough money to bury any accusation under a mountain of defamation lawsuits. Dante tilted his head. What's even in that research that's worth all this trouble? A cure for all human diseases. Emma had a feverish, almost hungry gaze. Cancer and everything. Norman stumbled onto some ancient technology, and now he's going to hoard it, patent it, sell it to the highest bidders while people suffer. Dante's expression didn't shift in the slightest. And you'll give it away for free. Exactly. Emma lifted her chin. My name will be synonymous with the greatest medical breakthrough in human history. Fame and glory don't even begin to cover it. The cure was a godsend to accomplish her goal of becoming the greatest woman to ever walk the planet Earth. You'll need to stay alive to enjoy that fame and glory. Dante's tone remained casual, almost bored. It'll only take one thought to kill you. Maybe another to kill that fake moon goddess while I'm at it. Emma felt her breath stop for a second. Celine, the other 40% owner and founder of Hellmoon Club, he knew about her. The inner circle of Hellmoon Club was a secret known to less than a dozen people worldwide. Celine's true nature as an ancient mutant was even more closely guarded. Who betrayed Celine? She narrowed her eyes. Killing us with one word. I'm not so gullible to believe you. Words got stuck in her throat as dread washed over her. Dante was still there, still sitting in the same position, still wearing that infuriating half-smile, yet something fundamental had shifted. As an Omega-level telepath, Emma's senses extended beyond the merely physical. Her intuition, honed by decades of reading emotions and surface thoughts, had become nearly prophetic. Right now, every single one of those senses was screaming at her to run. This feeling wasn't a psychic illusion or trick of the mind. She'd have detected that instantly. What she felt was real, primal, absolute death. The man sitting across from her was the embodiment of death. The certainty that he could erase her from existence took root in her heart. Not even Celine at the height of her power had radiated this level of threat. However, Emma Frost hadn't built an empire by cowering. She forced herself to straighten, to meet his gaze directly. Her mind raced through possibilities, strategies, or tricks to turn this situation to her advantage. What are you? Dante's smile widened, becoming something almost playful. I am Death's Apostle. Not the most impressive title, Emma said, pushing through her fear. Do you really think you can kill me here without consequences? I can't. She gestured to their surroundings. This is my establishment. Cameras and witnesses everywhere. S.H.I.E.L.D. is also monitoring mutant activity in this city. S.H.I.E.L.D., won't they be happy I got rid of an Omega-level threat? Emma crossed her arms, letting her fear transform into the cold calculation that had evolved her from a naive little girl to the ruthless billionaire. Then what about the political fallout? My death would trigger investigations that would make your and Silver Sable's life very complicated. He nodded slowly, as if contemplating the consequences. That's troubling indeed. Besides, why settle for threats when we could have an arrangement? You're clearly intelligent, powerful, and she revealed a small smile, switching tactics to persuasion. Easy on the eyes. Why waste your potential playing bodyguard to a small nation's queen? Oh, I can be more. He asked innocently. She didn't know if he was truly falling for the persuasion or just messing with her. Regardless, she had to keep going. Work for me instead. I can offer you far more. Money, I have billions. Power, I have connections in every major industry. Women. Emma leaned closer, her voice taking on that honey-smooth quality that always worked on men. More beautiful, more elegant, more sophisticated than Silver Sable. Real women who actually know how to appreciate a man of your caliber. It was a deliberate insult, aimed at driving a wedge between Dante and Sylvvaja while simultaneously inflating his ego. Dante studied her for a long moment, then laughed. Not one that came from amusement but a pitying laughter. You really don't understand people, do you? Dante tapped the table, and the oppressive aura of death faded slightly. Emma Frost, you've never understood what it means to truly trust someone. Her gaze sharpened with killing intent, even as something twisted uncomfortably in her chest. I already have everything. What more can I gain from trusting someone? He shook his head in pity. Yes or no? The cold choice made her flinch. Death with one word, life with another. There was nothing more to it. She took a deep breath and gave a heavy nod that was a battle against her pride. I'll stop sending my people after Osborn's research. She couldn't die, not for something that wasn't completely real. Osborn's research could be fake for all she knew. Her young mutant academy, on the other hand, was real, and those kids needed her. There was still Felicia. She only promised to not send any more people. Those already contracted to steal were a fair deal. Great choice. He pushed the chair away and walked toward the door. Emma found herself sitting down without remembering when she'd moved, suddenly grateful for the support of the chair. He paused as he gripped the knob and glanced back. Will you call off the men you've already sent out? You see, I don't want to kill needlessly. With such a threat, he left, only to show his face again through a crack in the door. Don't give me a reason to kill you in the future, Emma Frost. The consequences don't scare me. It's just I would rather not kill one of the few people capable of leading the mutant race. The door clicked shut behind him, and for the final this time, Emma held her head, repeating his last words. A leader of the mutant race. A scornful chuckle escaped her throat. She, who had built an empire with her ruthlessness, had her heart filled with doubts. Because she truly knew her own capability better than anyone else, that she was undisputedly better than the mutant supremacist Magneto, who had the goal of establishing mutants as superior life forms to humans. His plans would only create conflicts leading to bloodshed for both sides. She trusted herself to be above the God syndrome Charles Xavier as well. The man had this weird idealist approach to creating a harmonic world of mutants and humans. As if most people would not harbor resentment against mutants for their special powers. These doubts, in a sense, felt worse than physically ending her life. To understand me to such an extent without telepathy, he is a terrifying man. No, she shook her head. It's not right to call him that. Not a man, not a mutant, not a monster either. People like him weren't meant to be categorized among the living. He was a natural force in the likes of an earthquake or hurricane. She had survived him this time, but next time she'd rather not clash with him. At least not until she found some means to deny him of his terrifying ability to kill someone with a thought. Because the White Queen Emma Frost utterly despised this feeling of utter defeat. You can read 20 more chapters on patreon.com/imperfect1. 16. Selfish Care. Sylvvaja stood in the hallways just outside the private room, where a nerve-wracking negotiation played out. Her position gave her a clear view of the door while allowing her to monitor for threats from either direction. Just her professional habit to never let her guard down. With her arms crossed, she tapped her fingers against her bicep. What's taking so long? Did he? She forced herself to stop that thought. Dwelling on worst-case scenarios was unprofessional. Yet her mind kept circling back. She'd built her reputation on honesty, on being a mercenary with a heart of gold. But today, she felt like she betrayed her own code. She had used Dante. Not entirely, of course. Her attraction to him was genuine. However, she couldn't deny the calculated reasons that had drawn her to him in the first place. For one thing, he was incredibly resourceful. He somehow gathered key information on every major player in Manhattan and Queens, and he knew things he really shouldn't about mutants, S.H.I.E.L.D., and even Emma Frost's telepathy. He simply knew too much. Then there was his power. He outmatched her in almost every area. Today, she could defeat him using her vast combat experience. But give him a few weeks of proper training, and he'd wipe the floor with her. Not to mention his mutant powers, which were still a mystery. His ceiling for growth was high enough to make him a legendary figure in her line of work. Maybe even surpass it entirely. And he wasn't pure brawn either, as he had seen through her intentions and made Emma Frost flinch with just a few words. Not an easy feat. His character was what made him most enticing, though. Honest, sincere, and someone who wanted to live without a guilty conscience, and had a kind of integrity that was rarer than peace in her line of work. All of these made him a husband candidate like no other, someone she was drawn towards like a magnet after he had taken her first kiss. After all, she was 27, and in her line of work, tomorrow was never guaranteed. If she was going to secure Sim Carrier's future, if she was going to have children who could make Sim Carrey proud and carry on her father's legacy, it should be with someone who was powerful, intelligent, good-natured, and attractive. Someone worthy. Someone like Dante. Unfortunately, she might not get the chance to let this relationship blossom into something real. Emma Frost would have read these thoughts during their encounter earlier, and she would definitely use it to drive a wedge between them. To make him switch sides. Sylvvaja had taken countermeasures, of course. Like requesting a formal dance, showing him open affection like a real girlfriend, and making sure he knew she cared. She could only pray he'd trust her actions more than Emma's honeyed tongue. She glanced at her wristwatch. 12 minutes since Dante had entered, too much in negotiation time, especially when one party held all the leverage. Then again, he was up against someone who could literally read people's minds. He has trump cards that made him confident to confront Emma. It should be fine. Footsteps in the hall snapped her focus back. Relief flooded through her for half a second before dread replaced it. Dante walked with his hands in his pockets. Not a single emotion could be seen on his face. No satisfaction of a hard-earned victory or the frustration of a defeat. That whore. What did she do to him? Sylvvaja's fists clenched. If Emma had violated his mind and brainwashed him into forgetting everything, then she'd destroy Emma no matter what. He stopped a few feet away and looked at her for several long seconds. Then his lips curved into a small smile. She folded. Joy exploded through her chest. Not because Wildpack had one less enemy to worry about in this contract, though that mattered for her company and country. Because Dante overcame Emma's telepathy and returned to her. He had chosen her. Sylvvaja closed the distance and threw herself into his arms. Her momentum should have been nothing to him since he'd taken full force strikes from her. This time, he staggered backward, nearly losing his balance entirely. Something was very, very wrong. She pulled back slightly. He was biting his lower lip, and the slight tremor in his hands only raised her concerns. You. He shook his head and leaned down to whisper in her ear. Just tired, act normal and take me home. The words were casual, but she understood what he didn't say. We're still being watched. Get me out of here before I collapse. Sylvvaja's training kicked in immediately. She put on a pleased smile, the kind a woman would wear when her lover achieved major success in his career. She slipped her arm through his, supporting his weight while making it look like casual intimacy. Come on, main shots, she said softly. Let's go home and celebrate. She felt how much he was leaning on her. How the man who'd pinned her to the mat just hours ago could barely support his own weight. They made it through the club without incident. Everyone was too busy to give them any attention. The winter air hit them as they exited. Dante sucked in a sharp breath, and for a moment, she thought he might collapse right there. She quickly led him to the SUV and helped him into the passenger seat. He slumped into the seat immediately and closed his eyes. She tugged at his arm. Dante. His pulse was weak but steady, though his breathing had evened out. It was a relief that he was only passed out. That's good. That's... God, what happened in that room? Just what was his trump card to drain him this much? What power had he used? What price had he paid? Could it be Emma who made him like this? I'll kill her if it's her. She never let anyone take from her without giving something of equal value in return. It took her so long to find a partner she could love, and she would willingly burn an Emma Frost or two for him. Sylvvaja closed his door as gently as possible and sprinted around to the driver's side. The engine roared to life, and she rushed out of the parking lot. The drive to her office building felt like it took hours instead of 20 minutes. She sped through every yellow light and quite a few red ones. Her diplomatic immunity would handle any tickets, and right now, getting Dante somewhere secure mattered more than traffic laws. She pulled into the underground parking garage of Silver Sable International. She practically slammed on the brakes and turned to check on Dante. He seems fine, but she touched his forehead, finding him pleasantly warm. Some rosiness had also returned to his face. His breathing had deepened into something more like natural sleep than someone sick. No, I'm not taking any chances. She pulled out her phone and dialed the third number on her speed dial. The call connected after one ring. What is your order, Commander? The voice on the other end was deep, gravelly, with a thick Russian accent. Pyotr, I need your expertise at the office. Let Amychin take your position for the night. Copy, Commander. ETA 12 minutes. Pyotr Rasputin didn't ask unnecessary questions. He obeyed the command. That's what made him the most reliable man in the wild pack and one of her most trusted operatives. Sylvvaja tossed her phone to the back seat and brushed a strand of black hair from Dante's forehead. This better not be months-long sleep. I don't pay for long medical leave. You can read 20 more chapters on patreon.com/imperfect1. 17. The Gentle Giant. What was more terrifying than waking up shirtless in an unfamiliar room? Waking up shirtless in an unfamiliar room with a 6 feet 6 inches giant drawing on a canvas nearby. The rational part of Dante's brain suggested he was probably safe. The irrational part thought about the worst-case scenario: she was about to be killed by a serial killer. And the victim, Dante, never suspected that his last moments would be immortalized in oil paint. He knew he was charming, but not enough to drive men to kill him out of envy. "You are awake, comrade," the mountain of a man said with a thick Russian accent and glanced at him. "I'll let the commander know." The man took out his phone and typed something. "Commander." Dante's voice came out rougher because of his dry throat. Had he died from overusing Death's resonance link and then reincarnated again in a military setting? He called out to Null to confirm. Null repository status, active. Relief washed over him. He was still Dante, still in the same universe, still Death's only companion, and still employed by the gorgeous boss of Sable International. Sylvvaja had just relocated him somewhere while he was unconscious. "Who are you? And who's this commander?" The big man finally turned from his canvas. He had a face with a square jaw, high cheekbones, and surprisingly gentle eyes. His black hair was cropped short, and he wore a simple gray Henley that strained against huge and wide shoulders. He didn't look older than his late 20s, maybe early 30s. "Pyotr Rasputin." Pyotr set down his brush on the tray. "Commander Sylvvaja asked me to watch over you." Dante sucked in a deep breath. "Pyotr Rasputin. Pyotr fucking Rasputin." The mutant who could transform his entire body into organic steel to become virtually indestructible. Colossus. The gentle giant of the X-Men, the farm boy with the heart of gold who could tank nukes for his fellow X-Men. Shouldn't he be with the X-Men? Why is he working for Sylvvaja? But there was an interesting story behind his appearance born from strange divergences in the timeline, and it was most likely connected to his sister, Ilyana Rasputin. Of course, Pyotr wouldn't reveal anything to a stranger. Dante swung his legs off the bed and stretched his arms overhead, feeling muscles pop in a satisfying cascade down his spine. Oh, that felt great. A good night's sleep really does wonders. Pyotr let out a deep, rumbling chuckle. "Comrade, you were dead for 17 hours. Dante froze in the middle of his stretching pose. 17 hours? No wonder I'm starved. He might have spent more time sleeping in this new life than he did staying awake. An amusing but depressing fact. He extended a hand toward Pyotr. "Anyway, I'm Dante. You probably heard that from Sylvvaja." Pyotr's handshake was careful, showing how conscious he was of his own strength. The respect in his eyes was genuine though. "I learned what you did for Commander, comrade. You have the gratitude of everyone in Wild Pack. It wasn't a big deal. Perhaps not to you." Pyotr smiled warmly. "But it matters for us, comrade. Emma Frost with her resources would have been a nasty thorn in our operation." Dante rubbed the back of his head. Nothing would get him used to pure-hearted compliments. "Well, thanks for watching over me while I was out." Pyotr winked like a mischievous kid. "Commander Sylvvaja also spent a lot of time by your side." He fished out his phone and showed a photo of Sylvvaja sitting by the bedside and holding his hand. He never thought Sylvvaja could look so distressed. "That's so sweet. She is very kind to her people," Pyotr said before gesturing toward the door. "There are clothes on the bathroom counter. I will let Anna fetch your meal." "Appreciate it, big guy." Saying goodbye to Pyotr, he went through the morning routine like it wasn't evening. Afterward, he grabbed the folded clothes from the bathroom counter, simple black jeans and a gray winter hoodie, and turned on the shower. He stood under the spray while thinking about the nerve-wracking meeting with Emma Frost. Even the terror of death didn't get Emma to back down easily. She still tried tactics like intimidation, persuasion, and seduction. Her offer just had no temptation for him. Whatever she was offering could be easily earned on his own. "She could have swayed me by revealing bad things about Sylvvaja. I took her chance." He had kissed Sylvvaja in front of Emma to disrupt Sylvaja's thoughts. The quickest telepathy was surface-level reading of thoughts and emotions. The deep dive required a moment, which he never gave to Emma. He had also shifted Emma's focus to himself with a shot at her ego, allowing Sylvvaja to leave without being exposed to the telepathy. "It's a good thing, but I'm a bit disappointed." He did want to hear Sylvvaja's opinion of him, not to the extent of wanting telepathy for it. He would still get it from Emma Frost's resonance link later, as it was an amazing survival tool. As for Emma Frost herself, he was quite certain this wasn't their last meeting. "Null, did I suffer any backlash?" Prolonged rest allowed for full recovery. Administrator's vitals and neural pathways are in optimal condition. He nodded, dried off, and dressed quickly. Running his fingers through his still damp hair, he gave it some semblance of style. Good enough. When he stepped back into the main room, Sylvvaja was sitting on the couch, gulping down water like she had been thirsty for days. She looked absolutely wrecked. Her silver hair hung in loose, messy waves around her face. Her ice blue eyes carried a redness from a lack of sleep. She looked like she hadn't caught a break since they went to Hellmoon Club. He dropped onto the couch beside her. "Hey. You're awake." She sounded relieved, like a heavy weight had been lifted off her chest. "Sorry, I didn't have time to look after you myself or cook for you. The facility got attacked last night." The apology hit him harder than it should have. She had probably spent the last 17 hours dealing with her mercenary operation, yet she was apologizing for not personally preparing his meal. What was the scale? 30 Asian people in black gear, equipped with military-grade firearms. They attempted a breach around 4 a.m. Aren't they afraid of alerting the NYPD? Sylvvaja revealed a tired smile. The people who hired these guys already paid off the upper echelon of the NYPD. They didn't even stop by in the morning for investigation. Corruption everywhere. He shook his head. Any casualties on our side? Not at all. We managed to kill 10 with our defensive advantage. The rest retreated when they realized we weren't going to fold. She threw a leg across her knee, her fingers tapping her thighs, a telltale sign of stress. It was probably a probe at our defenses. Next time they'll come with bigger numbers and more firepower. It'll keep escalating until we break, or Norman is done with his research. Without thinking, Dante wrapped an arm around her shoulders and pulled her against his chest. She didn't resist, settling against him like she'd been waiting for it. "Don't worry. I'll be there to rain death upon those idiots." She punched his chest, more out of irritation than the desire to beat him up. "You are an idiot." "Excuse me. You didn't need to do that last night," she said with barely concealed anger. "When you collapsed, I thought you would be gone for months." The fear of losing him had been eating away at her ever since he collapsed in the car. Dante ran his fingers through her messy hair. "I overused my authority when I was already exhausted from our fight. It won't happen again, I promise." Sylvvaja pulled back enough to give him a skeptical look. "Did you say authority? What are you, some kind of god?" He laughed at her question. "Greater than gods, actually. My death authority is on a higher level than Hela." If Emma Frost knew about his dominion over death, it was only fair that Sylvvaja did too. The woman genuinely cared about him, and had proven herself trustworthy. "Who is Hela?" She blinked. "Did you use that power to scare Emma?" Dante had forgotten about Odin erasing every trace of Hela from this world's history. She is a goddess of death, just like Thor and Odin. Before you ask, yes, they are also real. The silence that followed was amusing. Sylvvaja just stared at him, her face showing a multitude of emotions. "I didn't know my low-class intel broker was a big deal." She reached out and touched his face. "I'll try not to betray your trust." He leaned into her touch, with his best smile. "Just treat me normally. I'm your boyfriend, after all." Something fierce blazed in Sylvvaja's eyes. She grabbed his collar with both hands and yanked him down into a kiss. This wasn't like the teasing kiss in her car. This one was hungry, borderline desperate, the kiss of someone who'd spent 17 hours terrified she'd never get to do this again. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, she smirked. "Only a boyfriend." Dante's hand slid down to rest on her butt, fingers sinking possessively. "I don't mind being more." Sylvvaja's eyes widened suddenly. "I forgot Pyotr Wasa, my god." She shoved him away and straightened her tactical gear. He clicked his tongue. "Pyotr, your commander is missing you." After some rustling, Pyotr emerged from the bedroom, his canvas tucked under one arm. His expression was carefully stoic, like he'd been deliberately not paying attention to the two. "Commander, you should rest. I can handle the defense tonight." The mere mention of sleep provoked a yawn from the mercenary queen. "I'd love to, but I have to be at the second site." Dante frowned. "There's a second site now? Is that guy out of his mind?" "The second research facility went active today ahead of schedule," Sylvvaja replied, walking toward the window to watch the New York sky fade into night. "He called this morning saying his timeline had accelerated. Now we're covering 2 locations with the same number of personnel." Norman Osborn mentioned the possibility of more facilities, Pyotr added. "But Commander refused to take the contract for those." "Damn right I did." Sylvvaja glanced over her shoulder. "He can hire another group to handle them. I'm not risking it after the attack last night." The expanding scale of Norman's plan sent warning bells through Dante's head. It might not be a cure for all diseases as Emma had suspected, but some sort of network across the city. Perhaps a hub for some ritual. He knew too little to reach any conclusion. "I'm coming with you," he said firmly, already formulating a plan to sneak inside. If Norman was building some kind of distributed network of facilities, he needed to know what was really being developed before this entire situation exploded in their faces. "All right. I'll get changed in my room. Meet me at Anna's desk in 30 minutes. Once Sylvvaja left the room, Dante moved his attention to the kitchen. Multiple containers of chicken dishes, grilled, roasted, and some kind of curry waited for him. It was truly a feast. Eating alone brought down the experience. He had become too used to having the company of a beauty these days. "Death," he called out softly, not really expecting a response. "Where are you? I miss my favorite lap pillow." "Companion." The whisper reached him like a dream. "How are you faring without me?" He nearly dropped his fork. Bad. Terrible. It's really hard." Death gave a sinister chuckle. I saw you savoring a kiss with her in the car. Such human passion must be hard to contain. He felt a chill on his nape. Death was absolutely upset with him. The worst part was that he had no idea what to say in this situation. Death, you said you won't mind. I do not mind it. Her voice became softer and gentle, which somehow made it infinitely worse. I gave you permission. Why would I feel no slightest grievance towards you or that Sylvvaja girl? You sound mad. I'm not mad, companion. I'm simply curious. Is it nice having a girlfriend to look after you? Do her mortal lips feel sweeter and softer than mine? Is that why our kisses were so brief? I'm sorry, Death. Unable to take any more, he gave a sincere apology. I promise I'll kiss you as much as you want when you get back. I could return right now, but her voice carried a sadness that he had never felt before. Every life in this universe is fated to perish. I would like to stay here and watch over these souls in their final moments. It sounded contradictory since she just showed the ability to be here while simultaneously being in another universe. All right. I will return soon. You should be prepared to tell me everything that happened in my absence. We'll cuddle under a warm blanket for the story time, then. Her silence stretched long enough that he wondered if she'd already left. Okay. The shy agreement sounded nothing like the cosmic entity who'd resurrected him. It sounded like a nervous girl accepting her first date invitation. He was overcome with the urge to hug her. Unfortunately, she wasn't here, and that made him depressed. I'll chat with you later, companion. See you. He quickly finished the dinner and found Pyotr in the bedroom, who was carefully adding shading to the sleeping tiger on the canvas. From the back, Pyotr looked as if a brick wall had come to life, but his skills were first grade. You're great at this. Pyotr glanced at him. It's a symbolism for you, comrade. Me, a tiger. Pyotr set down his brush and turned to face him fully. In Russia, we have a saying, do not wake a sleeping tiger unless you want to be eaten. It's a warning for children to not stir up trouble unless you're ready for the consequences. You got one over the most dangerous mutant in New York back. If you are not a sleeping tiger, comrade, then I do not know who is. You know about mutants. Yes, most of us in Wild Pack have faced them in the past. Dante's narrow eyes studied him carefully. I'm curious about how you end up working for Sylvvaja instead of that place. Pyotr flinched as his eyes widened. Comrade, I didn't even reveal my secret to the commander. How did you figure it out? Does your mutant power let you sense other mutants? Maybe. Dante kept a soft smile on his face. So, what brought you to Sylvvaja? When I was in Russia, Headmaster Charles Xavier approached me with an invite. I didn't go with him. Pyotr looked hesitant to discuss the reasons for his rejection. Then my younger sister disappeared. A relative suggested meeting Miss Sable. I didn't have money for her, so I asked her to hire me. She had resources to find my sister. I had experience beating people up. Dante, of course, knew the sister in question. Ilyana Rasputina, the young girl who was abducted to Limbo by Belasco. Didn't she return from Limbo on the same day? It was a curious case. Perhaps Ilyana had returned from Limbo and went missing in some other place. Dante knew too little to make any assumptions. You'll stick with Wild Pack until we find your sister. Commander is using all her contacts to help me search. He cracked his fists and suddenly he triggered his transformation, becoming bigger, heavier, and completely metal. I want to be an invincible warrior for Commander. But I'm not allowed to reveal my mutant powers in fear of S.H.I.E.L.D. I want to swat them like flies. The giant clapped his hands, and the sound was like a thunderclap. He was a living weapon in his colossus form. Dante stepped back, feeling the room cramped because of this 7-foot metal giant. Easy, Pyotr. No need to wreck the room. S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't here. To be honest, he was more afraid an accidental slap from Colossus would turn him into meat pulp. Pyotr's metal face softened into an apologetic expression. He shrank back down to his normal form and sheepishly ran a hand through his hair. Apologies, comrade. I become passionate about Commander's kindness. It's all right, friend. He patted his shoulder. Let's go meet up with Sylvvaja. You can read 20 more chapters on patreon.com/imperfect1. 18. Meeting Felicia. Sylvvaja waited by Anna's desk, looking fresh in her tactical gear. A pistol sat holstered on each thigh, and a rifle on her back. She looked combat ready. What caught his attention most, however, was her subtle makeup, especially her fresh deep wine lipstick. She hadn't bothered with any when they'd first met at Smokey's, and certainly not when they'd met again in his apartment. She's trying to look good for me, but he found the thought cute, like any man would. Though he wondered how she'd react when she learned her competition was a cosmic entity. Commander, Pyotr greeted with a respectful nod before standing by the side. A perfect soldier awaiting orders. Pyotr. Dante. Sylvvaja's attention shifted to Dante from Pyotr, holding a beat too long. Ready to move out. Almost. Just let me get my angel's blessings. Dante moved closer to Anna's desk and did the classic desk knock. Hey, Anna. Dante. Anna replied in a cheerful voice from behind her computer screens. Pyotr too. Pyotr chuckled. Greetings, Anna. You are working hard as always. You know me. Anna gave a goofy grin before pinning Dante with a glare that was anything but harsh on her little face. You need to stop stressing Miss Sable. She looks like she's lost 10 pounds overnight. What's life without some risks, am I right? He glanced back, noticing Sylvvaja giving him a look of disapproval with a hand on her hip. Anyway, what are you always working on? Anna looked at Sylvvaja, who gave a subtle nod of permission. The receptionist turned her screen to show him the full scope of her work. A grid of video feeds filled the main monitor, each displaying different angles of industrial buildings and back alleys rendered in the greenish tint of night vision. I'm monitoring the less guarded areas around both facilities through drones, Anna explained, her fingers dancing across the keyboard to switch between feeds. These spots don't have regular patrols, so they're potential breach points. Our lead tech operators are overworked right now, Sylvvaja added, moving to stand beside Dante. Anna volunteered and proved that she's good enough to get her own codename, Blue Eagle. Anna's cheeks colored slightly at the praise. The young lady wasn't very used to praise like Dante. Those side activities from my university days are finally paying off. Codenames. He looked at Sylvvaja. When am I getting one? Her mouth curved. Your Wild Pack's trump card. Codename, Hades. As my second in command, only I can deploy you. The codename was a nod to his temporary dominion over death. Though knowing Marvel Comics, there was already a god named Hades in one of the universes. Just as he was about to say something, Sylvvaja's phone rang. He patted his empty pocket. With everything that happened, he only just noticed that he'd forgotten his phone at the apartment yesterday. It's not like anyone will call me. He waited for Sylvvaja to wrap up her call with someone named Amy Chen, a member of Wild Pack. He wasn't really familiar with Wild Pack members. Only that the newest cast had become hosts of different symbiotes in the Venom Wars arc. Sylvvaja looked quite badass as Silver Symbiote. Sylvvaja, I need to swing by my apartment. Forgot my phone. She gave him a look that suggested she took his words for a joke, or perhaps had suffered brain damage during his 17-hour nap. Seriously? You're remembering this now? You know exactly why. A blush spread across her face, clearly having her own misunderstanding. Why don't I just give you a new one? I have several spares in my office with above military-grade encryption and tracking. You'll need better equipment for Wild Pack operations anyway. He was tempted to get a new toy. Thanks, but I'll stick with mine for now. It's precious to me. A complete lie, of course. The phone was fine, but he already felt a bit conscious of how much Sylvvaja had spent on him. He had some pride left, damn it. He wouldn't let her become his sugar mommy more than she already was. That kind of dynamic created dependency and resentment, neither of which he wanted in this relationship. Sylvvaja gazed at him as if appraising him. Whatever she saw must have satisfied her, because she nodded with a small smile. Fine, we'll make a quick stop. After a quick goodbye to his angel, he settled into the passenger seat of Sylvvaja's trusty SUV. Pyotr occupied the back, looking slightly cramped despite the vehicle's size. I know. Pyotr offered an awkward smile when he caught Dante's glance. I'm not built for these cars. Sylvvaja tossed a water bottle over her shoulder to Pyotr. You're built like a tank, which is both useful and detrimental in our line of work. Pyotr could brawl and carry weapons not made for one man. He also made a huge target on the field. For his normal form, of course. Sylvvaja didn't know her obedient soldier could shrug off anti-tank rounds and charge through any battlefield untouched. You won't find a better meat shield anywhere. That's right, comrade. I'll always stand between commander and danger. Sylvvaja was baffled at the sight of both men sharing a laugh. What did I miss? Maybe a lot. Nothing in particular, commander. The commander rolled her eyes. The drive to Dante's apartment building passed by quickly. She pulled up to the curb in front of his building and killed the engine, her hand already moving to her seatbelt. He rested his hands on hers, smiling. I'll be fine alone. It's just a fetch quest. She still looked worried, treating him like he might faint on the way. It was sweet and heartwarming, but also unnecessary. He wasn't some glass who would break apart, he was a full-grown man with plenty of bullshit powers. She didn't look entirely convinced. Don't make me come looking for you. Yes, boss. He climbed out and headed inside, taking the stairs 2 at a time. His body felt good, really good. Whatever healing factor came with his enhanced durability worked wonders during his sleep. Dante pushed the door open and felt a strange sense of dissonance. Nothing looked disturbed at first glance, yet he felt that something was off. Then he spotted a small white note pinned to his new couch cushion with a decorative thumbtack shaped like a cat's paw. Felicia. He yanked it free. The handwriting was elegant and playful, with extra style on the capital letters. Darling Dante. I stopped by hoping to find you and your mysterious death, but alas, you weren't home. Such a shame. I'm absolutely dying to see your gorgeous face again, pun intended. My phone number's at the bottom, sweetheart. Call me ASAP. Your not-so-secret admirer. Felicia Hardy. Dante's eye twitched from the bright red lipstick kiss on the bottom corner. There was also a small arrow drawn below the mark, pointing to the back. He flipped it over to find more of Felicia's elegant handwriting. P.S. I borrowed your briefcase. Real leather, compact size, and a lovely shade of black. Excellent taste, darling. It also came with a lot of cash. Do come to retrieve it soon, or I might donate everything to the Feline Aid Foundation. They do wonderful work. P.P.S. Your apartment security is tragic, sweetheart. Get better locks. And don't even get me started on those window latches. You really should upgrade before someone less charitable than me decides to visit. PPPS. Your briefcase contained exactly $35,000. I counted on your new couch just so there's no confusion. I may be a thief, darling, but I'm an honest one. Dante stood there, speechless. She'd stolen from him and had the audacity to critique his home security and claim to be an honest thief. Should be an honor to be robbed by Black Cat. But he crumpled the note and shoved it in his pocket before grabbing his phone from the table where he'd left it yesterday. The screen showed 13 missed calls from Felicia, timestamped from yesterday to earlier morning today. Felicia. He could ignore her and let her keep the money since he wasn't in a tight spot anymore. Or he could do what she clearly wanted and call her back. The decision wasn't really a decision at all when he considered the bigger picture. Felicia Hardy had skills that could prove invaluable to him in infiltrating Norman's research facilities. He had 2 resonance links in mind to help him with invisibility and scouting, but her expertise with locks and security measures would make things 10 times easier. Worth a shot. He dialed her number and waited. It rang 3 times. Hello, Dante. A sultry voice purred through the speaker. I see you found my lovely little note. Did you love it? Of course, you did, sweetheart. Why are you stealing from your benefactor? Red eye. Tell me, are your eyes actually red when you're angry? You seemed so calm at the CAF. But I imagine you must have a temper hiding under all that charm. All men have one. I'm starting to think your fated death won't come from an accident, he said coldly. It'll be from me strangling you with my bare hands. Slowly. Watching life fade from your eyes as you realize, I shouldn't have messed with this man. Oh my, that gave me shivers. She giggled, completely unfazed by his threat. If anything, she sounded more excited. Darling, you can choke me to death. I'll still have 8 more lives in the bank. Felicia, what do you really want? Many things. From you and death, she said, her tone shifting to a little more serious. I'm feeling awfully lazy right now. Why don't you come to my place? I'll text you my address. We can discuss the return of your briefcase over drinks. Or coffee, if you're more civilized, or, she lowered her voice into a sweet whisper. We could skip the drinks entirely and move on to whatever else you'd like to do with little me. The line went dead before he could say anything. Does she never feel tired? His phone buzzed with a text message. 240 West 46th Street, Midtown Manhattan, near Theater District. It was one of the upper-class areas around Manhattan. Crime pays pretty well. He pocketed his phone and headed downstairs. Sylvvaja wouldn't appreciate another detour, especially one involving the opposite of her client's interests. He could only endure the guilty feeling and lie to her. Sylvvaja looked up as he knocked on her side window and then lowered the glass. You know you can use the other side, right? I gotta go somewhere. Send me your location once you get to the facility. I'll be there ASAP. Sylvvaja's expression shifted from confusion to suspicion in an instant. She could obviously tell that he was hiding something. Can I ask what happened? I have to meet someone, he said calmly. Business related. Dante. Her voice took on a gentler tone that made him feel 10 times guiltier about not being honest. You don't have to take other contracts anymore. Money isn't an issue for me. He could see where this was going, and he needed to get it out of her head before she made plans to relocate him to a nicer apartment and make him feel like a kept man. He reached over and ruffled her silver hair, earning a surprised squeak. What are you doing suddenly? Not everything's about money, silly girl. He let his hand linger, giving her his most gentle smile. It's important business. Why don't I explain it later? All the concerns from her face melted away under his touch. She batted his hand away, though she couldn't hide the smile tugging at her lips. She quickly turned to face the windshield so he wouldn't see her red face. Don't be late. We have work to do and I need you there. Yes, boss. She shot him a harsh glare. Stop calling me that. I don't separate professional and private. You're my boyfriend, period. You're both cute, Pyotr interjected from the back seat. Reminds me of those young couples back in Mother Russia. Shut up, Pyotr, Sylvvaja and Dante said in unison, which just made the big man laugh harder. With one last look, she drove away. He called a cab. Within minutes, his ride pulled up to him. Apartment 8C. The door swung open almost immediately after one knock, like Felicia had been waiting right behind it. Nothing about her wavy platinum blonde hair suggested laziness. The designer jeans and the fitted emerald blouse matched her striking green eyes perfectly. Even in their second encounter, he still felt a bit awestruck. She just had this different type of charm from Sylvvaja and death, one that any man would appreciate. I'm not letting you steal the spotlight, pretty boy, she commented, noticing his stare, and then peered past him into the hallway. Where is my best friend Death? She isn't my babysitter, Dante replied. I'll let you meet her when she returns from the business trip. Visible disappointment flickered across Felicia's face. Shame. How will I know if I've cheated fate without her? Suffer in suspense. He was also suffering in Death's absence for a different reason. She rolled her eyes and then stepped aside. Come in before my neighbors start gossiping. Dante entered, scanning the room for some material to tease her with. The apartment was smaller than his, but what it lacked in size, it made up for with sleek furniture and classy finishes. The place also smelled pleasant. It would have been weird if it didn't, given Felicia's obsession with appearance. Unfortunately, there was nothing to tease her with. Not even a family photo frame. Cozy place, he said, immediately making himself comfortable by sitting down on her bed without any permission. Nice mattress too. Felicia looked amused, closing the door and leaning against it. You're quite different without Death. Does she like your mystery man act? He shrugged. I'm always like this. We just met under strange circumstances. Strange indeed. She laughed and moved to sit in a plush armchair across from the bed. My woman's intuition tells me you aren't here for the briefcase. Yeah, let's talk about you first. Why were you dying to meet me? To say thanks for giving me that heads up. She grinned, but there was a genuine softness in her eyes. She was truly grateful. I ran into a situation that definitely could have killed me. An accident. Oh no, darling. I'm too lucky to die in an accident. Her grin widened, becoming almost mischievous. Two gorgeous women. I'm talking supermodel level stunning. Too bad, they came with bad intentions. Dante's interest was piqued immediately. In a universe where most female characters ranged from attractive to devastating, Felicia's description didn't narrow things down. Care to elaborate? Felicia pressed a finger to her lips playfully. That's a secret, sweetheart. They made me promise, and I always keep my word. Mostly. Okay, maybe only when it suits me. You're no fun. I also want to meet dangerous beauties, who might kill me. He leaned back on the bed, letting his head rest on her pillow. The lingering sweet scent tickled his senses, then he felt something crinkling under the pillow. Curious, he reached underneath and pulled out a folded piece of paper. As he unfolded it, his eyes widened slightly. Blueprint schematics showing detailed floor plans and structures. He'd seen these exact layouts earlier today on Anna's computer screen. Oscorp Research Facility. Felicia, he called, still studying the blueprints like he was admiring someone's vacation photos. Was one of them Emma Frost? Felicia's playful smile froze for barely a second, a micro-expression that most people would have missed. Fortunately for him and unfortunately for her, Dante had the best eyesight among humans. I can't say. She tried to recover with her usual teasing tone, but the damage was done. She cursed under her breath, damn it. A slow smile spread across his face. Emma Frost asked you to steal something from Oscorp's research facility. Considering your eccentric personalities, the meeting might have started on a hostile note. Then she threw the bait to reel you in. A fish so delicious Black Cat couldn't refuse. All the playfulness drained from her face, leaving behind a shocked young lady. How did you reach that conclusion so quickly? Do you also have mind-reading powers? He mimicked her gesture from moments ago, pressing a finger to his lips with a smirk. That's a secret. Touch, darling. She shook her head, a reluctant smile tugging at her lips despite the situation. Yes, Emma Frost approached me with this very dangerous and very beautiful swordswoman. He knew too many sword-wielding female characters from comics, but those associated with Emma narrowed to a small list. Was her name Psylocke? The mutant Psylocke was on top of that list. Emma called her Psy, so probably yeah. She crossed her arms. You really do know everything, don't you? Are you and Death also mutants or whatever they call people with supernatural powers? Hee, can I also sign up to be like you? Not exactly. Death and I are the furthest thing from mutants. And no, you don't learn superpowers. She gave him a thumbs down. Since you're being honest, I'll tell you about the trade. I get her whatever she's after in that facility, and she gets my father out of prison. He gets to spend his final year with his family instead of rotting in a cell, dying alone without anyone who loves him. Her eyes glistened slightly as if remembered the happy memories with her father and then contrasted them with his current lonely life. It's your turn to answer my question. How do you know the Oscorp research facility layout like the back of your hand? Oscorp is the client of my new boss, Sable. I work for Sable International now. Felicia's eyes widened, then she burst out laughing. Congratulations. Though honestly, still beneath someone who's best friends with Death herself. Only doing it because Sable is my girlfriend. She blinked in surprise and then chuckled with a hand on her mouth. Dating a queen is your only worthwhile accomplishment. Starting to fear me? Never in my life. She pointed to the blueprints in his hand. Shouldn't you be telling me to stop? Your girlfriend is literally protecting what I want to steal. Weirdest conflict of interest I've seen in my life. Actually, I have a better option that benefits both of us. Dante's grin widened slowly. He had the expression of someone who'd realized the most mischievous idea of their life. We steal it together. Felicia's face lit up like a kid who got everything from her Santa's wish list. She pointed to her face. A girl cursed by Lady Luck. Then pointed to him. A man blessed by Lady Death. I'm so down to working with you, darling. Random art. You can read 20 more chapters on patreon.com/imperfect1. 19. Madame Gao's Executioner. 19. Madame Gao's Executioner. Cold wind swept across the rooftop like a blade. The temperature had dropped down to 1 degree Celsius, far below the New York average. This biting cold didn't stop Madame Gao and her associates from setting up a corporate-style meeting on the rooftop of a 20-story office tower. Madame Gao sat still on a simple wooden chair, with her aged hands folded in her lap. Behind her stood 6 hand operatives, each wearing black-colored suits. Sharing the table with Gao were high-ranking associates of the hand. On the left was the intimidating Japanese Nobu Yoshioka in a simple black suit. His face seemed untouched by unnecessary emotion. To Gao's right, Alexandra Reed with the elegance of old European nobility. Bob-cut auburn hair neatly framed a face, which was faintly marred by age. She looked to be in her 50s, quite different from her real age which was over thousands. Hasty. The single word from Gao's mouth dropped like a guillotine. One of the masked ninjas shifted slightly. Gao's gaze snapped to him, and the man froze as if her attention alone could stop his heart. Our attack was amateur. Her dark eyes swept over the masked operatives before returning to Nobu. Unacceptable attempt to siege the island. It was a test, Madame Gao. Those who died were from newly trained units. We can easily fill their ranks in Japan. Nobu leaned forward. Thanks to their sacrifice, we now understand the limits of Silver Sable's misfits. The daughter of Ernst Sablenova is not to be underestimated, Madame Gao said. She was hunting Nazi and killing war criminals for her training when other girls her age were attending high school. I will not, Nobu said with conviction. I will personally lead the assault and kill everyone who stands between the hand and our objective. Gao raised a single finger, a gesture that commanded more authority than a loud order. Claiming the island is just the start. The dangers within the facility are even greater than the forces outside. Alexandra shifted in her seat, her interest piqued. She had helped plan this operation based on intelligence suggesting Norman Osborn had discovered ancient technology with life-extending properties. It seemed her intelligence was wrong. Gao's eyes reflected the distant city lights as she remembered her meeting with Norman Osborn. The CEO of Oscorp had shut her out, despite her attempts to trade. Norman Osborn didn't reveal it, but I sensed it clinging to him. The living entity bonded to him. It was like a demon spirit, as our legends might describe it. She closed her eyes. He is a monster in human skin, and you'll have to slay him to claim the facility. Nobu's expression shifted to something approaching fanaticism. I'll slay him with my sword. I'll become a demon slayer. Gao tilted her head in acknowledgement while considering how to explain what she had witnessed. It's not as powerful as the bones of Sholau the Undying. The dragon's essence is pure life energy. This creature is something foreign, but it should serve our purposes. Alexandra narrowed her eyes. You're saying it'll replace the substance. The dragon bones had lasted centuries, but its supply would end in less than 2 decades. They would have to find a substitute for their immortality elixir if they wanted to keep on living. We can't know unless we try. Alexandra's eyes gleamed with desire. Then we'll acquire it at any cost. She had survived this long, and she'd keep living even if the dragon bones stopped supplying them with immortality. Indeed. Gao nodded, appreciating Alexandra's obsession with life. If there are many of these demon spirits, we'll raise an army of undead warriors. Nobu's eyes shone at the mention of the undead army. The hand will become invincible. The hand never lacked expendable humans to experiment with these demonic spirits. With an invincible army at disposal, their goal of influencing the whole world from shadows would become even easier. I believe Osborn created those free medical facilities to test these demonic spirits, Nobu said, his voice carrying contempt. A pathetic man. Don't look down on a man drunk on ambition. He believes he can control the entity, bend it to his will through science. You'll go there with full preparations. Understood. I will. Gao raised her hand again, silencing him from speaking further. You have 1 day to prepare. Tomorrow night, you will storm that island with your elite forces. We will not tolerate failure, Alexandra added. The hand's future depends on acquiring this entity. Do you understand? Nobu stood and bowed deeply. When he rose, his face was filled with the determination of someone who didn't fear death. In fact, he didn't. The hand's ancient ritual could bring him back. I will succeed, Madame Gao. Nobu departed, followed by the 6 men behind Madame Gao. Within seconds, the rooftop held only the 2 women. Gao remained seated, her posture unchanged, while Alexandra moved to stand beside her chair. The business of tomorrow's assault had been settled. Now they could turn their attention to longer-term concerns. For a long moment, neither spoke. The wind continued its lonely song across the empty rooftop, carrying with it distant sirens, the rumble traffic, and hubbub of urban life. All those people, going about their small lives, completely unaware of the war brewing in the shadows. Quan Nan. Gao broke the silence with a name. Quan Nan's betrayal still stung, not because of the personal slight, but because it represented a failure in the hand's conditioning process. They had trained her mind for years, molded her body into the perfect weapon, and somehow she had retained enough independent will to rebel. Alexandra's expression soured slightly, remembering the incident that had started this entire mess. Quan Nan had a mission to kill a family. She had nearly accomplished the objective, but faltered, unable to raise her blade against a young girl. She rarely steps away from Emma Frost's shadow. It's impossible to retrieve Quan Nan without offending the White Queen. Gao stood from her chair and walked to the rooftop's edge. Once tomorrow's operation concludes, I will personally retrieve Quan Nan from the White Queen. Alexandra's eyebrows rose slightly. Personal intervention? That's unusual for you. Gao allowed herself a small smile at the implied question. She typically operated through intermediaries, avoiding any action that might draw unwanted attention. Personal involvement meant the situation was either critically important or required her expertise. We will reclaim our executioner, even if we must kill Quan Non and resurrect her through the ritual. Alexandra moved to stand directly beside Gao. Two women from a far-gone era looked down on the populace. The ritual requires substantial quantities of the substance. We could simply buy her from Emma Frost. The White Queen is a businesswoman at the end of the day. We certainly don't lack money in any capacity. Gao was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. That is precisely what I'll do. The confirmation surprised Alexandra. Then why mention killing and resurrecting her? We must always prepare an alternative plan. She clasped her hands behind her back straight. Loyalty is life. Betrayal is death. And sometimes not even death ends your service. Alexandra finished Gao's words. Tomorrow, they will see what happens when you oppose the hand. One day of preparation. Then blood would flow like rivers. And the hand would come out victorious, no matter how many lives it cost. No matter who stood in their way. And tomorrow night, everyone will remember again why the hand had endured the collapse of dynasties. Why the hand was eternal. Random art. You can read 20 more chapters on patreon.com/imperfect1. 20. Catching Strays. Vote with Power Stones for more chapters. One chapter every 150 stones. So stone me to death AAAAA. You can read 20 more chapters on patreon.com/imperfect1. Dante had to reach Sylvvaja before today's attack happened, and seeing the facility for himself would be better for planning the heist. So, he ditched the lazy cat and took a cab straight to the research site. The driver stopped half a mile away. At the end of the bridge, a wall of intimidating metal signs declared, Oscorp Island, private property. Authorized personnel only. Violators will be prosecuted. Dante paid the fare and stepped out. His first paycheck was going to be spent on a decent, low-profile car. Being carried around wasn't fun. The door slammed behind him with a loud thud, and the cab executed a quick U-turn so sharp Dante was surprised it didn't leave skid marks behind. That driver has watched too many horror flicks. Beyond the checkpoint barrier, Oscorp Island sprawled across the water, about 2 acres of secured property. It felt isolated despite being visible from both shorelines. The landscape was surprisingly open and flat, typical of a former military zone, wide concrete land, patches of winter-dead grass, and clusters of industrial buildings. Oscorp Research Facility's surface footprint was modest compared to what Anna's drone footage had suggested. A group of sleek but small buildings were arranged around a central compound, which was disappointingly small for a research facility. All the really illegal stuff happened underground. He also noticed watchtowers in cardinal points, each manned with mercs constantly surveilling for threats using binoculars. They won't snipe me out of nowhere, right? The sparse landscape meant he had no cover. Anyone watching would see him coming from half a mile away. As he slowly moved through the open area, a low rumble drew his attention. A SUV sentry rolled out of one of the compounds and barreled down the access road towards him. Dante stopped, hands in his pockets. Excellent. Free ride. The SUV skidded to a stop 20 feet away. 2 young mercenaries jumped out, both in their early 20s, wearing brand new tactical gear. Fresh recruits. The short but muscular guy with a buzz cut took a look at Dante and burst out laughing. Yo, Marcus. He elbowed his companion. Do you think it's one of those dumb YouTubers or a lost tourist? Marcus, the taller and serious-looking of the two, grinned. Probably lost looking at his face. Simon, it's your turn to shoo him off. Both of them found Dante's presence hilarious. Simon approached, his hand resting casually on the pistol holstered at his hip. It was to hit Dante with the reminder that he was armed and Dante wasn't. Hey buddy, can you read? The mercenary's tone dripped with condescension. There are 100 signs there saying it's a private property. Dante kept his expression neutral. I'm here to meet your commander. Both mercenaries absolutely lost it. Simon actually doubled over, slapping his knee like Dante had told the funniest joke he'd ever heard. Oh man, he wheezed between laughs before wiping tears from his eyes. Marcus, this guy wants to meet the commander. Marcus's thoughtful look almost convinced Dante that he would take his words seriously. Then Marcus joined his friend in laughing. That's like saying you're here to meet the president or something. Dante resisted the urge to palm his face. You guys are idiots. Listen, buddy. Show us your wild pack ID. Only they are allowed to meet Commander Sablenova. Simon pulled out his pistol and waved it casually. But I doubt you even know what that is. So here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna turn around, walk back to whatever hole you crawled out of, and forget you ever saw this place. Got it? And next time, Marcus added cheerfully, we won't be friendly. This is a private area, and we're authorized to use force against trespassers. Dante let out a long, tired sigh. Without a word, he pulled out his phone and dialed Sylvvaja's number. It rang once before her voice came through. Are you here? Yeah, there's just a small problem. He glanced at the two mercenaries, whose smug faces were beginning to falter. They are asking me for some wild pack ID. Put me on speaker. He did, holding the phone out so both mercenaries could hear clearly. Go ahead. Sylvvaja's voice exploded from the phone speaker. It made his cheap phone's loudspeaker crack. What followed was a masterclass. Her curses came in multiple languages, English, German, Russian, Simkarian, each one more brutal and creative than the last. He was pretty sure she questioned their intelligence, competence, ancestry, life choices, and their basic worth as human beings. Their faces went from cocky grin to ghostly pale in a few seconds. Marcus actually took a step backward, as if physical distance could protect him from the verbal beatdown. Complete fucking morons. Didn't I fucking radio everyone about a special guest? You worthless pieces. Probably can't even spell orders. Sylvvaja paused for a deserved breath. Now, you are going to apologize to Dante. Sincerely. Then you will drive him directly to the command center. If you fail to do either of these things, I will not only fire you but also leave you on this island. Forget about ever coming back to Simcaria and meeting your family. Do I make myself crystal clear? Yes, Commander. They screamed in agreement in perfect unison. Dante gave a "see you soon" and ended the call, then faced the two mercenaries. Simon dropped to his knees first. Brother, please, we didn't know. Father, we didn't know. Marcus joined him on his knees, his voice seemed as if he was on the verge of tears. Please forgive us. We'll do anything. Brother, father, sir, please. We have families waiting for us to return. Dante was fairly certain they'd reach ancestor if he let them continue. Still, he allowed them to grovel for long enough to be a lesson learnt. You can get up now. Don't waste more of my time. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. We'll never forget this mercy, sir. The two mercenaries drove him past a checkpoint where more professional-looking guards waved them through. Up close, the compound was more impressive than it had appeared from a distance. They pulled up to the closest and sturdiest structure near the central compound. Sir, please, let me open. I've got it. Dante stepped out. Get back to your posts. And don't ignore orders next time. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. They saluted with tears in their eyes before driving away. Dante watched them speed away before taking a peek inside the command center. The interior was surprisingly spacious, probably a meeting room from the facility's military days. Maps covered every wall. A large desk dominated the center, completely buried under laptops, radio equipment, and paperwork. Sylvvaja stood at the desk in full commander mode, her silver hair pulled back in a clean ponytail. To her left was a young Asian woman with sleek black hair, who couldn't be older than 30. A red-black tactical gear covered her athletic build. She carried both a rifle and a sheathed katana. On Sylvvaja's right loomed a bulky man who was just a bit smaller than Pyotr, with a thick chin-strap-style beard and strong arms covered in thick hair. The third man was leaner and shorter in comparison. Hispanic features, maybe early 30s, with a neat beard and observant eyes of a man who'd seen a lot in his life. His gear looked light in comparison to the other three, probably a non-combat specialist. Sylvvaja pointed to a spot on one of the maps. They will most likely approach from the north. So here's the plan. Amy and Crippler in the south with Lone Wolves Squad. Pyotr and Grey Wolves Squad in the west. Raoul and the Wolfhound Squad to lock down the east. As for me and Ava, we'll take care of the second facility with the Dire Pack Squad. A great plan, Commander, Crippler said cynically. Except you forgot to tell us who'll defend north here. You know the most likely place to be attacked tonight. Sylvvaja laughed. Hades will take care of north. My lady, are you out of your mind? Amy Chen asked with a frown. I know he shut down Emma and all, but are we really trusting the new guy? What if he got killed? Then I'll take full responsibility. Sylvvaja's clear-cut response showed her trust in him. Just when he thought he couldn't like her more, she gave him another reason to love her. Crippler slapped Amy Chen's back. Come on, little girl. The orders are in. Amy Chen didn't look convinced. Working with this pervert will be the death of me. Her words made Crippler grunt, while Raoul chuckled. Dante saw this as the best moment to step inside and introduce himself. Sylvvaja. Sylvvaja's head turned toward the door. The moment she saw him, her expression softened into something warm. My lady. Amy Chen's voice carried a note of teasing affection as she followed Sylvvaja's gaze. Then her eyes landed on Dante. The warmth vanished instantly, replaced by hostility that gave him more shivers than New York's winter. Just as quickly, she masked it with a sweet smile that was somehow more terrifying. She approached, circling him like checking out a dress placed on a mannequin. Pretty faces are the bane of princesses everywhere. Sylvvaja shoved Amy's face aside and scanned his body as if looking for any injuries. Her nose suddenly twitched, so subtly that he almost missed it. Shit. Not even a day went by and you're already meeting women behind my back. Her teasing voice was a stark contrast to her judging glare. Gods really are different from us mortals. Dante sniffed his own hoodie, immediately picking up the scent Sylvvaja had detected. Felicia's perfume was on his hoodie and jeans from when he'd enjoyed some rest on Felicia's bed. This subtle scent was too obvious for a woman in love. Her near-human peak senses also helped a lot. This is fine. I can clear it up later. Click-clack. The unmistakable sound of a rifle being chambered. Amy Chen had her rifle up and aimed at his chest faster than most people could blink. Her expression was purely murderous. Why do all the pretty ones have rotten cores? Amy's voice dripped with venom. He's also a mutant. Double the red flags. Double the execution. Behind her, Crippler's hand rested on his high-caliber pistol. Breaking leader's heart is a crime worthy of execution, son. Both guns were aimed casually. These were people who'd killed before and wouldn't lose sleep over doing it a dozen times again. Dante sent Sylvvaja a meaningful glance to let him handle the situation. His authority would always be in question if he continued hiding behind Sylvvaja. Raoul gave an exasperated look. What the actual fuck, guys? Since when do we shoot people for relationship drama? Let the couple handle their own mess. The only voice of reason in the room. Crippler laughed and lowered his pistol slightly. You're right, you're right. It'll be more satisfying to let leader shoot him. The fucking balls to cheat on her. Just then, the door burst open and Pyotr squeezed through. He saw Amy's rifle and Crippler's lowered but ready pistol. He immediately moved to block Dante from their line of fire. Put that gun down or shoot me. His voice carried absolute conviction, the kind of loyalty that came from genuine friendship rather than duty. I won't let you harm Comrade Dante. Amy glanced at Sylvvaja, growing even more confident from her silence. Step aside, Pyotr. No. Dante stared at Pyotr's massive back. He'd barely known the man for a day, exchanged maybe 20 minutes of conversation, and Pyotr was ready to take a bullet for him. The big man touched his heart with his actions, but the irritation was still there, and it was growing. He'd come here to help Sylvvaja, to support Wild Pack's defense, and within minutes of arrival he had 2 guns pointed at him over a misunderstanding. He hadn't cheated on Sylvvaja. Everything was to save New York from a lunatic billionaire. No wonder supervillains pop up every day in this universe. Dante placed a hand on Pyotr's shoulder, intending to gently move him aside. What actually happened was Pyotr, all 280 pounds of solid Russian muscle, got physically shifted sideways like he weighed nothing. Null, activate death resonance. He had to make a grand statement so they stopped underestimating him, so they put real respect on his second-in-command title. Sylvvaja had put him in the position, but he had to show that he fully deserved it. Otherwise, they'd always think of him as an incompetent man. The atmosphere in the room changed immediately. Crippler and Amy clenched their firearms, fingers hovering near triggers. Even Sylvvaja stepped back and instinctively put a hand on her pistol. These were the people who lived on the edge of life and death. They recognized the real thing when it stared them in the face. What happened to bullying the new guy? I'm standing right here. Why aren't you bullying me now? Dante tilted his head with a calm smile. You know what, I fucking dare you to pull that trigger. Bang, Amy-chan fired. You asked for. She froze mid-sentence. Clink. Dante opened his fingers, letting the bullet drop to the floor. Death denial was one of his abilities under Death Resonance Link. It had kicked in the moment his life was threatened, giving him bullet time perception and the speed to pluck a bullet out of the air. Did Amy-chan plan to kill him out of sheer hostility? Far from it, actually. She had meant it to be a warning shot that harmlessly grazed his hair. He psychotically raised his head to take it head-on, showing a level of indifference towards death that death herself would commend him for. Smiling, he turned to Crippler. You want to give it a shot? Crippler went pale, cold sweat running down his cheek. He holstered his pistol immediately. My bad, Vice Commander. He coughed awkwardly. Just, testing your reaction time. Heh. Dante's gaze shifted to Amy. What about you, Miss Chen? Want to test me more? I'm happy to catch as many bullets as you need to improve your work ethics. Sylvvaja's hand shot out and grabbed Amy Chen's rifle barrel and forced it down. You shot at him. Sylvvaja's voice trembled, not with fear, but with fury. You shot at my boyfriend. What the fuck is wrong with you? Amy Chen stared blankly, clearly not expecting such an intense reaction from Sylvvaja. My lady, you heard him too. He dared me. I don't care. Sylvvaja whirled on Crippler, who raised his hands with a goofy grin. What kind of amateur bullshit is this? Commander Sablenova, we were just out. Both of you. Now. Sylvvaja's finger pointed at the door like it was a death sentence. Get the fuck out of my operations center before I shoot you dead myself. Amy Chen's mouth opened, closed, then opened again. But Sylvvaja's death glare stopped the swordswoman from arguing any further. She fled. Crippler moved slower, genuine regret on his face as he glanced at Dante. I was just playing along with Amy Chen. Still wasn't cool. Sorry, Vice Commander. I'll never question you or Commander ever again. Damn right you will, Sylvvaja growled. Who even are you to point your gun at your Vice Commander? I'll bury you 6 feet under if you dare to touch Dante. Raoul, who'd been watching the entire spectacle like a bystander, also headed for the door. Come on, big guy. He grabbed Pyotr's arm. Let them cool off. But Comrade Dante just caught a bullet with bare hands. I think he'll be fine. Raoul pulled Pyotr toward the exit, the big Russian casting worried glances back at Dante. Dante had a few words of warning for the two, but Sylvvaja had already done the job. He just waved at Pyotr with a smile. See you later, friend. Yes, comrade. The door closed with a heavy thunk. Silence. Dante deactivated death resonance. Even this little duration felt taxing on his mind. The growth of his physical endurance couldn't keep up with the growth of Death's resonance link, which had already reached 4.2%. What a warm welcome they had for their vice commander. Really felt the team spirit there. Sylvvaja rubbed the back of her neck, genuinely embarrassed by her wild pack's reaction. I have no idea why they went nuclear. Amy's usually professional, and Crippler he was probably being an idiot. Dante couldn't help but chuckle, some of his anger dissipating as he considered the situation from their perspective. They thought I was some con artist who seduced you for money and power. Can't entirely blame them for thinking I had ulterior motives. Sylvvaja flinched at that. I decided to bring you in. You didn't even contact me first. At first, you probably thought of me as a stupid cash cow, didn't you? He looked away and whistled. Seriously, she said in an exasperated tone before laughing. I fucking dare you to pull the trigger. Gosh, the arrogance and pride is on another level. He did his best not to cringe. Had to stand up for myself since my girlfriend let her subordinates bully poor, defenseless me. She stepped closer and wrapped her arm around his waist, leaning her head against his chest. They won't try it again. He stroked the back of her head, which she clearly enjoyed. It's actually kind of sweet. Sweet or not, I'm going to punish those two. She rubbed her head against his chest, as if trying to replace Felicia's perfume with her own. Speaking of wild pack, you have yet to meet the most protective one. There are more members. She left his arms and pulled out a chair for him. My best trump card before you joined. Code name, White Tiger. I took her in when her family was murdered. We've been together for 5 years now. Her face showed clear fondness when she talked about this White Tiger. Dante's eyebrows rose. Is her name Ava? Sylvvaja looked at the ceiling for a moment, lips pressed together, then back down at him. Can my godly boyfriend please stop being mysteriously omniscient every 10 minutes? It's too much for my heart. Her weary acceptance made him chuckle. You signed up for this. Yeah, you probably knew powers too. White Tiger amulet. She can dodge bullets, punch through walls, and has claws that can slash through metal. Classic superpowered cat stuff. Sylvvaja just sighed. Random art. Leave some reviews, laughing face. 21, Hades. The North Watchtower came with a spectacular view of absolutely nothing interesting. Just dead grass, concrete, and the dark waters of the bay reflecting the city lights across the bridge. This island alone had 3 bridges connecting it to Manhattan, and this research facility was the only structure worth noticing. Norman Osborn essentially owned this island. Dante leaned against the railing, still uncomfortable dark gray tactical gear. He just couldn't deny Sylvvaja's gift, not when she had that "don't you dare get a single scratch" look on her face. That hadn't been her only parting gift. She'd granted him full access to the site's resources, including the armored personnel carrier parked below the watchtower. She was spoiling him lavishly when he was only her boyfriend. He couldn't imagine what she'd do if they got married at some point. His tactical radio came alive with the now familiar voices of Wild Pack. Grey Wolves, status. Pyotr's deep rumbling voice and Russian accent made a normal report sound official. All quiet on the Western Front, literally, Crippler responded. Unless you count Amy singing in that unique voice of hers. Shut the fuck up, pervert. Amy Chen's indignant response came immediately. I'll get better eventually. Yeah, sure, Miss Assassin. You'll be a world-class performer, my pitbull will learn to do my taxes, and I'll sprout wings to meet God in heaven. Dante couldn't help but smile. The banter reminded him of his old friends. These weren't bad people, even if they'd pointed guns at him earlier. They were professionals who looked after their own. Hades, you copy. Raoul's clear voice cut through the chatter. Dante pressed the transmit button. Copy. The North is quiet. Scouts will radio if they see anything. That's great. Don't let your guard down. Got it. As if the universe had been waiting for exactly that cue, Dante's scout unit sent a comm on their designated channel. Hades, we've got movement on our side. Multiple vehicles approaching from the North Road. 7, no, 8 black sedans. No plates. Moving in a tight formation. Dante brought the binoculars up again. Sure enough, glaring headlights flashed in the distance. He pressed the switch to thermal mode to spot 4 men in 7 vehicles and only 2 in the middle one. That must be the boss. Hades, awaiting orders, sir. The leader of the 3-man scout team remained steady. Don't engage. Fall back to secondary positions. Dante kept his voice calm. These men needed to know their squad leader wasn't panicking. Let them come to me. The vehicle soon rolled to a stop about 200 meters from Dante's watchtower, arranged in a loose semicircle. Doors opened, and men poured out. Behind their cars, behind trees, anywhere that provided a decent firing position became their cover. Movement from the center vehicle caught his attention. A man emerged in an expensive suit completely wrong for an operation of this level. He raised a massive megaphone to his mouth. Attention, Wild Pack mercenaries. The voice was so piercing that it made forked fingernails on a chalkboard sound like a symphony. This facility now belongs to the Magia. Surrender and live. Resist, and you will die. Dante looked down at the assembled Magia force. 30 professional criminals with automatic weapons, organized positions, and the will to kill. Men who wouldn't hesitate to shoot him dead. His heart should have been pounding. His hands should have been shaking. Instead, he felt that strange calm. This was his first real battle, unlike the sparring match with Sylvvaja and psychological confrontation with Emma Frost. This was life and death, and he wasn't afraid. He was excited. He grabbed the sniper rifle from the crate and took an appropriate shooting stance. The stock pressed against his cheek as he sighted down the scope at the loudmouth boss of Maggia. He took a breath, held it in for steady hands, and squeezed the trigger. The rifle kicked against his shoulder. The shot rang through the night despite the suppressor. The bullet missed the target by a solid 10 meters, kicking up dirt and making everyone duck. His marksmanship really needed work. He had to take up some sharpshooter's resonance link after Sue Storm. Her invisibility was mandatory for the heist. Hades, wait before engaging. Raoul sounded somewhat concerned. My unit is en route. ETA, 3 minutes. Comrade, I'm also on my way. Hades, wait for backup. Even Amy shoved aside her earlier prejudice and told him to wait. You can't catch that many bullets. It seemed like his unit had also informed Raoul, which made sense since Dante wasn't really informed on their protocols. Hold your positions, Dante confidently spoke into his radio. I'll take care of them. Hades, that's 30 hostiles. Raoul said in a bit of panic. How will you even engage? Just one of me is overkill for this trash. Remember, Commander's orders were to let me handle the North alone. I won't fail her. So you have chosen death. The boss screamed through his megaphone. Dante couldn't stop the grin that spread across his face. He leaned over the tower railing, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted back, hell yeah I did. I love death to death. His words echoed across the island. For a moment, perfect silence fell. The Maggia members looked at each other, clearly trying to process whether they'd just heard correctly. One gunman made a he's out of his mind gesture at his companions. Dante chucked his rifle to the side. I should finish this fast. He climbed onto the tower railing and jumped. The cold wind rushed past him. In that half-second of freefall, time seemed to stretch. Null, death. The world came to a crawl. Sounds became distant, muffled, as if heard underwater. The pounding of his heart slowed to deep, resonant thumps. He felt like he stepped into a place where the rules of reality didn't apply the same way, except he was the one who caused this. Death's presence wrapped around him comfortably. The fall should have shattered his ankles but instead barely jarred him. He straightened up, slowly. 29 guns tracked his movement. Even so, he walked toward them. Open fire. Their leader shouted. Kill that fucker. Muzzle flashes erupted across the darkness like violent fireworks. The continuous roar of gunfire was deafening. Bullets tore through the air, dozens of them converging on his position. Dante didn't flinch. He didn't dodge. He didn't even stop walking. Darkness materialized around him. The death aura manifested as a swirling shroud of absolute black, moving with a mind of its own. The rounds struck the aura and simply stopped, their kinetic energy reduced to nothing. As Death's resonance link grew stronger, so did his own understanding of how each ability under it operated. The gunfire faltered, weapons falling silent one by one as the Maggia members processed what they were seeing. These were men who'd lived their life committing crimes left and right. Even they gasped at the sight. None of them had seen anything like this. What the fuck is that? Keep shooting. Keep shooting. It's not working. Mary, Mother of God. Arg. I'll blast this bullshit to pieces. Desperation and fear of the unknown drove them to pour round after round into his death aura. He stopped walking 50 meters from their position. Close enough to see their faces clearly, to watch the growing horror in their eyes. Close enough that they could see his face too, see the absolute calm, and the slight smile. Close enough for them to see they had no hope. Die. The casual word decided the fate of one Maggia member. The man on the far left crumpled instantly and stopped breathing. Andre died. How did he die? What the fuck is happening? It's that monster. That thing. How the fuck do we fight something like that? Panic spread like wildfire. Their organized assault collapsed into chaos, all tactical training abandoned in the face of something that violated every rule of reality they understood. Die. A gunman near the center dropped like a puppet with cut strings. Another casual word. Another life extinguished. Die. An enforcer trying to retreat backward stumbled, fell, and stopped moving. The survivors broke. They threw down their weapons and ran. 6, then 8, then a dozen men sprinting for their vehicles, abandoning their pride and any pretense of being a tough member of a Maggia clan. Get back here, you cowards. The boss, still holding the ridiculous megaphone, fired his pistol wildly in Dante's direction. I'll kill you myself if you. Dante tilted his head slightly, studying the remaining gunman with the detached curiosity of someone watching insects. Die. Another dropped dead, leaving a strangled gasp as his last sound. You die. A gunman fell forward, his body sliding down a car's hood. The remaining gunmen lost their nerve completely. Weapons clattered to the ground as they fled on foot, not having the courage to stay long enough to start the engine. The boss fired a few more desperate shots, screaming threats at his retreating men, before realizing he was utterly, completely alone. The pistol slipped from his fingers. His legs gave out. And then a dark stain spread across the front of his expensive suit pants, clearly visible to Dante's sharp eyes. Please, his voice came out as a broken whimper. Please, I'm just a contractor. Rockcon Corporation hired me. I'm just doing their dirty work. I'm no one. Please, God, devil, whoever you are, please have mercy. Interesting. Even Rockcon wants a piece of Norman's pie. His lips parted, preparing to grant a merciful death to the sobbing man. Stop. A voice came from above. Dante looked up as someone swung through the air, carried by white webbings attached to a tree. Spider-Man. A figure landed between Dante and the sobbing Magia boss in a graceful crouch and a hand extended toward him in a clear stop gesture. The sleek white hooded suit immediately revealed her identity. Gwen Stacy in her iconic suit, years before Peter Parker would be bitten by his radioactive arachnid. This timeline was completely off the rails. It's you. Just as he recognized the lady under the mask, she also recognized the man who praised her father outside Hellmoon Club yesterday. Dante tilted his head. Do I know you? No. She started breathing harder, noticeable shivers running through her legs as she struggled against every instinct screaming at her to run. The sharper your perception, the more clearly you'd feel the presence of death from him. Then move. This is private property, and you're trespassing. You can't kill him. She shifted her stance again, trying to position herself more fully between him and the Magia boss. You can't just look. He's a criminal, yes, but you can't execute him. The law will decide his punishment by trial. Dante really wanted to get this over with and disengage Death's link. But here was Gwen Stacy giving him the hero speech about law and justice and due process. He could fight her. He could kill her. But that would be against his conscience and would probably trigger some horrible curse since Spider-Man and Spider-Woman were the main characters of their world. Besides, he didn't need to kill the Magia boss either. The message had been sent that 30 Magia members attacked, multiple died, and the rest escaped. Wild Pack's reputation would undoubtedly grow across the world. Keeping one alive for Gwen's conscience meant avoiding a potential enemy in Ghost Spider, who would remember he'd shown mercy when she asked. Having Gwen around meant fewer villains for him to deal with in this hero-less era. Fine, take him. Gwen's mask lenses widened comically. What? You heard me. Take him to the police and let the justice system you believe in handle it. Dante turned his back on both of them, reaching for his radio. I'm too busy for this shit. Finding a safe space and deactivating the resonance link took priority over a random Magia boss. He pressed the transmit button on his radio. Hades here. The situation has been handled. The north sector is free from Magia maggots. Phew, I was assuming the worst after that silence, Raoul said in a relieved voice. But damn, you really fucked up a crew of 30 on your own. So this is the power of Hades, Crippler said, disbelief apparent even through the comm static. White Tiger and Hades are just in another league from us normal mercs. I guess that's Hades, the god of death for ya, Raoul added. Hades, return to the watchtower. I'll let rookies handle the cleanup. Gotcha. He glanced back at Gwen, who still stood in her protective stance. Behind her, the Magia boss sobbed quietly. Want me to drive you and your date home? 2M leaving. And, thank you for not killing this douchebag. Maybe I just don't want to argue. Get him out of here before I change my mind. As he walked toward his watchtower, he really felt like dropping dead again. 22, Ghost Spider. Gwen Stacy was falling, but she showed no panic. She actually laughed even as the streets grew closer. Just as she was about to crash land into a truck, she stretched her hand and pressed her palm with her middle and ring finger. A line of web fluid stuck to the surface of the building and pulled her upward again. She'd been overthinking it for weeks. All those nights lying awake in her bedroom, losing her mind whether the arachnid bite had changed her into something else, something fundamentally wrong. But swinging through New York at midnight, with the winter wind rushing past her hood wasn't a burden. This was freedom. She had never felt more uncaged. Her web caught a fire escape on a 12-story apartment building, and she pivoted hard, momentum carrying her across an entire avenue in a perfect arc. Below, a couple stopped on the sidewalk and pointed their phones up at her. She didn't slow down. Let them wonder. Let them see that something extraordinary existed in their ordinary city, something that defied the boringness of the normal world. I was being stupid. She had to suppress another laugh as she pivoted off a water tower and launched herself toward the Manhattan skyline. The web swinging made all the gruesome work she had invested in creating the web fluid, the web shooters, and her spectacular suit feel justified. Every single second. She was approaching the bridge that connected Manhattan to the island territories when a gunshot echoed in the night. She would have missed it if not for her somewhat enhanced hearing. Her enhanced senses pinpointed the origin instantly. Oscorp Island, across the water, beyond the bridge structure. She landed on the bridge structure and stuck herself to the beam. More gunshots followed, sporadic at first, then a sustained volley. Her phone was in her suit's inner pocket. She pulled it out with trembling fingers. Her spider sense warned her to not go in that direction. It was dangerous. But she dialed her father's number anyway. Dad, my friend who lives near the Bay Area, she just called me. The lie came smoothly after weeks of deceiving her friends and family about the so-called research project. She'd become disturbingly good at lying. She heard gunshots from Oscorp Island. She's scared, Dad. Her father's sigh came through the speaker. Gwen, he said in a weaker voice than she'd ever heard from him. We're not authorized to investigate that location. This wasn't right. Captain George Stacy was persistent in doing the right thing, seeing the good in people, and a stubborn no-quitter. He didn't get tired. He never bent the knee. The man on the phone sounded so defeated and so exhausted, like he'd given up on something. Dad. Her confusion was genuine, authentic, because nothing about this made sense. Why? For a moment there was silence and the sound of doors opening in a series. Her father was leaving his office. Higher orders came down directly from Captain. His voice dropped lower, and she could hear the shame in it. It's private property outside our jurisdiction. The NYPD is not to act there. More gunshots erupted across the bay as her father made excuses. But that doesn't make sense, she said, and the frustration in her voice came from the very sense of idealism inherited from her father. It could be a crime scene. What if innocent people get hurt because we're too afraid to act? What if someone dies because, Gwen, sweetheart, I can't. If I move against orders again, they'll take my badge. They made that very clear after the last incident. I've got nothing else, sweetheart. This job is everything I have. I can't fight this. She understood that her father's hands were genuinely tied by forces beyond his control. Understanding didn't magically change reality, it certainly didn't erase the gunshots in the distance. Which made her next decision not just easy, but inevitable. Bye, Dad. She ended the call with a soft tap and stared at her phone screen. Sorry, Dad. But I can't leave it like that. The memory of Harry's bruised face flashed through her mind. She'd watched that happen and done absolutely nothing. She'd been afraid, which was perhaps the most damning realization of all. Never again. She pulled her hood tighter and tested her web shooters on a metal beam. After seeing the web come out in perfect condition, she launched herself toward Oscorp Island without another moment of hesitation. Her momentum carried her from bridge support to bridge support. She was fast, efficient, and by the time she landed on a tree on Oscorp's perimeter, the gunfire had stopped. That silence was somehow worse than the violence had been. Silence after chaos always was. Silence meant someone had won. Silence meant people were dead. She slingshot through the air using her web shooters on the tree and saw men coming towards her in panic, running, limping, some barely able to move their legs. These weren't ordinary criminals. All of them were well-built, many bearing visible scars of people very used to violence. She narrowed her eyes in the direction these men came from. These men were fleeing from the danger her spider sense warned her about. Another slingshot sent her zooming through the air. Then she saw him. He stood alone in a clearing, surrounded by cars, fallen bodies, and weapons. His presence generated a kind of danger that made her skin prickle. Her spider sense transformed from warning into actively screaming at her. He was walking toward someone on his knees. A man dressed expensively, clearly a criminal of some rank, judging by the designer suit. The man was pleading in words. A shout left her mouth without thought, without planning, without any real strategy beyond the instinct that she had to stop him. Otherwise, the man pleading on his knees would die. Stop. She landed between them, one hand extended toward the man. It's you. She'd seen him yesterday outside the Hellmoon Club, after she was done drowning in alcohol and despair and the crushing, suffocating weight of powers she didn't understand. She'd been an utter mess, if she was being honest with herself. He'd sincerely complimented her father. But now he was standing in front of her with an aura of danger so palpable that her legs refused to stop shaking despite her best efforts. It was like standing at the edge of a cliff with the knowledge that her fall was inevitable. Dante tilted his head with innocent curiosity, as if he hadn't just killed people. What's worse, those corpses had no hint of blood. They look asleep peacefully, except from the complete absence of breathing from them. They died as if they just stopped existing. Do I know you? She was masked, her voice deliberately pitched lower to make sure nobody recognized the university student beneath the suit. Then move. This is private property, and you're trespassing. His coldness was reasonable. She was trespassing here. By any rational measure, she had no legal right to be on this island. You can't kill him, she said, despite knowing that she couldn't fight this man with her new superpowers. You can't just, look, he's a criminal, yes, but you can't execute him. The law will decide his punishment by trial. Please understand. Please see that this is wrong. She forced herself to stand fully, despite her legs trembling like they belonged to someone terrified, because she'd learned that someone had to stand up when law couldn't. Someone has to be the person she wished she could have been for Harry. Dante studied her for a long moment. Fine, take him. Gwen's mask lenses widened comically. What? You heard me. Take him to the police and let the justice system you believe in handle it. He turned his back on both of them, reaching for a tactical radio clipped to his vest. I'm too busy for this shit. She'd been prepared for a negotiation. She'd even rehearsed the whole thing in the moment he seemed to be checking her out. She'd even been ready to take off her mask and invoke Harry's name as a leverage. But he'd simply agreed. Was he mocking her? Planning something? What reason could he have for agreeing like this? Hades here, he said into the radio, his voice shifting to a more formal tone. The situation has been handled. The North Sector is free from Maggia maggots. She finally realized that she was seeing things wrong. Even if he had supernatural powers, he was still a mercenary operating under Silver Sable's orders and employed by Harry. He killed these people because it was his job, like she attended university as Gwen Stacy. Dante glanced back at her. What now? You want me to drive you and your date home? The light-hearted tone loosened something inside her chest, just slightly. 2M leaving. And, thank you for not killing this douchebag. Maybe I just don't want to argue. Get him out of here before I change my mind. Gwen bound the criminal's wrists and ankles and zipped his mouth with a strand of webbing, then wound another cord around his torso. She left the island with the criminal swinging alongside her. She webbed him outside the police station's front door and leaned in close to his terrified face. You're going to confess to every crime you've ever committed. I'm bringing you back to that man if you don't. We both know what happens then. He nodded frantically. Good. Then she disappeared into the night before the first patrol officer could respond to the frantic banging and muffled screaming. They would see her on the security footage later anyway. By the time she made it back to her apartment and peeled off the suit, her hands were still shaking. She collapsed onto her bed, her mind more exhausted than her body. The man on that island, Dante, tested her willpower just by standing in front of him. He'd looked so friendly and charming outside Hellmoon Club, enough to get MJ interested. Hades, he couldn't have found a more fitting title. A smile bloomed across her face despite her exhaustion. Like Hades used his powers for mercenary work, she would use hers for what she believed in. She would protect the people her father couldn't reach. She would deliver justice to places where the system failed, zipping to a crime scene before innocents got hurt. Someone has to. She sat up on her bed and looked at her reflection in the nearby mirror. The girl looking back at her wasn't the same person who'd left this apartment hours ago, not after refusing to yield in the face of death. A woman with spider powers. I'm Spider-Woman. The name felt small and insufficient for such a huge responsibility. It's too childish. She slipped into her suit and stood before the mirror, checking herself out in various poses. I'm White Spider. Not bad. She rubbed the back of her head. Why not Ghost Spider, because I'm as pale as one? It felt the most fitting and far cooler to be used for introductions. She zipped herself up to the ceiling and hung upside down, arms crossed. Operating within the boundaries of light and darkness, I'm New York's first superhero, Ghost Spider. The moment the declaration left her lips, she wanted to crawl out of her own skin. She threw herself on the bed and covered her face with a pillow as if it would allow her to escape her own embarrassment. The clock ticked on hour by hour, but sleep didn't come for her. It wasn't just her embarrassing moment, though that certainly haunted her, but the entire night. The Magia corpses. The criminal boss. Her strange confrontation with the terrifying god of death and the weight of what she'd chosen to become. By morning, she wished her powers also made her immune to dark circles. I look like a zombie. MJ was definitely going to chew her out over this. 23. Wild Pack's Ace. The morning sun had painted the watchtower in shades of amber and gold, but Sylvvaja Sablenova was not admiring the view, just standing there, thinking. The past 2 days had been eventful. Too eventful. Every moment had been about one person. Her thoughts moved in circles, around and around him as the gravitational center, pulling her deeper and deeper. She had to relax and process things. It was better to be composed and not to be caught up by desperate emotions. Except she kept missing him terribly. She was barely stopping herself from rushing to him, to see his face and feel the warmth of his presence beside her. After what he'd done last night, she wanted to hold him and make sure he didn't collapse again. And make sure he was still hers. But she couldn't do that. Not yet. Sylvvaja knew herself well enough not to be caught up by desperate emotions. She'd built Wild Pack on discipline and hard decisions, not on impulse. If she went running after Dante now, she wouldn't be able to stop herself next time. She wasn't just Sylvvaja, a woman who could indulge in her happiness. She was also Silver Sable, the owner of Silver Sable International, and the queen of Symcaria. She had to fulfill those responsibilities alongside balancing her own affection. So instead, she forced herself to stay here. You've been standing there like an idiot for an hour. She turned to find Ava Ayala leaning against the railing, arms crossed, watching the mercs moving below with those sharp green eyes. Ava sneaking up on her only emphasized her growing carelessness. Sylvvaja smiled, amused. You want another beating? Ava had yet to beat Sylvvaja without using her white tiger amulet. Truth be told, Ava had grown a lot in 5 years. From a scrawny girl to one packing muscles, abs, and more dexterity than Olympic gymnasts. Her black hair, once cut short in a practical bob, now fell in a thick ponytail past her hips. Naturally an inspiration from Sylvvaja's own ponytail, one of the least distracting hairstyles to train with long hair. The crying girl from 5 years ago had become Silver Sable International's most capable mercenary, Wild Pack's ace. A pretty woman lost in her world, Ava said, not looking away from the grounds. Sis, you're a sniper's wet dream. I was thinking. Sometimes, I want time for myself away from all these duties. What's really bothering you? Ava asked as she finally turned to her with those eyes which had seen too much. The mercenary business had that effect on younger people. Your hand's been tapping the railing for the past hour. You only do that when you're anxious. This was always how it went with Ava. Sylvvaja was older, was the commander, and was the one who'd pulled this grief-stricken girl out of the darkness 5 years ago. But somewhere along the way, the roles had shifted. Now Ava was the one reading Sylvvaja's micro-expressions like an open book, the one calling her out when she was falling apart. The one stopping her from falling apart under the weight of her responsibilities. It was both humbling and infuriating. It's a person, Sylvvaja finally admitted. Someone I'm thinking too much about him. Who? Ava's voice became ice cold. I'll rip his throat out. Thanks for adding more to my worry list, Sylvvaja said with a wry smile. I want you to meet someone important. My boyfriend. But you need to get rid of that attitude first. Since when? And why am I only hearing this now? It just happened. Very recently. Sylvvaja paused. He's part of Wild Pack. You hooked up with Raoul. Ava's eyebrows shot up. I actually respected him. It'll break my heart to kill him. Ava didn't even try to hide her killing intent. She was protective and possessive in that way only people who'd lost everything could be. It's Dante. He's joined us as vice commander. You elevated your boyfriend to vice commander? Ava asked with a look of surprise. Why did no one bother to inform me? Am I not part of Wild Pack? He's exceptional, Ava. And I need him. Exceptional at manipulating you emotionally. Ava's hand curled into the claw. Because if he's playing you, I'll make him wish he'd never met you. This is precisely why I didn't introduce you. Sylvvaja reached out, gently lowering Ava's raised hand. You can't test him the way you test others. The young white tiger had a knack for testing new members. Sylvvaja knew those tests would go overboard if it involved becoming a family member. Ava wouldn't let anyone unworthy get between her and her older sister. Boyfriend or not, he's got to pay for your anxiety. And how is he worthy of a queen if he can't hold his own against a little girl like me? Sylvvaja smirked. Honestly, you're the one I'm worried about. You can't beat him even if you use your amulet. He'll spank you. There was no world in which Dante, someone who caught a bullet with bare hands, would lose to Ava. A competitive spirit blazed in Ava's eyes as she showed a serious expression. When do I meet him? I'm serious. Don't pick a fight with him. Ava's chin lifted stubbornly. White tiger doesn't like me when I cower. This isn't about being afraid. This is about not being stupid. Sylvvaja took a breath, choosing her words carefully. 30 Maggia members attacked the first site last night. Do you know who took care of them? Your boyfriend. Sylvvaja nodded, and this time she didn't try to hide the pride in her expression. He killed 5 of them. They died without injuries, like they just stopped existing. The rest of them ran. Raoul's scouts reported that people were fleeing like they'd seen some demon. They also called me a demon when I ripped a man in half. It's different, Ava. He caught a bullet with his bare hands. Sylvvaja watched Ava's expression shift to genuinely interested. Somehow her words had the opposite effect on the stubborn little girl. He has the power to kill anyone with a word. Can you fight that? Sylvvaja was still amazed at the shift in him. The moment he'd activated whatever power he held, the entire room's atmosphere had changed. Night and day. Okay, so when do I meet him? Ava showed a smirk that made her look like a cat that had just discovered a room full of mice. Her hand was still curled in a claw shape, and her fingers were twitching. This time it wasn't from aggression but pure excitement. Don't say no. I have the right to meet my sister's boyfriend. Who knows if he becomes my brother-in-law in the future. That's too fast. Sylvvaja cleared her throat, though a rare blush could be seen on her cheeks, which made Ava narrow her eyes. I'm briefing Raoul first. We need to discuss Rakan's involvement in all of this. Then I'll get some rest. She'd allow herself to spend some time with Dante after the briefing. Take me along. I also need a nap. Ava stubbornly kept finding excuses to tag along, and Sylvvaja kept making excuses to not bring her along. Stop lying. Ava finally had enough and called Sylvvaja out. I can see that muscle under your left eye twitching. It happens when you lie in Sylvvaja mode. I have different modes now. Am I a mecha now? Ava raised 3 fingers. Sylvvaja mode for your family, Commander mode for your mercenary work, and Queen Sablenova for Simcaria business. Sylvvaja wanted to argue, but she couldn't. She herself knew how differently she acted, especially her warm side, which was only for a few people. You won't give up on meeting him, will you? She grinned. Sis told me to keep going no matter how hard it is. Just living up to your expectations. Ava grabbed her hand, and she found herself being dragged down the stairs. Try to behave, Sylvvaja said with a sigh. No using your claws. What do you mean? That's White Tiger's way of saying hello. Ha ha ha. Ava was holding her stomach, laughing nonstop. Oh, my God. You said he'll kick my ass. I'm shivering. He's so terrifying. Sylvvaja felt heat creep up her neck. She hadn't gone to Raoul and came here because of excited Ava, only to find Dante lay sprawled across a tactical chair surrounded by a mountain of takeout containers. Everything was meat because he just loved it. For a moment, she wondered how Maggia survivors from last night would react to the current sight. Ava. No, wait. Ava crouched beside Dante's sleeping form, studying him with exaggerated seriousness. He's got a decent face and body, I'll give you that. But zero awareness. Such a professional merc you fell in love with. He was an intel broker. He can't even shoot. And you brought him into the Wild Pack and gave him the vice commander position. Sylvvaja became even more embarrassed. It seemed like she made him vice commander out of favoritism, not for his competence. He was hungry, Sylvvaja said weakly, already knowing how pathetic that sounded. Let's stop it at that. I'm sure no delivery driver comes to Oscorp Island. Ava picked up a still-warm pizza box, checking the seal. This was meant to be eaten in the house. How did he get them here? I don't know, Sylvvaja said, a bit distracted watching Dante's peaceful expression. Maybe he teleported them here. Even though he looked like an utter dork at the moment, she really couldn't count any miracle out when this man was involved. He was the same man who made Emma Frost back down, caught bullets mid-air, and terrified a Maggia family. She couldn't help the small smile tugging at her lips. The contrast was almost endearing. Ava's eyes widened to comical proportions. Did he teleport food? I don't know. Sylvvaja's gaze softened despite her embarrassment. He is a god or something greater. You're smiling at him like he pulled down the moon for you. Ava looked annoyed. It's creepy, like you got brainwashed or something. Help me carry him to the car, Sylvvaja said, ignoring the comment. He can't sleep here properly. She would do it herself, but the lack of any sleep in the past 40 hours dropped her strength below an ordinary woman. Dante wasn't exactly someone she could handle in her current state. Why? He looks comfortable. Ava grabbed Dante's shoulders anyway, effortlessly lifting him despite his muscular frame. Wow, he is heavy. The man was completely oblivious to his undignified appearance as they carried him down the watchtower. You're doing it again, Ava said, noticing Sylvvaja's soft expression. The smiling thing. It's truly nauseating when you do it for him. Shut up and keep moving. No promises about the shutting up part, Ava replied cheerfully. But I'll help. That's what family does. 24 New resonance links. Random art. New Patreon pages. DM me if you were a member before the previous page got nuked lol. Contrary to what Sylvvaja and Ava might have believed, Dante wasn't actually sleeping at all. He had entrusted his physical safety to Null, allowing his consciousness to descend into the labyrinth of Dr. Stephen Strange's mind. A journey that proved far more distressing than he could have possibly anticipated. Hyperion's lifetime of isolation and suffering, as devastating as those experiences had been to witness and feel secondhand through the connection, paled in comparison to what Dante encountered in the fractured psyche of Dr. Stephen Strange. His mind resembled a vast ocean composed entirely of shattered mirrors, each fragment distorting different moments of triumph and failure, each shard reflecting a choice made and a price paid. It was a kaleidoscope of suffering and sacrifice stretching across dimensions and timelines. Dante went through them one by one, a necessary precaution to avoid losing his mind in the process. First was Stephen Strange at the absolute peak of his career. He was wealthy, celebrated, and unchallengeable in his field, filled with pride and the arrogance that he was better than everyone else. That perfection crumbled after the car crash. Despair. The sensation was absolute. Dante understood, for the first time, what it meant to lose yourself, not through death but through everything that made you who you were. What it meant to be consumed by despair. The man who defined himself by precision could no longer hold a coffee cup without spilling it. He felt strange desperation as he went from one doctor to another, accumulating more and more debt, only to realize that money couldn't buy back what was lost. That was the moment when a brilliant man became desperate enough to chase rumors and legends, grasping at anything to return to his former glory. One moment, Strange was broken and hopeless on the streets of New York. Next, he stood in Tibet, face to face with an old man with long, white hair and a beard, wearing traditional mystical robes. The Ancient One. The training under the Ancient One was brutal. Strange couldn't meditate, couldn't focus, and couldn't wrap his head around the mystical training. Each failure chipped away at his remaining confidence, grinding him down through repetition and frustration. Then came the breakthrough that changed everything. The moment when Strange finally understood. When he stopped trying to force magic and let it work through him instead. His consciousness expanded outward, touching the world and reality in ways his previous worldview could never accommodate. The sensation was transcendent, even for Dante, who had experienced the cosmos through his deep dive into death's memories. I can replicate it. Then, through the eyes of Strange, Dante saw, or rather lived, the encounter with none other than death. The test of death, where Stephen had to confront death in an astral duel in order to prove that he could confront mortality without fear. She was the same death who gave Dante a lap pillow, except here, she was cold, regal, and utterly emotionless. This version of death only made him sad. Stephen passed the test without flinching, and as a mark of this victory, an ank-shaped sigil manifested on his forehead whenever his life force was in danger. Then came Strange's first battle with Dormammu, the defeat, and the narrow escape. More helplessness from the Ancient One's death. A death brought upon by corruption. The Ancient One was being possessed by Shamagorath Many-Angled One, a being so ancient that looking at it too long invited madness. And Stephen had to kill him. Then came Mordo's betrayal. The experiences only grew darker from that point forward, with only rare moments of levity brought by his wife Clea, Dormammu's niece who had chosen love over power and family loyalty. Strange died multiple times after that. Dante felt each one, the sensation of his soul being ripped from his body and the sensation of existing in the space between life and death, and the unique experience of bargaining with entities that should never be bargained with. He'd sold his soul, bought it back, only to sell it again. Each transaction left him a little more hollow, a little less the Stephen Strange who'd started this journey. The empirical arrived in Stephen's life like an apocalypse. The science-worshipping army hunted magic across the multiverse, seeking to erase every trace of the mystic arts. Stephen watched the Sanctum Sanctorum crumble, and his fellow sorcerers being slaughtered. Everything he'd sacrificed for was being erased. Despite watching friends die and lovers leave, Strange continued to fight. He still tried to protect people who would never know his name. He still believed magic should be used to help rather than conquer. The contradiction was almost beautiful. The fragments shattered suddenly, and Dante's consciousness was violently ejected from Strange's mind. He came back to reality with a gasp, feeling as if he'd been holding his breath underwater for hours. Critical alert, administrator consciousness experiencing severe fragmentation. Neural pathways overloaded. Data resonation has been terminated as per administrator's previous command. Advised not to attempt data resonation while administrator's mind recovers. Thanks, that was intense. Character Doctor Strange data resonation has reached 47.1%. Achieved level 3 resonance with character Doctor Strange. New abilities can be acquired through Resonance Link 4. The 47.1% progress came mostly from understanding the man's mind rather than understanding his abilities because he had barely started Stephen Strange's story. It was good enough progress for the day. They said a woman's mind is a maze. No, this guy is 100 times more complicated than Sue Storm. Gradually his awareness of his physical surroundings returned. Dante suddenly became aware of the soft pillow under his head, and very aware of the weight on his chest. So it's like this. He was in Sylvvaja's apartment in her NYC branch, apparently here by Her Majesty herself, who was currently curled up against him like a content cat. Her silver hair spilled across his shoulder, and her left arm draped possessively over his chest. We didn't have sex, right? He dismissed the thought immediately. His tactical gear was still on. He wouldn't fuck someone in these clothes even if he was drunk. He lifted the blanket to check Sylvvaja's state just in case and almost laughed. Sylvvaja's clothes were just that unexpected: a loose gray tee and simple white cotton pajama pants. Apparently, Sylvvaja Sablinova owned pajamas and also wore them to bed. The revelation was almost as shocking as finding a pink plushie somewhere in her closet. She's so cute. Almost as cute as death. He pecked her cheeks without realizing, wishing he could see her like this more often. Just relaxed, happy, unburdened. However, he knew for certain that such moments would rarely happen in her life. She was the queen of Symkaria and the leader of an international mercenary enterprise. She was also the provider and protector of Symkaria. Still, if she wanted to carry those burdens, he didn't mind helping support that weight. Taking care of a nation would become a child's play if he continued growing at this pace. He carefully shifted his weight. Sylvvaja grabbed onto his arm instead, hugging it against her chest with surprising strength for someone deeply asleep. Mother, let me go. I have to train. Although he enjoyed the cuddles, right now, he was a man on a mission. He could only sigh helplessly when she refused to let go. Null, show me my resonance links. The familiar blue text materialized in his mind. Administrator's current resonance links. Death, 4.9%, Level 1, Echo. Hyperion, 52.3%, Level 4, Convergence. Doctor Strange, 47.1%, Level 3, Surge. Sue Storm, 50.9%, Level 4, Convergence. He hadn't slept at all after taking care of the Maggia maggots. Every moment had been spent diving through the mind of Sue Storm and then Doctor Strange. Like Hyperion, both seemed to be their 616 versions. In other words, this resonance link linked him to a multiversal and sometimes cosmic-level sorcerer in Doctor Strange and potentially universal-level defense in Sue Storm. Of course, he couldn't unleash anywhere close to 50.9% of Sue Storm's actual power output with his current endurance and mental fortitude. Attempting such a thing would probably burn out his brain. But what he could achieve even with current limitations was still mind-boggling. Doctor Strange's case might be even worse. All of Doctor Strange's strongest spells relied on his artifacts like Eye of Agamotto or required permission from mystic principalities such as Watum, the trio of Vishanti, and Agamotto. Null, show me my core attributes. Core attributes, non-resonant state. Intelligence, 32 plus 5. Class, gifted. Effects, above average creativity and adaptability. Intuitively comprehends death manipulation, solar energy mechanics, mystical arts, dimensional energy, eldritch energy, divine energy. Accelerated pattern recognition of magical formulas. Dimensional geometry intuition, ancient language comprehension, and mystical texts. Vitality, 19 plus 5. Class, near peak human. Effects, sustained activity. Strength, 15 plus 3. Class, near peak human. Effects, maximum lifting. Speed, 12 plus 2. Class, peak normal. Effects, speed is. Durability, 19 plus 7. Class, enhanced. Effects, skin and bone density 40% above human baseline. Helio-reactor reinforces cellular integrity, granting resistance to physical attacks. Body structure neutralizes toxins and poisons at a quicker rate. The body can withstand up to 75 C without impairment. Willpower, 30 plus 4. Class, Iron Will. Effects, as a byproduct. Energy capacity, cannot be measured. Class, unknown. Effects, helioreactor. All physical attributes can be further amplified through solar radiation. Maximum enhancement potential unknown. Core abilities. Solar radiation absorption. Helioreactor. Mystic awareness. The intelligence boost alone made the agony worth enduring, not to mention the new mystic awareness ability. He could learn astral project, master all kinds of eldritch and divine sorceries, and eventually create his own dimensional pocket. All of that without accessing Dr. Strange's link because all that knowledge existed in his mind, waiting to be accessed and applied. More importantly, mastering mysticism was the key to bringing magic, Pyotr's younger sister Ilyana, back from limbo or wherever she'd gotten lost. The man was willing to take a bullet for him. Finding Ilyana was the least he could do in return. He wasn't heartless, after all. Maybe next month, but maybe a little bit heartless. His current absolute priority had to be mastering the Helio core, learning to channel that power safely to enhance his base physical form so he wouldn't remain dependent on Death's resonance link for every battle. He absolutely didn't want to bestow the 2-minute champ title. Sylvvaja's face softened further into sleep. He stilled, waiting for her breathing to settle back into the rhythm of sleep. When it did, he carefully extracted his arm from her grip. The process took 3 minutes of patience and more calculation than the Magia assault. Finally free, he silently walked to the window. The city sprawled below in the bright light of afternoon. Busy and chaotic, but still peaceful. It wouldn't stay that way for long. The discoveries he'd made using Sue Storm's invisibility were horrifying. Norman's research far exceeded his wildest imaginations. He glanced back at sleeping Sylvvaja and sighed. He'd need her help, probably Felicia's too. Because Norman's project wasn't something he could fight on his own. Not unless he used Hyperion Resonance Link, but doing so would guarantee his own death and collateral damage of multiple city blocks. Because Norman had most likely bred an entire army of symbiote soldiers at the first research site. Later, Dante sat cross-legged in the center of the training area's lower floor, specifically choosing the exact spot where he had pinned Sylvvaja during their sparring match and claimed her first kiss. Of course he wasn't here to relive that moment. He sat in complete meditation, his breathing deep and regular, another boon gained from Dr. Strange's experience. Feeling the solar radiation within the Helio core would have been difficult without having any experience with mystical energy. Regardless of class and nature, both of them were types of energy at the end of day. However, perceiving the energy was only the first step, and then manipulating it, making it course throughout his body to strengthen every cell systematically was a different matter entirely. Well, not that hard with his enhanced intelligence. The breakthrough came within 20 minutes. The solution was quite simple, really. He just had to focus his willpower like a spear and use that concentrated willpower to dominate the solar radiation contained within the Helio reactor. He deliberately started small, choosing a controlled release rather than allowing the energy to overflow immediately. Starting small carried significantly less risk of catastrophic failure like the last attempt. Humans learn from failures. Wait, am I even human anymore? Administrator's DNA has been altered by Death's cosmic power and then further modified by solar radiation. Currently, Administrator and Homo sapien are 24.2% identical in DNA structure. Thanks for the vote of confidence. He sighed. Can I still have kids? It is entirely dependent on the female. I can, surely. He focused back on the solar radiation. And despite his caution, he felt an endless surge of power flooding through his muscles and bones. The sensation closely mirrored Hyperion's resonance link activation, albeit on a much smaller, manageable scale. He clenched his fist, feeling the raw strength contained within. The equipment here, even the upper area designed for Pyotr's superhuman strength, couldn't stress test his body. The heaviest weights only reached 600 pounds, which he lifted without breaking a sweat. Even though he couldn't test the upper limits of his strength, he could make an approximate guess based on how easily he lifted the weights. At least 1.5 tons of lifting capacity. I'm officially a superhuman now. To test his enhanced speed, he marked a 100-meter line on the floor with chalk and timed his sprint using his smartphone stopwatch. A crude method, but sufficient enough for a rough estimate. The conclusion made him burst into laughter. His strength and speed were amplified by approximately 5 times their baseline values while channeling solar radiation. By his rough estimations, he could maintain this state for at least an hour. He could also amplify further by burning through stamina faster, but that would leave him completely vulnerable in the aftermath. But he had the option to go plus ultra in a short fight because extreme strength was sometimes necessary. Sometimes fights just came down to who had the bigger fist. Strengthening my base form is absolutely necessary. So he hit the upper area gym and worked up a sweat for an hour. When he came down, he found a young lady leaning against the door with her arms crossed. Her brown skin, black hair, and green eyes along with the emerald tiger head pendant at her neck revealed her identity beyond doubt. It's Ava, right? He gave his best friendly smile to the girl who might become his sister-in-law. Sylvvaja's bond with Ava was just like sisters in a way. How can you leave the sparring arena without having a bit of spar? Her cocky smirk and raised chin ticked him off. Apparently, Ava wasn't very fond of him. From an outsider's viewpoint, it might seem Sylvvaja had elevated her boyfriend into wild pack and made him vice commander without merit. Sylvvaja truly went overboard with the promotion. "I don't fight girls," he replied simply, which wasn't technically a lie. Sylvvaja was a woman. Ava, however, still carried that rebellious teenage nature. She didn't quite qualify as a real woman in his assessment. "Oh, you don't? Then why did I hear about your match with Sis? You got lied to." He shook his head. "Can you stop blocking the exit? I'm starving." She stepped away and pushed the door with one hand with a toothy grin. "Poor favor, please." He moved past her, but she threw out a passing comment just as he crossed the threshold. "Sis said you would destroy me in a one-on-one fight. Love is truly blind." He stopped and turned around, looking at her with a piercing gaze. "Are you provoking me into a fight?" After experiencing solar radiation power, his hands were itching to let loose in a fight. She smirked confidently. "Well, you're just too scared to accept it." "Are you sure?" She tugged the white tiger amulet. A green glow wrapped the pendant before extending to cover Ava. She transformed into her white tiger form in an instant. The pure white suit clung in every way to showcase her strong, lean physique. A white mask covered her face, shaped with the clean lines of a tiger's head. The suit itself was smooth and slightly reflective, with faint silver stripes running along her arms and sides. The material was dense and protective as one would expect from a mystical amulet. Dante couldn't deny that the suit made her extremely attractive, especially with that long, lush ponytail contrasting against the pure white of her suit. She beckoned him provocatively as her eyes glowed green through the narrow slits of her mask. "Let's fight." 25. Sylvvaja's worst fear. 25. Sylvvaja's worst fear. Random art. Pale sunlight filtered through the apartment windows, somehow melancholic despite its brightness. Sylvvaja stirred awake with the laziness of someone who hadn't slept for 2 days. She yawned as her arms stretched lazily over her head. Her joints popped satisfyingly. She was in pure bliss until a certain masculine scent tickled her nose. Dante. Her hand instinctively reached for the pillow, only to find a faint impression that was already fading. He left. She poked at the pillow, a small pout forming on her lips. The gesture felt so unlike her, just so unguarded, so honest. When had she become the kind of woman who pouted over an empty bed? The realization pulled her in deep thoughts. Over the past 2 days, Dante had stripped away her defenses layer by layer and exposed the vulnerable woman under all the responsibilities. Her father would have criticized her for this softness, calling it a weakness. Then again, Ernst Sablenova had been her father long before he was the mercenary leader. He would have understood and perhaps even approved of choosing love alongside duty, because he had done the same. Is this ticklish feeling called love? She wondered, pulling her knees against her chest and hugging them. She felt like she could fight a whole squad to rescue Dante, yet so weak that she would have thrown a tantrum over a perfume scent on his clothes. She had no answer for herself, only the growing certainty that the woman she was becoming might be irreversibly different from the woman she had been. Did she regret it? Not even a bit, especially not when she had met someone as brilliant and powerful as Dante. Her phone's sharp ring cut through her daydreaming. "Mississippi." Anna's voice came slightly breathless, as if the young receptionist was panicking. "Dante and Ava, they are going to fight." The word splashed cold water on her fuzzy happiness, reminding her that she had both a tiger and a dragon under the same roof. "That stupid girl. I told her not to pick a fight with him." She didn't bother ending the call. The phone flew to the bed as her body bolted out of the door, then dashed upstairs. The training area's door exploded open under the force of her kick. The scene that greeted her was exactly what she'd feared. Dante and Ava stood facing each other across the sparring floor. Ava was already in her white tiger suit. Dante wore his hoodie and pants from yesterday, a faint sheen of perspiration on his face. They both turned toward her simultaneously. "Sis, you finally wore those pajamas." Ava's voice carried that particular tone of teasing satisfaction that only a younger sibling could manage. The girl was absolutely grinning behind her white tiger mask. Dante tilted his head with that curious yet innocent look. "What do you mean finally? She never wore them before." "No, idiot. She probably did it for you." Ava crossed her arms, shaking her head like she was disappointed in her older sister. Women in love, they are a different breed. Heat crept up Sylvvaja's cheeks, flushing her neck in shades of crimson that no willpower could suppress. It was exactly as Ava said. She'd chosen those pajamas specifically because they felt comfortable and also sent a signal that beneath the tactical gear was a woman with heart. A woman capable of love. "It's cute though," Dante said. "Imagine someone you loved did it for you. Wouldn't you find it cute?" White Tiger held her chin, contemplating seriously. Then she nodded her head. "It's sweet." "Shut up, both of you." Both of them answered with a synchronized no. The two had stopped their fight just to tease her. It was both infuriating and endearing. "Ava, are you jealous?" Dante asked. "I'm getting more attention from your sis. It must get on your nerves." "She will always be my sis. You won't take her from me." The sound that escaped Ava was more animalistic than human. Before Sylvvaja could tell Ava to stop, Ava lunged forward explosively and swiped her right claw at him. Dante's response was almost lazy. He tilted his right shoulder just far enough that Ava's claws whistled past his face with centimeters to spare. It wasn't the reaction of someone panicking from a surprise attack. "Stop," Sylvvaja ordered. "Don't fight." Both fighters turned to look at her, and without any prior agreement or discussion, they both said simultaneously, "No." Sylvvaja found herself standing speechless, watching two people she cared about ignore her authority. Under different circumstances it would have been funny, but not now. She was more concerned than angry. Ava pressed forward with relentless aggression, performing her favorite combo of left claw strike, right claw follow-up, and a spinning kick. Each attack was separated with microseconds. A move mastered to overwhelm through sheer pressure. She hadn't learned it through sparring, but through perfecting violence in underground fights. Dante dodged the first two strikes with minimal effort, but the spinning kick caught him square in the ribs. Sylvvaja's breath stopped entirely. She could imagine the trajectory of his body flying backward and colliding with the wall. But instead of being thrown across the arena, Dante rolled, converting the kinetic energy into distance. He wouldn't have done it in their spar. Her boyfriend was almost always within her reach, yet she could hardly track his growth. "That's it," Ava roared, and the hunger in those two words was palpable. "Let's see what you're actually made of." "I was testing your limits," Dante replied with a faint smile. "Come at me now." Ava's eyes widened behind her mask. "You just became stronger. Aren't you full of surprises?" "Amped up my output. Just a heads up, it's barely 50% of my peak." He winked at Sylvvaja. "That's all I need to kick your ass." White Tiger laughed. "I'll make you eat those words, mi amigo, my friend." They pounced at each other, and Sylvvaja couldn't believe what she was witnessing. Dante was significantly faster than before. He achieved a speed that was superhuman without using his authority. Ava's claws swiped through empty air again and again. White Tiger, who had been unparalleled in speed within the mercenary circle, was being toyed with. She looked like a kid chasing an adult, completely outmaneuvered. But Sylvvaja's sharp eye caught the faint glow on the White Tiger amulet. Ava had yet to fully unleash her power. The amulet had only burned at maximum intensity once before. The day Ava had nearly lost herself to bloodlust. A 15-year-old was barely contained by wild pack. She isn't acting rash anymore. She has complete control over the White Tiger. But Sylvvaja also understood why Dante didn't agree to her request. Dante had experienced a breakthrough in his strength and needed to test his abilities against a strong opponent. Ava needed a worthy fighter to surpass her current limits. The only way she honored her brother Hector's legacy, measured her own worth, and repaid Sylvvaja for helping her in the darkest moments of her life. Sylvvaja crossed her arms and observed the battle with a settled heart. Her heart leapt back up when Ava started laughing ferally, a laughter of pure joy that probably only came out during her underground matches, where Ava fought without the White Tiger suit. She is having fun. The Bloody Beast, as they called her in the underground networks, was a young warrior who'd carved a bloody path tournament after tournament through instinct and violence. Someone who had nothing left to lose but everything to prove to her new family. But never, in all her years of fighting, had Ava gone all out against someone while using the White Tiger amulet. Never had she found someone who could match her pace, her strength, her intensity. Until today, Dante wasn't trying to match her. He was using her as a grindstone to sharpen his footstep, his punches, his kicks, and his combat awareness. Only after he grew bored did he stop leading Ava around and threw a punch, putting weight and intention behind it. Ava matched it with her own punch, as the amulet's glow reached a bright glow. The young Latina had stopped holding back. The collision sent a shockwave that rippled through the arena, shaking loose equipment like a fierce gust of wind. "Again!" Ava yelled, throwing a straight with her right hand. Dante obliged with another equally powerful straight punch, making the equipment on the racks tremble again. A punching bag exploded, and a support beam dented visibly. The arena was taking visible damage from just shockwaves. They stood face to face now, trying to overpower each other like sumo wrestlers. The result was surprising. The one wielding the mystical amulet was pushed back in raw strength. Was he holding back against me? No. He grew strong. Sylvvaja felt something stir in her chest. As a mercenary, she had a deep appreciation for power. She'd always hoped for a companion whose power existed on the same spectrum as her own or surpassed it. Dante far surpassed her expectations, and he would only grow stronger from now on. Ava slipped out of Dante's grip and kicked his chest, separating from him. For the first time, White Tiger's body language showed real surprise. "You're strong." He smirked confidently. "Want to throw the white flag, chica, girl?" "I'm just getting started." Ava snarled and pounced at him like the name of her amulet. Now, with the knowledge that he could withstand serious force, Ava unleashed herself completely. This time Dante couldn't dodge every attack. He struggled as his hoodie was shredded, lines of blood appearing on his torso and arms from her claws. Each wound made Sylvvaja's fists clench. On paper, he might be faster than her, but White Tiger's unpredictable, almost instinctual movements were hard to react to, especially when she had the initiative. Sylvvaja wanted to end the fight there. The only reason she didn't intervene was because Dante's eyes never lost focus. There was no pain in his expression, no sign that the wounds were anything more than minor inconveniences. He remained in perfect control. The cuts that had bled began to close right before her eyes. Sylvvaja's heart was pounding like a freight train now, her breathing shallow as she watched two people she cared about engage in a dance both beautiful and terrible. A dance of blood and violence. Come on, Ava growled. Stop playing it safe, Vice Commander. Fight me. I am fighting you. No, you aren't, Kagita, chicken. They continued clashing, neither showing signs of slowing down. Yet as the battle continued, Sylvvaja noticed that Dante received fewer and fewer wounds. He was adjusting to Ava, reading her patterns, doing to her exactly what he had done to Sylvvaja during their sparring match. He wasn't a fighter who excelled with overwhelming skill and experience. Quite the opposite, in fact. He was the rookie in both battles. He came out on top in Sylvvaja's battle and was still hanging in this fight because of his talent in reading others. Because for all of Ava's wildness and feral aggression, there was still a rhythm to her movements. Pattern and variation, rhythm and anticipation. Nothing was truly random, especially not in a high-speed, adrenaline fight. Dante read these patterns better than everyone Sylvvaja had ever come across. I want him to win. Sylvvaja found her hands clenching again. She wanted him to humble Ava, to remind her little sister that there were always stronger opponents, and always room to grow. It was a lesson Ava could only learn through defeat. You can read 20 more chapters on 26, A Bloody Spar. Random art. Dante confidently tilted his shoulder before Ava even started. Her claw swiped diagonally at his neck. He locked her elbow with his own, restricting the mobility of her right arm. Immediately, he slipped around her and hooked his other hand under her only free arm. Got her now. Ava was forced to use her feet, the most flexible part of her body, and only second to her claws in lethality. She lifted her legs and leaned her entire weight forward before stomping down so hard that she cracked the mat. The problem was, leverage required equal strength classes to matter. He could pump more solar radiation to reach an even higher peak, whereas Ava didn't have that luxury. Though, he couldn't afford to have a prolonged battle in this state. Even this consumption had stopped his regeneration. He had already used a lot of solar radiation to train earlier. He had to use the rest conservatively. Applying more pressure, he joined his hands above her ponytail, fully locking in the submission. Give up. Ava gnashed her teeth, making a sound like an animal trapped in a cage. I'm not losing like this. Not to. She didn't finish. Instead, she gathered strength in her core and executed a standing backflip, despite the excruciating pain of the submission. Her slippery suit let her escape. The moment her feet touched the ground, she pounced and landed on his shoulders. She swiped both claws at his neck. Muridi, Imsil. Die, asshole. He caught her wrists just as her claws grazed his nape. He had seen the attack coming from miles away, since a predator like her would always aim for the weakest part. Rather than trying to tame her again with submission, he slung her away as if her figure and mystical suit weighed no more than a feather. She landed in a cat-like crouch and came back at him. For a moment, he saw black stripe-like markings appear on her suit. She's lost her mind. There was an old saying about tigers that a tiger may die, but it will never lose its stripes. The mere thought of such a humiliating defeat had wounded her pride, and that incited raw bloodlust in her white tiger form. He brushed her claw and pushed her shoulder, using her own momentum to shove her away. Blood dripped from cuts on Dante's chest, and his breathing grew just a bit heavier. But his eyes stated that he remained in his element even as he bled and sweated. Sylvvaja, Ava has gone feral. Ava dashed past him like a shadow. I'm still here. I won't let myself be humiliated in front of Sis. 3 lines appeared on Dante's face and fresh blood dripped down his cheeks. He was so occupied in strategizing and looking at the bigger picture that he couldn't focus on her. She had also gotten faster, likely the result of extra markings on her suit. Ava, stop. Are you trying to kill him? Even Sylvvaja had stopped considering it a friendly match after seeing Dante's wounds. Ava. He wiped the blood from his face. Let's end it here, kid. She leaped, and her legs swung in a graceful arc that promised a graceful death. His head would have separated from his shoulders if he had ducked just a second later. Fight me. Her eyes glowed with intense madness. Beat me or get out of our life. The desperation in her voice told him everything. This wasn't about winning anymore. This was about proving that Sylvvaja chose the wrong person. All right. He clenched his fists and turned to face her. What came next wasn't fighting. It was pure violence, both sides trying to kill each other with their complete power. She moved her head as his fist whistled past her cheeks, and once again, she clawed his face. He didn't dodge, adding 4 gashes on the left side of his face. He continued full power punches, completely abandoning defense. She dodged, counterattacked, dodged again. One brief flicker of opening was all he needed. That came when she tried clawing his chest for what felt like the 1000th time. The small hesitation when her mind considered hurting him meant hurting Sylvvaja. A solid hook on her face made her stagger, and she shifted into full defensive posture. She was banking on her endurance to defeat him since she wasn't ready to kill him. He could read Ava's intentions from her stance. The amulet had the ability to eliminate toxins and accelerate recovery. Ava could go on for hours even in her current state. That's how absurd White Tiger amulet was in right hands. The young Latina had only defended a few attacks when a punch slipped past her guard and struck her right in the belly. Despite the suit's protection, it forced her to slow. He grabbed her shoulders and drove a knee into her stomach. She crossed her arms to block, but she failed to read his next attack. A vicious headbutt that rattled her skull hard enough to make her sway. His skull was amazingly sturdy, despite how bloody his face was at the moment. Ava wasn't the type to let dizziness stop her. She moved on instinct and drove her claws into his ribs, a move that could have earned her the victory, yet it was the most predictable move in this situation. Before she could cut deep enough to cause real damage, he grabbed her wrists and yanked forward. The move slammed her face first into the mat with force that would have crushed a normal human entirely. Before she could recover, he drove his heel into the back of her head, pressing her skull deeper into the cracked mat. He swung on his heels, sat down on her back, and locked her arms behind her. With White Tiger Amulet, she could lift a dozen men like him, but she couldn't push him away with no leverage. His breathing was heavy, blood flowed down his face faster than sweat. But he laughed. "You want me to leave, Sylvvaja? Keep dreaming." He took off her mask and unclasped the White Tiger Amulet from her neck. Sanity returned to her eyes immediately. "Let go." Ava growled through her mask. This is cowardly." He made the villain gesture's low head shake, disappointed tch sound. "Sylvvaja, what's the best way to disable a wild cat? Look at those wounds. Is this the time to be cracking riddles?" Sylvvaja looked at him as if he had gone crazy, but still decided to humor him. "You beat her up?" "No, you take them by surprise from behind." Ava gnashed her teeth. "When the hell did you take me from behind, pervert?" Dante smiled and raised his hand, letting it stay in the air with suspense. Then he landed a loud spank on Ava's butt. "Like this." Ava's face turned crimson. "Why are you doing this?" The mercenary queen laughed at the sheer absurdity of everything. A genuine, unfiltered laughter until her ribs hurt and tears formed in her eyes. Sorry. She apologized, holding her stomach. "I'll grab the medkit. Don't humiliate her anymore, please." Dante nodded and rolled off Ava's back before sitting his ass on the mat. His face, riddled with claw marks, felt like it was on fire. Thankfully, he had regeneration from solar radiation to avoid a surgery. "You're a brat. A fucking child." He rarely cursed like this, but the pain just pushed him to vent out some. Ava, who had tears at the corner of her eyes, glared daggers at him. She would have added more claw marks to his face if the amulet was still around her neck. "Fuck you too, amigo." "Why?" Dante asked, feeling a burning pain just from speaking. "We could have had a friendly sparring match. You just had to become emotional." She didn't say anything, just her jaw clenched, unclenched, clenched again. She was pissed enough to murder him. "You pissed me off." He was quiet for a moment, going over everything about her in his mind. "I know your deal. You don't want to be treated like a kid. You want to share Sylvvaja's burden by becoming the vice commander. But she never trusted you with serious work, and that pisses you off." She was quiet for a moment before whispering, "Don't act like you know me." "I don't know, and I don't care either." He tossed the White Tiger Amulet back to her. "I'll kill you if you cross the line next time. Even your White Tiger god will die." She opened her mouth to argue, but he activated Death's resonance for exactly 3 seconds. The sudden, overwhelming presence shut down every survival instinct she had. She couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything except comprehend her inevitable end. When he released it, the pain in his face was gone too. He touched his face, only to feel smooth, unscarred skin. It had such a function. He had forgotten about Death's resonance link removing his reliance on vitality and changing his body to an existent state. His existence itself became closer to a cosmic being in nature. It'd be weird for any physical injury to be present in that state. Dante wiped his face with the shreds of his hoodie and stood up to leave. The disappearance of pain also cheered him up. Ava was still processing the terror when Sylvvaja pushed through the door, followed by Anna. The receptionist took one look at the crater in the mat and the blood on the walls and didn't even blink. She had already observed everything through the CCTV in the corner. He shook his head. "Come to the room." Sylvvaja touched his bloody face, a little surprised to find no cut or scars under all the blood. "I'll say sorry on her behalf. She isn't a bad child." Ava, Sylvvaja said coldly. "You're suspended from Wild Pack until you reflect on your mistakes." Ava covered her face and started sobbing, her shoulders shaking. Not from pain, but from disappointing and shaming to the closest thing she had to an older sister. Her only family. Sylvvaja lost all anger in front of a crying Ava. "Dante." He shook his head and signaled her to stay here. Ava was only grown up in age. Inside, she was still a child clinging to Sylvvaja. She needed Sylvvaja's comfort more than him. He wrapped an arm around Anna's shoulder, causing her to gasp. "My little angel, can you grab me some clothes? And some food too? I'm so hungry I can eat a whole cow." "Why yes. Are you really okay?" He laughed. "'Tis but a scratch, little angel." Author's note: Ava needs some more spanking from MC. Anyways. 27. Magic. Random art. Dante's wristwatch, a gift from Anna, showed 3 p.m. when he knocked on Felicia's apartment door. The door swung open almost immediately, just like the last time. Felicia leaned against the frame with a graceful smile that could have sold anything from perfume to luxury cars. That was her charm. "Hi, sweetheart. Here to deliver death to my doorstep?" Felicia asked before frowning, a concerned one. "Why do you look depressed?" He regarded her for a moment. Winged eyeliner, deep red lipstick, and that classic perfume. Her makeup was immaculate. All that effort to sit pretty at home. She stepped aside, welcoming him into the apartment. I just came from my dorm room. He immediately noticed the photographs on her walls, showing a younger Felicia with an older gentleman with slick white hair and a middle-aged brunette. My makeup doesn't make me the prettiest in the university. Some dumb redhead has that title on lockdown. She paused, noticing his attention on the photo frames. Dug these out from my stash. I can finally look Dad in the eye. He wasn't really listening to her. His brows creased in a frown before the spark of realization bloomed. He pulled out the nearly faded photo in his wallet. Felicia, look at this. She snatched the pic and stared in surprise. My parents, what is this doing in your wallet? I don't know. The previous Dante had some sort of connection with Felicia's family. That much had become clear. Felicia gave him a skeptical look. You don't know why you're carrying my parents' old photograph. Am I supposed to believe that? I basically don't remember anything that happened before last week. He put the photo back in his wallet and plopped down on her comfortable mattress. Let's leave the question to your old man when we get him out, alright? Sure. I don't think I can force the truth out of you anyway. This time she wasn't ungrateful. She actually served him coffee, a premium brew that came in sleek black packaging with Italian script. The coffee was exceptional with a bold, complex, and vaguely smoky flavor. Felicia sat down on the chair beside the desk, her grin suggesting that this generosity came with conditions. It's Kopi Luwak, $800 per pound, imported. Hope you don't mind indulging your secret lover's expenses, darling. He almost spat it out. Sister, why is your tiny mouth this talkative? Felicia set down her own cup with care and leaned her elbow on her desk, resting her chin in her palm. The playfulness vanished from her expression, replaced by something quieter. More honest. More real. Mom rarely meets me. Hasn't in months, actually. Her fingers drummed once against her cheek. I don't have friends either. Not real, close ones, anyway. You're the only person I've talked to these days who doesn't want something from me. Well, aside from our cooperation thing, so I'd be very grateful if you stopped ignoring my lovely text messages. He pulled out his phone. The screen lit up with notification after notification, each one from her. Cute emoticons with hearts, cat memes, cat gifs, and awkward greeting messages from yesterday evening to this afternoon. His phone had been on silent the whole time. Then again, he hadn't caught a real break since having time with Sylvvaja at the research site yesterday. Sorry. The word came easily when he meant it. Loneliness was a terrible, depressing thing. He switched silent mode off. I'll try to respond from now on. He also knew she was appealing to his emotions, trying to secure him as an ally for future schemes. Fate had thrown death and her companion in her lap, and she meant to make full use of them. That's just how Felicia was. But that didn't make her loneliness any less real. She blinked, taken aback, then chuckled. Have I ever told you that you're really sweet for someone associated with death? He smiled. Death might be the sweetest woman in this universe. I'm only alive because of her. Oh. Felicia's eyes sparkled with genuine curiosity as her playfulness returned with real interest. I sense a heart-throbbing story. Care to share with this lonely cat? He shook his head. Another time. Right now, you need to see what you're actually walking into. That facility isn't what Emma described. How? Are you teleporting me inside? Not really. He set his cup down carefully after finishing the coffee. Anything hot for ordinary people felt lukewarm to him. I need a few hours to prepare. He could have learned astral projection in Sylvvaja's apartment. But then Sylvvaja would have stayed with him, hovering around him to make sure he wasn't upset with her. Ava needed her sister after that breakdown, or else some fractures might appear between the sisters. Dante spending time with Felicia was, in its own way, helping Sylvvaja's relationship with Ava. He crossed his legs on her bed, hands resting on his knees in a meditative posture. Felicia didn't make it easy for him. She hopped around him like a fly. When he gave her no attention, she gave up with an angry humph. Men are such boring creatures. You have a gorgeous woman waiting to be flirted with, but you're thinking about whatever. She flopped onto her desk chair, spinning it and resting her legs on the desk. How did this guy score death and silver Sable? His lips curled up in a smile. You'll only know when it's too late. Sensing his own mystical energy came naturally now as a byproduct of deeply resonating with Dr. Strange's consciousness. As the Ancient One once told Stephen Strange, mystical energy is the raw, extra-dimensional power that fuels all supernatural and magical phenomena in the multiverse. He inhaled once. The silence deepened until he could hear the faint echo of his own pulse, the faint rasp of breath in his lungs. Then he searched for the single point of stillness that lay in the deepest part of himself. What he saw was a flicker of flame, small, steady, and bright. It was his will-given shape, his personal energy. He felt it as warmth first, then as rhythm when he focused on it. The sensation spread through his body in gentle waves. His intent pushed the flame into muscle, bone, nerve, until his skin tingled. He raised a hand, and a thread of golden light emerged between his fingers. Mystical energy came from three sources, and this was the first method, drawing from one's life force, as in the energy that sustains a sorcerer's body, mind, and soul. Casting a spell with one's mystical energy was the same as using one's blood, breath, and spirit as fuel. It was draining, and overusing it could kill a sorcerer. He slowed his breath again, moving on to master the second source of mystic energy. After all, a human's life force could burn only so long. The true art of sorcery was learning to let the universe breathe through you. He spread his mystical awareness outward. At first there was nothing, only the sound of Felicia's breathing, the sound of muffled music somewhere, and the sound of her feet making contact with the floor. Wait, is she? His concentration completely fell apart, forcing him to open his eyes. Felicia had her headphones as she danced in her own world. Her hips swayed and rolled in slow, hypnotic figure eights that would have made a belly dancer jealous. She might have started dancing to distract him, but ended up falling in the rhythm of moving her body and enjoying it too much. Her head isn't in the right place. He returned to his meditation, and this time, consciously ignored her. Rather than her song, he narrowed his perception on the quietly humming energy underneath all the noise. The universe breathes. I breathe. The two rhythms merged, and a cool sensation brushed the edges of his mind. Ambient mystical energy was the energy that flowed through space, matter, and thought, the energy created through the universe's natural field. This energy existed everywhere like invisible currents. The energy most preferred by sorcerers to cast spells, and a necessity for large-scale magic. If his personal energy was a spark of flame, this was an endless ocean. Drawing from this energy required a sorcerer to attune their mind through willpower and intent. He already knew the way to utilize both. He lifted his hand slowly. Pale blue light coalesced around it, moving to his willpower. Easy. The third source of mystical energy was also the most potent and dangerous extradimensional entities and objects. Sorcerers drew power from sentient entities, gods, or entire dimensions. When Dr. Strange invoked the spell, by the flames of the Fulton, he channeled energy from the dimension of the Fultonia, being in the same class as Dormammuto, unleash searing mystical fire. This immense power's cost could range from minor inconveniences to being obliterated at a moment's notice. Thankfully, the first two methods were sufficient for astral projection. Doing so might also alert the Ancient One. She probably knows about me. She has the Time Stone to see disruptions in every timeline. He was unconcerned. If she had the Time Stone, he had the blessing from Death herself. Death wouldn't sit by and let him be bullied by someone way out of his league. Death's reason for bringing him in a hero-less era was to let him slowly accumulate power, or so he interpreted Death's motive. Even if Death wasn't willing, he could bluff his way using her name. He moved on to learning the astral projection itself. A being consists of three distinct components. The physical body, a material vessel anchored to the physical plane. The astral self, the consciousness body that reflects mind and essence. And the ethereal essence, the deeper soul, the spark that connected one to the spiritual gates like hell, heaven, and other similar places. Astral projection separated the astral self from the physical body, different from dying, which severed all three permanently. Around 6 p.m., about 2.5 hours of failures, Dante finally achieved separation. The sensation was like pulling off a tight sweater. There was a moment of resistance, then freedom. His spectral form flowed out, no longer bound by the constraints of flesh and gravity. His physical body remained seated on Felicia's bed. Dozens of shimmering chains wrapped around his torso and limbs, and golden runes covered every inch of his visible skin. These were the wards and protection spells drawn from Dr. Strange's vast repository of mystical knowledge. They'd stop stray demons or sorcerers from claiming his vulnerable vessel while his consciousness roamed elsewhere. He doubted they could succeed even without the protection. Null and its associated Universe X were bound to him at a fundamental level. But better safe than sorry. He saw a faint silver cord connecting his astral form to his physical body. The silver cord. Ancient texts called it the lifeline between incarnated consciousness and flesh. As long as it remained intact, he could return. He could wander the astral plane indefinitely and still find his way home. But if something severed that connection, his body would become an empty shell and his astral form would drift endlessly like a ghost. Flying in this form was as easy as breathing. He moved through Felicia's room and then phased through the wall before coming back. He just drifted through the room, relishing the sensation of absolute freedom. His astral form could move in any direction simultaneously. He could stop on a dime or accelerate to impossible speeds. The laws that governed physical existence held no power here. He flew outside and followed a flock of birds. Flying is so fun. I should learn to fly through solar radiation like Hyperion. Hyperion achieved flight through manipulating gravitational and inertia forces through a force field, which was fueled by solar radiation. The force field worked on calculations, possibly hundreds and thousands of micro-adjustments per second. Marvel's Superman did it by instinct. If Dante wanted to replicate it without the resonance link, he'd need to calculate manually and practice until it became second nature. Even then, he'd probably never reach Hyperion's precision and grace. Or he could manipulate ambient mystical energy with gestures and fly at a slower speed. Easier, less elegant, but functional. Or get so physically strong that he could leap over cities like the Hulk. Crude but effective. He had plenty of options to choose from. His gaze landed on the distant research facility, and he barely held back from flying over immediately. Yesterday, he'd seen symbiote samples being transported in multiple cargo trucks around 4 a.m. Over 70 symbiote placed within containers. Piotr said Norman had been doing the same routine ever since Wild Pack arrived there, distributing them to other facilities across the city. That meant, the full scale of his symbiote army was possibly in hundreds or thousands, or exponentially worse. This country would perish if such a symbiote army was released in this hero-less era, unless the X-Men came out of hiding. S.H.I.E.L.D. might also have their secret cards. Otherwise, Emma wouldn't have cared about S.H.I.E.L.D. There was definitely something fishy about S.H.I.E.L.D. of this universe. The site is too far. If he flew over, he risked weakening his connection. The silver cord had limits. He wasn't like Strange, who could visit other universes in astral form. Strange had trained diligently on top of having the talent of becoming a Sorcerer Supreme. Dante was a baby sorcerer with a Sorcerer Supreme's theoretical knowledge and experience. Still fundamentally a baby. I'll just go with Sylvvaja and Felicia. Yes, he intended to bring both Sylvvaja and Felicia's astral forms to Norman's research facility. Author's note, S.H.I.E.L.D. is fucked fr. Anyways. 28 Felicia's personal heater. 28 Felicia's personal heater. Random art. Dante drifted back down to Felicia's room. She had stopped dancing at this point and sat at her desk, tinkering with a thick metal bracelet. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she adjusted tiny screws, fine-tuning the mechanism. He reached out and brushed his astral hand through her fluffy platinum hair. No contact or feeling. Astral projection only allowed interaction through spells. He barely knew any spells aside from basic whips and shields. Felicia suddenly glanced up, eyes scanning the room. She looked directly at his astral form as if she could feel him. Then she looked at his physical body, her eyes widening with curiosity. The sparkly golden and bronze seals fascinated her. She jumped toward him, reaching out to touch. The protective wards crackled and repelled her with a spark of energy. This is magic. He shook his head and returned to his body. The transition felt like falling into warm water. The first thing he did was dissolve the mystical seals. Felicia held her chin. The inquisitiveness hadn't faded from her eyes. No, it had only grown. You accomplished something. How do you know? You don't look depressed as if your favorite cat passed away. She put a knee on the bed, crawling toward him one seductive step at a time before settling onto his lap. Her arms wrapped around his neck before she pressed herself against him. The warmth of her body against his, the scent of her perfume mixed with her shampoo, and the softness of her breasts against him, it was intentional seduction, and her mischievous eyes knew it. Darling, what were those chains? Aren't you going to educate your secret lover? He really wanted to roll his eyes at the way she wielded her femininity like a weapon. He grabbed her butt, fingers sinking into supple flesh. She released an exaggerated, seductive moan, which turned into a yelp when he put her on the bed. She blinked innocently. Are you secretly gay? He clenched his fist, which silenced her. The seductress knew a punch from him would put her in a world of hurt. Listen, cross your legs and close your eyes like you're meditating. You're going to teach me. She gasped and held his hands, her excitement palpable. I knew you had a shred of kindness in your heart somewhere. I'll show you something cool. Just follow my instructions. Felicia arranged herself cross-legged with a straight spine. I took a yoga class once. The instructor was terrible. She was more interested in talking chakras than actually teaching something. It's gonna be like that at first. He fixed her posture by pressing against her shoulders and pushing her back, whispering softly, breathe in through your nose. Count to 4. Hold it. Count to 4. Release through your mouth. Felicia's eyes fluttered closed. Is this what seduction sounds like, darling? Because I'm feeling properly seduced. He knew she was teasing him deliberately, using playfulness as a shield to stop herself from feeling vulnerable in this position. If she truly started meditating, he would only need a pencil to end her life. Felicia Hardy never liked being powerless. Are you sure you're not using magic already? She continued, peeking one eye open. Because I feel like I'm under a spell, and I'm not even mad about it. He sat opposite her and placed 2 fingers just above her sternum, not touching, simply feeling the pulse of her aura. You don't have to fake anything. Relax. Don't you want to learn sorcery? She gave him a look of wonder before closing her eyes properly. Her breathing deepened, falling in a rhythm. This time, she was properly focused on meditation. He explained the 3 components of being an astral projection properly. Then I'll become something like a ghost. Her eyes widened. You want to scout the research site with this astral projection? Smart. She laughed cheerfully. It's not bad to be complimented once in a while. The process can be dangerous. I love dangerous things. She threw him a provocative glance. If I didn't, would I be flirting with the only loved one of death? He was speechless. Her logic wasn't wrong. She had tried to seduce him despite knowing his closeness with Death and Silver Sable, both women capable of killing her easily. Felicia Hardy truly knew no fear. By the way, sweetheart, does Silver Sable know your relationship with Death? The question reminded him of the biggest concern of having multiple lovers. He took pride in his honesty, but had to hide such a crucial fact from Sylvvaja. My, is that why you looked depressed all this time? I had a fight with Sylvvaja's sister. I might have been too harsh with her. His fingers traced patterns in the air. Golden runes materialized where he gestured, hanging in the space around her. The mystical energy responded to his intent and materialized as protective symbols. First one goes here, he said, pressing his palm against her shoulder. The rune sank into her skin without breaking it, becoming part of her. The second here. Felicia turned her head slightly at his gesture, letting him place another rune on her face. Want to talk about it? He thought for a second before nodding. Getting the matter off his chest wouldn't be bad before the big operation. Besides, Felicia would be meeting everyone in Wild Pack soon, because she'd have to work with Sylvvaja. Well, she tried to kill me during our spar. She didn't break eye contact even as he placed runes on forehead and face. She must be pretty strong to give that a try. I can't imagine the limits of your power as Death's only beloved. I'm pretty weak. He drew another rune across her collarbone. Sylvvaja's sister, Ava, has a mystical object that lets borrow the power of the mythical tiger god. Let's just say she can punch through walls and outrun a cheetah. Behu, the guardian of the West in Chinese mythology. Her lips parted with surprise when he nodded. A cosmic being, a magician, mutants, mind control freaks, and now people with mythology power. I thought I was special until I met you. He chuckled. You're still special in my heart. Ah, I feel so much better. She rolled her eyes. Anyway, what's the deal with Ava? Why did she try to kill you? She lost control. All that rage and pain she's been carrying just exploded today. But why did she go that far? You must have done something to make her mad. Sylvvaja is the only family Ava has left. She probably thinks I'm stealing Sylvvaja from her. He sat down and rubbed the back of his head. Ava was 15 years old when she had to watch her entire family die. Sylvvaja adopted her after that. He told her about how Ava trained severely all these years to prove her worth to Sylvvaja, but never got the adult treatment because of their closeness. So, now a random guy shows up and seduces Sylvvaja, he whispered. Sylvvaja gives him the vice commander seat, which is only second to her in command. Ava never got anywhere close to it. Jesus, she looked apologetic, despite not being anywhere near Ava. She thinks you're stealing everything from her. You're the villain in her story. Pretty much. He sighed at the tragedy because he felt no guilt about anything, nor should he. Sylvvaja brought him into the Wild Pack as vice commander. She probably wanted to prove that her hard work still made her stronger than me. So when she was close to losing, she couldn't accept it and went berserk. Felicia finished with narrowed eyes. This is just, I don't know what to say. Neither of you are in fault. Blame's on Sable. She shouldn't have trained a child to be a soldier. Sylvvaja started training at an even younger age. I'm sure Ava asked for it to honor her brother's legacy as White Tiger. It was pleasant, taking the load off his chest. Sharing things with someone who listened intently and offered advice. Felicia looked speechless from the information that Sylvvaja somehow had an even harder childhood than Ava. Her usual playfulness faded as she assumed a thoughtful expression. I get what Ava feels. Honoring a legacy can make you obsessed like nothing else. My father has a great legacy too. I might actually be able to cure your father. No promises though. The resonance link with death might allow him to push Walter's death date by a year or two. Healing was part of life's domain, and death governed all transitions of life. He wasn't only doing it for her. The old man knew things about the previous Dante. Better to learn his background once and for all than to let it distract him every now and then. Thanks, just those words make me want to kiss you, touch you in ways death and Sylvvaja could never. Her seductive words and dreamy expression made him gulp. It was hard to decide when Felicia was serious and when she was being her flirty self. Perhaps, the mask and the person beneath it existed simultaneously, neither more real than the other. Anyway, let's get back to business. No, darling, why don't you lend me a mystical artifact like Ava's? I also want to be strong so I can repay your generous favors. He flicked her forehead gently, a gesture more affectionate than painful. They don't grow on trees. Ah, I wish they did. Sure, go back to meditating. Once she was relaxed, he pressed a gentle palm against her chest and poured mystical energy with a controlled force. Felicia's astral form separated with a long, shuddering gasp. She looked disoriented, swaying in the air, refusing to respond to any of his words. Shit, was it too much for her? He didn't want to accidentally kill her. Not after she'd become something like a friend. She recovered after a moment, blinking rapidly. She looked at her physical body still seated on the bed, then examined her astral hands in detail. Hey, can you see me? I separated you in the first place, idiot. He gestured around the room. Get used to this form, and don't even think about leaving to see your father. She pursed her lips at his threatening tone. Why not? I'll just see if he's doing all right. He pointed to the silver cord trailing from her astral chest. She tugged at it before giving it a lick. Salty darling, will it break if I go too far? He nodded seriously. You can forget about returning to your physical body without it. You'll be a wandering ghost, able to see the physical world but never touch it again. Never sleep, never eat, never feel anything but loneliness and regret. Her eyes widened in genuine shock. The playfulness drained completely. Oh, that's actually dangerous. Then, after a pause, she asked, you must have some spell to teleport my father out of prison. I can, but won't you feel more rewarded if you do it with your own hands? Yeah, you're right. She nodded, then started flying around the room, giggling like a child. The astral form followed its own physics. She could move at any angle without effort. She could accelerate and decelerate instantly. She could hover. Her curiosity only lasted a few minutes before she was back to her mischievous self. She tried to move into him from behind, only to be pushed back by an ancient seal. I knew a pervert like you wouldn't be able to resist, so I protected myself with a ward. She crossed her astral arms with a pouty glare. You aren't a girl. What are you even worried about? Ignoring her pouty question, he sat on her desk and picked up the metal bracelet she'd been working on earlier. Is this a grappling hook? Yup. She floated beside him in the air, sitting cross-legged in meditation pose. Got the prototype from a friend. I've been tweaking it for my work. Spring-loaded mechanism here, tensile cord made from synthetic polymer they use in climbing equipment. So smart. Felicia pursed her lips. Technology is for the weak. Godlike beings like you can just say abracadabra to do anything. There was real dissatisfaction in her voice. She had to work years to get to her current skill, but 2 mutants had completely crushed her. She had no fighting chance. He revealed a faint smile. I'll give you some gifts later. You might need them for the heist. She looked surprised but also thrilled. As long as it's fun, I'm down. Around 7:30 p.m., when Dante was enjoying some pepperoni pizza and crime thriller, his phone rang in his pocket. Of course, it was Sylvvaja. She would have called him hours earlier if Ava's fight didn't make her ashamed. Felicia flew over and snuck a peek at his screen. Your girlfriend. He warned her with a glare not to try anything stupid and took the call. Hey. Dante. Sylvvaja sounded less energetic than usual, her concern bleeding through the phone. Are you alright? Where are you now? At a friend's house. Is that the friend you had business with last time? Sylvvaja still sounded suspicious over the perfume, which made him sigh. Come to the research site. I'm bringing this dumbass friend over. You can meet her face to face. Felicia threw her fist up in victory. I'm going to meet Sable. Sylvvaja's voice brightened immediately. I'm already here. I had to brief Amy Chen and Crippler about the second site. They'll have to be there today since Ava's suspended. Is Ava doing alright? Sylvvaja giggled softly. You're too nice, worrying about Ava after what she did to you. He shrugged even though she couldn't see it. I can't help it. Her life's been tragic. I know she's alright. She said with a sigh. She just needs some rest since she overdrew power from her amulet. That's good. I'll see you soon. As he ended the call, Felicia gave him a teasing smirk. I so wanted to mess with you by making moaning sounds. Thank you, madam, for not ruining the only source of happiness in my life. I'm hurt. Aren't I also here for you? He shook his head and put her back in her body. The return process was gentler than the separation. She gasped, eyes snapping open in her physical form. Her body convulsed slightly as consciousness settled back into flesh. That was amazing, she whispered, moving her fingers as if everything was new. Shall we go see your girlfriend? They left for the site 15 minutes later. He finally got to drive a vehicle in this world. Thankfully, he had experience with bikes. Otherwise, he'd have embarrassed himself thoroughly with Felicia's sleek Ducati model. Felicia found a way to embarrass him in a different way by clinging to him like her life depended on it. She did it all silently without her flirtatious act, making him feel all awkward. Hey, Felicia, he called out as soon as he stopped at the red light. Feeling sleepy? Yeah, she whispered, pressing her head deeper against his back. Why are you so warm? It's unfair. Sable gets to have you as her personal heater, and I don't. 29. A catfight. Random art. Dante's bike zoomed through the facility without any problem. Sylvvaja had received his message and ordered everyone to let him pass. Nobody wanted to test her patience after the verbal abuse she had handed to 2 rookies. He cut the Ducati's engine in front of the command center, the bike's growl fading in the whispers of winter gale. Sylvvaja was sitting on an APC, waiting for him and his friend. She sat with one leg extended along the armored chassis and the other bent at the knee. The silver tactical gear shone beautifully in the moonlight, taking nothing from her confidence. Everything came together to form an image you would find in military recruitment posters to lure in young, horny soldiers. A trap, so to speak. Felicia got off the bike and rubbed her butt. My ass is numb. Dante held back a chuckle. He walked over to his girlfriend and extended a hand, which she accepted without batting an eye. Unlike Felicia's smooth hands, Sylvvaja's was calloused from years of weapon handling. Sylvvaja's gaze never left Felicia. She tracked the platinum blonde like a predator, recording every detail about her. Then she released his hand and walked towards Felicia. Dante, is she really just a friend? The question came off as casual and unconcerned, but it may as well have been wrapped in barbed wires for Dante. He should have known there would be a bloodbath after Sylvvaja saw Felicia clinging to him like a panda. He had tried to get Felicia to behave, but she remained glued to Sylvvaja's personal heater. He is, for now. Felicia extended a hand with a friendly smile. Nice to meet you too, Your Majesty, the Queen of Symcaria. There was proper grace and etiquette in Felicia's gestures, but her reverence was blatantly fake. She made mockery of Sylvvaja's status as Symcaria's queen. Just Sylvvaja will do. The handshake lasted exactly long enough to be polite and not a moment longer. What do you mean by, for now? Felicia's eyes glittered mischievously. About half of all first marriages end in separation or divorce. He's still just at the boyfriend stage. Free real estate for others. Dante could see Sylvvaja's gaze becoming colder and colder. Felicia truly loved stealing things. She might not have shown any interest in him if he wasn't already taken by a queen and a cosmic being. He gave Felicia's forehead a light flick, consciously holding his strength to not hurt her. Death's not here. I can still use her powers, including curses. His heart was prepared for Sylvvaja's wrath for his relationship with death, but not for Felicia. As much as he found her attractive, he had to sort things out with Sylvvaja first. Felicia covered her forehead with a look of betrayal. You explored every inch and crevice of my body in bed, now you want to kill me. The words landed like an explosive, one that could have easily brought down Lady Liberty. Dante felt at a moment's loss. Technically, he had touched her in bed, but only to cover her in mystical protection. It was 100% professionalism and 0% lust. Maybe 10% lust. Sylvvaja pulled out her pistol and pointed its barrel at Felicia's head. Don't make me put one in his friend's skull. Felicia's hands rose with palms facing Sylvvaja in the universal gesture of, please don't shoot me, as she blinked innocently. Her act could have convinced anyone if she wasn't grinning. Darling, save me. Dante blocked the pistol's barrel with his palm. I swear she is just messing around. There is nothing between us. She said, for now. Let me blast her ambitions in their infancy. Sylvvaja's eyes, glacial blue and filled with coldness, swept across Felicia from head to toe. You aren't panicking in front of a loaded gun. Either you're very skilled or very stupid. I'm betting on the former, cause very stupid people panic. Is pointing guns a standard Silver Sable international greeting protocol? Felicia lowered her head slowly and examined her nail, completely ignoring the cold barrel pointed at her face. This is quite awkward, though. I thought I was meeting the mercenary with a legendary reputation, but apparently Dante brought me to a crazy paranoid girlfriend who solves problems with bullets. A dangerous smile curved Sylvvaja's lips. She lowered the pistol before tucking it back in its holster. Not many stand their ground like that. You're at least worthy to buzz around him like a fly. Dante couldn't comprehend if Sylvvaja was confident in herself or giving him a warning. Probably both. Excuse me. Felicia said, indignant. Sweetheart, if you think I'm a fly, you need to get your eyes checked. Sylvvaja ignored her entirely. My boyfriend is shining too bright right now. Attracting some flies is just natural. But I trust him. I trust what we have will never be outshone by a pretty slut. If Felicia's insult was a kitchen knife, then Sylvvaja's comeback was akin to a divine sword that could cut anything. Felicia's brows twitched visibly. Dante had been with her long enough to read her current mood. She was quite angry. But she kept her anger in check. Felicia Hardy was a cunning woman. Someone like her would have realized how stupid it would be to fight Sylvvaja in her territory. Darling, now that we have met each other properly, can we move to our business? Sylvvaja frowned. She still has business with you. What are you two even doing? Listen. Felicia pointed a finger at Sylvvaja before she showed a graceful smile. Your Majesty, you might be his girlfriend, but you don't own him. He is free to spend his time with whoever he wants. Isn't that right, Dante? Dante found himself caught in a cliqued situation that he had only ever seen in harem anime. Simply put, he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, being squeezed from one side by the mercenary queen and the other side by the sexy cat burglar. What do you want me to say? Say yes and piss off my girlfriend, or say no and piss you off. It's a lose-lose situation. Sylvvaja laughed warmly, a stark contrast to her previous icy demeanor. The young are always stupid. Sure, Miss Senior Citizen. Felicia rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. Come on, hotshot. Let's do this thing before my eyes decide to betray me. He took a breath, gathering courage for what he was about to do. He reached out to grasp Felicia's hand with one hand while taking Sylvvaja's with the other. Yes, that's why. He paused, letting the suspense hang just long enough to be dramatic. We'll do this together. All three of us. Sylvvaja POV. Sylvvaja brought them inside one of the fortified concrete bunkers that were spread around the area, remnants from its military camp days. They were surprisingly spacious inside. Sylvvaja's people had converted it into functional living quarters with a couple of folding chairs, a tactical planning table covered in maps, and battery-powered LED lights in the corner. He had told Sylvvaja that he would reveal everything, but first she had to learn something magic-related. As curious as Sylvvaja was about everything, she trusted Dante. Under his guidance, she sat on the ground in a meditative pose. Surprisingly, she had never really done it. What came next was a lesson on mysticism that could have passed off as a religious sermon. Still, she didn't interrupt or ask any question. With absolute focus, she absorbed the information. Astral projection separates the mind from the body. It lets your consciousness move independently. You'll be invisible to normal people. You can also pass through walls. It's like being a ghost, except you can come back to life at any time. Sylvvaja nodded slowly, processing the absurd information. And I can do that. You have to believe it completely for it to work. Sylvvaja revealed a warm smile. I believe it. Your existence is proof that the supernatural is real, you know. At this point I wouldn't be shocked to hear about me existing in different universes. Like clones from some sci-fi movies. She meant it as a joke to lighten the mood. But Dante's expression shifted. That look appeared on his face, the one signaling he didn't want to lie but he had to lie for her sake. His expressions were too honest for his own good. Okay, so my clones exist. Very reassuring to know. She leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Do your clones exist? The thought terrified her in ways she couldn't fully comprehend. Waking up to someone who looked like him, acted like him, spoke like him, but wasn't him, it gave her an existential dread. I am a singularity. Only one of me exists across all possible universes, he said, shaking his head with absolute certainty. Anyway, are you ready for astral projection? Yes, Sylvvaja said, but her hand came up in a stopping gesture. But humor me for a second. Why are we doing this, and why is she a part of it? She pointed directly at Felicia, who had made herself comfortable in the bunker. Lying on her side, head propped on her hand, lazily stuffing her mouth with grapes and strawberries from a basket. She looked like a Greek goddess living in the mortal world. Dante took Sylvvaja's hands and squeezed them firmly. His expression communicated everything his words couldn't. What he was about to reveal was not good news, and this physical warmth was necessary to keep her grounded in reality. You said you wouldn't cross into truly heinous territory for work. She squeezed his hands back unconsciously. Norman. He nodded with a heavy sigh. He might be making an army of human-monster hybrids, and Yoive been protecting his twisted ambition. Sylvvaja took a moment to process the revelation, then assumed the sharp-eyed commander mode. That's a big accusation. I believe the astral projection plan is to show me everything since you lack evidence. Felicia perked up and sat upright. Hey, why am I only hearing about Norman being an evil supervillain now? I thought we were partners in crime. Sylvvaja felt a moment of triumph despite the terrible news. She had heard it first before Felicia, which counted as Dante having more trust in her. Probably. Focus on business. She brought herself to contemplate on the repercussions. I'm ready to terminate the contract if your information is accurate, Sylvvaja declared. Paving the path for war and misery in this peaceful country, I don't want that on my conscience. It'll also ruin my reputation. She wouldn't be the mercenary with a golden heart if she let greed ruin her principles for one major contract. Of course, she felt regret about leaving so much money on the table. Not yet. Dante immediately shot down her idea. Just pretend everything's normal. We need you on Norman's side. You want me to be a double agent? The strategy he proposed was brilliant. She would keep a considerable payment to fund Symkaria's infrastructure for months while simultaneously being the key component in bringing down an evil billionaire. And she would prove her competence to Dante in the process. Because she had been getting fewer and fewer chances to show him the queen side of herself, the side with undeniable attraction. Kind of, Dante agreed. Well, let's start. He went through the process of applying protective spells to her body. Sylvvaja's hungry gaze recognized an opportunity even in this one. She followed his orders, but also exaggerated her movements. Her flexibility made it all too easy to do stretches and arches that emphasized her curves that tactical gear couldn't quite hide. It was a carefully crafted seduction to push his limits. And when he would be alone with her in the morning, Sylvvaja felt her heart pounding at the brilliant idea. I need to take that step, or this slut will steal him. She couldn't fall stagnant when she had a rival, who was almost as pretty and confident as her except younger. Her plan didn't change the fact that her boyfriend would suffer in the present. He was trying to stay serious for serious business, which was quite hard in the face of her blatant seduction. For the finale, she gently guided his right hand and pressed it against her breast. A shuddering breath left his lips as he unconsciously squeezed through the tactical gear. The skin-tight suit left nothing for imagination. The curve, the warmth, the soft firmness underneath the material. He felt everything she wanted him to feel. Rather than being shy or flustered, Dante's gaze narrowed with understanding. Sylvvaja. Her heart leaped to her throat at the solemn tone. She'd been caught red-handed, and he was about to chew her out in front of her rival. Lover, she whispered with a seductive drawl and wet eyes, both of which came naturally in the heated situation. Push out my astral body. He let out a long sigh and did exactly that. She felt great resistance immediately, like forcing herself through a narrow tunnel. The feeling lasted briefly before she felt overwhelming, intoxicating freedom. Like nothing could tie her down, probably because she was literally floating. She looked back at her physical body, which was frozen in a weird pose, then at her translucent hands. Her entire body was spectral, glowing faintly with silvery light. No, you aren't dead, Dante said, reading her mind with disturbing accuracy. Felicia, it's your turn. Felicia nodded and assumed the meditation pose. The seriousness on her face felt fundamentally incompatible with her personality. It took him several minutes to apply the runes and spells, then perform the separation. Felicia's astral form emerged, floating upward like a balloon someone had forgotten to tie down. Sylvvaja immediately tried punching Felicia in the face. Her fist phased through harmlessly. TCH. Felicia stuck out her tongue. What a child. You're a hag, Felicia retorted. Darling, do it fast. I'm dying to see what Norman is hiding under his skirt. Dante looked at them both, then turned toward empty space. Death, can you come here? Death. Felicia dropped her childish act immediately and rushed to Dante's side with the enthusiasm of a fangirl finally meeting her idol. The enthusiasm turned into confusion as she looked around. Is she already here? Sylvvaja recalled his promise from what felt like years ago but had only been days. I won't let you die. I'll fight Death herself to bring you back if I have to. Death? Who is this Death, Dante? Sylvvaja asked casually, despite knowing that the answer would involve another godlike being or something equally ridiculous. Felicia looked between Dante and Sylvvaja, clearly deciding whether spilling the beans would violate the trust between them. She chose silence, which somehow made it worse. She can't be. Dante wouldn't. Dante didn't even acknowledge Sylvvaja's question, just kept staring at empty space like he was fascinated by the wall. Sylvvaja had a sinking feeling he was talking to this so-called Death. She drifted around the bunker but couldn't find anyone else. In the end, she waved her hands in his face. Are you still there? He looked at Sylvvaja and then nodded to Death, whom neither Felicia or Sylvvaja could perceive. Butterflies fluttered in her stomach, not the good kind. Suddenly, a woman materialized where nothing had been a second before. A devastatingly beautiful woman. Sylvvaja's brain short-circuit trying to describe her. All 5 languages she had mastered simultaneously failed. It was like someone had taken perfection as a concept and turned it into a woman. Death. Felicia rushed forward and hugged the lady like they were best friends reuniting after a long time. The moment shouldn't have been possible. Astral bodies couldn't interact with each other or with a person. Sylvvaja had just proven that by trying to punch Felicia and trying to touch Dante. Yet here was Felicia's platinum blonde intertwining with Death's black waves like some poetic union of light and darkness. It only meant one thing: this woman, Death, existed beyond the restrictions of astral laws. She was the Death, the goddess responsible behind the concept of death across the universe. Someone like Hades from Greek mythologies, except real. This complicated things, but also warmed her heart. Dante's promise, the very reason her attraction to him became both emotional and physical, was sincere. His affection was genuine. Felicia, Death said, pushing her away gently but firmly, holding her shoulders. You overcame your fate. Felicia laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of her head. It's thanks to him over there. The conversation completely flew over Sylvvaja's head. Death nodded at Felicia, then turned to Dante. The look in her eyes made Sylvvaja's throat tighten. She only needed a glance to recognize their bond. This was a connection born from actual significance. Death approached Dante, embraced him, and kissed him like they were in a romantic drama's climactic reunion scene. It wasn't forced. It wasn't awkward. It was purely intimate. Companion, Death murmured. You've become stronger. I'm proud of your growth. Dante's smile was genuine and warm in ways he usually reserved for Sylvvaja. It absolutely was not reserved for her anymore. I'll be at your level before you know it. Anyway, that's for the future. I need your help now. Just a small thing. Death's gaze drifted to Sylvvaja's physical body and then Felicia's physical body. The apathy on Death's face was a stark contrast to the intense emotions churning in Sylvvaja's chest. It all changed when Death locked onto Sylvvaja's astral body. Companion, you had the conviction to fight me for this woman. She paused, maintaining steady eye contact with Sylvvaja. She isn't worthy. Death smirked condescendingly, and the message was clear: give it up. You don't deserve him. This man is out of your league. She is worth everything. Dante gave Sylvvaja with an apologetic smile. I should have told her about you from the start. His confession wasn't enough. Death's rude judgment had triggered something primal in Sylvvaja. Death, how long have you lived for? Her voice was colder than the weather outside. Millions of years? Billions? I've been here before the first life came to existence, Death answered as a simple fact. What do you want to prove? 2 days. Sylvvaja held up 2 fingers, channeling every ounce of royal authority into her voice. I needed 2 days to get him to fight you for me. Maybe ask yourself why that is before you decide my worth. Using his sincere promise was petty and dirty, but she had to wield it like a blade. Death was too strong, too beautiful, and too close to her boyfriend. Despite being filled with anger, she had chosen to fight with brutal facts. Even Felicia had no choice but to applaud the comeback. For exactly 10 seconds, Death said nothing, just stared at the Symkaria queen. Then she turned to Dante, silently accusing him of something. Sylvvaja saw something impossible. Death's lips squeezed together in a pout. Dante actually looked embarrassed, as if he wasn't ready for this war of words or Death's tantrum. He tightly hugged Death, rubbing her back and whispering something to Death that Sylvvaja couldn't hear, which was probably for the best, given her current mood. The unexpected scenario poured cold water over Sylvvaja's fury. It forced her to realize that Death had known about their relationship from the start and only called her unworthy. Death hadn't asserted dominance like a goddess would. No declaration for Dante to stop loving her. No threat about killing her either. It's impossible. Death couldn't have. She refused to accept the reality before her eyes, that Death allowed Dante to have more women. Maybe Death did it for reasons a mortal like her couldn't comprehend. Astral projection will exhaust you mentally and emotionally, Dante said, eagerly diverting this from getting worse. Let's finish the reconnaissance job before we have a private talk. Sylvvaja nodded with a smile that felt like victory. The small triumph over Death had freed her of immediate concerns. Besides, he wouldn't have chosen to be with her if he was fully satisfied with someone as extraordinary as Death. She still had a chance to snatch him away and make him hers. Oh God, I'm becoming that thieving cat. The realization made her want to groan out loud. But she had no choice but to persevere. The alternatives were either taking a wound to her pride by sharing her lover, or living a miserable and depressed life without Dante. She just wasn't ready for any. Hi guys, it's Fanfic Novel here. If you want to listen to all parts of this audiobooks, join our paid service. For $5 per month you get access to all parts and to plus 100 novels with audiobooks. Also you can request weekly your favorite novels. What are you waiting for? Contact me now at Telegram or Discord. 30. Into the research facility. Random art. Dante traced golden symbols across his bare chest, repeating the process for the 5th time today. Just half a day of practice had cut down the time in half. Felicia drifted to Sylvvaja, whispering something to her. Sylvvaja gave him a narrow-eyed glance before both women flew straight through the wall. Dante blinked. Either Felicia wanted to give him privacy with Death, or she planned to bond with Sylvvaja over their shared frustration with him. He would bet his last dollar on the former. He finished the final rune on his shoulder and glanced up to see Death sitting across him on the cold bunker floor. Companion, you're drowning in worry. She raised one finger and twirled it through the air. A miniature galaxy materialized, and the stars within it flowed with the movement of her finger. She clenched her fist and made this disappear. With my cosmic power, one touch will make Sylvvaja fall in your lap as a doll. Obedient, loving, and forever yours. He replied without hesitation, I'd rather lose her than ruin her. It would have been hard to explain his relationship with Death to Sylvvaja with words. Still, he had shown it to her before their first time together, so she wouldn't feel betrayed and used. You'd rather lose something than ruin it. Death repeated his words under her breath, an appreciative smile on her face. You understand my struggle better than most people ever could. It took him a moment to grasp her meaning. Death cherished every soul that came to existence. But loving life meant letting go. A world without death wasn't a paradise, it was way worse than hell. Death isn't just necessary for new life. It's necessary for the universe to function at all. A universe where death lost the war against life was shown as an alternate reality in the comics. Earth 10011, also known as Cancerverse. Lovecraftian gods had corrupted every life and turned them into their twisted servants. Calling this universe horrific would be an understatement. Death's eyes gleamed. You have glimpsed a universe without me, in your comics. He nodded awkwardly. Death talking about comics as one of comic characters would never stop being weird. Then again, his Death might not be exactly that Death. She was prettier and far more loving. Since she showed childlike curiosity, he vividly described the Cancerverse, bringing the twisted world to life with his enhanced intelligence. Death listened like a child lost in a particularly dark fairy tale. Fascinating, I'd love to visit such a place someday. Nah, I'd rather not. She stood gracefully and extended a hand, which he accepted naturally. Thanks to Sylvvaja, he had grown used to being on both sides of such courteous gestures. What if, Death whispered, pulling him to his feet. Is companion having the ability to visit every comic universe once you reach your full potential? My full potential? He muttered with narrowed eyes. Null, search one above all in your database. Searching for data related to one above all. Search complete. Character one above all found in Universe XS database with a special tag the creator. This character data contains endless information which is still classed as incomplete. Transferring it may have undetermined effects on administrator's mind and body. Requesting permission to begin the transfer process. No, cancel it. Process cancelled. He heaved a sigh of relief. A few moments in Death's mind had nearly shattered his sanity. Even 1 second in one above all's consciousness would have obliterated him completely. So one above all is my final resonance. Embracing that data meant becoming the creator of all realities in this universe. An omnipotent being. He cut off the thought before it consumed him. That day was too far in the future. Forget omnipotence. Right now, he barely qualified as cannon fodder in the Avengers' war against Thanos. Death squeezed his hand gently. A new discovery in the null repository. Yeah, he said, a cheeky smile curving his lips. I'll explain when you return again. Death gave a soft laugh, amused that someone dared to bribe her. How manipulative. He also succeeded. I just can't live without you. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her in a bear-like hug, breathing in her intoxicating scent. After enduring endless seductions from Felicia and Sylvvaja, he really wanted to push down and eat one of these beautiful women. It was depressing that despite having 2 gorgeous girlfriends, he had yet to see them nude, let alone try anything else. Too many crises. Too little time. Death put her arms around his back and bit his shoulder, just enough to leave an impression. Don't tickle me like that. Death, protect our bodies when we leave for the underground facility. You can leave without concern. Thanks for this, and for helping me with Sylvvaja especially. He would be stupid to not understand Death's reason behind provoking Sylvvaja. The cosmic beauty had used her infinite wisdom and subtle manipulation to craft a perfect situation, where Sylvvaja wouldn't explode on him. Death had managed the situation beautifully. She was truly worthy of being his first wife. You're annoying, Death muttered against his chest. I already said I won't fight your mortal lovers. They're temporary. I am eternal. Yes. She suddenly rose on her toes and pressed a lingering kiss to his right cheek, leaving wet warmth. Then she shoved him away and stepped aside, suddenly looking anywhere but at him. That look only meant revenge. Right then, Felicia and Sylvvaja flew back through the bunker wall. Felicia wore the biggest, most shit-eating grin he had ever seen on her as she pointed at his face. Sylvvaja glared daggers like she wanted to stab him. He touched his cheek and saw his fingers come away stained with black lipstick. Death's affection also had a mischievous plot behind it. Sylvvaja. Sylvvaja crossed her arms and squeezed her eyes shut, and then turned away from him, refusing to acknowledge his existence. Her intentions were crystal clear. I'm not talking to you, cheater, two-timer. Dante sighed deeply. His harem ambitions would absolutely be the death of him. Not because he lacked charm or capability, but because he had fallen for possibly the worst woman for it. Sylvvaja Sablenova wouldn't easily agree to share her man, even if her competition was a cosmic goddess. Now, he could only work his ass off as he had started caring for this royal queen. Death leaned closer. A lover who can't leave is not yours, they are a prisoner. This is the consequence of your choice, companion. He met her gaze with a smirk. A lover, not a prisoner. It's exactly why you chose me. Before she could reply to having her own wisdom thrown back at her, he dashed through the bunker wall. You'll pay for this later. Death's voice echoed in his mind. She sounded angry, but he knew this cosmic goddess was blushing furiously. Worth it. Felicia and Sylvvaja followed him silently. The trio flew over the heavily guarded facility and drifted into the central compound. At its heart was a huge freight elevator with massive space. Norman had set it up to transport cargo trucks filled with symbiote samples and distribute them. Felicia went into the lift and gave him a frustrated expression. No panel here. It's controlled from down there. He is too cautious. Norman knew Sylvvaja's crew had technical geniuses. He had planted measures to make sure she couldn't visit the underground facility. How will we do the job if we can't access the area? He smiled. I have a way. Trust me. The trucks came and left at the same time every day. He could sneak in with them. Norman never allowed me to access the lower levels, Sylvvaja said, still a bit confused about the fuss. Why are you so obsessed about the elevator? Walls mean nothing in astral form. Felicia put on her haughtiest pose. Felicia Hardy is this peasant's name, your majesty. I'm not just Dante's sidekick, I'm also a cat burglar. Someone paid me to steal something from your client. She laid it all out now that Sylvvaja had agreed to cooperate. Sylvaja's help would make her job much easier. Sylvvaja looked like she wanted to put a bullet between Felicia's eyes. The anger was suddenly directed toward Dante. Working with her to sabotage my client, how deplorable is this, a punishment for following my heart? Sylvvaja, listen to me for a second. I need her to stop Norman. She shook her head. Keep your explanations and sympathy. I mean nothing to you. You mean? She leaped and dove down the elevator shaft, leaving him with a stretched hand that was still reaching out for her. Everything. Felicia tried to offer a sympathetic pat on his shoulder, but astral form had limits. Give her space, darling. She needs time to think if this is what she wants. He let out a sigh. I know. The two followed Sylvvaja. Unbound by laws like gravity, an astral form could travel at any speed. They arrived at the elevator's next stop in a near instant. The elevator doors opened up to a massive underground garage, which stretched in both directions. A thick steel door sealed off the only entrance to the facility. The elevator controls weren't present even here, possibly managed from a command center elsewhere. Felicia poked her head through the door and stumbled back, eyes wide in horror. Jesus Christ, that thing is hideous. Sylvvaja seemed to be skeptical, thinking Felicia was exaggerating. She walked through the barrier, only to return quicker than Felicia. Her face seemed drained of color. You were right. She addressed Dante directly, even forgetting to maintain her cold act. Dante remained calm. He already knew what awaited them on the other side. He stepped directly through the reinforced steel. The stench made him recoil instantly. It was like chemicals mixed with swamp water. A well-lit corridor stretched ahead with multiple doors on both sides. Black, writhing material covered a good part of walls, ceiling, even the floor. The source of Felicia and Sylvvaja's horror wasn't this corridor but the hunchbacked figure patrolling the area. The creature's body was sleek and muscular, its black skin constantly rippling as muscles shifted underneath. The most horrifying part was its mouth. A wide, lipless maw stretched too far, almost splitting the face in half. Rows of teeth jutted from both upper and lower jaws, some as short as a finger, others as long as a dagger. A long tongue flickered beneath these vicious teeth like a serpent tasting the air. It resembled venom, but smaller, leaner, and stripped of the iconic Spider-Man symbol. Felicia and Sylvvaja ventured closer once their fear subsided, observing every inch of the symbiote's alien skin. So what exactly am I looking at? Felicia asked. A lab experiment gone wrong. Sylvvaja muttered, scratching her head. Does a certain someone know anything about this monster? Dante didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sylvvaja's childish act was completely unlike her reputation as the legendary mercenary queen. Showing this act in front of Felicia meant she had somewhat accepted the mischievous burglar as a friend. Symbiote, Dante explained. An alien life form. This is its state after it bonds with someone. Doesn't look like anything special, Felicia said dryly. Are those tentacles useful for anything besides fulfilling Norman's sexual fantasies? Sylvvaja frowned and turned to him for an answer. It was an instinctive reaction since she averted her gaze right away. Even Ava maintained better professional composure. Sylvvaja hadn't lied about keeping her personal and professional life one and the same. A normal symbiote host can lift a car, run faster than Olympic athletes, and shrug off bullets. It can also regenerate wounds and broken bones. He closely observed the symbiote soldier's behavior and found an anomaly. It's not acting like a symbiote or human. Someone else must be controlling it. Norman. The implication was huge. Having an army of mini-venoms was one thing and having complete control over the said army were two different levels of challenge. One could wreak havoc and the other could conquer at Norman's command. You've got to be kidding me. Felicia took a sharp breath. Darling, you're a magician. Banish this freak to some distant dimension. Sylvvaja crossed her arms. Only Ava can fight something like this. Good thing it's the only one. The words had barely escaped his lips when another symbiote sham bled out of the door L1, and then another from L5. Felicia peeked inside a couple of rooms and returned pale as snow. We're fucked, darling. Sylvvaja and Dante swept through the labs. Every room followed the same pattern. A scientist, sealed head to toe in hazmat gear, tested different compounds on symbiote samples and recorded the results under the watchful gaze of a symbiote soldier. These scientists obviously were forced by Norman to be here. The only alternative was joining the symbiote army. Dante read through the data from room to room. One file detailed enhanced metabolic absorption rates, one detailed improved cellular regeneration timeline, and another reported improvement in tentacle density. He understood most of it, thanks to Sue Storm's knowledge in biology and genetics. Norman was perfecting symbiotes through constant experimentation. The L section was the experimentation lab. This being so close to the elevator meant they weren't a priority to Norman anymore. These 30 symbiote warriors also meant nothing to Norman. It couldn't have happened in 1 month. But Norman had been preparing this for a long time. At the end, the corridor branched in two paths, X section and V section. They investigated X section first. The chamber was massive and circular, with a ceiling 3 stories high. Tendrils of symbiote matter pulsed along every surface. The place looked like the inside of a massive organism. And in this chamber were pods. Hundreds of large pods in 3 neat rows. Each pod was roughly human-sized, made of semi-transparent material. The fluid within was dark and always churning, but Dante could make out the twitching and spasming of human figures. It was unknown if it was from pain or transformation. The upper row housed the 3 biggest and sturdiest pods. Nothing moved within that dark liquid, but he knew these were the strongest hosts. He could shove his face inside them to see their faces, but that would only ruin his mood. It wasn't like he would find anyone familiar among Norman's symbiote army. Oh God. Felicia turned away, covering her mouth. Norman Osborn is inhumane. Sylvvaja squeezed her fists. This horror happened right under our noses. I was protecting this slaughterhouse. Disgusting. Dante reached out to comfort her, but his hand passed through her shoulder like smoke. This is only one facility. Norman has many. You're so calm, Felicia said. You knew it would be this bad. He shook his head. Let's just say I have come across worse things. Nearly a century in Hyperion's life, about 10 years in Sue Storm's, and about 5 years in Doctor Strange's life. The cosmic-scaled events he had experienced through them made everything feel minuscule in comparison. Sylvvaja's soft gaze lingered on him, reminding him of the night they visited Hellmoon Club, when she fixed his collar. That moment was imprinted on him. Can we even fight Norman? Felicia twisted a strand of her platinum blonde hair. Don't count on me, sweetheart. I can tussle with your average thug, but this is way out of my league. I don't need you to fight, Dante said, glancing up at the 3 pods. I need you to infiltrate the facility with me. Let me handle the rest. He glanced in V-section's direction, where he would find the source of symbiotes. It had to be there, otherwise, Norman wouldn't hire Sylvvaja for defense. They ventured into the V-section. Glass cells lined both sides of a long corridor, each cell showing humans writhing. They weren't normal humans as symbiote matter covered some part of everyone. Some let out guttural roars, which never left the cell. Some pounded and clawed at the glass, which proved to be futile. Some just convulsed in the corner, silently suffering. It was a torture chamber. Scientists in full hazmat suits observed and recorded like each human was nothing more than data in their eyes. Felicia looked nauseated. She would have vomited if she was in her physical body. The young burglar had yet to come across such a cruel sight. She had yet to become the black cat who laughed and enjoyed life in every crisis. Sylvvaja's strict training and vast experience kept her steady, but Dante knew the fury beneath the stoicness. She was determined to take revenge. Norman shouldn't have hired her to protect something so vile. Dante barely flinched. He had come here expecting worse. Nothing Norman ever did was kind. Instead, he focused on the data spread from clipboards and terminals, and something clicked in his head. Why didn't Norman directly make symbiote hosts but instead chose to make them suffer? The symbiote within these cells weren't exactly alive like venom. Only through agony could the symbiotes awaken primitive consciousness and bond properly. After all, symbiotes were known to adapt emotions from their hosts. This is beyond fucked. He didn't spend another second in this twisted prison. Past the symbiote host's prison, an immense circular vault door waited. 20 feet of layered steel covered in security panels and biometric locks. A barrier designed to shrug off bombs and heavy weaponry. Inside was the real secret. Dante phased through it without hesitation. The chamber beyond was almost as spacious as the area with symbiote hosts' pods. A giant glass vessel stood in the center, about 15 feet tall and 10 feet wide. Inside that vessel was the symbiote. Its tendrils stretched and retracted, sometimes forming a signature face of venom. The cycle was a response to torture as 4 robotic arms periodically stabbed and sliced at it. The pieces tried to crawl back to the symbiote, only to be captured by the arms and passed out of the vessel. The symbiote pressed against the glass. It almost felt like it was pleading with Dante to rescue it from the endless cycle of harvesting and suffering. For the first time, Dante felt pity for a symbiote. The good news acting on his emotions didn't clash with his goal of stealing the source of symbiotes. The bad news she had yet to plan the steps after he stole the source symbiote. If only it was as simple as walking up to Norman Osborn and executing him with death's authority. But doing so might unleash a symbiote army on New York. He looked at his only allies. Felicia, lost in her own world, creating a mind map for the heist. Sylvvaja, lost in her world as well, considering a plan to fuck over Norman Osborn. Yeah, this team can't handle such a threat, but he needed more powerful allies. Someone absurdly strong. Someone brilliantly smart. He knew someone who was both. Emma Frost. She loves using people. Now, it's her turn to be used. 31. A promise. Random art. The morning light filtered through the half-open blinds, casting pale stripes across the coffee table. Dante sat lazily on the shiny couch in his old apartment. Pyotr had claimed the other end, remote in hand, flipping through channels. They'd both given up on finding anything good to watch. Dante took another bite of the bread Pyotr had brought pierogi, he'd called it, though Dante kept forgetting even with his enhanced intelligence. The savory chicken and mushroom filling melted on his tongue. Such a rich and buttery taste. I can have it every day for breakfast, he mumbled through a mouthful. Did you make it? Pyotr's lips twitched. My babushka's recipe. Yes, I cooked it for you. Dante froze in the middle of a bite, and an awkward, somewhat worried frown crossed his face. You know, Pyotr, I don't swing that way. Pyotr stared at him. Comrade, will I be suspended for drowning you in an ice lake? Dante laughed. Just kidding. I was not. Dante finished the pierogi and dusted crumbs from his shirt. Hey, Pyotr. The Russian man turned slightly, eyebrows raised. What is it now? Why does the math look sad? Pyotr's face went blank, completely devoid of emotions. It was like he'd heard this exact setup 1,000 times before and knew what was coming. Pyotr probably had. Crippler struck Dante as the type to torture others with dad jokes. Why? It had too many problems. The groan that escaped Pyotr sounded like he was being subjected to torture. He pressed his palm against his face and shook his head slowly. Please, comrade. It is too early for this. Come on, it could have been worse. It was better than Crippler, I'll give you that. Pyotr reached for the remote again and switched the channel again. Just like these TV shows today. Wait. Dante caught a familiar figure on the television and said, go back. Pyotr did so. The logo in the corner read Daily Bugle in bold. And front and center, taking up the entire screen was J. Jonah Jameson. The man looked exactly like Dante imagined he would. With his signature mustache, those rolled-up sleeves, and slightly loosened ties. At this moment, Jonah Jameson's face was red as veins popped on his forehead. Spit actually flew from his mouth as he jabbed his finger at the camera as if pointing at the viewers at home. You have to decide soon. Behind him, the screen cut to shaky phone footage in vertical style showing a street that seemed to be hit by a tornado. A car alarm blared in the background. There were shattered windows. Someone's motorcycle got buried under a pile of webbing and the entire storefront was left in ruins. The white web everywhere made it easy to guess the culprit for such public property and who made JJJ so furious. Gwen Stacy. This so-called hero has the audacity to destroy private property, endanger civilians, and parade around in a costume like this is some kind of circus. JJJ. He slammed his fist on the desk, making the papers jump. We don't need masked freaks playing vigilante just because they stumbled into some superpower, if you can even call them that. The camera cut to another clip. This one showed Gwen swinging through the streets and landing in the middle of a gunfight between two gangs. Over 20 people. And within minutes, she webbed them all to the walls. She was efficient, but the collateral damage was undeniable. I'm calling for justice. JJJ roared. Arrest this menace before someone dies. We have police. We have laws. We don't need masked freaks pretending to be above the laws. This menace needs to. The segment cut off before JJJ started throwing slurs, or so it appeared to Dante. They showed a reporter on the street interviewing bystanders. Opinions were divided on the new heroine. Some were grateful, some in pure awe of her powers, some naturally terrified and confused about what the hell was happening to their city. Of course, there were few fervently chanting Ghost Spider's name. Her own devoted fanbase. Dante leaned back. Well, she's already making a name for herself. That's the same woman who came to the facility the other day, Pyotr said, eyes still on the screen. The one who tried to stop you. You saw her. Pyotr looked at him like he was an idiot. Comrade, your own scouts recorded everything. Your battle too. He paused, discomfort crossing his face. The way you killed them, by just saying die, it was terrifying. Dante had been so focused on ending the threat quickly that he hadn't considered how it would look to everyone watching through security feeds. Did that scare you? I don't want to be your enemy. How do you defend against someone who can kill me with one word? He frowned, as though trying to work his mind for a solution against Dante's powers. Sound isolation? If you can't speak, you can't activate the power, yes. Dante couldn't help but laugh. I only said it to break their spirits. I don't even need to move a finger. Just a thought is enough. Pyotr went very, very quiet as the color drained from his face though he tried to hide it behind his usual stoic mask. Then, after a long moment, he nodded once. Duh. Then I am very glad Commander Sablinova recruited you, even if she had to seduce you with her body. Dante choked on nothing. Actually, that one's on me. His kiss after their sparring match had started everything. She'd been planning to keep things professional. He was the one who couldn't resist her. Pyotr's lips twitched. He was speechless. Dante's phone buzzed on the coffee table, and the screen lit up with a notification. It was a reply from Felicia. A cat with blushing cheeks. Felicia, sorry, just woke up. He glanced at the time, 9:35 a.m. She was a lazy cat indeed, though not the worst time either. Her reply came before he typed anything. Felicia, don't judge me, darling. Astral form was draining. Fair enough. She'd spent an extra hour in the astral plane last night to map out elevator controls in the small tucked-away control center and security checkpoints. She had looked at an army of symbiote soldiers and said, nah, I'd steal. Dante, morning. Felicia, what are you up to now? Want to hang out at my place? Dante's fingers hovered over the keyboard, his mind revisiting the memory of her pressed against him, her perfume, and the way she felt. If he went to her apartment right now, alone, he'd do something he'd regret. Or something he wouldn't regret, which was arguably worse. Because his hands just couldn't get the job done. Dante, not going to ESU. Felicia, lectures? Darling, I can skip my wedding to be with you. Dante, great. Do you know Gwen Stacy? Ghost Spider owed him a favor. And she had the moral compass and raw power to actually make a difference against Norman's symbiote army. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Felicia. Felicia, darling, how bold. Gotta respect the grind to go after the honor student. Dante snorted. Of course she'd assume that. Dante, it's not what you think. Felicia, is she special like you? Like a mutant? Felicia, speaking of mutants, is that Ghost Spider also one? Dante, no, she isn't. Felicia, she didn't even flinch from bullets. I wish I could be as strong as her. Felicia. Felicia, darling, when are you making me your special one? She was naturally referring to learning magic. Dante, we'll talk about that later. Can you invite Gwen to your place or some restaurant? Felicia, and she'll go along with someone she has never talked to before. My charm doesn't work on girls, sweetheart. What she said was reasonable. Gwen hung out with the rich kid Harry's group. There was no way Harry would let his friend leave with Felicia. Dante, I'll drop by your uni then. A pause before she sent a flurry of messages. Felicia. Felicia, darling, are you going to grab me in front of everyone and announce, this lady is now mine? He heard her teasing voice through the text. Dante, get down to earth. I'll be there soon. Felicia, so serious. The big Russian had completely abandoned his channel surfing, his eyes locked onto Dante with a curious look. Commander doesn't text that much. Who was that? Dante winked. My contact. Forget texting, Sylvvaja had forgotten someone named Dante existed in her life at all. She had barely looked away from the mountain of paperwork when he met her in the morning. She wasn't just busy. She was consciously avoiding him after last night. He understood it was her way of sorting her thoughts and deciding if she wanted it or not. Still, her coldness stung a little. Pyotr, you got Ava's number. The Russian's eyebrows climbed toward his hairline. Why wouldn't I have it, comrade? Before I give it to you, you must answer a question. Commander suspended Ava out of nowhere yesterday. Why? Well, we had a fight, and she went feral. Dante spread his hands helplessly. That's the gist of it. She is a good kid. Pyotr looked unconvinced. Hot-headed sometimes, yet. But she's kind at her core. I hope she gets back soon. She will. Dante scrolled through the contacts on Pyotr's phone until he found her name. Ava Ayala, with a tiger emoji next to it because of course there was. He hit the dial. The phone barely rang before she picked up, likely doom-scrolling out of boredom. Hey, Tiger. Dead silence greeted him from the other end. She realized it was him, not Pyotr, on the other side. What do you want? Is that the attitude a loser should be taking? He let out an easygoing laughter like he wasn't twisting the knife in her wounds. Do one favor for me, and I'll ask Sylvvaja to reinstate you. What do you say? She thought about it for a few seconds before replying, you're being too nice for someone who wanted to kill me. Fair point. He'd put his heel on her head hard enough to crater the mat beneath her skull. The memory was still fresh for both of them. A wise man once said, losers dwell on the past. Champions write the future. Which one do you want to be? He roared out almost like a battle cry, filled with energy. You gonna let one single loss define your entire identity, or use this embarrassment as fuel to come back 10 times stronger? In some alternate life, he could have made a killing as a motivational speaker. Winner. Ava's fierce voice cracked through the speaker. Of course I want to be a winner. I'm calling in for a rematch. Right now. Dante's enthusiasm deflated instantly. You've learned nothing. What? You just said losers dwell on the past. And to be a winner, I have to defeat you fairly. Winners also learn from the past, he said with a disappointed sigh. You think rushing back into the same fight will change the outcome? You'll get smoked. Then what the hell am I supposed to do? Frustration filled her voice. I've pushed my body as hard as it'll go. Any more muscle and I lose speed. Any less and I lose strength. I'm maxed out and you saw what happened when I tried accepting more of the amulet's power. I almost lost myself. She wasn't wrong. The black stripes that had appeared on her suit, the feral madness in her eyes, and the beast-like instincts she'd been only minutes away from becoming the White Tiger himself. There's still a way. A method that'll work for sure. He'd read enough comics to know how the White Tiger amulet worked and how she could amplify her strength and speed without sacrificing her sanity. What method? I'll tell you if you do me that favor first. I'll do anything. I swear. The desperation and eagerness in her voice was almost sympathizing. I'll never give you my body. Dante stared into space for a long moment. Objectively speaking, Ava was attractive with all lean muscle and a striking figure. The bratty aggression was a big turn-off for him. Stay with Sylvvaja. Stop her from doing anything reckless while I'm away. He thought for a moment before continuing, act like you're buttering her up to get yourself unsuspended. But really, you're watching her back. Of course I can do that for sis. Ava's voice had gone soft at the mere mention of Sylvvaja. Why are you asking me this? Where are you? You don't need to be concerned with it. Why won't you tell me? Now she sounded whiny and pouty, almost like she wasn't trying to behead him less than 24 hours ago. I'm not an idiot. If you need me protecting sis, that means you are in some danger. She was irritating as hell sometimes, but sharp. Maybe there was hope for Ava after all. Sure, I'm on a big mission. Okay, whatever. How long do you want me to stick to her? Just a week. Deal. Just like that he had secured Sylvvaja from rushing headfirst at Norman. Although she probably won't, he couldn't write off that even the smartest people did stupid things. Alright, see you later, Tiger. You better not be lying about making me stronger, or I'll claw. He ended the call before she could finish the threat. The big man wasn't watching television anymore. He wasn't looking at Dante either. His attention had shifted entirely to the small photo held gently in those enormous hands. The photo was faded at the edges and a bit creased. It showed a little girl with blonde hair grinning at the camera. She wore an oversized winter coat and clutched a snowball bigger than her head. Dante punched Pyotr's bicep to pull him back to the present. Tell me about your sister. The good memories, not the sad stuff. Pyotr's thumb tenderly traced the edge of the photo. Ilyana, she was fearless and strong. Once, she climbed onto the roof to rescue the neighbor's cat. She was only 6 years old. Our mother was screaming, father was scrambling for a ladder, and Ilyana, he chuckled, eyes full of nostalgia and affection. She just sat up there, petting that cat like it was nothing. Brave kid. The cat scratched her face when she tried to carry it down. Pyotr shook his head, but the smile remained. She just laughed and handed it to the neighbor. Said the cat was scared, so she forgave it. Dante took the picture from Pyotr's hands. What about this picture? When was it taken? The week she disappeared. Pyotr's voice became hoarse, tight with emotions. She dragged me outside for a snowball fight. Made me promise to play seriously. I let her win anyway. She knew, got so angry at me. Said she wanted to beat me for real, not because I was holding back. Not the smartest move to fight a Russian bear. 10 points for courage though. Comrade, when Ilyana wanted something, nothing stopped her. Nothing. Pyotr tucked the photo back into his wallet. She had an iron will. Like someone forged her in the Siberian winter itself. The apartment fell quiet except for the low murmur of the television. Don't give up hope. Dante met Pyotr's eyes directly. I'm learning dimensional magic. If she's alive somewhere, I'll be able to reach her. Pyotr looked at him in surprise, not expecting to hear a promise from Dante. Comrade, is that true? I can't promise anything concrete, but I'll give it everything I have. He had the null repository, giving him the power to potentially learn any power. If he couldn't find magic in this universe, he'd just borrow one from another universe's limbo. Pyotr was quiet for a long moment. His massive chest rose and fell with a deep breath, then spoke in a heavy voice. In Mother Russia, we have a saying, hope dies last. I will never give up on her. Never. You're a good big brother. Dante stood and grabbed the motorcycle keys from the coffee table. I need to see someone. I'll be borrowing your bike. Pyotr blinked, then laughed. A deep and rumbling laugh. Not a big deal, comrade. I'll take a cab back to the facility. 32, at ESU. Random art. Dante had never frowned so much as he did in the last 10 minutes. Students crossing the main walkway turned to stare at him. Plenty stopped their conversations and began whispering. Some even openly pointed and took pictures of him. A professor in a tweed jacket nearly bumped into a lamppost. The biker jacket was a mistake. He was beginning to regret borrowing it without a second thought. It either made him look like a super hot celebrity in disguise or a runaway criminal. A wry sigh slipped past his lips as he made his way past the main courtyard. He needed somewhere quieter. Somewhere fewer eyes would pay attention to him. The gym was separated from the academic buildings by a stretch of lawn. Not a single soul lingered here. He dialed Felicia and waited through 2 rings before her hushed voice came through. "Darling. I'm here at the gym." "Sorry. My lecture just started," she said apologetically. "You'll have to wait a while, I'm afraid." "How long?" "Maybe 30 minutes. I'm so sorry." She lowered her voice even further, probably trying to avoid her professor's attention. "I honestly didn't expect you to be this quick. Don't make me wait too long. I'll rush over the second I'm freeze hit. Professor Amy is giving me the death glare." The call ended with an abrupt click. He pushed open the gym door, which was completely deserted at this hour of the morning. "Might as well train while I wait." The ESU's gym had excellent equipment, but it all paled in comparison to what Sylvvaja had at her facility. She had custom equipment for superhumans, whereas this one was made for normal humans. The thought of Sylvvaja brought with it an unwelcome wave of longing. "Shit, I keep missing her, but she doesn't even want to talk to me." He was a sad panda. A pathetic, lovesick sad panda. To distract himself, he shrugged off the biker jacket and tossed it onto a nearby bench before grabbing a pair of training gloves from the rack. He positioned himself in front of the heavy sandbag with the fighting stance that felt more and more natural with each passing day. Control was everything here. He couldn't unleash even a fraction of his real strength without exploding the bag. So he dialed his power back to levels of skilled humans. His fist shot forward and connected with a satisfying thud. The bag rocked. Another thud and then another. He fell into a rhythm, focusing on the mechanics of each movement with intense concentration. None of his resonance links offered weapon expertise. Death just delivered death. Hyperion fought with overwhelming power. Neither Strange nor Sue fought with weapons. He wasn't in the mood to start a new resonance either. Going through someone else's life while synced with their consciousness was taxing. Not the best experience, especially when their life was full of pain and misery. He might lose his mind or make no progress at all. He funneled all that sadness and longing into refining his movements until only the mind-to-muscle rhythm remained. His skills improved tremendously, all thanks to his high intelligence and the experience from Sue Storm and Strange's martial expertise. He knew he'd have to pick up weapon training eventually, but nothing beat the raw satisfaction of fighting with his own fists. But he wasn't just training his skills. His enhanced intelligence allowed him to multitask. While his fists pounded the bag, his mind raced through potential solutions to the symbiote problem. High-frequency sonic waves would always work on most symbiotes. Sylvvaja might be able to get specialized sonic emitters and maybe sonic grenades. Extreme heat could work too. Anything above a certain temperature would roast the symbiotes. Telepaths could suppress symbiotes directly by dominating the symbiote. One of the reasons he needed Emma Frost on his side when all hell broke loose because it was going to. Invocation mystic spells might work, but they would also attract attention from high-tier beings he wasn't nearly ready to deal with. Astral projection was another way, not really useful since he would have to perform it individually. Anti-venom was another option. He could tap into that version of Eddie Brock's resonance and gain access to the bane of all symbiotes. However, the idea of allowing any symbiote to bond with his body made his skin crawl. No, his realistic options boiled down to arming Sylvvaja's men with high-frequency sonic devices and weapons capable of generating extreme heat. Maybe I can work out a chemical compound instead. Things would be a lot simpler if he could create a kind of tranquilizer that purged the symbiote completely. He didn't even have to experiment on living symbiotes. All the data about symbiote molecular structure was present in the facility, which he had memorized. Sue Storm's scientific knowledge combined with his own augmented intelligence meant he could reconstruct the symbiote's chemical makeup and design something that exploited their biological vulnerabilities. A compound to disrupt their molecular bonds. It was worth a shot. He could get someone else to fill his gaps of real experience. Gwen Stacy. She had designed her own web fluid. Surely she could assist him. He got so completely absorbed in theorizing molecular interactions that he lost all track of time. Only when his phone rang did he realize that 40 minutes had already passed. A bead of sweat dripped down his nose to splash onto the mat beneath his feet. He blinked. Sweat. His body had evolved to a point this light workout routine shouldn't have produced any sweat at all. He had somehow exerted himself mentally to the point of actually sweating. He stared at the caller's name. Sylvvaja. Quickly swiping, he answered just in time. "Hey," she said with a cheerful voice he'd never heard from her. "Where are you?" "ESU. University." Sylvvaja laughed. "You couldn't have gone there to pick up college girls." "Well, I'm picking someone up." "You. It's for work," he clarified before she got any misunderstanding. "I swear on my soul. I trust you." When he was expecting her to explode at him, she said something completely unexpected. "You do. It's just common knowledge that every man wants an understanding woman," she said with a chuckle. "Okay, return soon. I'm ready for that talk you promised yesterday." He felt his heart flutter. No way Sylvvaja was forgiving him when he had yet to take any action. "I'll be there ASAP. Before you go, Do you have a way to get your hands on things like? He described the countermeasures to Symbiote. She thought long and hard before answering. Local sources will be cheaper but take time to produce. The black market will cost upwards of $500,000, but a lot faster. He sucked in a deep breath. How much did Norman pay for this contract? $30 million for the 3-month contract, paid on a monthly basis. She laughed as though reading his speechless reaction, despite not being here. This is my biggest contract to date. Not only will it tremendously boost my homeland's GDP, it'll get me more high-profile clients in the future. Maybe, don't even finish that. Just we'll continue when you come here. It's not right to talk about it over the phone. All right. As he bent to pick up his jacket from the bench, a familiar teasing voice pulled his attention. Silver is such a nice woman. He found Felicia leaning against the wall in a silver wool coat left open over a black turtleneck and tailored trousers. A plaid scarf in muted grays was draped over one shoulder, and leather gloves tucked in her coat pocket. Yet another outfit that looked like it had been pulled from a fashion magazine. Maybe he should go shopping with her after this whole symbiote crisis resolved itself, just to have her choose his wardrobe. How long have you been stalking me? You ought to pay more attention to your surroundings. She shook her head with disappointment before approaching him. What if someone shot you in the head while you're spacing out? I probably won't die. He had programmed Null with a failsafe protocol. Any critical damage would start death resonance link and the injuries would heal instantly. Death's power operated on that high of a level. He had taken his first real step toward becoming truly invincible. Felicia's eyes widened slightly before she started clapping. Amazing. You're playing a game with cheats on while we're stuck on the death means game over difficulty. He chuckled and slid the jacket back on. Let's go visit Gwen. But Felicia made no move to follow him toward the door. Darling, you really don't understand how cats work, do you? We don't move without proper motivation. She stretched out one hand with her palm up. Where's my treat for being such a good, patient kitty? What do you want? A promise. She placed one finger against her lip as her head tilted innocently. He would have believed her if she didn't have that calculated look in her eyes. Promise me that you'll break my father out of prison if our heist doesn't work out, or if something happens to me during it. The request caught him completely off guard. He had been expecting something impossible like magic powers or something even more absurd. It was easy to forget that underneath all that flirtatiousness and seductiveness was a loyal woman. A daughter trying to ensure that her father wouldn't die alone in a prison cell even if she couldn't be there to celebrate it. The promise was her insurance policy to make sure Walter Hardy reunited with her mother during his final moments. She knew Emma Frost's deal might not work out even if she successfully delivered the symbiote sample as promised. Or a mistake would get her killed. So she asked the one person who might survive anything because of Death's favor. How could he possibly say no to such a sweet request? You have my word. Thank you. No extra flirtatiousness, no witty cynicism, just a sincere word of gratitude. He didn't call out on it, just chuckled softly and followed her out of the gym. Together they began searching for Gwen across the sprawling campus. They found no signs of her anywhere. Felicia was genuinely puzzled by this point. I definitely saw her in our applied ethics lecture. Where the hell did she go? Dante knew exactly where Gwen had gone. He could picture her seeing news alerts on her phone, making some flimsy excuse to MJ before ducking into a bathroom to change into her ghost spider suit. But revealing that information to Felicia would put Gwen in a tough spot. He nudged Felicia's shoulder to get her attention. Harry's part of her friend group, right? Why don't you get Gwen's contact information from Harry? Harry would immediately assume Dante couldn't forget Gwen after that night and asked her number. Felicia alone gave him enough misunderstandings with Death and Sylvvaja. He didn't need more. Felicia pressed one hand dramatically to her chest. But darling, how can you send me to another man so casually? Have I become disposable in your eyes? You're breaking my heart. She stopped mid-sentence and covered her forehead with both hands. Okay, I'll go. Don't flick me, you'll ruin my pretty forehead and then I'll never find a rich husband to take care of me. He couldn't help but laugh as she scurried off. While Felicia was gone, he browsed social media. Ghost Spider was dominating the trending topics. He clicked on her dedicated hashtag and scrolled through clips of her swinging through Manhattan and posing for selfies with excited fans on the street. She was steadily building a fanbase despite JJJ's vocal outbursts. As he hit the refresh button, the newest clip made him freeze. It showed Ghost Spider fighting two symbiotes. The location tag read, Chase Bank, Lower Manhattan. The two symbiote hosts moved fast. One lunged at Ghost Spider with its sharp claws. She flipped backward and fired webbing at its face. The symbiote tore through the webbing like tissue paper and continued its pursuit. The second host tried to flank her. She caught it with a webline and yanked it off balance. Behind them, the bank's front door was kicked open. About 8 armed men rushed out with bags stuffed full of cash. They weren't symbiotes. Run. I'll distract this dumbfuck. The symbiote screeched. The men hurriedly got in their cars and zoomed away. Ghost Spider could only watch. The implication of the scene sent a shiver down Dante's spine. Norman wasn't just building an army for himself. He was bringing criminals to his side as well with the bribery of superpowers. Or something more. If this continued, the entire power balance would shift. Police would be completely outmatched to handle these criminals. The city would burn while Norman sat back and watched the chaos. This was so much worse than he had anticipated. Footsteps approached him from behind. "Darling, I got it." She noticed his tight frown, and her smile faded. She grabbed his phone to see what made him so pale. All her skepticism evaporated as she stared at the screen. Oh wow, this is what does that psycho want? Why is he doing this? I don't know, honestly. Luckily we have this ghost spider. She beat them without breaking a sweat. Felicia handed him the phone back. "I'm a fan of her work. What about you, darling? Don't you feel attracted to the mysteriousness?" He might have, if he didn't know who was under the suit. Still yeah, a little. Gwen was an attractive woman by all standards. Felicia nudged him with a grin. "Bet you want to add her to your collection now that you have Silver's permission. What a devious fiend." He pinched her cheek hard enough to make her yelp. "If I'm really as ridiculously horny as you keep describing me, why exactly haven't I done anything to you?" She was struck completely speechless for a long moment, her mouth opening and closing as she tried to think of something. She just sighed, disappointed. "Guess I'm not that pretty. You can't be serious. You're a 9. Felicia laughed. "9 means I still have a chance. Thanks, darling." He really couldn't tell if she was joking or being serious. Shaking his head, he pointed at her phone. "Call Gwen." She found Gwen's contact, tapped the call button, and put it on speaker. The phone rang, and kept ringing. Of course Gwen didn't take the call. Felicia frowned. "I should have asked her to come with me. Sorry, darling." He brushed her shoulder lightly. "You can make up for it. Call Emma Frost." The name left Felicia frozen. The first meeting had left such an impression that she didn't want to see the blonde's face ever again. Being in the presence of someone who could read her mind was far too uncomfortable. The sinister grin on his face didn't make her feel any better. Darling, let's go to my apartment. We'll watch Netflix and have some pudding." He put a hand around her shoulder and held her hand, using her thumb to unlock her phone. She was still hesitant to cooperate, so he had to throw the bait out. "Don't you want revenge for how she treated you?" "Revenge?" she whispered, looking at him skeptically. "She can read our minds. How can we one-up someone like that?" "She can read your mind." It took her a moment to grasp his meaning. When she did, she immediately dialed Emma Frost's number with a delightful little grin. "Then let's be stupid together, sweetheart." 33. The Unyielding Diamond. Random art. Emma Frost had endured precisely one day worse than the day she had first met Dante. The day the phone call came about Christian. Her brother died by his own hand because their father couldn't stomach having a gay son. Winston Frost's cruelty had driven him to that final, irreversible choice. After that, she had amassed enough fortune to buy small nations, seized influence across many corporations and political offices, and taken significant power in Hellmoon Club, a secret mutant society. But all of that had meant absolutely nothing in front of one man. Today, he came again and occupied the comfiest chair in her private room. The platinum-haired burglar, Felicia Hardy, leaned comfortably against him on his lap. She was unbothered by the way Dante's wrapped around her waist. The little thief had come a long way from the terrified girl Emma had cornered. Now, she could only endure Felicia's smug smirk without retaliating. She had extended her telepathic senses reflexively upon their arrival. Like Dante, Felicia's mind was also a void. The girl wasn't an open book anymore as her mental defenses had been fortified greatly. She could still break into Felicia's mind, but doing so would require focus and time. It must be his doing, but how did he achieve it? I should have kept tabs on his movements. After their disastrous first meeting, she had decided avoidance to be wisest. Never antagonize the man who could kill with a thought. Never draw his attention. Let him play in his sphere while she manages hers. Her passiveness had come back to bite her in the ass. Dante hadn't spoken a single word since he walked through the door. He simply watched her with unnervingly calm eyes while Felicia Hardy played the role of bullied woman now empowered by her man's protection. The little bitch was savoring every second of this reversal. This silence stretched and stretched like a bowstring being pulled to its breaking point. Emma refused to fidget, refused to adjust her white suit jacket or smooth her platinum hair. She had learned long ago that the first person to speak revealed weakness. The strategy wouldn't work on these two. They had nowhere to be, unlike her, who had to manage many things. "Felicia, darling," Emma said, injecting the warmth of the girl next door into her voice. "How have you been treating yourself?" Felicia shuddered and nuzzled against Dante's shoulder. "Darling, I'm scared. Can we please leave?" Emma nearly rolled her eyes. She had never seen more fake acting. The girl was blatantly mocking her at this point. "Please, darling. I've been inside your head. I know what's beneath the fur. The man you're with, he is wiser than to fall for such performance." Emma Frost. Dante's voice was cold, unlike their last meeting. "Breaking into Felicia's room and manipulating her into doing your dirty work is beneath someone of your status, isn't it?" Dante was really here for the night she coerced Felicia. "A thief's room, darling." Emma's nail tapped her armrest, a sweet smile on her face. When she returned to the dorm room, you were nothing to her. Just another pretty face. Dante grabbed Felicia's thigh to draw her closer. "She's mine now, and you traumatized her." Emma chuckled as she eased back in her seat, crossing her legs with elegance. "How dramatic, dear. Felicia and I only negotiated a mutually beneficial transaction. A deal you forced onto her, Dante corrected in a sharp tone. Coercion invalidates consent. My girlfriend was harassed, coerced, and manipulated. Nothing you say will change that fact. Emma knew this man possessed too much intelligence and calculation to seek petty revenge for Felicia's wounded feelings, which was also an act. Felicia was far more resilient than this. This all pointed to one possibility: Dante was building an elaborate trap, though his goals were yet to be revealed. Let's pretend your grievances are reasonable. What do you want me to do? She decided to accelerate past the foreplay. Playing games with someone as dangerous as him wasn't fun. She would delightfully relish having an upper hand against the weak rather than walk on eggshells against the strong. Someone has to take responsibility. My justice comes at the price of death. Dante propped an elbow on the armrest and rested his face against his knuckles. Smiling faintly, he continued, someone's head needs to roll. Emma felt the temperature drop, yet a droplet of sweat trailed down her cheek. Death in exchange for mental trauma? Darling, you aren't making any sense. He laughed condescendingly. Do I have to? Emma froze. No, he had no reason to. She had her fair share of forcing people in helpless situations. Felicia was the most recent one. Today, she was on the other side of this treatment, and the man was blatantly letting her know about it. That everything she had built meant nothing to him. He could kill whenever he wanted. I'll make it easier for you. Your bodyguard was present in Felicia's room. She stood by and watched you abuse your powers. Complicity in a crime makes one equally guilty. He motioned with his open palm in the age-old, hand it over, gesture. Let me appease Felicia with her head. Felicia wrapped an arm around his neck and kissed his cheek. Darling, you're the best. Emma's heart lurched as her fingers dug into her armrest. Quan non. One of the few people in Emma's life who treated her as a friend rather than a queen to be feared or a weak woman to be exploited. Quan non had followed her loyally ever since their fateful encounter. No. The word came out firmer than Emma intended, as if it was her final decision. Dante tilted his head slightly, as though he hadn't quite heard correctly. What did you say? She said no, Felicia replied in a trembling voice before she buried her face in his shoulder. Darling, maybe we shouldn't. She is powerful and wealthy. I can live with this pain. Let's just go home. By the end, Felicia had become a sobbing mess, as if she was reliving a traumatizing memory. Dante soothingly rubbed her back while whispering comforting words. Emma's stomach churned at the shameless display, but she had to applaud that this was an Oscar-winning level of melodrama. When nothing seemed to work, Dante's gaze swiveled toward Emma, and the atmosphere in the room changed. That sensation of impending death wrapped its arms around her. She could feel death's side suspended above her neck, ready to decide her fate at a moment's notice. This time, the pressure was on a different level. Either he had grown exponentially stronger, or acquired better control over his powers. It's a simple choice, Emma. Dante's voice showed no emotion, which somehow made it infinitely worse. Your head or your bodyguards. Choose wisely. Emma ground her teeth together hard enough that her jaw visibly clenched to both her guests. Dear, you're traumatizing your little kitten. Surely that defeats the purpose of this. Dante glanced at Felicia, whose face had drained of color in the field of his domain. Yet she clung to him. Don't mind me. Something resembling approval flickered across his features as he caressed her face. Emma, you have 10 seconds to make your decision. Choose one, or I'll pick both. You're going too far, darling. Emma rose from her chair, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. You've already stripped me naked once in this club. I won't bend to your threats again. She had dedicated her entire adult life to ensuring no one could ever reduce her to that helpless, crying girl she once was, so that anyone trying to control her would regret their existence. This man had pushed her to a breaking point. It's your choice. Emma sat back down and crossed her legs elegantly. She appeared fearless, smiling as if she had been enlightened. My late brother's death is a reminder that you can shatter a diamond, but you cannot bend it. She took a deep breath. I won't be your little bitch. So kill me, darling, but know this, the White Queen will not sacrifice a friend or kneel to you. Silence fell with her answer. Emma reclined in her chair and waited. She felt nothing at the moment, as if all her emotions had been purged. Finding peace with death was a strange state to be in. Contrary to her expectations, Dante laughed. Good. You have guts and some semblance of loyalty. The laughter broke her trance. Her mind raced up to the present. A test. He was testing me. The calm winds turned into a raging tornado. You bastard, Emma hissed. Testing me? Do you take me for a desperate prostitute on the street? Dante watched her with a calm gaze. The pressure around him had lifted. Why are you so mad? Didn't you put Felicia through a similar situation? As she recalled that day, Emma's emotions only grew more erratic. Although it was a different situation, she had exerted utter dominance while making Felicia powerless. Without that strange trance, she felt her fingers tremble. She had stood in the face of death without flinching. She took a slow breath and walked to the fridge to pour herself a drink. The cold, sharp taste gave her mind some clarity and put a lid on her anger. He needs something from me. That meant leverage. That meant negotiation. That meant she wasn't helpless after all. Let me educate you on Emma Frost's worth. As she put down the glass, a grin spread on her face. She walked to the desk and spun the globe. Frost International is a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate with interests in electronics, transportation, aerospace, and shipping. Every decision moves economies. She leaned against the desk and examined her nails. My current net worth sits between 5 and 11 billion, depending on market fluctuations. She always took pleasure in boasting about her wealth. She had to rub in Dante's face as he lived on the scraps of a small nation's queen. Quite impressive, still, because it was a perfect cover to hide his identity, but he was doing a terrible job at staying low profile. Felicia whistled. Darling, we should have just asked for $1 billion. Greedy as expected of a thief's daughter. Impressive, Dante said apathetically. I don't remember asking it though. I'm not finished, Emma continued with a cold smile. The Hellmoon Club, the real power brokers of this world, admits only the wealthiest and most influential individuals. I'm not just a member of this club, I'm their White Queen to top it all off. I'm an Omega-level telepath. Who asked? I am, by every objective measurement, a perfect ally. She crossed her arms and pinned him with a sharp gaze. Dear, what gives you the right to test Emma Frost? All that wealth and power will mean nothing if you had sacrificed your friend to save yourself. Dante chuckled. What matters isn't the present, but where I'll be in the future and whether you choose to stand on my side or against me. The message was clear, stand with me and flourish. Stand against me and perish. Emma covered her mouth and laughed. She laughed until all her grievances had become nothing. Then, she looked at him with a predatory smirk. An alliance between us will be like a Roman Empire signing an equal pact with a small village. Tell me a reason it isn't so. Felicia lazily looked at Emma. Is she high? We have her life on leash. Dante gently pinched her thigh. An alliance built on threats will crash. It has to benefit both parties. Yeah, I forgot she is a businesswoman. Felicia sighed. I'd totally sign a one-sided agreement with Darling. Emma flipped her palm and motioned to Felicia. Thieves move to the scent of gold. Sharks move to the scent of blood. I'll bring my wealth, influence, and my telepathy to the table. What about you? What value can you provide? Emma Frost knew his ability was great, but she had her own telepathy to get rid of any nuisance. Only a few people could defeat her. She couldn't care less about his other prospects. So what if he was the most dashing man on Earth? So what if he had the charm to court Symkaria's queen? It all meant nothing to Emma Frost. 34. Convincing the White Queen. Random art. Dante thought for a second and then shook his head. Nothing for now. Then leave. Emma gestured to the door like sending unwelcome guests away. And darling, don't bother me with alliance until you're on the same level as Stark International. I didn't come here for a permanent alliance. Look at this. Dante's fingers weaved complex gestures. Golden light materialized from nothing, spinning and interlocking into mystical magic circles and sigils. Emma took a sharp breath. She recognized the style of this ability from Celine's memories. You've trained at Kamartaj. She exclaimed. The Ancient One accepted someone with your manipulative character. Everyone's manipulative, Dante replied in the middle of his mystic spell. The question is whether you manipulate for selfish or selfless reasons. The golden circles expanded until one dominated the space between them. The hollow center blurred and then displayed black-skinned monstrous creatures, the monsters that went viral after the bank heist. Except these monsters weren't outside a bank. They patrolled a corridor covered in disgusting black tendrils. Emma studied the creatures with fascination rather than fear. Enhanced strength and durability made them dangerous. It would also make them fearless killers under proper control. The scene switched and then showed vials filled with black slime-like material with tentacles. This is Symbiote, the miracle cure you wanted Felicia to steal, Dante explained. Norman used symbiotes to create an army of enhanced soldiers. Now, he's distributing them to criminals. The magic window closed with a gesture, and he showed a solemn look. Norman is about to tear this city apart. Won't you lend a hand to Ghost Spider? Dear, you've knocked on the wrong door. I don't act for the greater good. She met his gaze steadily, though her mind already began calculating risks and rewards. What delicious compensation can you offer to move Emma Frost? Nothing, Dante said. And everything. Emma's eyebrow arched elegantly. Elaborate before I lose interest. Help me dismantle Norman's operation, and you eliminate Oscorp as a major competitor, he explained with the patience of someone who'd already won. You also put S.H.I.E.L.D. in an awkward spot. They can't prosecute someone fighting monsters without looking like villains. Public perception matters to them. Felicia clapped her hands together enthusiastically. You also gain his favor. The only man to steal Death's heart. You probably won't know its worth until you meet Death for yourself. Emma's mind spun with possibilities. The favor alone made this deal worth it. You keep mentioning Death as though I should recognize her. Tell me about her. Felicia put on her punchable smug face. Death is someone you can never meet during your life, only in death. But I've met her, hugged her. She even likes me. Dante's hand landed with a sharp smack on Felicia's butt, making her yelp. It was a warning for Felicia to not reveal too much. Felicia gave him a pouty glare and slipped away from him. She dragged another to his side and put it with its back against him. Dante reached out and rubbed her head from behind before settling back comfortably on his seat. Death is a cosmic entity. Do you know about them? Emma shook her head slowly. The most ancient being in her knowledge was Selene, who was a 17,000 years old mutant. And Selene was already beyond Emma's ability to challenge directly. What followed was a brief lecture that shattered Emma's understanding of universal hierarchy. She had believed herself knowledgeable and informed about the hidden layers of reality most humans never glimpsed. But she knew nothing, less than nothing. Dante described entities who have existed before planets. Beings who embodied fundamental concepts such as death, eternity, infinity, and oblivion. All of them made Selene seem like a child playing with building blocks. The scope of power Dante described defied human understanding. They are powerful, Dante confirmed, clearly reading her thoughts through her expression. I can say that with absolute certainty because death is my girlfriend. Emma's mouth opened, closed, then opened again. No words emerged. After making all those impressive claims, she found herself utterly speechless. Usually, she was the one flexing superiority by flaunting her beauty, wealth, and influence to make others feel inadequate. Today, someone had turned those tables, and she had no counter. No clever comeback. Nothing. Why should I believe you? Dante touched the side of his head and muttered something under his breath. Emma let out a trembling breath, not because she fell for his words, but because she could finally sense his thoughts. I am not lying about death or other cosmic beings. She sensed his thoughts agreeing in sync with his words. Lowering his mental defenses deliberately, that was Dante's final card to convince Emma. She stayed in a thinking pose while trying to pry deeper. His mind closed off before she saw anything else, leaving her utterly unsatisfied. It was the same feeling as working herself to the edge, only to not release due to an interruption. The worst feeling ever. What do you say now, Emma Frost? Dante's smile was gentle. A favor from me and all those other benefits. Is that enough to satisfy your hunger? She narrowed her eyes. If you're that powerful, why do you need me? Just snap your fingers and make them boom. My power lacks control on a large scale. The collateral damage would be 1,000 times worse than whatever Norman will accomplish. Felicia's jaw dropped as she turned to look at him. Darling, just how powerful is death? He tilted his head and smiled. She said 1% of her power can erase stars. Felicia was left speechless. Again, his mind opened with just enough time for Emma to sense that he wasn't lying. She smirked. You're a cunning fox. The confirmation made the offer even more tempting. The connection with death, such a powerful being, alone made him worth befriending. He laughed, taking the slight as a compliment instead. You'll go mad if you go deeper. The mysterious man splashed cold water on her plans. How could she not be tempted about his other secrets? I have conditions, Emma said in a short moment of contemplation. Her smile was like that of a shark smelling blood. First, a favor. You'll kill one person for me. No questions asked. He raised a finger. I won't kill my friends, allies, or my family. Acceptable limits. She walked over and sat across from him. I want samples of symbiotes, dead and alive. As long as you swear not to use them like Norman. She pursed her lips. Always prepared with a condition for mine. Third, I'm an equal partner in this arrangement. No one orders me around. This is non-negotiable. I wouldn't want it any other way. He laughed. I'll need your mind to plan things. A pressure was lifted off her chest. The worst possibility was that she'd be used as his sharp sword. That just couldn't be the case. Lastly, you handle S.H.I.E.L.D. if they come sniffing around my activities during this collaboration. S.H.I.E.L.D. Dante frowned slightly. Why are you concerned about them specifically? This was also an opportunity for her children to sharpen their combat skills in actual field operations. With Dante as an ally, she wouldn't need to hide her mutant abilities. I'm not afraid, dear. I simply prefer to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Emma's smile turned cold. Their secret weapon is quite the hassle to deal with. Secret weapon? A mutant. An unkillable little mutant girl. She studied his face, watching recognition flicker across his features. Judging from that expression, you know about her. I might have an idea. He didn't hide it. How delightfully mysterious you are. Emma reached forward and pressed a button under the table. Let's discuss the rest over coffee. I have excellent pastries as well. Felicia shifted her chair to right beside Dante and faced Emma. Thank God, this boring talk is on pause. Within minutes, the twin butler and maid arrived with coffee and an assortment of French pastries. While having a nice time, Emma brought up her plan to involve Hellions, the young mutants group under her wing. He had a strange look in his eyes, as if he knew something but couldn't reveal it to her. All right, what's with that look? He shook his head. Just an ominous feeling. Emma, can you arrange a lab for me? I'll need it to prepare some countermeasures against Symbiote. Emma owned 3 cutting-edge research facilities in New York. Letting him use one wouldn't be that big of a deal. In return, she said, setting down her coffee cup, I'd like you to introduce me to Sable sometime. I've heard fascinating things about Symkaria's queen, so I'd like to change the impression from the other day and pave the way for cooperation in the future. Dante's expression went completely blank. Absolutely not. Felicia glanced at him and chuckled with a hand on her mouth. Darling's girlfriend, it's an understatement to call her territorial. She insulted death yesterday. It seemed Emma had underestimated Silver Sable's capability. What does that have to do with my request? You're naive, Felicia said, shaking her head. Her boyfriend, who is already in a relationship with Death, suddenly wants her to meet a gorgeous woman. What would a jealous girlfriend think in that situation? Emma's eyes flew wide open in surprise. You're saying she'll think Dante wants her to be friends so that later. Dante covered his face with a palm. Can we not talk about this? Felicia nudged him teasingly. You reap what you sow. Hee hee, pay the price of being with two hotties. Emma glanced at Dante's annoyed expression and chuckled. Should I mention your relationship with Felicia to this possessive silver sable? There is nothing between us. Dante and Felicia declared simultaneously. Surprise flashed on Dante's face as he looked at Felicia. Her straightforward denial was the last thing he had expected from someone who flirted as naturally as breathing. I know when to stop, Felicia said, though her smile turned predatory in the next moment. But if I decide I want you, I'll steal you properly. You won't even realize you've been robbed until you wake up in my bed. Keep bluffing. No, I am not. You might be Death's boyfriend, but I'm New York's best burglar. I steal things. Did you forget your 35 grand? Dante grabbed the back of her collar. Give it back. No, it's my payment for all the times you touched me weirdly. You. Emma sipped her coffee, watching them bicker like an old couple. Felicia clearly had some budding feelings, and Dante too. However, Felicia had enough self-awareness not to plunge herself into the hot love triangle. Dante also seemed to be holding back because of Sylvvaja, the capable woman who had a vice grip on this unstoppable man's heart. If Emma wanted to control him, she had to control Silver Sable. She shook off the thought before it progressed further. Antagonizing this man would never end well for her. She didn't need to either, as they had just become allies. I'll make you my subordinate one day. And that would be her revenge for all the humiliation. 35. Strategies. Random art. Dante exhaled a sigh trapped in his lungs for the past hour. Playing mind games with Emma Frost had drained him. After all, he lacked the experience Emma had accumulated through years. Any composure break would have revealed a weakness, which would be instantly used against him. The confidence from Death's link and his enhanced intelligence had made everything possible. Felicia's acting had also been flawless when it counted. He couldn't afford a failure with Norman's symbiote army looming over them. As Death's lover, he should let people die. That was the natural order. But Sylvvaja's involvement had changed everything. If the world learned that Wild Pack had protected a facility breeding alien monsters, Sylvvaja's reputation would never recover. Most of Symkaria's lucrative contracts would be lost overnight. Everything she had built from the ashes of her father's legacy would crumble to nothing. He couldn't allow that, obviously. Besides, the whole situation gave him something productive to do. And there would be special pleasure in shattering a billionaire's god complex. Thank you, Null. Dante sent a silent thought to his always helpful system. The mental defenses that could repel even Death's cosmic awareness naturally belonged to Null Repository. He had to ask Null's permission to lower it for a brief window. Null, what's the reason I'm immune to telepathy? Administrator's consciousness is linked to Universe X. Someone will have to be in Universe X to use telepathy on you. Apparently he existed in this universe while simultaneously being present in this mysterious Universe X. Isn't this just like the Matrix? Incorrect. A force field surrounding Administrator links you to Universe X. This force field enables resonance links and other abilities of Null Repository. He glanced down at his hands. Can it be exposed? The probability of someone breaking it is null. Dante blinked. Null made a joke. A terrible pun, but still. Perhaps it had started to adopt its administrator's traits. What's got you gloomy like that? Felicia's voice pulled him back to the present, back to Emma's private room in Hellmoon Club. Norman giving you stress. He shook his head, managing a small smile. Norman's way too weak for that. Just thinking about the future and stuff. Ooh, a future where you wake up in my bed. Felicia's grin was pure mischief. Okay, not the flick. She raised both hands in surrender, laughing. I'll stop teasing you. For now, maybe, probably not, actually. Emma, who had been watching their exchange, finally spoke. It's been a pleasure, darling, but I'm afraid I must end our little gathering. I have some matters that require my persuasive touch. Same here, Dante said, pulling out his phone. Send me the lab address when you get a chance. And the security codes. I'd rather not break in if I don't have to. They exchanged contacts. After which, Emma stared at Dante's phone with something resembling pity in her eyes. Dear, is Silver Sable not paying you? I'm looking at a phone that should be in a museum. That model is probably older than some of my interns. It gets the job done. What else do I need? I suppose that's very practical of you. Practical is just another word for boring, Felicia whispered before grabbing the last piece of cake from Emma's plate. The dessert disappeared into her mouth in 3 aggressive bites, her cheeks bulging slightly. MMPH. So good. She mumbled, licked frosting off each finger. Okay, ready to leave. Emma's nose wrinkled with thinly veiled disgust. Your manners, darling, they resemble a starved raccoon. I'd prefer you call me Cat, Felicia said before pointing at Dante. You messed with me, and this guy knocked at your door. Doesn't that sound like the saying, it's bad luck if a black cat crosses your path? Acquainting myself with Death's boyfriend is bad luck. Emma laughed. Hardly, my dear. Felicia had no counter-argument since Emma ended up profiting in the end. Just as Dante placed his hands on the armrests to stand, the door made a creaking noise. His instinct sensed threat and trouble, which was usually a bad combination. The woman who entered proved his doubts correct. A stunning beauty stepped through the doorway, her long black hair fluttering with the wind that flowed from the hallway. She was quite tall, just shy of 6 feet, a quite rare height for a Japanese woman, and quite athletic too, as her bodysuit made her muscles more defined. Everything combined with the red-sheathed katana in her hand revealed her identity. Psylocke. Her gaze swept the room. It passed over Felicia with acknowledgement, then landed on Dante. Deep purple irises glowed with psychic energy, and then she rested a hand on her katana's hilt. Her eyes stayed on him even as she moved to stand beside Emma. "Careful," she whispered. "He is strong." Emma glanced at Dante before shaking her head. "You talk as if you know him." "Well, do you?" "No, but he's triggering my psychic senses. I can't assess his threat either." "That's on brand for him," Emma replied with a smile, reaching out to pat Psylocke's forearm reassuringly. "I just signed a deal to help him with certain matters." Despite Emma's reassuring words, Psylocke's combat-ready stance never relaxed. She looked ready to draw her sword in a heartbeat. "It's better if we don't antagonize him. We already have enough enemies waiting in the shadows." "That's true." Emma nodded. "How was the tour? Did you have fun?" Psylocke looked like she was resisting the urge to roll her eyes at Emma. "I'm not dealing with those children again." Emma chuckled. "Get used to them, sweetheart. You'll lead them against a new enemy soon." Although they tried to keep their voice low, it was impossible to hide conversation from Dante, who sat directly across from Emma. The children in question had to be Hellions, the young mutants who were unfortunately killed and then later revived in the comics. It was hard to know if they would meet the same fate here since the timeline had been a total mess so far. Dante raised his hand in a casual greeting. "Your bodyguard looks strong. Any chance I can hire her?" He was curious if it was Betsy Braddock in Quannon's body or just Quannon. Psylocke was too complicated of a character in the comics. Emma's chest puffed pridefully at the compliment, but the latter half of his words made her eyebrow arch. "Do you think I'll give her away after all that trouble?" "What trouble?" Psylocke asked, her head turning to look at Emma, then swiveling back to Dante. Her purple eyes narrowed. "I feel like I should be aware of something." "It's nothing, darling." For someone as boastful as Emma to not boast about the risk she took for Psylocke was as unusual as Emma having another psychic as her friend. Emma hated being vulnerable or exposed. She valued control and privacy, and other telepaths represented a threat to both. "Is she embarrassed?" He didn't even get a chance to talk to Psylocke since Felicia grabbed his sleeve and practically dragged him out of Hellmoon Club. Black Cat wasn't fond of Psylocke after their first encounter. The sunlight outside was pale, despite it being afternoon. Dante's technically Piotr's motorcycle still waited outside. A 2008 Suzuki V-Strom 1000, its black paint was slightly faded but very functional. Watching Emma squirm was entertaining. Felicia stretched her arms above her head, working out the kinks from sitting still for over an hour. "Made all my acting worth it." He handed her the helmet. "She won't try anything funny with you again." Felicia secured it under her chin, then asked through the open visor, "All right, where are we off to now?" "Smokies. Tell Gwen to meet us there." "What?" Felicia said just as she sat behind him. "Darling, I'm going to become Faticia at this rate. You ordered a week worth of meals yesterday at my apartment. Then those sugary treats at Emma's. Now you want more greasy food? Is this a strategy to assassinate me?" He gave her a look over from top to bottom and arched his brow. "You'll be fine." "What does that mean?" She poked his back with a finger. "Hey, don't ignore me." Dante swung his leg over the bike and started the engine. "Just get diet soda." Felicia groaned but took a seat and wrapped her arms around his waist. "You're lucky I like you, darling. Otherwise, I'd push you off this bike right now and steal it." "I'm so lucky." Smokies. They found a corner table with backs against the wall and a clear view of the entrance. Unfortunately, Felicia stole his advantage as she unintentionally settled on the same seat where he found Sylvvaja in their first meeting. She immediately grabbed the menu, even though they both knew she wouldn't order anything substantial. Well, Dante had plans to convince her. A teenager with a magnificent beard and a crooked name tag reading Kyle shuffled over. He held a pad and pen but didn't bother making eye contact. "So, get me your most expensive meal." Dante glanced at Felicia, whose eyes had gone distant, staring blankly at the menu in what appeared to be an existential crisis about whether her figure was worth sacrificing for momentary pleasure. "And a Diet Coke for her. With extra ice." Being surrounded by the smoky flavor but only ordering diet soda made Felicia depressed. Dante caught Kyle's attention with a meaningful look, jerking his head slightly toward Felicia while making a subtle gesture with 2 fingers. Kyle only took notice after several attempts, his glazed expression slowly focusing. "Dear customer, you've been chosen as our lucky customer of the day. Your order will be doubled for no extra cost." "I don't think I can eat that much." Dante rubbed the back of his head. "Felicia, no, she is watching her calorie count." The name drop dragged Felicia out of her mind. She blinked rapidly and then sighed like it couldn't be helped. "Let's take it, dear." It'd be a waste to not accept freebies. It was a perfect trap to lure in the cat. The word freebies always worked, especially on women, and especially on petty thieves. I'll swim an extra hour for this, Felicia whispered with a small smile. Dear, let's give an extra tip for this gentleman. Of course. Once Kyle left with a small smile, Felicia happily pulled out a small black tablet from inside her jacket. So. She tapped the screen, bringing up images of Oscorp research facilities schematics. Let's talk specifics of our job until Gwen rolls around. Dante leaned forward, lowering his voice even though the nearest occupied table sat 10 feet away and the jukebox covered their conversation. Equipment first. What have you got that's functioning? Felicia's face lit up. Okay, so I've been working on several custom pieces. First up are these glass cutters, though I had to upgrade these for our prize in the vault. She swiped the screen and showed it to him. The design showed a device resembling a thick pen, but the tip glowed with a faint blue light. Are you sure it'll cut through that? Be patient, darling. Let the cat explain. Felicia zoomed in on the cutting tip. The laser heats the glass along the cut line. Then the diamond blade vibrates super fast and follows the heated path through the weakened material. Norman's glass is probably 3 inches thick. That's 2 to 3 minutes per cut. 15 minutes for 4 cuts. No, that's too much time. Why don't you focus on weakening a section so I can break it? Felicia's eyes widened. Darling, are you planning a full gun blazing entrance? Not really. He gently tugged the tablet from her loose grip and swiped through images until he reached a hand-drawn professional map showing all routes of the underground facility. He had a feeling she'd have worked on this first. Her enthusiasm for stealing was second to none. Here's the plan. We'll smash open all the prison cells to distract everyone. Then we'll work on opening the vault and leave with Venom codename for our prize. Felicia narrowed her eyes in deep thoughts, as though mentally simulating the plan. While she was lost in thought, their order arrived. There's just one problem, those guards. Felicia grabbed a fry and dipped it in the sauce before biting it. Her face scrunched up. Salty, just like my dear. I can make us invisible to get past them. Felicia didn't even blink and continued savoring the fries. Not gonna ask about it. Oh please, darling. Being invisible is just cute compared to being Death's boyfriend. At this point, you could tell me you can turn into a dragon and breathe fire, and I'd just ask the color of your scales. Anyway. Felicia snatched back the tablet and browsed through the images. Let me go through the rest of my gadgets. You already know the grappling hook. Ah, there's this cute spark. What showed on the screen were tiny metal-like balls with colorful coating. My EMP grenades. They'll knock out all electronics in a 15-foot radius. Perfect to get past security cams. You made EMPs. Dante's eyebrows rose. This wasn't amateur tinkering anymore. Modified them, she corrected, holding up one finger. I bought base components from a contact. Then I rewired the capacitors to store more charge and tweaked its discharge rate in a lab. I'm guessing you broke into that lab cause no one is letting you work with EMPs on their watch. Borrowed access to my university lab, she corrected with a smirk. Some professor thought it'd be cute to use his birthday as his computer password. He was just asking to be exploited. Dante shook his head. You're a real menace. Thank you. She took it as a compliment and scrolled to the next schematic. Now, this is the most useful one for our work. We'll need this bad boy to crack the vault. She spent the next 5 minutes gushing over the basic theory of the magnetic lock system and how her device would generate a counterfield to override the security system. It was probably the most passionate he'd seen her, completely absorbed in technical details. We need perfect choreography. This job won't tolerate, oh shit we should have done that, moments. Felicia looked up from the table with a serious expression. When do we strike? We wait, Dante said. It's only a matter of time before another attack happens. When it does, we move. To give plausible deniability to your girlfriend. Felicia nodded her head in appreciation. Silver can claim she was busy defending the site when the symbiote disappeared. Exactly. Sylvvaja's reputation matters. Felicia studied him quietly for a moment with an expression he couldn't quite read. For what it's worth, I think Silver Sable's lucky. Not many people would go through this much trouble. Should I not? Felicia wiped her mouth with a napkin before revealing a predatory smile. Darling, you mentioned giving me gifts. Where are they? Before he could reply, the small brass bell above the restaurant's entrance chimed. 36. A young superhero's troubles. 36. A young superhero's troubles. Random art. Dante looked over his shoulder. Gwen Stacy pushed through the door. Her hasty ponytail had strands escaping and framing her face. Dark circles under her eyes seemed more prominent than yesterday, coming from too many sleepless nights and too much stress. Her gaze darted around the restaurant with frantic energy. When she spotted Felicia, visible relief washed across her features. She rushed over and dropped into the seat beside Felicia. Felicia reached out and brushed a strand of hair from Gwen's face. You look like hell, sweetheart. You don't say. Gwen grabbed Felicia's Diet Coke and downed the entire glass in long gulps. She slammed the empty glass down, dragged the back of her hand across her mouth, and exhaled an audible sigh of satisfaction. That was great. I'm sure it was. Gwen's face flushed as her mind caught up with the impulsive action. I'm so sorry. My throat was too dry, I'll buy you another one. Relax, sweetie. Felicia waved it off with a laugh. You needed it more. Gwen shook her head, still mortified. Anyway, why did you? Her entire body went rigid as she finally registered who occupied the other side of the table. You, since when were you here? Since forever, Dante said, keeping his tone friendly. You look stressed as hell. Bad day at university? No, it's just some problems at home. The lie rolled off her tongue smoothly without so much as batting an eye. For someone who had just become a superhero, Gwen had mastered the basics of keeping a secret identity remarkably fast. It was quite impressive. Gwen angled her entire body toward Felicia, deliberately positioning herself to keep Dante in peripheral vision. Why did you call me here? The subtle fidgeting, the way her left foot tapped the floor, and the tension in her shoulders. To anyone watching, she would appear as an awkward introvert out of her comfort zone. But Dante knew he was the cause of her anxiety even without her eyes flicking towards him, then away, like a rabbit watching a wolf and trying to decide if running would make things worse. Even Felicia noticed Gwen's strange behavior. She glanced between them with a frown. Okay, what am I missing here? Do you two have history or something? No. Dante tapped the table to get Gwen's attention. Miss Stacy, I need someone who understands molecular biology at an advanced level. Gwen leaned back slightly, crossing her arms defensively. Is this a formal offer from your enterprise? He shook his head. A personal request for someone who usually swings by Oscorp Island. Not for someone begging for mercy on their knees like a defeated criminal. Shock flickered across her features as she understood the reference to their last meeting, when he was about to execute that small-time Maggia leader. Her hands balled into fists under the glass table. Her jaw clenched hard enough to make her cheek twitch. What are you talking about? She spoke with feigned composure. You should ask Harry about Oscorp matters. Anything more specific will expose your secret to Felicia. Dante's lips curved into a calm smile as he gestured toward the platinum-haired burglar. Unless you want that. Giving away her identity would brand him as untrustworthy in Gwen's eyes forever. He needed her cooperation, which meant playing this delicate game. Felicia's head swiveled between them. Darling, what are you up to with these riddles? Just speak plainly. Gwen pivoted toward Felicia with an awkward smile. Felicia, can you go to the washroom for a minute, please? I need to talk to him. It's important. Like, really, really important. Felicia glanced at Dante, one eyebrow raised in a silent question. You want me to leave? Dante nodded. Please. Felicia stared at him for a few seconds, then stood with an exaggerated sigh. Darling, kicking your old thing for the shiny new thing isn't right. This isn't how you treat people who care about you. She clutched her tablet to her chest and walked toward the exit. Conflicting emotions crashed through Dante's chest. On one hand, he recognized her manipulation tactic. Felicia tried to guilt-trip him into revealing Gwen's secret later, using the wounded look to tug on his conscience. On the other hand, she would have felt that she was not properly treated as his ally. Anyone would think the same in her situation. It's impossible to win against her. She truly is my arch-nemesis. How did you figure it out? Frustration made Gwen's voice crack. I made my voice deeper, huskier. I changed the way I move and carry myself. I've been so careful. How did you? I just knew. She slapped the table, making plates rattle. You can't just know my biggest secret. That's not how this works. But I do. Gwen groaned and buried her face in her hands. Please keep it to yourself. Her act had earned Dante hostile looks from everyone in the restaurant, believing he had made the blonde cry. Dante took Gwen's hand. Can you stop acting miserably? She gave him a pleading look. I'm a pitiful girl, I don't have money, I'm not as pretty as Felicia, and I've nothing else valuable except my superpowers. You won't gain anything from me, please keep my secret to yourself. She opted to earn his pity because the alternative way to shut his mouth was through violence. Could she fight the man who made her legs tremble with his sheer presence? Obviously not. She wasn't that type of person either. Relax. Dante kept his voice gentle. I don't have any bad intentions toward you. Said every bad guy ever. They use the, don't worry, I don't want to hurt you, right before everything goes to hell. Gwen rolled her eyes, returning to her usual self when she couldn't convince him with pity. What's the price for keeping your mouth shut? Just say it. The monsters you fought at the bank, I need your help creating a chemical solution to neutralize them. Dante laid out the symbiote situation in all its terrible scope. An army of specimens, potentially hundreds, being distributed to the worst criminals in New York City. He kept Norman Osborn and Oscorp's name out of it. Harry Osborn was still Gwen's friend, after all. No need to force her to choose sides before absolutely necessary, but he didn't sugarcoat the threat level. Gwen's face went progressively paler as he talked. I barely defeated two, she whispered. And they got away. I couldn't stop them. How will we stop that many? Is it even possible? Do you want to give up? The straightforward question and his provocative smirk had the intended effect of lighting a fire in her eyes. Impossible. I'd have given up if I were an ordinary girl, but with these powers she took a deep breath to gather herself. I have a responsibility to help others. To use what I can do for something good. Corny, right? You can laugh. Dante just chuckled. Gwen crossed her arms and blew a strand of hair out of her face. I know what you're thinking. Go ahead and say it. Say I'm doing this for an ego boost, playing the hero to make myself feel special, or using the mask to feed my violent urges like the menace I am. Are you? No. She threw both hands up in a timeout gesture, then stood abruptly before marching to the counter. Minutes later, she returned a minute later clutching a cappuccino and a receipt. We'll work together against these lab monsters. And you'll never ever mention my secret. Deal? I should keep your secret, yeah. You should. Gwen slammed the now half-empty cup on the table, splashing the drink everywhere. No, you must. My life depends on it. If anyone finds out, I'm so done. That newspaper guy, Jonah Jameson will crucify me publicly. Oh, don't worry, your secret's safe with me. Not reassuring when you grin like that. Gwen said with an exaggerated slump like she was tired of dealing with him. And for the record, I won't kill anyone. We're saving people, not massacring them. It's non-negotiable. But I'm a merciful man. Yeah, very merciful. The sarcasm dripped from every word. Those 5 guys at Oscorp definitely remember your mercy. Oh wait, they can't, because they're freaking dead. He shrugged. They shot first. I only acted to protect myself and my employer's interests. Gwen opened her mouth to retort, visibly struggled to find words, then closed it again and waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. I'll never win this argument. When do we start this project? Before we officially collaborate, one question: are you uncomfortable with Felicia knowing your secret identity? Absolutely not. Her answer was instant. Why would you even suggest that? She's also helping me with this operation. Also, don't underestimate her. She can give you serious trouble without any superpowers. Gwen's expression shifted as she mentally reassessed Felicia. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Still no. We attend the same university. It's way too risky. Have it your way. He sighed before shaking his head in disappointment. It's out of bounds to suggest it anyway. Why did I think Miss Gwen would appreciate having people around who understand being different? Gwen flicked a coin at his chest. It bounced off and clinked on the table. I don't even trust you yet. You literally just blackmailed me into cooperation. Fair point. She crushed the empty cup. Give me a text when you need me at the lab. Still not sure if I'll actually be helpful with the chemistry, but I'll try. Gwen left after paying for everything, including his earlier order. Meanwhile, Felicia still hadn't returned. He didn't find her waiting outside either, so he dialed her number. It rang multiple times before going to voicemail. Moments later, a text appeared. Felicia, something came up. Emergency. I'll see you later. The absence of her usual affectionate darling or cat emojis raised a red flag. Felicia never dropped her playful persona unless something truly serious demanded her attention. The second red flag was that she chose to leave on foot or through a cab instead of just getting the keys to Piotr's bike. He stared at the message, unable to shake off the uneasiness in his chest. Can't leave her alone. 37, favors. Random art. The Suzuki V-Strom's engine rumbled beneath Dante, but he kept his eyes on the text he had sent a minute ago. Dante, hey, where did you go? The little checkmark confirmed it had reached her phone, but the red indicator never appeared. There was naturally no reply either. Dante, you know Gwen won't cooperate if I reveal her secret. Still nothing. Dante, where are you going? The lack of response was becoming concerning. Felicia Hardy was a thief, a seductress, and a woman with enough emotional baggage to fill a cargo plane, but she wasn't a coward. She never ran away like this. Dante, Felicia. Dante, say something. His thumb hovered over the screen for a long moment. Dante, if you don't reply in 10 minutes, I'll find you. This was her ultimatum. If she still refused to reply, he would find her and pull her cheeks until they became red. Still a tame punishment for the worries she was causing him. He sent another message, it's not a lie, before he pocketed the phone and drove to his apartment. Dante plopped down on the couch and drank another glass of cold water. 10 minutes were almost up, yet no reply came from Felicia. He stared at the phone in his hand, mind racing through options. The spell he had placed on Felicia to block Emma's telepathy had expired by now. Without that mystical signature to track, finding her in a city of 8 million people became exponentially harder. Astral form could move at the speed of light, but at that insane speed, he wouldn't be able to process the visual information quickly enough to identify Felicia among the masses. Manhattan had too much going on. The search would take days, maybe weeks, and that was assuming she stayed in Manhattan at all. He didn't have the time to start a new resonance link either. He scrolled to Sylvvaja's contact and hit the dial. His veteran mercenary girlfriend might have a way to find Felicia. Sylvvaja's POV. Wrapped in a warm blanket, Sylvvaja drifted in that blissful space between sleep and waking, dreaming of sunbathing on a beach. Ava and Amy Chen were playing volleyball. Raoul and Piotr argued over whose barbecue technique was superior. Crippler sailed the waves on a surfboard. And lying beside her was the newest addition to her wild pack, her boyfriend Hades. Her peaceful yet happy dream shattered when her phone rang with the soft violin score, the same she had danced to in Hellmoon Club. She sat up half asleep and grabbed her phone from the nightstand. Dante. The caller's name shook off the comfy drowsiness that had been pulling her back toward sleep. She answered the phone and put it beside her on speaker mode. Dante, she stifled a yawn with her hand, which came as more of a soft moan than actual words. Are you outside? You could have asked Anna for spare keys. Although he was her boyfriend, she still didn't particularly appreciate having her sleep interrupted. Wait, are you sleeping? Yeah, She let out a moan after stretching her body properly. That stretch hit hard. I should get a masseur to work these knots out of my back. After thinking all night and through the paperwork well into the morning, she had chosen not to hold his relationship with Death against him. Not permanently, at least. From her perspective, he was still in the wrong for not informing her about his commitment to Death from the start. That was a breach of trust. But from his own perspective, he hadn't done anything wrong. Gods and beings of that caliber operated on different rules, different scales, and a different common sense. They weren't bound to the concept of monogamy. Still, she wouldn't forgive him easily until they had a real, adult conversation about their relationship. Sylvvaja, I need your help. His urgent words burst through her bubble. Are you still there? It had her throwing the blankets aside without a second thought. Tell me. Can you trace someone's location through their phone? Only for the phones I've issued to Wild Pack members. It's not technically legal for me to track a US citizen's location through their phone. We don't have a specialist for that either. She kept her voice patient despite the urgency in his. Who are you hunting? Felicia might be in danger. Sylvvaja frowned. That Felicia who fearlessly stared down my gun barrel. What danger could she possibly be facing? She's missing. Oh, how long? 15 minutes. Probably. The embarrassment in his voice was obvious. Even he knew how ridiculous it sounded to request an emergency trace for someone who'd been missing for less time than it took to shower. I have my reasons to believe something's wrong, Dante continued. Will you trust me? She groaned, falling backward onto the pillow. Pressing the phone against her ear, she whispered, using trust like that isn't fair. He was leveraging their complicated, messy, yet warm relationship to get what he needed. And the worst part was that it was working. She could feel herself caving already. Her professional judgment was overridden by the simple fact that she cared about him. I need you, Sylvvaja. Only you can help Felicia. Sylvvaja thought back to her one-on-one conversation with Felicia after the whole death revelation had turned their world upside down. The flirtatious seductress had dropped her mask to ask Sylvvaja to forgive Dante. He might be cheating on you, but still, he's a good man. You won't find many like him if you let go. Those words from Felicia had been a big reason Sylvvaja didn't explode on him. Right now, though, it would be quite reasonable for Sylvvaja to stay outside of this matter and let him deal with it. On the other side, she didn't want any harm to come toward Felicia, or become the reason Dante failed to help Felicia. That would suck. Let me talk to my security consultant at the embassy. I'll see if my status can get something done. Felicia had chosen to stand on their side as an ally. Saving her was the right thing to do from a professional standpoint, and it would spare her from being hated by Dante as well. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. The formal title made her pause. She had become so accustomed to life as a mercenary leader that she sometimes forgot about her royal status. It'll still take time, lover. The endearing word slipped naturally from her lips. I'm not above the law here, and matters such as these require many approval processes. Thanks for trying. That matters a lot, Sylvvaja. There was a moment of pause which she thought would be the end of this call. Except it kept going. Love you, bye. The call ended with a soft beep. Sylvvaja stayed frozen, phone still pressed against her ear. Heat crept up her neck and flooded her cheeks. Love you. Ava and Amy Chin used it all the time, but these two words hit differently when coming from Dante. The words burrowed in her chest and set up permanent residence somewhere near her rapidly beating heart. It was the first time he said that, she whispered to the empty room. How can he be so casual with it? She had kissed him, let him touch her butt and breasts, even imagined increasingly detailed fantasies about what would happen when they finally went all the way. Matters of the heart were always for more complicated than physical intimacy. Three-timing Durakuk, fool. The Russian word came out dripping with affection, and she was an even bigger fool for sticking to him. Stupid. How can I not do my best now? She stared at the ceiling, thinking of a way to help him. The official channels would take too much time and that would disappoint Dante. So, rather than calling her security consultant at Symkaria's embassy, she pulled up a different contact. Phil Coulson. Her finger hovered over the call button for a moment. Then she pressed it. Consequences be damned. The line rang twice before connecting, just like always. Hey, Mr. Phil. Silence greeted her. She could almost picture him double-checking the caller ID. He was used to dealing with Silver Sable, who was professional and all about business. The enthusiasm in her voice must have thrown him completely off balance. Someone woke up on the right side of the bed, Phil said. Miss Sable, how can I help you today? You said finding a small-time broker was too cheap for half a favor. How about we add another request to make it worthy of that half favor you owe me? Depends on what you'll be asking, Miss Sable. Phil Coulson never committed to anything without knowing the full scope and implications. He stayed professional and calm, which made him quite effective as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s diplomatic face. If it's finding another small-time merc or information broker, I'll be able to help. It's about finding someone, yes. She sighed audibly, speaking in a dejected voice. A friend of my employee has gone missing. Can you trace her location through her phone number? Can you be more specific about their identity than just, employee of your friend? Felicia Hardy is her name. She's a student at Empire State University. Sylvvaja said. You already know about Ava Ayala. Felicia is her friend. Before you ask, Felicia isn't involved with the wild pack business. Just friendship between two girls of similar age. She had to lie. Phil Coulson would be more inclined to help an ordinary person over someone in her business. Hector's sister, the current possessor of the White Tiger amulet. Phil went silent, probably pulling up files about Felicia. It'll be a good deed to help a young woman in danger. Sylvvaja heaved a sigh of relief. Despite her growing affection, she was reluctant to use that half-favor to find Felicia. Now, she didn't have to. Text me Miss Hardy's number. I'll send you a link to live track her location in 1 minute. The call ended without ceremony or goodbye. Typical Phil Coulson. She sent Felicia's number to Phil. True to his word, a link arrived in under a minute. S.H.I.E.L.D's efficiency was scary. And truthfully, she never wanted to become their enemy. Dante better appreciate my work. Her lips curved upward unconsciously. She'd said those exact words once before when she had decided to cook for him at his apartment. That day, she came so close to killing him but ended up recruiting him. They'd come so far in such little time that it all felt like a dream. A beautiful dream that she never wanted to end. Shaking her head, she forwarded the link to Dante's contact. Sylvvaja, track your kitten through it. Dante, you did it. The instant response implied he was waiting for her message, worried about Felicia. The knowledge invoked mixed feelings. Do I really have to share him with one more woman? It felt as if he was punishing her for being 1/3 available to him, if being Wild Pack leader and Simcaria queen meant 2/3 of her. Her phone buzzed again. Dante, I don't know how I'd live without you. Dante, my royal highness. She felt uplifted even though he only did the basic lip service. But coming from him, she knew that he meant it. Dante, I love you so much. Sylvvaja, screw off to your side piece. The jealousy was half real, half playful. She sent it anyway because honesty mattered more than appearing unbothered. Dante, get the bed ready. Neither of us are getting a wink tonight. It took her a few seconds to understand his meaning, and when she did, heat rushed to her cheeks. He wasn't talking about sleep or cuddling or innocent things like watching movies until dawn. He was talking about that thirsty bastard. She'd seen that hunger in his eyes before when she'd climbed onto his lap and kissed him. When he'd kissed her back and his hands had moved from her waist to her butt, pulling her closer. She'd been seconds away from letting him have his way with her right where anyone could see through the tinted windows. No, he isn't getting it so easily. She wasn't going to just fall into bed with him. Probably eventually, if she was being honest with herself. But not until she heard from him that she wouldn't be treated any less than death. And if possible, she wanted to have a one-on-one conversation with death. The cosmic goddess had so much power yet so little desire to monopolize her lover. Sylvvaja didn't understand death, and she wanted to change it. A notification on her phone ended her daydreams. Dante, don't try anything. I'll handle it. The message left her staring at it in confusion. What does he mean? Is it about Felicia's location? She quickly clicked the tracking link Phil had sent. A blinking red dot appeared on the screen, accompanied by a location tag. Oscorp Tower. Why is Felicia there? What the fuck is going on? 38. Felicia, a pleasant surprise. Random art. After leaving Dante and Gwen to their secrets, Felicia Hardy was leaning against the brick wall outside Smokey's diner, browsing social media. Yet her mind kept circling back to Dante like a moth to a flame, replaying his dismissal over and over. What gutted her wasn't his insistence on keeping Gwen's secret, but how easily he had dismissed her. No hesitation, no hey, let me explain. Just one please, and she was supposed to walk away like a good girl who knew her place. Would it kill him to at least pretend I mattered? This was after she had surrendered her body to him, letting him drag her consciousness out for astral projection. Such trust didn't come cheap, not for someone who has spent her life learning that the only person you could rely on was yourself and others would absolutely screw you over. And yesterday she had played relationship counselor between him and Sylvvaja after Death showed up, helping smooth things over with another woman. Despite being a complete idiot about it, she wanted him to be happy, at least to repay for what he had done. The worst part was that the blame was solely hers. She went after Death's boyfriend since he had looked like the ultimate prize. Mysterious, powerful, and devastatingly handsome, he was everything her thief's heart craved. But it wasn't just the power that ended up hooking her. It was his principles. That day at the CAF, he had warned her, despite Death herself telling him not to interfere. He had gone against a cosmic entity to save someone he'd never met. He hadn't asked for anything in return. He had just given her the information she needed to survive. Then walked away, expecting nothing in return. It was recklessly stupid, but also the sweetest thing anyone had ever done for her, and now, this had led to her ruin. New lesson learned. Never catch feelings for someone else's boyfriend. It never ended well. She swallowed down the complicated emotions and focused back on her phone. 80% of her feed was just the new superhero, Ghost Spider. What a sick name. Whoever she was, she had talent. The costume design alone required serious skill. Then there were those web shooters with strong adhesion to let her swing between buildings. Such an insane gadget couldn't be bought on Amazon. And even if Ghost Spider was a super science genius, she would have spent a lot of time experimenting in the lab. How long can she keep her identity secret? The thought struck her like lightning. Secret. When Gwen had realized Dante knew her secret, her reaction wasn't ordinary panic. That was terror. Gwen's secret seemed to be something that would destroy her entire life if revealed to the public. Oh my god. Is Gwen Stacy Ghost Spider? Her heart hammered against her chest as pieces started to fit together like a jigsaw puzzle. Gwen's sudden absence from ESU earlier, the dark circles under her eyes, and the way she'd walked into Smokey's looking like she'd been fighting for her life, everything made perfect sense now. She still needed something if she wanted to be smug about it in front of Dante. After all, theories weren't evidence. Felicia pulled up Facebook, and it only took a few moments to find a full-body professional photograph of Ghost Spider next to Amanda, a local fitness celebrity who loved flaunting her stats online. This is perfect. She grabbed her tablet from inside her jacket. The tiny device had enough processing power to compete with last year's supercomputers while being extremely efficient, one of the most impressive pieces of tech money could buy on the black market. In reality, it was a prototype Stark Industries designed for military intelligence operations. It came preloaded with a lot of artificial intelligence tools. She reconstructed 3D models of both Celebrity and Ghost Spider from the photograph. Adding known measurements to Amanda's 3D model allowed the AI to work out Ghost Spider's approximate measurements. Watching the progress bar crawl across the screen gave her a new type of anxiety. Subject A. Ghost Spider Body Analysis. Height, 170 cm 5 cm. Bust, 97 cm 2.9 cm, 37 to 38 inches. Waist, 66 cm 1.7 cm, 26 to 27 inches. Hips, 96 cm 2.8 cm, 37 to 38 inches. Shoulder width. Felicia whistled low. 38D-26-38 in inches was the perfect hourglass figure. No wonder the skin-tight suit had created thousands of fans so quickly. She still needed Gwen's measurements for comparison, which meant she needed to call the one person who probably knew what color panties Gwen Stacy would be wearing today. Her thumb hovered momentarily over MJ's contact. There was a moment of hesitation about whether using Gwen's best friend was right or wrong. Felicia, for God's sake, you flirt with someone's boyfriend and steal stuff. You shouldn't worry about others' opinions. She hit the dial, and the call was answered almost immediately. Hello, who is this? Hey, MJ. It's Felicia. We met at swimming classes last year. Oh ho yeah, Felicia, right. The fastest with luscious platinum blonde. Felicia smiled. The best of the best. You had guys drooling over like crazy. MJ chuckled. What's up? I'm in the cafeteria right now and it's loud as hell here. God, that janitor's losing his mind over a juice spill. So just another day. Felicia giggled. MJ, actually, I need a favor. Kind of a weird one. Okay. MJ's voice took on a curious tone. How can I help you? I'm putting together a surprise for Gwen. A gift with a red dress, an accessory set, and some other stuff. It's the whole package in a way. I need her measurements so everything fits. The call went so quiet that Felicia had to double-check if she was still online. Wait, for Gwen, Gwendolyn Stacy. Yeah. I didn't know you guys were. I mean, do you even talk? Do you give gifts to people you don't talk to? Felicia laughed. Of course we do. Are you jealous? What? No, I'm not. I'm just surprised. Well, that's really sweet actually. Gwen needs more friends. Like, she's got me and Harry, and that's basically it since middle school. We keep telling her to put herself out there more, but she's always so busy with school and that internship. Something about that left Felicia dumbstruck. Gwen Stacy was smart, pretty, and a superhero, yet she only had 2 friends. That was 2 more than Felicia from a week ago, but still. So can you help me out? Felicia asked. I don't want to ask her directly and ruin the surprise. Oh yeah, totally. Hang on, I keep her size updated for her presents since she is so picky about fit. Let me just, okay, found it. I'm texting it to you. Thanks, sweetheart. I'll get something for you too so you don't feel lonely. Shut up. MJ chuckled. Just keep being friends with Gwen. Oh, I will. How could she not make friends with the hottest superhero on the news? As the call ended, Felicia's heart pounded with excitement. Just as her phone buzzed, she quickly looked at the measurements. All 7 perfect matches were in the margin of error. To be fair, a lot of women had the same measurements as Ghost Spider. But Felicia was almost certain about her discovery that Gwen Stacy was Ghost Spider. This is insane. Felicia locked her device with a grin. With this secret in hand, she was going to have a thrilling time teasing Dante. To keep Gwen's trust and cooperation, he would agree to any of her requests. Death and Silver Sable can wait. It's my time now. As she was about to march back into Smokey's, a limousine glided to a stop directly in front of her. Its black paint was so glossy it reflected the streetlights like a mirror, and its tinted windows concealed everything. Such a luxurious vehicle shouldn't be stopping outside a diner in this neighborhood. Is it here for Dante? The rear door opened right in front of her, and a middle-aged man stepped out. His broad figure was covered up by an expensive suit. White hair slicked back gave him a serious professional aura. He had rosy cheeks despite the winter chill. Her phone nearly slipped from her fingers. She knew that face since it had motivated her to dip her toes in every field. Everything she'd been doing these past years was for him. His face should have been gaunt and wasted by now, yet he was, looking as if he had gone back to his younger days. Dad. Walter Hardy nodded, yet there was no sign of happiness on his face. Hello, kitten. Felicia didn't think to question his reaction and threw herself into his arms, and for the first time in 8 years, her father wasn't in her memories. He was real. How? Her voice came out trembling, so she just pressed her face against his shoulder and let her emotions settle. How are you here? Did you meet Mom? Dad, she's been dying without you. She hasn't been the same ever since you left. It's a long story, Felicia, he whispered in her ears, but something about it felt off. We'll talk later. Get in. Okay. She cast one last look over her shoulder at Smokey's. Through the window, Dante's back and Gwen's frustrated look were fully visible. Have fun with your ghost spider. She slid into the passenger seat and frowned at the faint chemical smell lingering in the car. Must be his medicine. 39, Felicia, shattered. Random art. Felicia waited for her father to fill the silence with questions or perhaps stories about his time in prison. Walter Hardy had never been quiet. He'd been charming and talkative, otherwise, he wouldn't have stolen her mother's heart. Yet he refused to utter a single word as if he hadn't just reunited with his daughter after a long time. This silence felt wrong. Dad, how did you get out? She asked, studying his facial features. How did you find me? Someone helped me. 3 words without an elaboration. His eyes stayed fixed on the road ahead, never glancing at her. What do you mean someone? Your mother told you I died in a plane crash. He cut her off, something he had never done before. He had always been patient with his kitten. She wanted to protect you from the truth. Felicia's fist clenched. I know you're the Black Fox. I know you're the greatest cat burglar in history. Mom couldn't hide that forever. I trained in martial arts and tech. His hand stayed locked on the steering wheel. Yes. Dad, about your illness. It's gone, he said without a hint of relief such good news should carry. I won't be dying. Felicia trembled. ALS had no cure was what she had concluded after her intensive research. The disease was a death sentence. It had claimed Stephen Hawking and thousands of others. Now her father sat beside her, claiming he was magically cured. It felt like a dream. What treatment did you get? Someone helped me, he repeated the same 3 words in that same flat tone. Felicia couldn't help but feel like she wasn't talking to her father but a stranger. Perhaps it wasn't real but a dream. Stop being paranoid, Felicia. Cosmic entities existed. Mind-reading mutants existed. Magic was real. Alien parasites had crashed down to Earth. A masked university student had started swinging around New York. A cure to ALS felt mundane in comparison. It's good to be back, daughter. He glanced at her then, just for a second, and his eyes they were her father's eyes. Blue-gray, sharp, but the warmth and love behind them was completely absent. Welcome back, Dad. Her voice trembled despite her best efforts. I missed you so much. He must have gone through tough times in prison. Her buzzing phone took her attention away from the dissonance between the father from her memories and the father beside her. She pulled it out and smiled. Darling 3. Before she could answer, Walter pressed the phone back down into her lap. Later, he said. It's our time. Felicia forced a laugh. All right, Dad. Just let me send a quick text, or else she'll start worrying. Her relationship with Dante was complicated as hell. Better not to reveal it to her father before she sorted her heart out. Felicia, something came up. Emergency. I'll see you later. She sent the text without any pet names or affection, which would let him know how upset she was. Let him worry, just a little. Maybe then he'd realize she wasn't just some convenient sidekick he could dismiss whenever more important people needed his attention. Dad, where are we going? She tucked the phone back into her pocket. Shouldn't we meet Mom? First, we'll meet the man who saved me. Okay, who is he? He assumed silence again. It was starting to concern her. Her phone buzzed multiple times in a row. She pulled it out, trying to look annoyed even as her twitching lips resisted a smile. Why is this idiot being cute now? He always was, but he's extra cute today. One more message came through. Darling 3, if you don't reply in 10 minutes, I'll find you. Alright, darling. Find me and I'll give you my first kiss. She wanted to see if he cared enough to use his supernatural powers to track her down. Cared enough to waste his precious time. But realistically, he wouldn't. He had Death and the Queen, 2 women who actually meant something to him. He shouldn't waste time chasing after clingy, complicated Felicia Hardy. It's a lie. Darling 3, it's not a lie. She laughed at the timing. They were talking like they were beside each instead of miles away. We'll see, darling. We'll see. She locked the phone and tucked it away. For now, she would focus on her father and his mysterious savior, and what exactly happened for this complete shift in his demeanor. The ride continued in silence. Felicia tried 3 more times to start conversations about her university classes and her martial arts, but Walter answered with one word or not at all. By the time the limo finally stopped, Felicia had given up on finding anything. She looked out the window and her blood turned cold. Oscorp Tower, Norman Osborn's kingdom. Dad, why are we here? Her voice came out smaller than she'd intended. Norman Osborn saved me. Felicia's fists clenched so hard that her nails dug into her palm and made them bleed. For words had shattered what remained of her hope. Her father had become Norman's pawn like those symbiotes in the facility, which was the reason for this strange behavior. Walter's hand clamped her wrist before she could grab the door and escape. She pulled, twisted, and even tried the break-hold method, but nothing worked. He didn't budge. A man in his 50s shouldn't have this kind of strength, much less a man who spent years wasting away from ALS. The more she resisted, the more tighter his grip became. Her wrist bones creaked and then fractured. Arg, Dad, you're hurting me. His expression remained blank as he hauled her out of the limo and walked toward the building. She stumbled but followed. Resisting would only bring more pain. Involving innocence would be even worse since guns couldn't hurt symbiotes. Dad is gone. The pain in her wrist was nothing compared to her heart breaking piece by piece. Not fair. This isn't fucking fair. She had left her suit and all of her gadgets behind in her apartment, trusting Dante's ability to protect her. There was probably no safer place in the world than by the side of Death's boyfriend. Now she was defenseless, completely at the mercy of whatever Norman Osborn had planned for her. Even if she had brought her gadgets, what good would they do against symbiote hosts? She had seen footage of bullets just tickling these monsters. What chance did she have? There's still hope. Her free hand slipped into her jacket pocket and unlocked her phone. With the help of muscle memory and clear visualization, she could blindly use her smartphone. It was a skill she had developed for sticky situations. She selected Dante's conversation thread and slowly typed her message. Help, Oscorp, Norman, and sent with a quick press of her thumb. If he cares enough to come, I'll forgive him. No, I'll start being serious about him and everything. Walter took her into the elevator and headed for the top floor. The 67th floor elevator ride was suffocating and painful. Walter stood beside her like a mannequin, hands still restraining her like she was a prisoner. She had saved up so many words for this reunion and had so many expectations on how he would be proud of her skills. This nightmare was worse than never seeing him again. At least in death, he would have been free and let her hold memories of their sweet time together. The elevator chimed and opened its doors to a luxury corporate office. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcased a vast view of Manhattan, the city sprawling below to satisfy Norman's ego from looking down on everything. Modern art hung on the walls, some of these works that shouldn't be in private collections. The silver and gold accolades behind the glass panels alone would turn a poor man rich. Dressed in white designer suit, Norman Osborn sat behind a black marble desk, hands clasped, elbows resting on the surface. His smile was gentle, almost grandfatherly. Yet, everything about him made her skin crawl. Norman Osborn. Show some respect. His voice was pleasant and charming, unlike his words. You stand in the presence of the future sovereign of this world, Miss Hardy. Walter just stood there like a puppet awaiting commands. You know what the private prison system's greatest inefficiency is, Miss Hardy. Norman didn't wait for her to respond. Egomaniacs like him didn't ask questions, they sat high in their thrones and delivered monologues. Waste. Thousands of inmates consume resources while producing nothing of value. Even worse are the terminally ill prisoners who just bleed money and take up space. He slowly walked around the desk. I simply made things easier for them by buying a batch of these dying prisoners. I gave their meaningless life a purpose. And in return, they serve me. Felicia kept a calm face, even as the terrifying revelation started to dawn. Why are you telling me this? Your father was one of them, sweetheart. Norman's smile widened. I learned so much from your father. Your talent and your potential. He knew how blessed you were from birth. He knew you had the ability to reach his level or perhaps even surpass him. These words would have made her smile on any other occasion, but now, it only built dread in her. What the hell did you do to him? Norman circled behind her, and she had to resist the urge to turn to keep him in her line of sight. Your father has joined my symbiote kingdom, where everyone is devoted to sovereign. She looked at Walter with wide, desperate eyes. You fucker. Why? Why would you torture a dying man? Torture. Norman laughed like a maniac. I saved him. He won't be dying anymore. But every gift has its price. He'll serve me alongside his daughter. Both Hardys reunited with one purpose. I'd rather die, she said venomously before her lips curled into a grin. You should count your days too, Norman Osborn. Death will come for you eventually. She could die peacefully with the knowledge that Dante would ruin Norman. He would have killed him if those symbiotes weren't working with Norman. Once he took care of the symbiote problem, Norman would be the first to die at his hands. Death is what I defied to become sovereign. Norman's hand fell on her shoulder. I can't wait to see your strength after bonding with one of my children. Walter's body convulsed, and black tendrils erupted from his skin. They spread across him with horrifying speed and covered every inch in seconds. His face vanished beneath the pitch-black sludge, replaced by white eyes and a grin full of sharp teeth. He became just like those symbiote hosts protecting Norman's research facility. Father, it's me, Felicia, your kitten, remember? You used to call me your little cat. Her words didn't awaken a flicker of recognition in those empty white eyes. The symbiote Walter grabbed both her wrists. She kicked at his shin and tried to stomp on his feet. He was like concrete. Dante wasn't underselling the symbiote's durability. She tried to twist free, but she couldn't overpower him. "Father, please," she screamed. "Snap out of it. Fight him. I know you're in there somewhere. Resist it for me and Mom." Norman walked to his desk and pulled a containment cylinder from a drawer. A symbiote writhed and pressed against the glass, as if it knew Felicia was there. It wanted her. "Just kill me, coward." Norman chuckled and tossed the cylinder to Walter, who caught it with his tongue. The glass shattered, and the symbiote lunged. Coldness wrapped around her in an instant. The symbiote felt like living ice as it slithered across her skin before burrowing into her pores. Walter finally let go of his grip, and she immediately tried to yank the symbiote from invading her. "Get off me!" Her voice died as the symbiote mask covered her face. She couldn't remove it. "You'll be glad that you stood on my side." Norman's voice echoed directly in her mind, conveyed by the symbiote itself. The last thing Felicia felt before the darkness took her completely was nothing. Whatever Norman had done eroded her heart. 40. In pursuit. Random art. Help. Oscorp. Norman. Dante squeezed the phone in his hands until the plastic creaked under pressure. Why is she asking for help now? Felicia knew her limits. She had made an entire career by understanding the risk-reward ratios and sensing danger the way sharks sense blood in water. Then why did she go against his warning? She was a professional burglar, not a child to do something suicidal under the influence of petty emotions. Norman Osborn had gotten to her somehow. She wouldn't have fallen for his coercion since Dante was just a few steps away. The billionaire psychopath had either used Walter Hardy or her mother, only two people who could force Felicia to bend. It didn't matter anyway. He had to get there. However, he couldn't storm in there as Dante, mercenary and second in command of Wild Pack. All of their plans would be for nothing if Sable lost the defense contract. "I need a mask." But just as he started thinking about his options, black smoke covered his vision like ink bleeding through clear water. It vanished before he could touch it. He caught his reflection in his phone's darkened screen and froze. What the hell? His face had become a skull. An actual skull wreathed in ghostly blue flames. Two blue flames burned deep within those hollow sockets as a replacement for his eyes. It was beautiful yet terrifying, like gazing into the abyss and finding it staring back fondly like a lover. "No one will recognize you like this." Death's soft voice reached him. "Just because I don't usually intervene doesn't mean I won't support my companion." "Death, you're back." Her presence made him more relieved than he'd have expected. Despite not getting much help from her, he had come to rely on her as an emotional anchor. Nothing would go wrong with such a powerful entity by his side. "I never left." She materialized beside him with the same skull surrounded in blue flames. They looked like lovers dressed for a ball in a horror movie or for a Halloween party. "Time is precious if you want to save Felicia." "Thanks. I'm going." With the identity problem solved, he triggered Sue Storm's resonance link. Nothing changed physically, but mentally, everything shifted. A force field that didn't exist before suddenly could be felt, produced by his own cells. He extended his will outward, imagining a bubble wrapping around his body. Dante watched his hands fade from sight, then his arms, his torso, and then everything. His flesh was still there, but the force field had curved photons around him, rendering him invisible. Perfect. He rushed down the stairs like a maniac and arrived by the Suzuki V-Strom. He laid his invisible palm along the frame and concentrated. Light began to divert smoothly around the metal beneath his hand. Layer by layer, he stripped the bike from the visible spectrum. Invisibility meant nothing if witnesses saw a driverless motorcycle screaming through Manhattan traffic. Dante grinned behind his skull face and revved the engine. The sound remained audible, but that couldn't be helped. He could have gone for a soundproof force field to muffle the engine noise, but that would be an unnecessary drain of his focus. He needed mental resources for whatever hell awaited him at Oscorp Tower. He kicked off and wove through traffic. Pedestrians and drivers were confused, despite the fact they could hear him. Felicia's location on his phone shifted. She was moving away from Oscorp Tower. He wasn't sure whether to be relieved about her movement or concerned that Norman had already turned her into one of his own. He accelerated hard. Following no traffic laws meant speed. He cut through intersections against lights and mounted sidewalks when necessary. Whatever vehicle Felicia was in couldn't match this kind of reckless driving. His bike caught up within minutes. The tracking pin led him to a street on 5th Avenue, quite busy at this hour. He scanned every vehicle through windows for that distinctive platinum blonde hair. Every vehicle seemed clear in the radius except one. A luxurious limousine, sleek and black with privacy-tinted windows. Suspiciously, the tracking pin moved whenever the limo moved. Every turn and every lane change moved the pin perfectly. Another doubt arose when he noticed that the limousine seemed to be heading toward the first research facility. It has to be it. He followed the limo to a red light and dismounted the invisible motorcycle on the side. He jumped over cars in the traffic, leaving quite a few people wiping the lens of their spectacles. His hand reached for the rear door handle, and he ripped it clean. Now wasn't the time for subtlety. He didn't care if Felicia was acting according to some plan of her own. The moment she had stopped sharing information meant he could take whatever action necessary as her ally and as a friend. I'm getting this. A teenager held his phone up with shaking hands. This is insane. It's a ghost. It's gotta be a ghost. Ghosts aren't real, you idiot. Then what the hell is that? His freakish strength left a gaping hole in the limo's interior. And there she was in the passenger seat. Beside her sat a man in late 50s, white hair, and a strong build. Dante recognized him instantly from the photos Felicia had shown him. Walter Hardy, her father, the master thief she idolized. That explained why she had left without a word. But something was wrong. Neither of them reacted to the door being torn off. Not even a hint of surprise or shock. Both silently gazed at the floating car door. Their expressions were blank, like someone had taken away their emotions. Norman got them both. Around them, the street erupted into chaos. People ran screaming. A few just stood frozen. Others pulled out phones for the free social media content. Dante hurled the car door away and ripped the steering wheel out of the car. They couldn't escape now even if they wanted to. He released his invisibility. Blue flames blazed brightly as his skull-faced form materialized out of thin air like a demon summoned from a nightmare. The screaming intensified immediately. What the fuck? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Run. Everybody run. Mom, I'm scared. A child's voice was barely heard in the chaos. The mother pressed her daughter's face against her coat and ran away in the opposite direction. An elderly man made the sign of the cross with trembling hands. Dios mo. Are you getting this? One man kept filming despite backing away. This is, I don't even know what this is. It's the end times. The apocalypse. Felicia should have recognized him even with the flaming skull. The black biker jacket, the jeans, and his posture. She was too sharp-eyed to miss such details. But her eyes stayed lifeless. Get out. Both of them stepped out without surprise and without hesitation. Walter immediately grabbed Dante's throat and lifted him off the ground easily. Who are you? What do you want? Dante pumped solar radiation through his body, feeling that undeniable surge of power. He reached up and pried Walter Hardy's fingers from his throat. The older man stepped back, his face twisting as he roared at the sky. Black tentacles exploded from his body, writhing and twisting and covering him in that familiar symbiote suit. Fuck off. I'm not wasting time with you. With just a thought, he made null shift the resonance link to death. The world shifted. Every edge in his vision became sharper, and he could suddenly feel every heartbeat and death of millions of cells happening around him. So much information that he felt overwhelmed. He had to consciously shut out those extra senses before they drove him mad. The more he synced with death, the deeper he felt how the universe inevitably marched toward entropy. Walter Hardy threw a punch that ripped the air. The strength he exerted could have trashed a car with ease. Dante caught it casually, and the impact dissipated like a fist meeting a pillow. Walter Hardy's symbiote form matched or even surpassed Dante's 5 times solar amplification in his non-resonant state. The level of strength could tear cars apart, punch through concrete walls, and utterly wreck the rookie superhero Ghost Spider. Against Death's resonance, however, it was a joke. The symbiote's black matter rippled as Walter let out a screech. It instinctively felt the massive threat to its very existence, and it wanted to run. Felicia screeched as well, her mouth opening impossibly wide. Her body twisted, and black matter erupted from her skin. The transformation was different from her father's. Where Walter's symbiote form was bulky and very reminiscent of Venom, Felicia's symbiote suit recreated a twisted version of Black Cat suit. Her signature domino mask framed around eyes with black sclera, making her cyan-green eyes glow. The symbiote had even replicated the white fur trim flowing from her elbows. Her neckline plunged dramatically, with the symbiote forming an intricate web-like pattern across her exposed chest, leaving her midriff partially visible. Everything accentuated rather than obscuring her natural grace. Check paragraph comment for image. That's actually kind of hot. A male voice said from behind Dante. I would smash. His friend smacked him in the face. Dude, not the time. You won't smash. His friend cleared his throat. Who wouldn't? Meanwhile, Felicia hissed at Dante, showing off her brand new claws. Just when he thought she would put up a struggling fight, she pointed her right claw to the traffic pole. Tendrils shot from her wrists and latched onto the pole before pulling her. She was planning to escape using Ghost Spider's swinging techniques. Felicia Hardy would never make such an inelegant exit. This was the symbiote acting on primal fear, recognizing the threat and choosing flight over fight. Dante grabbed the symbiote covering Walter Hardy and yanked. It came off like peeling tape from skin. The black matter stretched and finally separated with a wet, squelching sound. The symbiote whimpered, expressing its complete submission since it knew resistance was futile against the power of death. Walter Hardy collapsed the moment the symbiote released him. Dante caught him gently, lowered him into the limo's back seat. The man's face was pale and his skin almost translucent. He could feel life slipping away from him like water through cupped hands. A day or perhaps less. He stuffed the symbiote in his pocket. There was no time to worry over Walter. Saving Felicia was a race against the time limit on Death's resonance. Death's aura exploded around him like a shockwave, and he pushed his speed to the limit, leaving a blue flaming trail in his wake. He felt unstoppable like a god walking among mortals. The crowd stared in stunned silence. Then everyone started talking at once. Did that just happen? I got it all on video. Someone check on that old guy in the limo. Should we call the police? What do we even tell them? Hello officer, I just saw a burning skeleton man fight 2 alien monsters on 5th Avenue. Yeah, that'll go over well. This is going to be everywhere in like 10 minutes. Ghost Spider isn't the only superhuman in New York anymore. Is that supposed to make me feel better? I don't feel safe anymore. Dante could still hear the whispers. I'm definitely becoming JJJ's next target. He had made the right choice in hiding his identity, though, it wouldn't work with S.H.I.E.L.D. It should still take some pressure off Gwen and let her be the morally right superhero. Felicia wasn't as fast as Ghost Spider. He caught sight of her black figure on a rooftop. She didn't look back and leaped again. He kicked the ground and jumped. The street cratered slightly beneath the force as he sailed 3 stories straight up. Felicia screeched and accelerated, abandoning all technique for raw speed like a prey fleeing a predator in the wild. She burst through an apartment window. Screams erupted from the apartment. What, that's not human. Call 911. Lock the door. Arg, where's the baseball bat? Then from another apartment as she crashed through a shared wall. Jesus Christ. Mommy, what's that? Don't look, sweetie. Get in the bathroom, now. Felicia spread terror from one house to another. He followed her from the rooftop, noticing that he was back in his neighborhood. Is she going to my place? Well, his hunch turned out to be correct when she charged into his apartment building and burst through his door. She dove behind his couch and cowered there like it would somehow keep her safe. Even controlled by a terrified symbiote, even reduced to base instinct, some part of her understood that Dante would be here to protect her. Felicia Hardy had recognized his side as the safest place in the world, and that he would protect her from harm just like how he helped her avoid death once. Her unconscious choice tugged at something in his chest. Guilt or perhaps regret. He couldn't help her when she was alone and scared, when her own father had betrayed her and let Norman transform her, when she was most defenseless. Suppressing his presence to the level of a mortal, he crouched before her and patted her head. Look at me. Those black sclera should be scary, yet at this moment, they seemed like the eyes of a pleading kitten. She wasn't terrified but relieved as if she had recognized him. Then she threw herself in his arms and gurgled incomprehensible sounds. Even with the understanding from Death's resonance, he couldn't translate those sounds. Is she complaining to me about myself? Symbiotes weren't born vile. The Clintar race, the symbiote's true name, had originally been a noble and empathetic race, dedicated to forming mutualistic partnerships with worthy hosts to raise them as heroes. In their natural state, they valued harmony, connection, and protecting the universe from bigger threats. What had twisted them into violence was their hosts. A symbiote's personality was shaped by the mind and behavior of its first host, especially these poor creatures who weren't even born naturally but forced to mutate through torture and agony. They had known nothing but pain from their first moments of awareness. Even so, Felicia had managed to make her bonded symbiote more humane. The tendrils on her suit suddenly became active. He felt a sharp pain in his gut. Felicia looked up with terrified eyes, but her claws acted against her will and ripped another hole in his stomach. She roared and slashed at his chest. Every injury was healed before she created another. He grabbed her claws and narrowed his eyes. Past the terrified symbiote's eyes, he felt the connection. A mental link was passing through walls, connecting directly the symbiote to Norman's mind. Norman Osborn, count your days. Death is coming for you. 41. The Scared Monster. Random Art. Oscorp Tower, top floor. Norman Osborn rose from his leather executive chair so abruptly that it rolled backward and crashed into the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him. His breath came in short, uneven gasps. A single droplet of sweat traced down his temple, following the contours of his face before disappearing into his collar. His trembling hand fumbled for the silk handkerchief in his breast pocket. It came away damp when he wiped his forehead. That man. He felt terror like a child knowing inevitable punishment for a mishap. He'd felt like this before in the White Chamber deep in the first research facility, where he had kept the symbiotes bought from the government space expedition, where ambition had nearly killed him. The goblin serum had burned through his veins that day and torn him from the inside. His heart had stopped. For over 20 seconds, Norman Osborn had been clinically dead. Only the symbiote bond had saved him, the specimen he'd kept in reserve as the failsafe nobody else knew about. The symbiote had mutated under the influence of goblin serum and his ruthless ambitions. Something unprecedented was born that day. Sovereign. The first truly evolved symbiote. Not just stronger or faster, but fundamentally different from every symbiote. Norman could separate it from himself at will, send it across the city while maintaining perfect control. He could possess his other symbiotes like puppets, see through their eyes, and even absorb their hosts' memories. He had essentially created a hive mind with himself as the supreme consciousness. A king of symbiotes, soon to be the king of the world. Except he had underestimated his opposition. He didn't know that New York was home to a monster that was even more terrifying than he was. Handling Ghost Spider, that little girl, was easy. But the man who had stared through Felicia Hardy's eyes. He sat in silence for several minutes. Slowly, the terror faded and his rationality returned. Norman slammed his fist down on the mahogany desk. The entire surface exploded with a sound like a gunshot. Pens scattered in the office. His laptop crashed to the floor. The antique globe was flung to the elevator. "I'm the sovereign," he growled, standing again with renewed energy, with the arrogance that had built an empire of symbiotes. "I don't bow to anyone." He was Norman Osborn, not some cowering child afraid of the dark. Besides, the king didn't fight on the front lines. Kings used his generals, his armies, and his resources. That skull-faced man couldn't possibly comprehend the extent of his reach. The symbiote had enhanced the old thief Walter's natural talents, his speed, reflexes, and the uncanny ability to slip through defenses which had made him a legend. But Walter was merely a piece on the board. Norman had two even stronger symbiotes, the former Marine who snapped when Law failed to bring justice to his dead family and the marksman offered to him by S.H.I.E.L.D. And Ghost Spider would soon join the list once he found her identity and used her family or someone innocent to lure her. He pulled his phone out of his pocket. His finger didn't shake when he pressed the contact. "Retrieve Walter Hardy. Immediately." The voice on the other end responded without hesitation. "Understood." The man with the flaming skull was too far away to stop him from securing Walter. The old thief was still a valuable specimen. Norman's eyes narrowed as another thought occurred to him. Why did he come for Felicia? Does she know him, or is he out to hunt symbiotes? He should have read Felicia's memories the moment he had bonded her to the symbiote, except he hadn't believed she carried any valuable information. Now, he couldn't since the connection had been severed completely. The mental image of that skull surfaced again, of those blue flames flickering in hollow sockets. He forced the image away through sheer willpower. No matter. She's one symbiote. I have hundreds to replace her. Norman walked to the window and gazed out at Manhattan with a smile. Somewhere out there, his specimens were spreading through the underworld, being bonded to dangerous criminals and vicious murderers. Soon, he'd control them all in the palm of his hand. New York would crown him king whether it wanted to or not. A skull-faced anomaly wouldn't stop him. Count your days. Death is coming for you. Norman pushed the memory down, burying it deep within. He was Norman Osborn. He'd cheated death once already. He could do it again. 42, broken but bound. Random art. The overhead light buzzed faintly, casting harsh shadows across the living room. Outside, sirens wailed. Police, fire, ambulance, all converging on the destruction they had left behind. The city's emergency response to those viral videos were probably already spreading across social media. The world had watched him fight symbiotes as a variation of Ghost Rider. By morning, every news outlet on the planet would be trying to explain what couldn't be explained. But right now, none of that mattered. Felicia knelt on the floor, still wrapped in the black symbiote version of Black Cat's suit. Her lips trembled, not from cold, but from fear or perhaps guilt of attacking him under Norman's control. The symbiote was still in control. "Come to me." The symbiote shuddered. The entire suit rippled, and Felicia gasped as it began to peel away. Black tendrils withdrew from her skin with wet, squelching sounds. The symbiote flowed toward him like a slime, wrapping obediently around his forearm. He stuffed it into his left pocket, feeling it squirm before going still. Walter Hardy's symbiote already occupied his right pocket. Both symbiotes had submitted to him, shrinking to a size that could easily fit into his pocket. Felicia's body went slack the instant the symbiote bond broke. He reached out and caught her before she could crack her skull on the floor. Her weight settled against him like she was a puddle, completely drained of energy. Her sweat-damp hair clung to his neck. The frantic hammering of her heart against his chest was the sweetest sound he'd heard all night. Her breath came shallow, uneven, but it was there. He'd reached her in time. He adjusted his grip, guiding her toward the couch until she slumped against the cushions. That's when it registered her state. Shit. Her clothes. Her black turtleneck hung in tatters, exposing skin that should have stayed covered. Her jeans fared slightly better but sported holes in various places. After what they had been through in the past hour, he wasn't even in the mood to be aroused. He shrugged off his biker jacket and draped it over her shoulders, zipping it to cover her. She looks terrible. Her skin had taken on an unhealthy pale beneath a sheen of perspiration. Her lips, usually so expressive and playful, were dry and colorless. The symbiote hadn't just drained her physically but also mentally. He retrieved a glass of water from the kitchen and tilted her head back to make her drink. Her eyelids fluttered but didn't open. Her breathing reached a slow and even rhythm. He saw her lips move anxiously. Dante settled beside her. Felicia shifted slightly, her head tilting until it rested against his shoulder. The movement was too coincidental to be unconscious. "Can you stop acting?" One of her eyelids twitched, a tiny movement she suppressed instantly. But Dante wouldn't have missed it at such a close distance. She knew she had messed up everything and disappointed probably the only friend she had who was helping her, not actively trying to use her for something. So she was doing what people did best when cornered, pretending the problem didn't exist until it went away. Or maybe she needed this quiet moment to piece herself back together. He flicked her forehead on the same spot he had targeted before, his go-to punishment for when the mischievous cat got too clever for her own good. Ow. Felicia's eyes flew open, immediately narrowing into a glare. She would have been a tad bit intimidating if she didn't look so miserable and exhausted. Ruthless. That's what you are. And to your favorite lady, no less. My favorite lady wouldn't fake unconsciousness to dodge a conversation. I wasn't faking. Her gaze slid away from his, landing somewhere over his shoulder. Anywhere but the blue flames burning in his eyes. I was calming my heart. Very important for trauma prevention, I read it somewhere. A smile tugged at his mouth. Coward. Can you blame me? Her voice came out smaller than before, stripped of its usual playfulness. I screwed everything, and now they know your powers. I acted like an idiot. Yeah, you did. She flinched like he had just slapped her. Darling, this is the part where you comfort me, whisper sweet reassurances that everything will be fine. No, then what? Will you lecture me? The laugh that followed felt too forced. Or hit me with the, I'm disappointed, speech. I'm not your mom for fuck's sake. So you aren't disappointed. Uncertainty flickered across her face, then her playful mask returned with a smirk. Here I was mentally preparing myself for an hour-long session on trust and poor life choices. Again, she used her armor as a shield to hide her worries. He shook his head. Norman used your father. Not entirely your fault. That left her silent for a long moment. She stared at him, searching his face, or what passed for his face under the skull flames. I can't tell if you're lying or telling the truth under that thing. What do you think? Be more ruthless. Her hands, still trembling slightly from symbiote withdrawal, grabbed his arm and pulled it against her chest where her heart still beat like a drum. Otherwise I'll keep thinking I can get away with anything around you that you'll always save my damsel ass. Let's talk about it after I've settled things with Sylvvaja. He was unable to stop himself from sighing. He wouldn't have gone insane with worries for just a friend. She wouldn't be so vulnerable and seek comfort if he was just a friend. There was no avoiding that both of them had something for each other. Better to address it honestly like adults before things get out of hand. Felicia, aren't you forgetting someone? She went rigid, her grip on his arm turning almost painful. Then she pulled away entirely, wrapping her arms around herself like she could physically hold herself from falling apart. Can we, not, just for a minute? Walter's transformation had left a deep scar on her that would need a long time to heal. Felicia, I know we have to. I know. She still wouldn't look at him. It's just, did you see him, what he became? I did. He didn't recognize me. I called him dad, like I used to, and he just stared. Like his door didn't exist. Dante settled a hand on her shoulder, applying gentle pressure to tug her against his side. She resisted for half a second before giving in, letting herself lean into him, accepting the comfort she'd been too proud to ask for. That wasn't him. Norman was controlling him. She turned to look at him fully, and her eyes were wet. Tears clung to her lashes before spilling over. Felicia could endure everything except someone harming her family. Norman hadn't just harmed her precious father, he had desecrated their relationship, and that broke her. I know that. But what if he chose this? She whispered, baring her heart completely. Desperate people take desperate actions. What if he sold out for a fresh start? The fear of being abandoned by her father, whose presence had been responsible for shaping her life. Felicia would be a completely different person without Walter Hardy's imprisonment. Dante rubbed her head and took out both symbiotes, letting one curl around his hand and the other around his forearm. Walter's bonded symbiote trembled with fear and Felicia's symbiote convulsed with shame. Why don't we ask your dad if he betrayed you or not? Felicia's eyes went wide. You got dad's symbiote. Yup. She blinked like someone waking from dreams. Then she elbowed his ribs, though the impact was so weak he barely felt it. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Was it fun watching little Felicia break down in tears? A chuckle escaped him. Are we going or not? Of course we are. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, and just like that, her cheekiness returned. Give me a second. Felicia took a breath and let it out slowly before using the couch as a support to stand. She flashed a triumphant grin when she was almost straight. Then her trembling knees buckled. With a whimper, she pushed herself through sheer stubborn pride, refusing to admit defeat even when defeat was obvious. Just wait. He swept her into his arms before she could protest. One arm slid beneath her knees, the other supporting her back. The classic Princess Carrie. She yelped in surprise, then she settled against his chest with her arms looping around his neck. Darling, can you stop being so stubborn? He glared down at her, as much as his flaming skull could glare. You could have avoided this if you just told me about your father. I was right there. Her stubbornness was endearing but also infuriating. He had to set things straight, or today's disaster would repeat itself tomorrow. Felicia had gotten so used to being a lone wolf that she didn't even consider asking for help until it was too late. She didn't have to anymore because she had people willing to help her. He was there. Sylvvaja had set aside their personal grievances with Felicia's flirtatiousness to help her. Death had helped him because she didn't hate Felicia, otherwise, they wouldn't have hugged that night. Felicia had more than just her parents. I texted you, after you were already there. He would have flicked her forehead if his hands weren't being used to hold her. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Darling, you will thank Sylvvaja and Death later. I couldn't have made it without them. The website tracking Felicia's location had SHIELD written all over it. Sylvvaja wouldn't have paid a small price to get them involved. Felicia wasn't remotely apologetic. Instead, her smile widened mischievously. Okay, I'll fall on my knees and express my gratitude to Her Royal Highness and Almighty Death herself. What's so funny about this? He groaned. I'm being serious, you know. Because you're so cute. She squeezed his neck tighter, peering up through platinum blonde bangs for maximum cuteness effect. Darling, this would be a perfect moment for a kiss. Very romantic and cinematic, except you still look like a corpse. That really kills the mood. What if it's my true form? She widened her eyes. Don't you lie to me. I'm not getting freaky with a skeleton. Call me old-fashioned or whatever, but I prefer my first boyfriend to have skin. Guess you're out of luck. No. 43, armed and dangerous. Author's note, no chappy tomorrow. Really don't want to burn out with writing too much. Random art. Dante shifted resonances. The connection to death faded, replaced by Sue Storm's power. The light bent around them, rendering them invisible. They could still see each other perfectly, which meant he had perfect visibility of that terrible, up-to-no-good grin spreading across Felicia's face. Do you have any idea what we could do with this? Her voice was pure mischief and adventurous. The possibilities are endless. We could rob banks in broad daylight, walk right past security at the Met Gala and sneak into forbidden places. Felicia. I'm just saying. That delightful grin didn't fade one bit. Think about it. We could make out in the middle of Times Square with thousands of people and no one would know. How thrilling would that be? His mind conjured the scene with an unbelievable level of detail. Felicia pressed against a wall, their mouths pressed together to muffle her seductive moans as crowds passed within feet of them. You just imagined it. She poked his cheek. Don't try to lie. It took every ounce of self-control to maintain a neutral expression. Isn't that what you wanted? We can turn that fantasy into reality. She drew closer until her lips brushed his ear, or what had become of them after death's given mask. You just have to ask. Let me ask your dad's permission first. Dante moved out of the apartment. His place wasn't suitable for living without a complete renovation. All of his shopping with death became meaningless after Felicia's rampage under symbiote control. My 15 grand. They walked through the streets, heading towards where he had left Walter. Felicia observed the destruction she had caused. I can't use my black cat suit now. I used so much time to design it. Time for a new suit, he said with a shrug. Soon, everyone will know you did this. She opened her mouth, probably to make light of the situation. Then she seemed to reconsider. She looked at him for another long beat. I'm gonna miss going to ESU. Her decision to be open and honest made him smile. Do you trust me? More than I trust myself. She chuckled. Probably sounds ridiculous, but it's true. He could only nod in the face of such heavy trust. At this moment, Felicia might have become a woman worth fighting death for, just like Sylvvaja. Darling, can we go faster? He gave her a fish-eyed stare. I wish I could. Powerful death's resonance had extracted its price in significant energy, but he'd been forced to maintain it back in the apartment to guard against another potential sneak attack. So he had to maintain this tedious walking pace. It took them 20 minutes to arrive at their destination. The street now looked like a disaster zone. Police cruisers formed a perimeter around a black limousine, their emergency lights overlapping red and blue that hurt to look at directly. Yellow police tape had secured off a wider area. Officers stood at intervals, physically restraining the news reporters desperate for footage. They had to hold back the passionate journalists as well as the curious crowd. Felicia's arms tightened slightly around Dante's neck. Hey, Gwen's there. His attention snapped to Ghost Spider, who was casually watching everything stuck to a building. Only after that he processed what Felicia had just said. That's Ghost Spider. I know what I said. You called her. Felicia's fingers pinched the side of his neck. I matched Gwen's proportions with Ghost Spider. That's how I figured it out. That smug, boastful smirk was classic Felicia. She wasn't standing idly during his negotiation with Gwen, she was figuring out Ghost Spider's identity. And she succeeded. You make it sound so easy. It was easy, she whispered. Darling, she's got a delicious figure. I know. Humph, what's with that disappointing reaction? She snorted. Seriously, what do we do now? He dropped the invisibility. The effect was immediate and thunderous. He is back. Someone screamed in panic. People stumbled backward over each other in their haste to create distance from him. Several people simply dropped their phones, hands too nerveless to maintain grip. A few ran outright, sprinting away without looking back. The police whirled toward him as a squad. Within seconds, he was alone in the 100-meter radius, held at the business end of a dozen service weapons. The officers exchanged nervous glances, maintaining their positions through sheer professional discipline. They had all witnessed footage of what he was capable of achieving. Felicia glanced at those barrels before nesting closer to his face. The appearance that terrified everyone else made him safer. She had complete trust that he wouldn't let anything happen to her. Darling, you sure know how to stand out. He tilted his head, the blue flame surrounding his skull flickering menacingly. After glancing at the quiet Ghost Spider who seemed to have recognized both him and Felicia, he walked forward with unhurried steps. The police formed a tighter defensive cluster around the limousine, weapons raised, though he could see some hands visibly shaking. One officer fired a warning shot that kicked up the asphalt at his feet. Stay right there. Dante stopped walking. You crazy bastards are pointing firearms at a civilian. He was, of course, referring to the young, fragile lady in his arms. Felicia Hardy, the victim of today's tragedy, where a demon possessed her and her father, and a mysterious skullhead appeared to help them. They had to work with this story if Felicia wanted to keep continuing her normal life. Everybody stand down. A roar came from the very back of officers. The guns dropped slowly, reluctantly, though eyes remained wary and several hands stayed close to holsters. No one looked comfortable. A man in a worn suit jacket walked out. His tie was loosened, and his face had the weariness of someone who'd seen too much for too long. Captain George Stacy, father of Ghost Spider, though the man wasn't yet aware of his daughter's second identity. A webline zipped down from above with the distinctive sound, and Ghost Spider landed between them. Don't, Ghost Spider. Dante cut her off before she revealed anything. He approached steadily, closing the distance until only a few feet separated them. She is fine now. Take care of her. Felicia shot him a look of utter betrayal, but didn't actually resist as she was transferred to Ghost Spider's uncertain grip. Gwen adjusted her hold awkwardly, arms coming up under Felicia's knees and back. Her superhuman strength made the weight trivial, but the positioning was all uncomfortable. Ahem. Gwen cleared her throat. Captain Stacy, I'll leave her in your care. She needs medical attention. Captain Stacy stepped forward while keeping his eyes on Dante. He directed Ghost Spider to let Gwen rest in the car until medical services reached them. Ghost Spider, Captain Stacy said. Who is this man? He's a fellow superhero. Gwen's voice carried respect even against her wishes. His superhero name is none. Dante snorted and turned his attention to the limousine, noting the empty interior through the open doors. Walter wasn't there. Where is the old man I left in this car? Captain Stacy's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. He wasn't here when we arrived at the scene. Multiple witnesses reported two men with dark clothing and baseball caps arrived in a vehicle with no license plates and took him. He clenched his fists. Norman wouldn't harm Walter. The legendary burglar still had use for him as a valuable asset. But Norman would put him under symbiote control again. When did it happen? About 40 minutes ago. About the same time he sent a warning to Norman since he had spent about 20 minutes comforting Felicia and 20 minutes arriving here. Norman had known Walter would be unguarded at that time and decisively made his move. Dad, Felicia's whisper came from Captain Stacy's patrol car. The brief reunion with Walter had been her only moment with her father in years. And now he was gone again, taken before she could even say goodbye properly. How incompetent, Dante said, letting scorn drip from every word. The act had to be maintained so nobody connected him to Dante, the honest mercenary working under Sylvvaja. Officer, I stole a motorcycle to pursue them. You'll find it over there. See that it's returned to its owner with my apologies for the unauthorized use. After making sure nobody connected him to Pyotr's motorcycle either, he turned away dismissively. Wait. Captain Stacy called out, taking one step forward before stopping himself. We need a statement. You're a witness to multiple felonies. There are procedures. Dante had already disappeared before Captain Stacy could finish. He really wanted to go out with the arrogant, slow walk, like he was an entity who shouldn't be questioned or detained. Not unless they wanted to lose their lives. But he had to settle with the magical disappearance to save some respect for Gwen's father. He stuck around in his invisible form to make sure Norman didn't try anything with Felicia. Captain Stacy looked frustrated, and Ghost Spider tried to offer explanations to console him, but she provided no important information. I don't have to do it myself. He approached Ghost Spider from behind. She quickly turned to the muffled steps, and those teardrop-like lenses narrowed in suspicion. Who? Shoo, follow me. She recognized the whispering voice and followed his footsteps with her sharp hearing even in this rowdy environment. They soon arrived at a clear area. What do you want? Protect Felicia, he said. The symbiotes might come for her again. I can't babysit her all day. She crossed her arms, throwing a fit after what he did to her father. I also have a life, you know. Send her to Sable International after this. Make sure nobody knows about this, okay? Although it might reveal Felicia's link to Sylvvaja, he couldn't afford to risk letting Felicia be alone in her apartment. She would become too easy of a target for Norman. She is your girlfriend. You're more capable of doing it yourself. Dante smirked, which couldn't be reflected on his skull face. Did you forget that day on the island? She flinched, recalling that she owed him a favor. He had spared the Maggia leader. You're so mean, she groaned. I do this for you, and we are even. Yup. I'll do it. Gwen turned around before looking over her shoulder. Thanks for not killing anyone here. I don't kill my people. He jumped on a SUV heading in the direction of Sable International. The symbiotes came out of his clothes and wriggled around his shoulder, one on each shoulder. Despite deactivating Death's resonance, the two obediently stayed with him without trying to possess him. They might be useful for Sylvvaja and Felicia. Speaking of Sylvvaja, she would be gritting her teeth while watching him on the news. Even though he was protecting her contract, he had completely shut her down before she could offer her help. The buzzing made him check his phone. It was a cute cat emoji from Felicia, who had already recovered her phone from the site. The 3 dots came and went, making him wonder if she was writing a whole essay. Felicia, thanks. Felicia, for coming. Felicia, I'm blessed to have such a caring darling. Felicia could openly talk about sex, but such simple words needed her to hide behind her screen. Angering Sylvvaja was completely worth it for Felicia. There was just nobody who could match Felicia's chaotic and sometimes honest energy. "Felicia, my ambulance is here. I'll talk to you later." Dante, alright. He hitched a ride from one car to another and arrived at his destination. He didn't even undid his invisibility when he saw Anna. Taking the elevator to the second floor, he entered Sylvvaja's apartment and collapsed on her bed. He sent a quick text to inform Sylvvaja about his current location before covering himself under a blanket. Wrapped in Sylvvaja's scent, his consciousness drifted to the dreamland. 44. Emma Frost and Manipulation. Random art. Steam rose from the swimming pool's surface, catching the late afternoon light that filtered through the glass ceiling panels. Emma Frost floated on an oversized inflatable tube, arms sprawled out in pure leisure. The swimsuit she wore was white as fresh snow, cut high on the hips, plunging at the neckline. It walked a fine line between sophisticated and scandalous. Oversized sunglasses shielded her eyes, and her blonde hair fanned out in the water behind her, creating an almost angelic halo effect deeply ironic considering the woman it surrounded. She held a crystal glass filled with pink cocktail, garnished with fresh strawberries and a tiny paper umbrella. She looked like she belonged on a yacht in Monaco, not in a private pool in the middle of Manhattan's winter. But then again, Emma Frost had never been one to let something as pedestrian as nature dictate her joy and comfort. The reason for this tropical warmth sat cross-legged at the pool's edge. A young woman with long vibrant red hair, who had her eyes closed in concentration. Her pale skin seemed to glow faintly, the air around her shimmering with heat distortion. That was microwave radiation pouring from her in waves, which warmed not just the water but the entire space, turning the area into Emma's paradise. Emma took a leisurely sip of her cocktail, savoring the sweet tart flavor, while adjusting her sunglasses with one finger. While Charles Xavier sat comfortably in his mansion with Cerebro doing the work for him, Emma had scoured every square inch of the planet, used all the wealth and resources she'd accumulated over the years, followed every lead, checked under every rock in search for any mutant who showed even the most remote manifestation of mutant power. When she found them one student at a time, she rearranged their brain engrams to make them undetectable. Because she had more to offer than Charles Xavier and his naive idealism, more than Eric Lane Scher and his superiority complex, she offered them something infinitely more valuable: survival, power, and most importantly, a teacher who understood that the world was not kind, would never be kind, and that pretending otherwise was the fastest path to the graveyard. Angelica Jones, codename Firestar, was one of the few mutants Emma had found before Xavier's machine could locate their location. The girl had tremendous potential. With proper training and motivation, the young redhead could assassinate even Selene, the ancient mutant sorceress who called herself the Moon Goddess. Of course, Angelica didn't need to know that yet. Emma's lips curved into a satisfied smile behind her sunglasses. "This is nice. Am I doing it right, Ms. Frost?" The girl's voice carried that eager, uncertain quality of youth. So desperate to please, so terrified of disappointing her savior. "Yeah, of course, darling. You've gotten so much better." Her voice dripped with warmth and affection, only reserved for the handful of mutant children raised by herself. Some moments of levity are necessary in life. Wouldn't you agree, Angelica? Angela's face lit up with pure joy at the praise, like a puppy receiving a treat. "Why yes, Ms. Frost." Emma's gaze shifted to the other figure by the pool. "What do you think, Sai?" The question was directed at the Japanese woman sitting with her legs dangling in the water, feet creating small splashes with childlike rhythm. Quan Non, now known as Psylocke, sat there in her combat outfit. A red-sheathed katana lay within arm's reach on the tile beside her. Her solemn expression didn't match the childish action of splashing water. "I don't know." Emma took another sip of cocktail. "You can be such a bore, sweetheart." Psylocke didn't respond, just continued gazing at the ripples across the water's surface. Emma went back to floating, letting the gentle rocking lull her into a nap. The sound of approaching footsteps disrupted everything. Emma knew who it was by the distinctive click of heels. "Madam." The voice was soft, feminine, with a French accent that made every word sound elegant. "Blanc wants you to see this." Emma's eyes opened behind her sunglasses. Blanc would never interrupt her leisure time for trivial matters. She gracefully rolled off the tube and swam to the pool's edge. Water sluiced off her body in rivulets as she pulled herself to sit beside Psylocke. Blanche, in her black and white French-made uniform, passed a tablet to Emma. "Madam." Angelica quietly walked to behind Emma, curiosity getting the better of her. Emma played the clip. The footage was shaky, clearly shot on a civilian's phone. A man with a skull for a head, shrouded in mystical blue flames, stood in the middle of Fifth Avenue Street. The luxury shops in the background were so easily recognizable to her. "Yukai." Psylocke leaned closer. "Demon." "Wrong guess, sweet Walter Hardy and Felicia." Her eyes narrowed behind her sunglasses as she recognized two figures who came out of the limo. "What's going on?" Angelica leaned in from the side, trying to understand what she was seeing. "Ms. Frost knows them." "Acquaintances, yes, but they don't feel normal." The next few seconds explained everything as both Hardys transformed. Norman had infected them with symbiotes. Surprisingly, this skull-faced man, Skullfire as the people had named him, defeated Walter Hardy in a single move. Symbiote Felicia just fled. Could he be? She swiped to the next clip. This one showed Skullfire handing an unconscious Felicia to Ghost Spider. Felicia didn't look the least bit uncomfortable, like she knew the person holding her wouldn't harm her. Emma had seen that look on Felicia's face before. Only one person had the ability to bring that expression on Felicia's face. A man surrounded by mysteries, quick-witted enough to share the same table as Emma Frost, yet honest and sincere enough to win over the hearts of Silver Sable, Felicia, and more importantly, Death. He was full of contradictions, but alas, her telepathy couldn't expose his real heart. She lowered the tablet. Call Dante. Blanche pulled out a phone, dialed, and waited. After several moments, she shook her head. No answer, madam. Try Felicia. This time, the call connected quickly. Blanche tapped the speaker button and held the phone at a respectful distance. Hi, princess. Felicia's cheeky voice came through the speaker. The cowering little kitten had grown into a tiger under her boyfriend's protection. Emma's lips curved into a pleased smile. Where is your sweetheart? He's resting. Don't you dare disturb him, okay? He went through a lot today. Emma's smile widened into something that would have terrified those who knew what it meant. I get it now. His powers might seem almighty on the surface, but he can't use them all the time. Felicia, thank you for selling out your friend. There was a beat of silence on the other end, then, Felicia said, I don't know or fucking care. I'm hanging up if you don't say something productive in the next 5 seconds. Emma could easily imagine Felicia bristling like an angry cat on the other side. Don't be angry, dear. We're allies, Emma said in her exaggerated, dramatic tone. Felicia, dear, why don't you start by explaining what happened today? Norman has my father, Felicia said, the sound of her grinding teeth coming through the loudspeaker. I would have become his lapdog if Dante hadn't shown up in time. Emma listened as Felicia relayed how Norman had lured Felicia using her father, and then infected her with a symbiote. The plan would have worked except Norman hadn't accounted for Dante. No one had accounted for Dante. That fool Norman is becoming more and more arrogant, Emma said with a dismissive snort. Connect me to Dante when he wakes up. We need to take countermeasures against his rampage. Gladly, Princess Frost. Goodbye, kitten. Fuck you. Emma giggled as the call disconnected before she watched the next clip. This one was from a news broadcast. Jonah Jameson filled the screen, his face red, as he screamed at the camera. This skull menace must be stopped. The loud voice forced Emma to move her head back. Look at the destruction he has caused. He has no respect for law. Shut up. Emma locked the tablet and turned to Psylocke. Our friend made quite a mess today. Then again, she wouldn't have formed an alliance if he lurked in the shadows like her. That he did. Psylocke took her katana. I'll help him fight these demons. Emma's eyebrow arched. You may. Just be careful of those pesky hand members. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been able to suppress news of superpowers for decades using their influence and resources to keep the public ignorant. But the age of technology won. Everyone knew now through videos, which were spreading like a wildfire. If S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to stop Psylocke, Emma would lay everything out in a press conference in front of the entire world. Frost International had the influence to smear S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name across every media outlet on the planet. If they dare to send out that little girl after me, Emma thought, her smile turning cold and sharp. I'll let my friend handle them. Using others was Emma's greatest expertise, and she would use Dante to her heart's content, especially since he had offered his services on a silver platter. Miss Psylocke. Angelica's hesitant voice broke through Emma's thoughts. The young redhead looked between the two older women with hopeful, innocent eyes. Can I join you? I have these powers. It'd be great to use them to help others. No. The girl's face crumpled, shoulders sagging with disappointment. Emma's expression softened, realizing she came off as too harsh with Angelica. Dear, you're much too young and inexperienced to be fighting symbiotes. She had to maintain the balance between strict and caring to make Hellions loyal without brainwashing them. Telepathy would grant her control over them, it would also completely kill their potential. Angelica's shoulders sagged further. Understood. I didn't say you can't. Emma stood and put a hand on Angelica's shoulder. We'll arrange a squad with everyone in the Hellions. You'll all go out to fight symbiotes together. Safety in numbers, dear. You'll watch each other's backs. Angelica's eyes widened before she beamed a smile. Thanks, Ms. Frost. Good girl. Emma smiled warmly, proudly as she stroked Angelica's head with surprisingly gentleness, running her fingers through those vibrant red hair like a mother would for her daughter. Now go and train. Angelica hurried off, more motivated than ever to train. Psylocke followed Angelica with her eyes until she left before she gave Emma a look of unmistakable pity. Your heart is too cruel. Those soft words struck her harder than a hammer. She put her hands on her hips and looked up at the sun through the glass ceiling. One needs to be cruel in this world, or they'll be trampled upon by everyone. Her methods might seem harsh and cruel, but her heart was in the right place. She cared for these young, naive mutants as much as Charles Xavier cared for his X-Men. No, she cared even more because she had seen them personally at their lowest. She was more than their teacher. Psylocke shook her head slowly. I understand your perspective, but I don't agree with it. For a world without kindness is no different from hell. It is hell, dear. You ought to understand that better than me, executioner of the hand. Although Emma didn't know the exact number, she knew Psylocke's kill count exceeded 4 digits. The woman had been killing families and wiping out entire clans for decades as the hand's most lethal assassin. Brilliant violet light burst from Psylocke's eyes as a psychic butterfly manifested in front of her face. Emma Frost. Psylocke slammed it into the ground. With just her pure strength, the sheathed blade embedded itself in the concrete. 1 second she was sitting on the pool side, and in the next, she was standing close enough that their faces were inches apart, and a psychic dagger was pressed against White Queen's throat. Call me that again, and I swear I will slay you. Emma didn't flinch or show a single hint of fear in the face of Psylocke's rage. Let's be more civil, dear. We are mutants, not barbarians. Neither woman moved for what felt like eternity. Then, finally, the psychic dagger dissipated into purple mist. Psylocke yanked the katana from the ground and took long strides toward the exit. The door slammed shut in the distance, conveying how pissed Psylocke actually was. Psylocke despised being reminded of her past career. An exhausted sigh came from somewhere deep in Emma's chest. She sat down and ran one hand through her wet hair. What a bothersome woman. Blanche, who had witnessed everything while maintaining a neutral expression, spoke carefully. Madam, am I allowed to say something? Emma waved her hand. Go ahead, dear. She enjoyed controlling people, but only when it served a purpose. There was no point in being too controlling with her own people, especially when they were as utterly loyal as Blanche. Madam, it might be rude to say it. Blanche hesitated, clearly choosing her word with great consideration. But I feel as if you provoked Ms. Psylocke on purpose. That entire exchange felt intentional on your part. Emma arched an eyebrow. You are quite observant, little girl. Like your older brother. Blanche bowed her head respectfully. I don't deserve that compliment. Oh, please. I only praise the deserving. Emma laughed fondly. Yes, it was on purpose. A blade kept in its sheath will rust. Steel must be tempered continuously until it glows like the sun, hammered until it's harder than diamond, and quenched in water until it hisses. Only then will we get a truly lethal blade. Psylocke's revenge against the hand would become impossible if she embraced kindness. The woman needed her rage, her hatred, and her killer instinct. Without those things, she would become weak. And weakness got people killed. Emma would be quite ashamed if she let her friend die to something as trivial as weakness. 45. Jean Grey's Rebellion. Random art. 6 mutants waited around the round oak table. A holographic projector stood in the middle, casting faint, ghostly blue light across their faces. Scott Summers' Cyclops sat to Xavier's right with a straight posture. The leader of the X-Men kept glancing toward the empty doorway. Opposite him, Hank McCoy-Beast shifted his large blue frame for the 3rd time in as many minutes, making the chair creak under his weight. He nudged his thick glasses up with a furry knuckle while his other hand rubbed thoughtfully at his chin. As I was saying, Hank spoke in a smooth, cultured voice, quite the opposite of his fangs and fur. The combination of hormonal fluctuations, compounded by the psychological burden of telepathy, could quite reasonably culminate in heightened emotional volatility. He paused when he noticed 3 sets of blank stares aimed in his direction. His ears twitched in mild embarrassment. In simpler terms, Jean may be going through a difficult period common to many young women, except her isolation here and her telepathy magnify every feeling 100-fold. Warren Worthington III Angel lounged in his chair. His immaculate white wings folded tightly against the backrest to keep their span contained. Hank, my friend, you really need to chill out with the scientific lecture notes. From 2 seats down, Bobby Drake Heisman perked up with a cheeky grin and froze the glass of water before him. Like this. Angel rolled his eyes. I'm certain my tombstone will have murdered by terrible puns written on it. Hey, I'm trying to lighten the mood. You all look like someone died here. Gentlemen. Aurora Monroe Stormlet, her voice cut through their unproductive banter. The white-haired goddess slowly shifted her chair to address the man who had barely spoken. At the head of the table, Charles Xavier rested his clasped hands lightly on his lap. She seeks what our kind can't afford, Aurora freedom. Aurora opened her mouth to press further, but the door creaked open. Jean Grey stepped into the room, and every conversation stopped at once. The confident 20-year-old telepath now moved like she was walking on broken glass. Long, red hair hung in messy waves and her wrinkled dress carried coffee stains, both lacking their usual vibrance. Her eyes were swollen and rimmed in red, and her green irises were dulled as though she had been crying before coming here. She settled into the empty chair without a word. Bobby and Warren exchanged a quick look over the table, looking worried about their redhead friend. Scott leaned towards the redhead mutant. Jean, are you all right? I am fine, Jean said, forcing a smile. I'm sorry for the delay, everyone. Please begin. Something in Jean's polite tone made Xavier flinch. Pain flickered across his face and vanished as he inclined his head. This matter may be of considerable importance, as it has been, quite literally shaking our world. He tapped the control pad, and the projector flared brighter. Above the center of the table, shaky phone footage of Skullfire began playing. For the first time since she entered, a hint of emotion sparked in Jean's gaze. Bobby noticed Jean's interest and let out a low whistle. Okay, that skull actually looks cool. But I didn't peg you for the supernatural aesthetic, Jeannie. Jean didn't even reply, continuing to watch the next footage. I have to agree that the visual presentation is striking, Warren added. However, it is not exactly superhero material. He should schedule a style consultation with Ghost Spider. Scott ignored them both and focused on Aurora. Run the first footage again. Dude. Bobby groaned. We've watched this 5 times already. I really don't want to see those tentacle monsters again. I'm gonna have nightmares for weeks. They are not monsters in the traditional sense, Hank interjected calmly. They are alien parasites, more accurately described as symbiotic organisms that bond with human hosts, granting them enhanced physical capabilities. They are not evil. Jean locked eyes on Xavier across the table. What if someone is using them, forcing them to act against their will? Scott frowned with eyes behind his visor. Jean, do you know something about them through your telepathy? No. Jean shut down the topic with one firm word. The air in the room became tense. Bobby stopped freezing the cup of water. Warren's wings rustled uncomfortably. Hank scratched his cheek with his thick fingers. Scott's attention remained fixed on Jean, waiting for her. The leader of the X-Men understood Jean well enough to know she was holding bitterness or perhaps resentment. Everyone noticed the slight tension between student and mentor, but nobody addressed it directly. Aurora softly cleared her throat. Perhaps we should share our assessment of this situation. Honestly, I like it. Bobby broke the ice, always the man to lighten the room. Someone's actually out there protecting people. Makes my frosty little heart warm and fuzzy, you know? Like, finally, someone with non-mutant powers is doing hero activities. I should be there with him. Warren sat up straighter, wings extending slightly with unconscious yearning. Fighting alongside. Shield. The single word from Hank crushed his spark of ambition. Warren's wings drooped. His handsome face looked miserable, depressed. Right. Can't even fly outside the training grounds without Nick Fury sending another threatening memo. A non-mutant is doing what we're too afraid to do, Jean finally spoke, and brought hellfire with her words. He's out there saving people. While we train every day for what? Jean, Xavier spoke her name gently, but everyone knew it was meant to stop her. Please. She bit down on her lower lip but did not apologize or retract a single word. She just stared at the table with her fists clenched. Professor, Jean does raise a valid point. Aurora gestured toward a secondary screen that was populated with social media feeds. Several posts were highlighted such as, thank God someone's fighting those things, / finally a real hero, / who cares what he looks like. / Ghost Spider is great but Skullfire is on another level. / I'm his fan already. I hope he keeps fighting those sick creatures. Public sentiment shifted in his favor when they saw Fifth Avenue Street's destruction wasn't caused by Skullfire but by those 2 symbiotes. Of course they are grateful, Warren said. Everyone needs to applaud someone stepping out to help. Someone needs to get him a designer, though. It represents progress. Aurora crossed her arms. The more the general populace accepts superpowers as normalized rather than abnormal, the more likely they are to accept mutants. Watch them turn on him the second he fucks up, Bobby said with a shake of his head. It's always like this. Hank nodded gravely, adjusting his glasses. In his position, there is no room for error. One small miscalculation could cause casualties among civilians or cost him his own life. Scott moved his gaze away from Jean. His actions were praiseworthy, but I don't think it was necessary. S.H.I.E.L.D. has their own division for this sort of incident. Jean looked at Scott, who was saying Skullfire shouldn't have fought 2 symbiotes. And she knew it was out of jealousy because she showed interest in Skullfire. Please be quiet, all of you. Every eye turned to Jean as she surged to her feet and pointed a finger toward the holographic image of Skullfire. That man doesn't have our gifts, training, or resources, but he is still fighting. What right do any of you have to sit here and pick apart his choices from the comfort of a safe room? We're not hiding because we want to. Director Fury has made his stance clear in front of all of us, Scott answered, rising to face her as well. Jean, talk to us about what happened. Nothing happened. I'm tired of sitting here. I want to fight. We need to fight back against S.H.I.E.L.D. Violence is not the answer. Jean's hand curled into a tight fist. Sometimes the only way to bring down a wall is to strike it with a hammer. X-Men. Xavier's intervention put an end to the argument. He shut off the hologram device and assumed a serious expression. Director Fury is not a genocidal maniac. He does not want to commit atrocities, but he will if we provide sufficient justification. Why? Jean asked in a rough voice. We have 2 Omega-level telepaths, you and Emma Frost. Miss Monroe is one of the most powerful mutants. Between the 3 of you, who could possibly stop us? What terrifies you so much? It's not enough. Even 100 telepaths like me won't stand a chance against that machine. Jean's eyes widened in surprise, then a look of suspicion crossed her face. Bobby sat up straight. Professor, are we still talking about that mutant girl, X-23? X-23 is a contingency against lower to mid-level threats, Xavier patiently explained. The real threat we face from S.H.I.E.L.D. is their anti-mutant weapon, which can adapt to any mutant power. I have gathered you here today so you understand the stakes clearly and do not attempt anything reckless out of misplaced heroism. Then what is our plan? Jean demanded to know. Watch the world burn while we hide here. Eric is searching for a solution. Even Selene is assisting in finding a way to neutralize this threat. All known mutant factions have ceased fighting while that anti-mutant weapon exists. Jean closed her eyes. I'm asking, what are the X-Men doing besides waiting for someone else to fix everything? Creating a safe haven for mutants who have nowhere else to go, Xavier replied with simple, heartbreaking honesty. Training young mutants to control abilities. Preparing the next generation for the day when that weapon is destroyed once and for all. Jean's hands helplessly dropped to her sides as tears gathered at the corner of her eyes, though whether from rage or despair remained unclear. I should have joined the Hellmoon Club with Emma. Those words came from her heart, and it left Xavier with a pained expression, as if his heart had been stabbed. Jean turned around. Before she took a step, Scott reached out and caught her hand. Jean, please wait. Jean peeled his fingers from her wrist without looking at him and walked out. Aurora pushed back her chair and rose. I'll speak with her, Professor. Jean's POV. Jean Grey sat with her back against the massive oak tree that had been around longer than the mansion itself. The sun cast orange rays over her head, preparing to bid its farewell for the day. Fallen leaves skittered across the grass in restless little spirals, only to gather around her legs. She had wanted to use telepathy, and later unsealed telekinesis, for good, only to discover that mutants were not even allowed to use their powers. What happened, child? Aurora's voice drifted across the quiet lawn, soft but clear. Jean did not have to look to know it was her. The air always changed subtly when Aurora approached, as if nature itself followed her. Aurora lowered herself onto the grass beside Jean. You are not usually like this. Not this brittle. Jean kept her eyes fixed on the horizon. Even a soap bubble holds perfectly until the world reaches out to burst it. I didn't know people could be so cruel and evil. A warm, steady hand settled on her shoulder. I know something happened between you and the professor. You can speak to me about anything. You know I will listen. Jean turned her head slowly, looking in Aurora's calm but patient eyes. The mutant, who was worshipped as a goddess, had been supporting the X-Men ever since she arrived a year ago. You know I go out jogging every day. Yes, you said it keeps your mind clear, Aurora replied with a small nod. And your body in shape. Yesterday, I went out at the usual time, around 5. I followed my normal route through the woods near the road. Her hands curled in the grass at her sides. And then the psychic screams reached me. There were symbiotes in a truck. I accidentally linked to them. She clutched her head, as if reliving her worst nightmares. There was only pain and misery, torture from birth, even more torture when they bond with humans. Aurora quietly patted her back, offering support through action and patience. Norman fucking Osborn is using them. He is torturing so many people and symbiotes in his lab. Jean gritted her teeth, a vicious, murderous look in her eyes. I wish I could strangle him with my bare hands. A man like him should burn in hell forever. He is filth. Pure garbage. Aurora went very still for a moment, considering the implications. What else did you learn from them? He has thousands of symbiotes under his control. When they're released into the world, it will be a massacre. She looked back at the mansion, which was bathed in glowing warm, a safe haven for mutants. But we'll be safe and healthy, living our best lives in our little protected bubble. Who the hell cares about innocent people dying, right? She lay back on the grass, folding her hands behind her head, as if she had given up. We have to tell the professor. I already did. He said there's nothing we can do. Jean closed her eyes, only to see visions of the research facility where hundreds of people were being tortured at this very moment. Professor may be right, but I can't take this, Aurora. These memories are eating me alive. I'm sorry, Jean. We've failed you, Aurora apologized before sighing. We wouldn't be forced to be so passive if it wasn't for S.H.I.E.L.D. Why is S.H.I.E.L.D. doing this? I don't know their hearts. If I must guess, it's fear. The fear of calamities an unrestrained mutant can cause. Jean plucked a blade of grass and rolled it between her fingers, then clenched it between her teeth. Such a stupid reason. A few minutes passed in silence beneath the oak tree. A cold wind swept across the academy grounds, then, suddenly it became warm and comfortable. Aurora influenced the weather with her mutant powers, the same ability that earned her the moniker of the Weather Goddess in local tribes of Kenya. Jean had barely slept last night, so the comfortable warmth pulled her into sleep only for her to wake up as if she had been through her worst nightmare. Clutching her chest, she let out ragged breaths. Aurora pulled Jean in her arms. It's all right. I'm here with you. I can't. They are cursing me, Aurora. They're blaming me. Jean covered her face. It's all my fault. You know it isn't. Your hands are tied. Jean pushed Aurora away and wiped her tears with the back of her sleeve until the corner of her eyes became red from rubbing. When she looked at Aurora, there was no hopelessness to be found on her face anymore. I have made up my mind. Aurora sighed softly, already certain about Jean's decision. You'll get in trouble. I know, but I'm still going to find Skullfire. Jean said. He deserves to know what he's up against. No. Storm's voice was commanding that Jean rarely heard from their second leader. The wind snapped at her hair and clothes, whipping white strands around her face. Your powers are still unstable. Any mistake will put you on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar. Did you see me lose control once today? Besides, I'll deliver the information and help out with other things. I can be of some use without directly contributing to the fight. Jean, it's still reckless. That might be so, but I am Jean Grey, Aurora. I will choose who I become. Jean met Aurora's gaze head-on with a wild grin. And I choose to be a hero. For a long moment, Aurora simply looked at her. The wind around them spun leaves into spirals, mirroring her troubled mind. Then, slowly, she exhaled, and everything calmed down. Then you will at least not go alone. I will accompany you. Jean's expression softened. Aurora. Sometimes it's better to let a river flow than build a dam to stop it, Storm said with a faint smile before lifting her gaze to the glittering stars in the dark sky. Like you, I also want to help others. Jean took Aurora's hand. You should have been our leader. Scott doesn't understand others as much as you. There is no point to the position until we're freed from S.H.I.E.L.D's oppression. True. Jean nodded. So how do we go about it? We can't just wait for his next appearance. We should visit Emma Frost. Her network is stretched across nations. Yeah, Emma. I guarantee you she's already investigating Skullfire. Aurora caressed her hair. Have dinner and rest. We will leave tomorrow morning. Jean ran her hand through her messy hair. Got it. I'm going to shower first. 46, challenged again. Random art. The clock on the nightstand glowed, 6:14 p.m. when Dante woke up. His near-superhuman physique had done its work while he slept. The worst of the exhaustion had passed. He could tap into death's resonance for a few minutes without passing out, more than enough to save his own life in a pinch. He sat up and rubbed his face, only to realize Death had removed his skull-face disguise. The second observation made his heart do a stupid little flip. Folded clothes rested neatly at the foot of the bed, which meant Sylvvaja had been here. How did he know it was Sylvvaja and not Anna? Through the note sitting on top of the clothes spoke in a language only one woman in this building used. Check the fridge. 3 words without a single personal touch. This wasn't his girlfriend leaving him a sweet message. This was Sable communicating in the most efficient way possible while withholding warmth. She's definitely pissed. And she had every right to be. He had brushed her off before she could offer her help, essentially telling her he could handle it alone. The next thing she knew, he and Felicia were on every news channel. If that wasn't enough, he had come back half dead, collapsed in her bed, and slept away the afternoon while she probably fumed. No more screw-ups. A quick shower washed away the dried sweat and grime accumulated during the chase earlier. He padded barefoot into the kitchen. Smokies was his last meal, after which he had burned quite the energy with different resonances. He pulled the fridge open and stared. Meat filled almost every shelf. Beef, chicken, lamb, even exotic cuts. Vegetables were tucked into the side shelves. And in a glass container on the top shelf sat a familiar German chicken dish. The one she had made for him the other day. Most women would have woken him up for a lecture or left him to starve. Or at minimum, written a note explaining how he had screwed up and why he didn't deserve kindness right now. Sylvvaja had done none of those things. She had left clothes for him, stocked her entire fridge based on his meat obsession, and cooked his favorite dish. She gave him everything he needed, then left to cool down in her own way. He really did have the sweetest girlfriend. I'm so fucking lucky. Dante pulled out the chicken dish and set it in the microwave. While it heated, he fished his phone out of his pocket. A stack of notifications glared back at him, one of which was a missed call from Emma Frost. Probably wants to ask why I was dressed like that. Calling her back ranked pretty low on his priority list. He checked his other messages instead. Ava, older sister, is training like crazy. Ava, what the hell did you do? Ava, fix it ASAP or I'll go feral on you. Dante winced. If Ava was threatening him after he promised to make her stronger, then Sylvvaja's training had gone beyond intense. It might be worse than I thought. He typed a quick reply. Where is she now? The message was read instantly. Ava, still training on the 3rd floor. I'll be there soon. Ava, you better. He could practically hear her growl through the screen. Ava and Sylvvaja's bond transcended employer-employee or even mentor-student. They were sisters in all but blood, which meant Ava would absolutely go feral for Sylvvaja. The microwave beeped. Dante pulled out the plate, which was just warm to his touch now. He instinctively pressed a hand to his chest, feeling an abundance of solar radiation within him. The solar radiation core helio reactor slowly evolved to contain more and more solar radiation. He opened Gwen's texts while taking his first bite. Gwen, swung all the way from the hospital. No one should know Felicia is here. Gwen, your stupid girlfriend rated it 9.99/10. Gwen, I don't owe you anything now. He couldn't help but chuckle. The 9.99/10 rating was classic Felicia. In her world, only she deserved a perfect 10. Everyone else was inherently inferior. I'm glad she didn't say anything to Gwen. The Felicia he'd first met in the mall would have thrown Gwen's secret identity in her face for a quick laugh. Now, she was a bit more considerate of others' feelings. After typing a quick thanks to Gwen, he opened the next thread, which was coincidentally Felicia. Felicia, darling, are you there? Felicia, Sylvvaja said you're resting. Felicia, good night, I guess. Felicia, I'll also take a nap. The first text was around when Gwen dropped Felicia here. Seeing no reply, she had reached out to Sylvvaja for his whereabouts. His girlfriend and his half-girlfriend talked about him while he slept. That could have gone very badly. The last time these two met, Sylvvaja had aimed a Glock at Felicia's forehead. Dante typed back a short reply, "Just woke up. You okay?" He waited, but there was no immediate read receipt. Felicia was probably still asleep, which was reasonable after the hell she had been through today. "I'll see her after Sylvvaja." He finished the last of his chicken in 3 large bites, washed his hands, and rushed to the training area on the 3rd floor. Dante heard her before he saw her. The rhythmic thud-thud-thud of fists hitting a sandbag came from the upper area. She wore black shorts and a completely soaked gray tank top that clung to her. Looking at her outfit, one wouldn't believe it was the coldest Manhattan had ever been in its history. Even when he loudly climbed the stairs, she didn't seem to notice or care. Her ponytail whipped with each twist of her torso, as she rained down jabs, crosses, hooks, knees, and multiple variations of elbow strikes on the sandbag. It wasn't training. This was venting through violence. Ava, who had been leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, locked her green on him. He jerked his head toward the door in a clear get-lost gesture. Ava approached him in big strides and stopped just inside his personal space. "Fix this." "I will." Ava didn't speak, just gazing at him intently. "I'll trust you this time. If you break her heart, I'll kill you. Or die trying." He gave her shoulder a brief, reassuring pat, and then stepped past her. The door clicked shut behind him a few seconds later. Sylvvaja stopped beating the sandbag and turned around, finally acknowledging his existence. Her ice blue eyes were either completely empty of emotion or so flooded with them. He genuinely couldn't tell which. "Every time I feel good about this, about whatever we have going on, you do something to make me regret it. My Royal Highness, can you list this peasant's crimes?" She grabbed the hand wraps with her teeth and ripped them off violently before spitting the fabric on the floor. Her knuckles were red and swollen underneath. Dante winced. She'd been punishing herself as much as the sandbag. "Do you know the consequences of what you did today?" "Maybe." He knew exactly what stepping out publicly meant. Ghost Spider's powers could be explained away with pseudoscience. But a burning skeleton wreathed in mystical blue flames was the rawest form of the supernatural, bound to draw attention from everyone. Mutants would want to know if he was one of them. S.H.I.E.L.D. would want him studied and ideally controlled. Every crime lord and hiding supervillain would be re-evaluating their risk assessment. Mystic organizations would start poking around for information. Simply put, he'd taken a massive risk to save Felicia in the most public way possible. Sylvvaja pulled her phone from her shorts pocket and tapped the screen a few times. "Look at this." Dante narrowed his eyes on the text message displayed. "Phil Coulson, Miss Sable, S.H.I.E.L.D. has had a cordial relationship with Silver Sable International and Symcaria since forever. It would be a huge help to us if you could accept our request to arrange a meeting with the vigilante Skullfire. The timestamp showed it had been sent an hour ago. Skullfire referred to him. He still didn't like the name the media had slapped on him. This was after he specially stated he didn't want any superhero name. Those clowns work fast. He'd never expected to hide his identity from S.H.I.E.L.D. They had tracking and surveilling resources on another level from the FBI. But tracking him down and connecting him to Sylvvaja within hours of his public appearance showed their terrifying power. Sylvvaja shoved her phone into her pocket and gave him an intense frown. "S.H.I.E.L.D. knows what you did, and you're still in the mood to joke about it." "I have no reason to take them seriously," he said calmly. "If they mess with me, I'll blow them up." He was a civil man with little love for violence, but he wouldn't let S.H.I.E.L.D. or anyone walk all over him. There was a limit to his tolerance. Sylvvaja's eyes widened. She had that specific look of someone suddenly remembering crucial information. It was stupid and also adorable. She had been so deep in her anxiety about S.H.I.E.L.D., political fallout, and consequences that she had forgotten about his extraordinary powers. He was the man blessed by death with a collection of powers that could make him near invincible for a few minutes or superhuman for hours. S.H.I.E.L.D. would be utterly destroyed if he unleashed Hyperion resonance. "You really underestimate your man," Dante said, unable to keep the smirk off his face. "Don't forget I can control life and death." "I wouldn't if you told me how strong you actually are," Sylvvaja shot back immediately. "You never mentioned how your powers work either." He didn't need telepathy to read the awkwardness she showed before she lied. She had been too consumed by worry to think rationally. Dante stepped forward and pulled her into his arms before she could retreat. She struggled immediately by pushing her palms against his chest. However, he held on tight. After a few moments of futile resistance, she stopped struggling. He could feel her warmth even through the cold sweat soaking her tank top. It had only been a day since he had hugged her, but he already missed this feeling. Her arms came up slowly, not to push him away this time, but to rest against his sides. Not quite a hug, but close enough. "Seriously, you are so annoying sometimes. I missed you." He sighed. "You've been so cold to me since last night. Why didn't you let me help?" she asked. "I could have talked to Norman. Said Felicia is my friend. He probably would have let her go." Dante closed his eyes and rested his chin on top of her head, feeling her still damp hair against his skin. He used her father to lure her in. Why would he let her go after that? Sylvvaja went very still. He pulled back just enough to look down at her. "And besides, your double agent status is still needed for our operation. We can't let Norman get suspicious that his head of security is compromised." Sylvvaja let out a sigh against his chest. I didn't know that man was her father. The saddest part is, Walter won't live a day without the symbiote, Dante said. It's crazy that the man Felicia hates the most is keeping her father alive. Tragic. Sylvvaja whispered before she drove her fist into his ribs in a half-hearted punch. Can't you do something about it? You have death's authority, right? Dante understood immediately. This wasn't just about Felicia's father. This was about Sylvvaja's father, who had also passed away due to an incurable disease at the time. Sylvvaja didn't want Felicia to experience the same pain she had lived with. I haven't mastered that power, but I'll try. Sylvvaja's expression became softer. What about me then? You said you'd fight death for me. Dante reached for her right hand instead. He intertwined their fingers, feeling how easily her hand fit in his. That won't change, he said firmly. Unless you don't want me anymore. For a long moment, Sylvvaja just stared at their connected hands with a small but real smile. Then, reluctantly, she pulled her hand back. The smile faded into something more serious, more silver sable than Sylvvaja. Follow me. She turned and jumped over the railing, dropping 10 feet onto the mat. Her walk to the center of the sparring gave him a déjà vu of their last sparring session. Sylvvaja chucked her phone aside and glanced up at him with a smirk. I warmed up hard so I can beat the crap out of my three-timing lover. Dante couldn't help but grin. So that's her play. Sylvvaja might be a queen and the owner of a mercenary enterprise, but she would always be a warrior at her core. She had earned everything in her life through combat. Every pivotal choice in her life had been settled this way. Why would her heart be any different? What came after this fight would be decided by who remained standing. This was no longer a test. It was a trial by fire. Lose, and he would bend to her terms, commit to her alone, or walk away entirely. Win, and he would earn the right to bend her to his terms instead to ask her to accept death and Felicia not as rivals, but as a necessary part of his life. This was a fight he couldn't afford to lose. He climbed the railing and leaped, dropping down before her with a heavy thud. Three-timing lover. He asked innocently. That's a strong accusation, my royal highness. Death and I haven't gone beyond kissing. I haven't even touched Felicia inappropriately, much less kiss her. Kissing is still cheating, and you'll pay for it. Sylvvaja cocked her head. You can't use your superpowers. Fight me as a human because I'm one. Dante shook his head in disappointment. I'll still have to go easy, or I'll ruin my girlfriend's beautiful face. Sylvvaja's lips twisted with a hint of mockery. You had to use cheap tricks to win the other day. The same tactic won't work this time. Alright, Dante said, rolling his shoulders and feeling the pleasant stretch of warmed muscles. Don't complain when I pin you again. Her eyes flashed with an excited gleam. Right now, she wasn't any less battle-hungry than Ava. Try me. 47, winning but losing. Random art. Sylvvaja exploded forward, seizing the initiative. Her opening jab missed Dante's face by a hair's breadth. He felt the rush of air kiss his cheek, then ducked for a cross that whistled past his ear. She reset instantly and slowly circled him with the cold focus of a predator. You're being cautious. I have to be with you, Sylvvaja said with a grin. Can't let you read me like a book again. She came at him again. This time, she attempted a low, vicious kick at his knee. He reacted a second late, and the impact struck his shin instead. Most men would have crumpled with the pain. He just gritted his teeth and matched her follow-up kick with his own. She stepped back with trembling legs. Yet, she didn't even flinch or slow down, still eyeing him like a predator. A moment later, she pounced back at him, trying to pinpoint his weakness with attacks at different parts of his body. Her combinations flowed like water with no wasted motion. From jabs to spinning to lethal kicks, every strike was meant to set up the next. Her movements followed no pattern since she was reacting to him rather than following her combat instincts. She came in close, testing his defense with rapid-fire body shots. He caught one of her punches mid-strike, fingers wrapping around her wrist. For a split second, their eyes met, close enough that he could feel her breath. With a smile, she twisted out of his grip with a wrist lock reversal that would have snapped a normal person's joint. Even so, she had felt the strain. It was reflected in the way her eyes reacted. Even though he was fighting to win, it hurt him to see Sylvvaja being so cruel to herself. You could have asked. Just then, a low kick struck his knee. He dropped to one leg, and she was already moving knee-driving toward his face. He crossed his arms just in time, and the force still made him slide across the mat on one knee. Stop treating me like I'll break, she growled. Or be prepared to say goodbye to me or your sweethearts. In their first fight, she had been testing a new hire. Now she was trying to punish a man she loved for his insolence. She was giving him everything to make him hers alone. I can't lose this. He took a deep breath and got back up. Alright, I'll stop holding back. Good. This time, when she came in, he met her halfway. His jab was a blur even to himself. She evaded it, but barely. He saw her eyes widen for a fraction of a second at the speed. His follow-up cross forced her to block, driving her half a step back. Her eyes lit up. She wasn't afraid but excited. There's the man I love. She grinned and pounced at him again. Despite her good mood, her strikes were angrier or maybe just more determined to claim him. A flurry of strikes that he had to give ground to avoid. She was pushing the pace, trying to overwhelm him into revealing an opening. They traded strikes without any of them holding back. The brutal exchange would have normalized him if he had the same physique and techniques as their first spar. But he had grown stronger, not just in body but also in mind. When he warmed up properly, it was easier to track and react to her overwhelming offense. "You've improved," she panted between strikes. "So much. Had a good teacher for a day." Her answer was a spinning back kick that would have caved in his ribs if he hadn't evaded in time. Her bold move was punishable, but he didn't even try. Her combat intelligence was way too high to repeat the same mistake as their last fight. The slight raise of her eyebrow was a telltale sign of disappointment that he didn't take the bait. "Getting tired?" "Not even close." He laughed and closed the distance. She dove for his legs, attempting a takedown. Except her grip was too loose and her strength too low. It was a misdirection, and her real strike was aimed directly at his manhood. His hand shot out on pure instinct, just barely catching her forearm before the claw burst his nuts. She wasn't holding back in the slightest. That attack would have incapacitated him and burst his dream to ever hold three wonderful women together. A cold sweat flowed down his forehead. So ruthless. Sylvvaja tried to wrench free, but he had her forearm locked in a firm grip. Not giving her time to attempt a counterattack, he yanked her up and rewarded her with a vicious headbutt from his thick skull. That sent her crashing into the mat. Before she could recover, he mounted her waist in a hurry. She surprisingly didn't even fight back and let him pin her wrists over her head. She closed her eyes and laughed. "Why are you so shaken, lover? You almost took something precious from me." "Keep the honor for Dojo, lover," she said with a giggle, having a blast despite her defeat. "Love is war, and you ought to throw everything to win. I know you can recover fast. I was naive. Yet you still won." "I lost," he whispered, shaking his head. "My heart to you." She revealed a soft, affectionate look. "I lost the battle but won the war." Unable to hold himself, he dipped his head and kissed her lips. This time, he savored it. Not the stolen kiss from their first fight, which was earned through trickery. This time, she had thrown dirty and ruthless tricks, and he had beaten her fair and square. He had earned the right. Their breaths mingled, hot and ragged from the fight. The kiss deepened, passion igniting despite their exhaustion from the fight. His hand slid beneath her damp tank top, palm gliding over slick skin until his fingers found the curve of her breast through her sports bra. He squeezed gently, feeling her sharp intake of breath against his mouth. Before he enjoyed the softness, her hand clamped down on his wrist. She broke the kiss, breathing hard, and pushed him back. Despite her apparent arousal, she glared at him. "Not like this. I'm drenched in sweat." She tried to rise, but he caught her wrist before she could fully escape. A gentle tug, and she found herself settling sideways onto his lap, back against his chest. His arms circled her waist without asking permission. She struggled half-heartedly before settling against his chest with her back to him. Dante rested his chin on her shoulder and just held her. She was small, lean, and deceptively delicate. It was hard to believe this woman was responsible for hundreds of mercenaries' livelihoods, Symbiote's security, and also maintaining political relationships. "You smell nice." She went still for a few moments. When she spoke, her voice was barely audible. "When you said, 'I love you,' did you mean it?" It felt like she'd been carrying this question on her mind ever since that text. "Yes," he said firmly. "I can't stop loving this stubborn, fierce woman, who can be so damn gentle with her cheating boyfriend." "Cheater," she laughed. "Who does my cheating boyfriend love more? Death, me, or Felicia?" The negotiation had finally started. "Sylvvaja, that's not a fair question. It really wasn't possible to quantify love, especially when he loved each woman for different reasons. It's almost as fair as stealing our hearts when you already belong to death," Sylvvaja replied in a sharp voice. She shifted in his lap to look at him directly, her blue eyes searching his face. "You didn't deny Felicia. I'm guessing what happened today made you fall for each other." "Kinda," he admitted honestly. There was no point in lying anymore when he had decided to take Felicia more seriously. "Death gave me permission to pursue other women." Sylvvaja's eyes widened slightly. "I knew it." He had also suspected that Sylvvaja had seen through Death's act. "Is this case closed?" "You didn't take our permission," she snorted. "I'll be blunt with you. Will you give them up and be mine alone?" First, she tested his strength, and now, she was testing his wits. And thankfully, he had a perfect counter-argument. "Will you give Symbiote up and be mine alone?" Sylvvaja sucked in a deep breath. "That's not they all relying on me. I can't just abandon them. Death and Felicia are relying on me. I can't just abandon them." He loosened his grip on her and raised one hand, golden energy spiraling around his fingers as magic circles bloomed in the air. "Death is there for everyone, every soul in every world. But no one is there for her. People hate her, curse her for every tragedy." "It is reasonable," Sylvvaja said, watching the magic with curiosity and fascination. "Nobody wants to die." A smile tugged at his mouth. "See what a world gets when it has its wish." The magic circles pulsed once, then expanded. The air between them and the far wall shimmered, and suddenly they were looking through a window into his mind. Monstrosities beyond imagination could be seen on the other side. It was the Cancerverse now coming alive with his mystic mastery and imagination. Sylvvaja turned away with a pale face. "I thought symbiotes were scary. Why, how can a deathless world be so terrifying? Life forms grew endlessly like cancer, and this is the result. Dante closed the magic circle. I won't stop being with death. She needs me, maybe more than anyone else does. The firm declaration left Sylvvaja silent, pondering deciding whether it was worth it to change herself to be with him. After a few tense moments, she twisted in his lap and faced him fully, legs straddling his thighs. With hands on his collar, she yanked him close and kissed him. Not a tame, romantic kiss. This had the same intensity as her fight, because this was her answer to everything he meant to her. When she finally pulled back, her eyes were bright with hope and determination. I won't give up on Symbiote. I don't want you to, Dante replied, relief apparent in his voice. You will lose your soul without Symbiote and I'll become jobless if you quit. A surprised chuckle escaped her. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Rest assured, lover. You'll be eating well for the rest of your life. I love eating, especially meat, Dante said, letting his hands slide down her sides before settling on her ass. He squeezed into firm muscle through the fabric of her shorts, unable to stop his naughty hands with his gorgeous girlfriend straddling his lap. I especially love women with plenty of it. She shivered from the unexpected attack on her butt. Dante. His name on her lips was like an invitation. Sylvvaja, can I? Her breathing grew heavier, chest rising and falling against his. Those ice blue eyes were suddenly overcome with desire. Do you really want me? The question made her look fragile. The sovereign of Symbiote, commander of mercenaries, Silver Sable herself had been stripped away at the moment. What remained was just Sylvvaja, a woman asking if she was truly desired. Dante didn't trust himself to find words that would be enough. He kissed her instead to show his desire. His hands left her hips and slipped beneath the hem of her tank top. She trembled slightly under his touch as he traced upward the hard ridges of her abs up to her ribs. This time there was no resistance or hesitation. She gasped softly when his fingers brushed the underside of her breasts, her thighs tightening on either side of his hips. Bang! The training room door burst open and slammed against the wall. Darling, Ava said you'll be here. Where are you? Felicia's cheerful voice destroyed the heated air. Both Dante and Sylvvaja turned toward the doorway with identical expressions of pure annoyance. Felicia froze in the middle of taking the first step inside the training room. Her green eyes moved from Sylvvaja sitting in Dante's lap, down to his hands clearly inside Sylvaja's tank top, then back up to their faces. Pure silence permeated the training room. Nobody moved. Nobody even seemed to breathe. Felicia's voice came out small, lacking her usual bravado. I forgot to turn off my toaster. She grabbed both door handles and closed the door quietly. Her footsteps retreated rapidly down the hall as though she was fleeing after accidentally witnessing a murder. Sylvvaja slowly turned her gaze from the door to him. He wanted to maybe make a joke about Felicia's timing, but the look she gave him killed that idea. She grabbed his wrists and yanked his hands out of her tank top. Come to my room. It wasn't a suggestion or a request, it was a command. With their position, he easily swept her in a princess carry. Gladly. 48. Start of something. Random art. Double today so no upload tomorrow. Dante didn't see an ounce of struggle from Sylvvaja as she wrapped her arms around his neck for support. This is why Felicia looked so happy, she muttered. It's nice to be held like this. Oh, why are you making that face, lover? Do you also want to be held? I mean, I wouldn't mind it from death. She chuckled. Turn me into a Giantess, and I'll do it for you. Hell no, you'll always be my little queen, never the other way around. You're such a moron sometimes. Dante laughed, descending the stairs two at a time. She wasn't heavy, but she was mostly muscle. Carrying her with his strength was barely anything for him. He shouldered through the door, not breaking a stride until he reached the bedroom. The moment her feet touched the floor, she took a step away. Wait. His heart sank at the word. I'm done waiting. I need to shower. She was already backing toward the bathroom, defensively, like she was ready to make a run if he tried to approach her. I also want it as much as you, damn it. Just give me 5 minutes. And then she disappeared in the shower room. Dante plopped on the bed. You've got to be kidding me. Every single time they got close to crossing this line, something abrupt happened. Was death interfering somehow with his luck because he was trying to be with someone else? Whatever it is, I'm getting it done today. Nobody's stopping this. Well, nobody except the woman currently scrubbing herself behind that door. He couldn't do anything if she changed her mind. But she was the one who had brought him here. So, unless she changed her mind in the next 5 minutes, his chances looked pretty good. He glanced down at himself, a mix of his own and Sylvvaja's sweat covering him. Might as well do it too. Before leaving, he called out to the symbiotes hidden in his sleeves. You guys hide here. Don't come out until I call you. They slithered out of his pocket and headed for different hiding spots. Felicia's former symbiote went under the bed and Walter's former symbiote slithered behind the Cala professional thief spot if he had ever seen one. All the wild pack assigned rooms on this floor had nameplates, so he picked a room without one. While it looked empty, the bathroom was well maintained with all the necessary items. He scrubbed himself clean and made it back to her bedroom in under 4 minutes. He was completely naked except for the towel placed on his lower body. The sound of running water spiked his heartbeat and sent blood to his lower body. He had relationships before in his old life, but none had turned out like Sylvvaja, Death, or even Felicia. The water shut off, and the door opened. Sylvvaja emerged with a towel wrapping her flushed skin, with droplets of water beating along her collarbones. The towel did little to obscure her wonderful figure and even less to hide the subtle muscle lines along her legs. Her eyes flicked from his face to the slight tent and back again, and her mouth curled at one corner in a daring smile. Someone is excited. It got charmed by her royal highness. Dante abandoned all pretense of shame, making a little flourishing gesture to clarify that the it in question was definitely not under his control. You're just gorgeous. How sweet of you, lover. She walked toward him in slow steps and touched the towel on his lower body. Mind if I greet it? Be my guest. She picked up the towel at his consent. The gasp that left her lips spoke of his size and thickness. Holding the towel with one hand, she sank to her knees and wrapped her cold fingers around it. He shuddered, more so when she rubbed the tip with her thumb. It's quite intimidating. Despite her words, her fervent gaze was like she was worshipping his cock. What an amazing girth. Try moving your hands. She gripped it firmly and slid her hand up and down his shaft. Isn't this called a handjob? How do you know it's called that? I thought you were a virgin. She chuckled. Amy shared some stuff. Her female assassin guild taught her a lot about sex. She used it a lot in espionage. I suppose I'll put all that theoretical knowledge to use today. Using your man as a lab rat, her stroke suddenly picked up speed, and he almost lost his train of thought entirely. Fuck just like that. Keep going. She did just that while looking up at him. Her strokes grew more confident and slick as she learned his body through the twitch of his hips and his groans when she squeezed near the base. I didn't know my lover could have these cute reactions. She smirked, relishing the power her fingers had to crumble his composure. Handling a gun and penis aren't so different. Dante put his hands on the bed and leaned back. You're a natural at this, my queen. Sylvvaja suddenly pushed him flat onto his back and moved to kneel beside his legs. Her damp hair brushed his thighs as she leaned so close he could feel her warm breath. Her wet lips planted a kiss on the swollen head of his dick. What if I try this? For a moment, it looked as if she would just keep teasing the tip. Then slowly but surely, she opened her lips up, and Dante raised his hips off the bed instinctively. His penis filled her mouth and then some, slipping into the velvety depths with ease as the queen trembled from the sensation. He placed a hand on top of her head, gently guiding her. Show me the skills of Silver Sable. She gave him a somewhat annoyed look, not loving the affectionate gesture but not physically protesting against it either. She nonetheless did as she was told, and that too with double the efforts, suctioning harder, slurping, and rolling her tongue around the tip. She had no experience, to be absolutely fair, but she tried her best with that sloppy tongue. Her best hit a wall when his cock bumped the back of her throat. She gagged for a second and pulled back. Her brow furrows in concentration as she glared at his member as if it personally offended her or as if it was a challenge for her to overcome after he had told her to show her skill. Who decided I can't take you? She growled and dove back down. Dante hummed deep in his own throat and tightened up his grip on Sylvvaja's hair. Let me help. He started off with a gentle movement of her head and slow rocking of his hips. But Sylvvaja wasn't a patient woman. She choked quietly, forcing herself to take more. GKH. Gag. She still didn't back down from burying his entire penis down her throat. Each time she gagged and had to pull back for air, she would dive back down, getting another inch closer to her goal. It was a brutal, beautiful struggle. After several minutes of slowly but surely deep-throating Dante's cock, the mercenary queen's spirit finally managed it. The beautiful mercenary's nose pressed into his pubes and her drool-slicked chin rested against his balls. Tears had welled in the corners of her eyes, and despite her best efforts to hold this position, her throat convulsed, forcing her to rear back. Her tenacity left Dante amazed even as pressure built in his balls. Is this her competitiveness, or is my little queen just a secret slut for cock? But she still didn't want to stop there. With his cockhead still between her lips, she took a deep breath and plunged down once more. Her throat spasmed wildly around his length, but she made it, pressing her face into his crotch again. He let out a sigh of pleasure and pulled her off, patting her head. God blessed me with such a hard-working girlfriend. You did amazing. Her eyes, still teary, crinkled with a smile at the praise, a strangely cute contrast to the mess of drool on her chin. Consider it your reward for being a good boy. She grabbed his hands and placed them firmly on the back of his head. Now stop pampering me and fuck my face. The dirty talk, which he assumed to be Amy Chen's influence, made his cock twitch. He needed no further invitation to start thrusting into her mouth. The slow start only lasted a few moments. Then he was brutally fucking Sylvvaja's throat like it was her pussy. The fervor of being teased by beautiful women without any release finally caught up with him. He couldn't slow down even if he wanted to at this point. He had become a slave to pleasure. Her head bobbed back and forth faster and faster, her lips suctioning down around his girth and her cheeks sucking inwards in an incredibly lewd display for a woman meant to be Symkaria's queen. And she wasn't just tolerating for the sake of her lover's pleasure. There was a fierce, strange fulfillment in her eyes, like she was reveling in doing something just for herself, something that had nothing to do with her nation or her company. This was her own moment. He railed her throat with everything he had. When he felt the climax tear through him, he didn't pull out. The silver-haired mercenary was just managing to get used to the brutal routine of his cock pistoning in and out of her throat when he abruptly buried her face in his crotch, and his ball sack smacked up against her drool-covered chin. Her eyes went wide as his cum blasted directly down her esophagus. She choked and sputtered. The post-nut clarity snapped him back to reality. His cock slid free with a slick sound. She quickly moved away from his crotch and coughed, gasping to clear her airway. Despite her uncomfortable look, she didn't waste a single drop of his cum. "Shit, Sylvvaja, I'm sorry. I got too rough." She grabbed his towel from the floor and cleaned her face, which dislodged her own towel, leaving her shivering in nothing but a sexy, black lace bra and panties. "Don't be," she said in a hoarse voice. "I should blame my own lung capacity." Even now, she was blaming herself. Overflowing with a possessive, tender affection, he took her hand. "My turn to make you feel good." She didn't resist as he picked her up and laid her back with her head on the pillows. The sight of her made him groan. The perfect breasts, the sculpted abs, the curves of her thighs, all presented for him in the bed. Everything his. She was breathing heavily, but her eyes held him with a lazy, seductive heat. Lover. 49. Sylvvaja's freedom. 49. Sylvvaja's freedom. Random art. Dante leaned over her, crashing his lips onto hers in a deep, messy kiss. She held his face and reciprocated it with the same passion. Their tongues tangled in a sloppy kiss for a while before he moved to her neck, sucking possessive hickeys into her pale skin. She grumbled fondly. "I am not your property, you barbarian." "I want you to be," he said, sucking in her scent. "Be mine forever." She let out a long, dramatic sigh. "I will consider it. On one condition." "Say it." "You let me meet death." The request was so in her daring character that he didn't even bat an eye. "Deal." He sealed it by dipping his head and kissing the exposed swell of her tits above the lace of her bra. She arched her back, her hands reaching behind her with insane flexibility to unsnap the clasp. "I'm quite confident in my figure." The bra joined the towel on the floor. Damn. Dante, a certified S-man, felt his brain short-circuit. For her small, compact frame, she had seriously hefty tits. They were full and perfect, and pale pink nipples capping them were already hard. "You also think they are great," she giggled. "Amy is jealous that mine don't sag at all. They're just perfect. All this muscle." He ran a hand over her abs before squeezing her breast. "And then these soft, incredible tits. You've got the best of everything. Sometimes you're too honest, lover." "I appreciate the compliment, though." He didn't just grope her tits. He took his time, savoring them. He squeezed them, pulled them, and leaned down to lick and suck each nipple until she was squirming, her breath hitching with ticklish moans. Then he left a hot, wet trail of possessive kisses down her figure, not skipping a single inch of her hard abs. He found a thin, silvery line of a scar under her left breast and kissed it. She rubbed the back of his head, shaky breaths coming from her lips. "Knife. A terrorist's parting gift. I was like 15 back then." He kissed the thicker jagged line on her ribs. "Cage fight in Rio. Bastard had metal claws on his knuckles." Dante kissed each one he found, learning more about her violent struggle from all over the world. "I'm glad you didn't get them lasered away. It makes you unique. There's just something romantic about a queen shedding her blood for her nation." She laughed and pulled him up, hugging his head into the soft pillow of her breasts. "How can I not love you when you say things like that?" He flashed a toothy grin and eventually worked his way down again, only to be stopped by her soaked panties. The intricate black lace of her panties had a dark, damp patch, releasing the musky and sweet scent of her arousal. As he hooked his fingers into the waistband, she grabbed his wrists. "Show me. I want it." She shivered from the authoritative tone of his voice. With a look of surrender, she let go of his hands and raised her hips off the bed. He slowly pulled the soaked panties down her legs and tossed them with the bra and towel bunch. Now, she was fully bare. Her cunt was a beautiful, glistening mess. Her outer lips were plump and flushed a deep pink in arousal. He pushed her legs up and buried his face between her legs. He planted a firm kiss right on her wet silver curls, making her jolt. His tongue found her entrance in one stroke. "You're so dripping here." She moaned. "So only men are allowed to be horny. When did I say I hate it?" His tongue delved into her entrance, tasting her tangy essence, before focusing on the hard, sensitive nub of her clit. He licked and sucked, tracing circles, flicking it rapidly. He was using every trick he knew to pleasure a woman. The wet, obscene noise of his mouth working between her legs filled the room, punctuated by her increasingly broken moans. She fisted the sheet, her thighs trembling on either side of his head. "Please, don't stop." He doubled down on his efforts as he sucked her clit firmly while sliding 2 fingers inside her dripping hole. He curled his fingers, probing for that rough spot deep within. "Oh, fuck. Right there. That felt good." He messed up her sweet spot, and that was her final trigger. Her breath hitched instantly, and her thighs clamped around his head. "I can't stop. Dante. I am coming." A guttural, choked scream was torn from her throat as her back arched off the bed. Her cunt convulsed around his working fingers, squeezing them as if trying to milk it dry. Then, a gush of her erotic juices soaked his hand and chin. She fully pressed him against her pussy until she rode out the crushing waves of her orgasm until the last tremor had subsided. Afterward, she collapsed back onto the mattress, utterly spent. He pried apart her thighs and looked at her. Her eyes were glazed, but there was an undeniably satisfied smile on her face. That was next level, she murmured. I can't feel my legs anymore. Despite his smile, he wasn't satisfied. Her nude figure only made aware of his throbbing dick. He needed another release and possibly one more after that. It would be a waste not to have that much sex with his gorgeous girlfriend. Sylvvaja saw the raw hunger in his gaze as well as his attention to the valley between her legs. A slow, wicked smile touched her lips. Without a word, she let her thighs fall open in a lewd invitation. Look here. She used 2 fingers to part her pussy lips, exposing the flushed, glistening pink flesh within. Lover, make me yours right here, right now. Shove that thick cock right in. Dante didn't need to be told twice, not when she showed the energy to dirty talk like that. He lined up the swollen crown with her dripping entrance, but instead of pushing in, he drew it back and slapped it firmly against her sensitive clit. She immediately jolted from sensation. Lover, don't toy with me, just fuck me. He had expected her to show a fiercer response and impatiently pushed down to mount him. She had already recovered strength for that, thanks to her highly trained physique. It wasn't just the post-lethargy of her big orgasm. She had been surprisingly passive and accommodating in this sex adventure, even more than usual girlfriend mode. Is she trying to tell me something? Whatever it was, it could wait. He joined their left hands and pressed his cock against her opening. The foreplay and her own climax had left her ready, but she was still so damn tight. With a single slow thrust of his hips, he buried over half of his length inside her. Even that raised a guttural gasp from the queen. Her fingers gripped his hand tighter, as her body stretched to accommodate his thick girth. Fuck, you're tight, he grunted from the firm pressure. Ease up a little. She relaxed her tense muscles with deep breaths and put her free hand on his shoulder. Keep going. He pushed her legs back, folding her almost in half, quite easy for her flexibility, and leaned over her. Tell me if it hurts. As if, she snarled and pulled him down for another kiss, as her hips bucked against his. Stop coddling me. Fuck me like I belong to you. He did just that, starting with slow, deep thrusts, pulling out almost all the way before driving back in, making her feel every inch. His free hand found her breast to squeeze it roughly. Her cunt clenched around him as a result of his teasing. She just loved having her breasts fondled and licked. Don't bite so hard, geez, she panted, contrary to the way she arched her back to shove her tits in his mouth. There's no milk in them. He released her nipple with a wet pop. Maybe I just like the taste of you. I also liked yours, she grinned. Your semen tasted like coconut milk with salt. Why are you describing it? He slapped her left tit with just enough force to make it red, and she moaned, clenching even harder that he almost lost control. What's more, Sylvvaja didn't seem to object to the treatment. If anything, those eyes made her seem eager for more. Believing that he was imagining things, he went back to sucking her tit and ramming into her. On the contrary, she began to melt under him. He took her hands and changed positions, and Sylvvaja complied without a word. The new position he put her in, on her hands and knees so that he could take her from behind while groping her lovely butt, was quite new for Sylvvaja. Amy Chen had imparted a great deal of knowledge except for the rawest, most primal way of lovemaking. Dante grabbed her forearms and pulled her back, bending her back to a degree that she would see his face looking down at her on a deep thrust. Such a position would have injured a normal woman's spine. Sylvvaja wasn't even fazed. Rather, her cunt tightened around him as she rocked her hips back and forth to his rhythm. That was also his trigger. He grabbed her hips and slammed it deep. As his cum filled her, she also experienced her own orgasm, made infinitely better by his hand rubbing up her clit. He spread her lips apart and slid his cock out. Sylvvaja collapsed on the bed, his semen trickling out of her cunt while she was lost in her second orgasm. Will I become a dad? He smiled at the thought. Sylvvaja, can you go on? She looked at him sideways, like he was some kind of freak. My legs are weak, you hold me in whatever position you want to fuck me in. He had to blink twice at that information. She had completely become passive, surrendering herself to him. She let him manhandle her, position her, use her body for his and her pleasure. He was honored, but it also turned him on to an insane degree. Then the rationality, born from postnut, took over. A thought formed in his mind that Sylvvaja enjoyed this. After a lifetime of giving orders, of carrying every burden and making hard choices, being under him was like letting a bird out of the cage. He decided to test his theory. That started with putting her legs on shoulders and fucking her while she lay there, moaning and whimpering at his steady thrusts. After a minute, the slow, steady rhythm vanished, replaced by a series of deep piston-like thrusts that drove the air from her lungs in a soft, choked gasp. Sylvvaja, are you liking it? She nodded slowly with a deep hum of her throat. I might become pregnant at this rate. You don't look happy, though. You don't want a kid. I do. She screamed. But I'm afraid you'll change your mind if I get pregnant. Hell no. He slid her legs off his shoulders and leaned down to kiss her. I want a kid. Sylvvaja, give me a smart fuck like me or a beautiful daughter like you. Sylvvaja sucked in a deep breath. Then keep pumping me with your seed. Give Simcaria an heir who will make our country proud for centuries. The Har country meant she had fully embraced him as her own. What else do you want? he asked as he buried his face in her neck, tasting her skin. What can I give to make my girlfriend happier? The question was abrupt in the middle of sex, but he had slowed down to let Sylvvaja think with a rational mind, as clear as it could get after climaxing that many times. She held his shoulders and sighed against his ear. Symkaria's prosperity and the wild pack's eternal glory. That's Silver Sable speaking. What does Sylvvaja, my girlfriend, want? He moved away and looked into her eyes. Do you want me to fuck you so silly that you forget your responsibilities? The reason Sylvvaja was being passive wasn't that she couldn't take charge here. She didn't want to. She had been giving him signals ever since she came out of the shower, hoping yet afraid that he would notice. After all, for her entire life, she had carried the weight of a nation, a company, a legacy. Every decision, every life, was her responsibility. But here, in this private space, that burden was a cage she longed to escape. She didn't want to be the queen. She wanted to be a woman. She wanted to be taken, claimed, and so thoroughly fucked that she couldn't think, couldn't command, could only drown in pleasure and love. She wanted to let go while she was with him. And she had chosen him after testing him physically, verbally, and emotionally. Sylvvaja's nails dug into his shoulders. I want you. You already have that, he growled, squeezing her breast possessively. I'll make a suggestion. Don't you want to free your mind from duties here? Don't you want to fully embrace your happiness as my woman for tonight? Wanton moans left her lips. Not a single word, however. She didn't have to, because he saw the truth in her eyes. His thumb brushed her nipple before he lowered his head again. This time, he wasn't worshipping her. His teeth scraped the sensitive peak, pulling and tugging until she was writhing beneath him. Tell me, he demanded in a rough voice. Tell me if that's what you want. Her reaction was instantaneous. Her back arched off the mattress, not in protest, but in a desperate offering to continue his rough handling of her tits. And the most telling sign of all was her inner walls clamping down on his cock like a vice. She was so tight it was almost painful. Yes. She cried out. Her eyes were glazed. There was no protest, only a deep, submissive hunger. God, Dante, yes. I feel free when I'm with you. When I had that orgasm I forgot about everything. Dante, fuck me. Keep giving me that feeling. He smiled gently, contrary to how forceful his thrusts had become. Sylvvaja, he murmured and pulled her up into his arms. Even as she sat in his embrace, her sloppy cunt was still being thoroughly fucked. Thank you for trusting me. I won't let you down. Her answer was to rock her hips. Harder, harder. He grabbed her but so firmly that it left bruises and gave his cock to her without any restraint. His thrusts became brutal, enough to make loud slapping sounds that would echo throughout the whole hallway. He was driving into her with a force that rocked the expensive bed. His mouth claimed hers in a dominant kiss to swallow all of her broken cries. He was in absolute control in every way, and she was shattering in his arms with every thrust into her cunt. And she loved every moment of it. He felt her third climax begin to build as her body tightened. Dante, oh, God. Come for me, he commanded. Let it all go. He watched her squirt onto his cock. Her cunt convulsed around his cock, gripping and milking him in a series of violent spasms. He was brought to the edge and forced to cream pie her again. However, he wasn't finished after cream pieing her clenching pussy twice. He pulled out and flipped her onto her stomach. A weak, surprised sound escaped her lips. In another moment, she got onto her hands and knees and eagerly presented her ass to him. More, she pleaded, stretching her lips to show the traces of his seed in her begging cunt. I need more of your thick cock, lover. He gave it to her in full frenzy. A raw, throaty moan, unlike any sound she had made before, came from her throat. It was the moan of a woman being thoroughly fucked like a bitch in heat. Yes, fuck, just like that. She cried out, pushing her hips back against his thrusts, meeting him stroke for stroke. Right there. He pushed her face into the pillow and then slammed into her over and over. This was her release. This was her freedom. And he was the only one she would allow to give it to her. After getting bored with the normal positions, he got off the bed and pressed her against the wall, fucking the mercenary queen. From the wall, bed, chair, to all the way in the shower, he fucked her, and fucked her, and fucked her some more. In that time, she never stopped telling him to fuck her, never stopped asking him to break her. He fucked her exactly like she told her to, until eventually she couldn't tell him anymore, reduced to incoherent and unintelligible garbled moans, whimpers, and sputtering. On his last release, Dante let Sylvvaja drop face down on the bed, ass up toward the ceiling. He pulled out and jerked his last load all over her upturned ass and back. His cum had already filled her pussy to the brim. Well, except he wasn't human anymore, so the chance of him becoming a father would still be slim. He turned off the lights and put a blanket over her before lying down beside her. She turned to him and snuggled in his arms. Good night. After what they had done, the silver-haired queen wouldn't be able to function for at least half a day. And truth be told, he didn't mind sleeping for a few hours with his needy lover. 50. Perfection. Random art. Dante slept only for an hour before his eyes snapped open. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of the city lights filtering through the curtains. Sylvvaja lay beside him using his arm as a pillow, her left arm draped across his chest. The aftermath of their first time lingered in the air. They had gone overboard in helping her forget responsibilities. The woman had lowered every wall and trusted him with her vulnerabilities. She gave me everything. Now he had to be worthy of that, so she never regretted her choice. He had to become stronger for her, for Felicia, and for Death too. I should start another resonance link. Which one do I go for? He had to choose with caution now that Sylvvaja and Felicia depended on him. His greatest fear wasn't his own death, but the thought of the people he cared about dying. He needed a resonance link that could enhance them to keep them alive in his absence. That was easier said than done in this world with mutants, celestials, gods, and cosmic beings. Mutants. He thought about X-Men, Xavier's dream, Magneto's fury, Scott's beam, and the heart of their group Jean Grey. The redhead telepath always had a primal force associated with her, the Phoenix Force, the cosmic entity that had empowered countless beings across this universe. Can't I resonate with it? The Phoenix Force was incredibly powerful and versatile, roughly on the same power level as Death. And like Death, its powers wouldn't drain him dry just from activation. He had grown stronger since his first resonance link. His willpower had been tempered through constant use, and his mind had evolved. He should be able to survive a deeper dive into a cosmic entity's consciousness now. The only thing that gave him pause was the risk. Using the Phoenix Force's power might send up a flare across the multiverse. Hey, I'm the anomaly in the timeline, come poke me with sticks. It shouldn't be hostile towards me. Like Death, Phoenix Force existed for a certain purpose, seeking constant evolution and destroying anything that halted growth and evolution. Anything threatening the future of creation was treated as its mortal enemy. As long as he didn't actively work against those goals, the Phoenix Force should mind its own business. The same couldn't be said about other cosmic entities. Some of them were quite nosy. He decided to wait until he could use Death's resonance link for an hour without passing out. Only then he should think about messing with cosmic entities and the likes. Symbiotes aren't good either. He doubted Sylvvaja and Felicia would appreciate looking like alien monsters just to gain power. Appearances aside, symbiotes came with psychological burden that amplified certain tendencies. He had to save this method for emergency measures. Null, show me a list of characters who can empower others. The Null repository responded instantly, projecting a mental list in neat categorical rows. Odin, empowering others through Odinforce. Hela, empowering her servants through Asgardian magical gifts. Stephen Strange, Doctor Strange, magical enhancements, blessings, and power boosts through mystic spells. Wanda Maximoff, Scarlet Witch, reality manipulation/sorcery. Joshua Foley, elixir, physical and mutation enhancement through biokinesis. Hope Summers, amplification and synchronization of the powers of mutants. N. Sabah Nur, apocalypse, celestial technology, energy fusion, and genetic alteration. Nathaniel Essex, Mr. Sinister, genetic alteration. Beyonder. The names went on and on from here, listing all the high-tier reality manipulators and cosmic forces such as Phoenix Force, Enigma Force and more. The sheer volume of choices was overwhelming, especially considering he could only safely attempt a new resonance link every 2 or 3 days without losing his mind. Odin and Hela are out of the question. The Allfather would send someone else wielding Odinforce the moment Dante activated the link. He would leave Asgard immediately to investigate, and he wouldn't be gentle when he finds Dante. Hela presented similar problems as her power came with too many strings attached. He needed something powerful but under the radar. Something that wouldn't trigger alarms across the 9 realms or summon cosmic entities to Earth. Another look over the list gave him a pause. Actually, Elixir makes the most sense. Joshua Foley, codename Elixir. An Omega-level mutant with biokinesis. He could heal any wound, cure any disease, and manipulate biological systems at the cellular level. He could induce disease and death with a touch, manipulate life force itself, and even transfer life force from one being to another. Elixir also possessed genius-level knowledge of human and mutant biology, anatomy, genetics, physiology, and medicine. That knowledge alone would be invaluable to understand symbiotes and develop a better countermeasure. And there was Felicia's father. Walter Hardy was dying. No conventional medicine could help him. But with Elixir's biokinesis, Dante could cure him. Beyond that, he could use the biokinesis to optimize Sylvvaja and Felicia's bodies and push them to peak human condition by restructuring their cells to operate at maximum efficiency. They would become stronger, faster, and more durable without any of the side effects or dependencies of artificial augmentation. Mr. Sinister's resonance link would offer even greater benefits. However, living through those memories would ruin his currently good mood. Nathaniel Essex, after all, had spent centuries using humans and mutants as experimental subjects, conducting horrific experiments in the name of evolutionary progress. Elixir first. Phoenix Force and Mr. Sinister can wait. Null, search for Elixir in your database. Searching. Search completed. Character Joshua Foley found in Universe XS database. Requesting permission to begin the transfer process. He glanced at Sylvvaja, who was sleeping peacefully, and closed his eyes. Granted. Sylvvaja's POV. The shrill buzz of the phone dragged Sylvvaja out of her deep sleep. Every muscle in her body ached. She stretched one arm back across the ruined sheets to fumble for the device vibrating on the nightstand. She swiped to answer without checking the caller ID. Silver Sable speaking. Miss Sable, it's Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson's voice was the same, professional and pleasant to the ears. I apologize for the late-night call. I haven't received any reply regarding our previous discussion. I'll let you meet him, but when and where it happens will be up to him. She had to draw that line with S.H.I.E.L.D. Dante wasn't just her employee or an asset. He was her vice commander, her lover, and maybe the father of her child. Her cycle was regular enough that she knew her ovulating time would come the day after tomorrow. With the amount of unprotected sex they had, the chances of her being pregnant would be over 50%. The thought should have terrified her. Instead, she had to consciously suppress a smile. Finally, Symcaria would receive a worthy heir. The Sablenova bloodline would continue through an exceptional descendant. Don't make it too late, Miss Sable. Phil's tone was sharp enough to make it a subtle threat. We'll provide him with suitable compensation since one of our best agents went missing investigating the symbiote life forms, the black alien parasites you saw on all news channels today. It could be the truth or a trap. Sylvvaja couldn't decide which one it would be when it came to S.H.I.E.L.D. I'll convey your message when he wakes up. Thank you, Miss Sable. It would be an honor to work alongside you and your mysterious employee. Likewise, Phil Coulson. The polite words felt grating on her tongue, but she had to do it to maintain some resemblance of a good relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. Thanks for helping us with Felicia. We couldn't have found her in time without your tracking. It was my pleasure to help our country's youth in crisis, Phil replied smoothly. Good night, Miss Sable. We'll be in touch. Sylvvaja lowered the phone and sat up slowly. Her abs felt tender and overworked from all the positions he had bent her into. Every muscle in her body felt like they had been through hell, like she had been cage fighting. She turned her head to look at the man responsible for her current state. He looked insanely handsome even in sleep, giving off the air of a gentle and sweet boyfriend. No one would associate him with the crack in the headboard or the feathers from a ripped pillow covering her black lace bra and panties on the floor. He was a literal beast when it came to sex. Sylvvaja carefully slid her legs over the side of the bed. Standing required a level of core strength that wasn't present in her at the moment. She managed it anyway. Sablenovas weren't the type to quit. She dragged herself to the bathroom and immediately noticed the full extent of damage on her body in the mirror. Her silver hair was tangled and knotted, no amount of finger combing would fix. Her lips looked dry after losing all the sheen of lipstick and moisture. A generous amount of purple hickeys were on her neck, shoulders, and 3 alone on her left breast. There were bruises on her thighs, her hips, and on her forearms where he had gripped her. She should be furious since these marks would undermine her authority. Instead, the woman looked satisfied, like she had found something she hadn't known was missing. The bond had shown her what true freedom felt like, what happiness tasted like, what it meant to just be without any responsibilities. It was addictive and perfect. She still had the urge to crawl back into that bed, curl against his warmth, and forget about the world. Not only was her lover shining like a sun, he had become one in this relationship. Stay too close and she would eventually fall victim to this addiction. That wouldn't just ruin her but also all of Symcaria and everything she had built. She had to find a balance. Only now she was thankful for Death and Felicia being part of this relationship. The two would keep this beast in check while she recovered. Only once a week, no, twice a week. Once a week would give Felicia too much space to have a bigger place in his heart than hers. 2 nights of relief and 5 days of duty sounded reasonable. She watched the bathtub fill with steaming water. No emergency calls meant the facilities were fine. Right now, she was useless as a combatant. Forget about rifles, she couldn't handle Glocks properly. She sank back against the tub, letting her legs stretch out fully until her toes touched the far end. That feels good. She grabbed the body wash and started applying it on her body. Then suddenly, her phone rang from the bedroom. She considered wrapping herself in a towel to maintain some pretense of modesty, then dismissed the thought entirely. There was no point. The only person in the room had already seen everything, touched everything, and even tasted. She cut that thought off before it could spiral. Her body was already responding to the memories by making heat low in her belly. She walked to the door, only to see that Dante had answered the call. Opening a crack barely wide enough to see through, she shamelessly eavesdropped. He was still in bed, stretching his arms above his head, and the lights were on. "My lady." Amy Chen's voice came through. He had made eavesdropping easier by putting the phone on the speaker. "Amy." "Hades." Amy's voice jumped. "What are you doing with Mlady's phone? It's so late." His expression turned skeptical. "Why can't I spend time in my girlfriend's bedroom?" "Bedroom? Why you already?" Amy sounded like she was choking on something. "Of course." Pure smugness in his 2-word answer. "Now either speak your business or I'm hanging up. I've got better things to do." "Give the phone to my lady. I'll only talk to her." "Then goodbye." "Wait, I'll speak." Amy's sigh crackled through the speaker. "I need to brief my lady about a development. There's been strange activity around the first site." Dante's gaze flicked toward her hiding spot, and Sylvvaja jerked back instinctively. "Sylvvaja is in the shower. Brief me. Don't forget I'm your vice commander." A beat of silence followed. Amy processed the chain of command versus her desire to talk to Sylvvaja directly. "Vice commander, a few black vehicles have been positioned around the island, like they're keeping an eye on us." Sylvvaja was glad Amy's professionalism won. Is it the hand? How did you know? Their last attack was just them testing the water. Today will be the real deal. Sylvvaja peered again, seeing a reckless smirk on his face, the same one he had when he went to confront Emma Frost for her. Today, it meant he was going to steal the core symbiote in the middle of their defense against the hand's attack. I can't do anything in this state. Regret filled her heart. She should have waited a day before jumping in the bed. Now, she couldn't even participate in the battle. If she had waited just one more day before jumping into bed with him, she would be combat ready right now, capable of leading the defense. I just received another update from our scouts, Amy said. We sighted 3 more cars, which makes the total 7. Hold all defensive positions, Dante ordered in an authoritative tone. Don't engage unless they start attacking. We'll be there shortly. Understood, Vice Commander. I'll relay the command to Wild Pack. Good. Keep me updated on any changes. You're dismissed. He ended the call and rolled out of the bed. Walking straight to the mirror, completely naked, he stretched and flexed. So many love bites, Sylvvaja sure loves me. She couldn't stop the eye roll even as heat crept up her neck. His ego was already insufferable without encouraging it. When he glanced in her direction, she realized he was doing it on purpose. Sylvvaja wrapped a towel around herself and walked right up behind him to kick him square on his muscular ass. Stop messing around. Didn't you hear what Amy said? He spun around, a grin plastered on his face. I knew my little queen was eavesdropping. I wasn't. She crossed her arms over her chest, glaring up at him. You had the phone on speaker. He reached for her hand with that heated look in his eyes, trying to embrace her. She saw it coming from a mile away and swatted his hand. No, Sylvvaja. Not now, lover. She kept her voice firm, despite her traitorous body wanting to lean into him. We have work to do. He gave her those completely unfair puppy dog eyes. Big, hopeful, and just vulnerable enough to make her chest ache. She would have lost to her temptations if her father hadn't drilled discipline into her bones from a young age. He let out a disappointing sigh. There is no love left in this world. Before she could think better of it, Sylvvaja pushed up on her toes and pressed a quick kiss to his lips. Happy? He showed a pleased smile. Yes. Let me give you some energy before we deal with the hand. Energy? What are you talking about? The question became meaningless when she watched his skin begin to change. Gold spread across his body. What the hell is that? A new power. He took her hands and closed her eyes. Now, relax. I'll make you feel better. She wanted to ask more questions, but the words never made it out. The instant his hands met hers, her body responded on its own. Every muscle relaxed, surrendering to him. Their primal sex had trained her body to recognize his touch as safe, as home, as permission to stop being Sable the mercenary queen and just be Sylvvaja the woman. Dark orange energy sparked to life around him, looking almost alive as they flowed into her. She couldn't help but moan in pleasure. The persistent knots in her back dissolved. Her muscles shifted, reorganized from within, somehow becoming both more malleable and more powerful. The deep, bone-weary exhaustion melted away like it had never existed. Even the skin on her hands looked softer but also firmer, as if she had aged in reverse. She arched her back and stretched her neck muscles. Everything moved smoothly, effortlessly, like she just had the best sleep of her life, like she had gone back to the time before she had abused her body with training. She dropped the towel to see what he had done. Her eyes moved frantically to the mirror, searching for what had been lost in this transformation. The scars, every mark that told the story of her life, remained exactly where it should be. Even the hickeys he had left last night were still there. Relief flooded through her. He hadn't erased her history or tried to make her into some perfect being. He had healed her without changing who she was. Lover. She looked up at him, his golden glow already starting to fade back to normal skin tone. What did you just do to me? He smiled softly, clearly pleased with his accomplishments. I restructured your entire cellular matrix to operate at peak potential. Her brow furrowed. Explain to me like I'm an idiot. She had spent more time holding a gun than holding a pen. Your muscles, he gestured at her arms and then her abs. I've reorganized density and optimized every cell. You're stronger now without adding bulk. More explosive power, but also better endurance. She looked down at her arms. They felt different, denser, yet also flexible. Your skeleton's been reinforced. Just know I've fully unlocked your genetic potential. You're performing at the theoretical peak of what a human body can achieve. She was left in awe. The top 1% would spend millions or even billions for such change, but he had handed it to her like some candy. This is... I don't know how to thank you. Why? A mischievous smirk came back to his face as his gaze scanned her from top to bottom. It means we can fuck longer. Enhanced stamina applies to all physical activities, you know. Her warm gratitude evaporated instantly. She immediately picked up the towel to cover herself. Of all the benefits you gave me, sex is what you want to discuss. I'm a man. He spread his hands like that explained everything. Of course that's where my mind goes. She twisted the skin on his waist hard. He barely flinched, but the gesture conveyed her feelings perfectly. Go, clean yourself. We have to leave. Ow. Okay, stop. He walked toward the bathroom, only to pause in the bathroom doorway. You know you're even more beautiful when you're threatening me. That commander voice does things. Out. He disappeared into the bathroom, his laughter coming from the other side. She took her tactical gear out of her closer. Faster, stronger, and more durable. The enhanced stamina thing wasn't actually a terrible side benefit. She would be getting the most out of 2 days every week. Of course, she would never tell him that.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.